Chapter 1021 Before the competition. After confirming that Naruzmio was determined to join the tribunal, Duanmuhui handed her all the biographies written by Mary. After all, they all described the tribunal's actions that Mary had participated in. As long as she read them, Naruzmio should understand the tribunal's responsibilities and guidelines. Ria seemed to be very interested in this, so Duanmuhui gave her a set as well. The issue regarding Naruzmio's background has come to an end. Duanmuhui doesn't care how Surzex handles it. Anyway, if anyone dares to cause trouble for Naruzmio again, the Inquisition will kill them without mercy. His other work is also progressing smoothly. As the last tune ended, the entire music classroom fell into silence. Taki raised his head, looked at the people in front of him, and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. That's it. Call. Hearing teacher Taki's approval, the students below all breathed a sigh of relief. Remember this rhythm, and do it to this extent in the competition. Teacher Duanmu, do you have anything to say? Seeing everyone looking at him, Duanmuhui, who was standing in the corner of the music classroom, was stunned for a moment. There's nothing much to say. Well, you guys are finally not out of tune anymore, and my ears don't have to be hurt anymore. So that's a good thing. Ha ha ha. Hearing Duanmuhui's answer, the members of the band also laughed quietly. Just as Duanmuhui said, it was not only painful for Duanmuhui to be out of tune, but also for them. Now they were able to find the rhythm again, and with Duanmuhui present, which made the members of the band feel like they had fought their way out of the hail of bullets and escaped. To put it in an analogy, when Duanmuhui first arrived, the members of the Wind Band Club were like new recruits on the battlefield, and they were so scared that they peed their pants when they heard the gunshots. But after such a long period of tempering, they have shed their original immaturity and become veterans, who will not change color even if the sky collapses. Then, the next thing is very important. At this moment, Taki spoke again, and upon hearing his voice, everyone turned their heads and looked at him again. Then Taki glanced at everyone in the classroom and continued speaking. This year, there are a total of 82 members in the Wind Band Club, 10 of whom are beginners. So there are only 72 members who can actually participate in the competition. However, the A department is only allowed to participate in 55 people at most. So I decided to conduct the selection 2 days before the final exam. After hearing what Taki said, the atmosphere in the music classroom, which had been relatively relaxed, suddenly became tense again. Teacher Taki. At this moment, a third-year student stood up and protested to Taki. We used to decide who would appear in the lineup based on age. Considering the order of seniority, isn't it natural for the experienced first-year students to go to Division B? But this is so unfair. Facing the protests from the third-year students, Taki's smile did not change at all. There are many hard-working and talented first-year members. I think it is inappropriate to decide who will compete based on age alone. But this is what we have decided all along. But I am the consultant now, so why should I use the old practices? As he spoke, Taki looked at Duanmuhui. Teacher Duanmu, what do you think? After hearing what Long said, everyone looked at Duanmuhui again. Even the protesting third-year student turned his head away and looked at him uneasily. Under everyone's gaze, Duanmuhui just snorted. Indeed, considering that the third-year students are about to graduate, it is a good choice to leave good memories before they graduate. So, perhaps they did not expect Duanmuhui to agree with their opinion. Several third-grade students showed expressions of surprise and excitement. But then Duanmuhui changed the subject. But that only applies when everyone is happily playing the performance game together. Isn't your goal the national competition? Then everything must give way to the national competition. That's right. Results are everything. Those with ability will go up, and those without ability will go down. Only in this way can they participate in the national competition. Having said that, Duanmuhui stared at them coldly. What? Do you think that by shouting a few slogans like friendship bonds dreams you can win the national competition? Is this a competition to see who can shout the loudest slogans? The Wind Band Club didn't have any outstanding results before. Isn't it because of your stupid behavior of ranking people by age? The surging anger erupted from Duanmuhui again, which made the members of the Wind Instrument Club all turn pale. However, they had to admit that although Duanmuhui's words were very disrespectful, it was indeed the truth. If you don't want to, then just work hard to avoid being eliminated. I don't understand music, but the same is true for sports. I have no reason to prevent students who run fast from participating in competitions. And send those slow turtles to the track. If you run slowly, then no matter how much you dream, how hard you want to work, or how much you shout slogans, you just can't outrun others. And then all this is meaningless. Competitive competitions don't believe in tears. And don't believe in dreams. They only believe in strength. Everyone has various reasons to participate in competitions. But there can only be one champion. And it has nothing to do with dreams and hopes. It's all about strength. Having said that, Duanmu Huai put his hands on his hips and looked coldly at the members of the Wind Band Club again. That's my opinion. Any questions? Even if there is a problem now, it must be solved. Then it is decided. Taki clapped his hands again, drawing everyone's attention back. I will hand out the music scores now. Please go back and practice. Both the designated pieces and the optional pieces will be assessed. The soloists will also be selected through auditions. Please be prepared. After that, Duanmu Huai and Long also left separately, while the others had different expressions. After all, Duanmu Huai's aura when he was angry before was too terrifying, so that they almost broke down after finally getting used to it. The third graders left first, followed by the second graders, while the first graders stayed behind to restore the music room to its original state. To be honest, I almost fainted when teacher Duanmu got angry. Kato Hazuki said in a low voice while moving the tables and chairs. It feels like a tiger is roaring in front of you. And there is no railing between us. Yeah. The others also nodded. But soon everyone focused their attention on another issue. What do you think will happen with the selection of the soloists? There's no doubt that the winner of the violin competition will be Mary. On the contrary, the competition for the trumpet competition is more intense. As they spoke, they turned their eyes to another girl who was silently moving a desk. There is a reason for everyone to say this. Because in the competition before the national competition, the large orchestra must play two pieces, the designated repertoire and the optional repertoire. The designated repertoire is a group of songs designated by the competition organizing committee. And then the orchestra chooses one of them to play, while the optional repertoire is the song selected by the orchestra itself. According to Taki, given the current situation of the Wind Band Club, it would be difficult to beat other prestigious schools in the designated repertoire. So they can only focus on the optional repertoire. Therefore, the piece Taki chose was Emmanuel, composed by French composer Michel Colombier. The special thing about this piece is that it is basically a duet between violin and trumpet, and the others are completely in the background. But on the other hand, this is very demanding for violinists and trumpeters. It was because of Mary's joining that Taki chose this song. Of course, Duanmu Huai doesn't understand music. But after listening to Taki's thoughts on choosing this piece of music, his basic feeling was that the two gods led to a bunch of pitfalls. To put it bluntly, if these two masters can set the pace, then this song will be the ultimate weapon for the Wind Band Club. Even a group of rookies can follow and kill their way into the opponent's fountain. But on the other hand, if the two people can't lead the team, then the whole team will collapse and be completely finished. It would be more convenient to just throw 20 times. It's a risk. But after all, the strength of this Wind Band Club is limited. If you don't take an unconventional approach and want to win, it's basically wishful thinking. No one had any opinion on Mary's violin skills. As the saying goes, an expert can tell whether a violinist is good or not at the first try. Duanmu Huai couldn't tell by listening. His only feeling was whether it sounded good or not. But the Wind Band Club knew that the other party was not at the same level as themselves at the first try. Not to mention that Mary was the only violinist. So there was no way she would be rejected. On the contrary, it's the trumpet. Kumiko Huangqian looked at the black-haired girl not far away with some uneasiness. She was her good friend and trumpet player, Reina Kusaka. Even Duanmu Huai understood. So they naturally understood that whether they could break through the siege and enter the national competition this time depended entirely on the first violinist and the trumpet solo. Mary's strength was reassuring, and she herself had no problems. But for the trumpet, honestly speaking, there are very few people who can keep up with Mary's pace. To be honest, this is actually a very rare thing. Because generally speaking, although the violin is faster in rhythm than wind instruments that need to breathe, in terms of volume, wind instruments are actually the loudest. If the violin and the trumpet play at the same time, it is definitely the trumpet that suppresses the sound of the violin. However, the sound of Mary's violin was very special. no matter how loud the sound of the wind instruments was. The sound of her violin could be transmitted without any hindrance, and clearly reached everyone's ears. On the one hand, Mary's skills are great. But of course, the other more important aspect is, Mary's violin is not an ordinary one. Yes, Mary's violin is the instrument of a bard from the world of Faerun. You know, in the world of Faerun, bards don't just tell stories and sing in taverns. They also participate in battles, and play music to buff their companions during battles. It is conceivable that a battle would not be as quiet as a concert venue, with the roars of soldiers, the explosions of fireballs, and all kinds of sound, color and light effects. If you want to play music in such a state, and have people hear it, ordinary instruments will not work. What Mary got was such a violin. Legend has it that this was once the instrument of a harpist. Its characteristic is that it can produce clear sounds under any circumstances, even in the sound of silencing or the roar of a dragon. After all, for bards, music is their weapon. The only pity is that Mary's golden eyes are equivalent to constant true seeing, which completely prohibits her from using illusions. Otherwise, Mary alone would be enough to replace an entire brass band. Of course, the others didn't know about this, but they just thought it was nothing strange that Mary's violin was special. Many people would use their own instruments, which were more comfortable and convenient, and some were indeed better than those of the wind band. The instrument was the player's weapon, and there was no reason to complain that the opponent's weapon was better than yours when you went to the battlefield. Kumiko fully recognizes Reina Kasaka's strength, but Kasaka Reina is only a first-year student after all, and there are several third-year seniors in the trumpet group. Is she really okay? Chapter 1022 Catfish. The people in the wind band club are simply sick. When he returned home, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but complain. I've already said that our goal is the national tournament. We made that clear when we just started the event. But now they have the nerve to say that we'll play in order of seniority. Are the Japanese mentally normal? Let the seniors play in order of seniority. Right. Then if they lose, will all the third years have to commit seppuku to apologize? If that's the case, I can still agree. But what if they can't do it? Are they just going to bow and say I'm really sorry and be done with it? Why? Mary also shook her head helplessly. As a foreigner, this was the first time she encountered such a thing. You know, in the Royal Master Academy, every student is admitted based on their own strength. Of course, some people are nobles with higher status. But, because I came early, you have to let me go. This was the first time Mary saw such a thing, which really opened her eyes. Ah ha ha ha. Faced with Duanmu Huai's complaints, Naruzmio was speechless. Strictly speaking, she was the only Japanese in Duanmu Huai's family. Faced with Duanmu Huai's lashing out at the Japanese national character, she was too embarrassed to say anything. After all, it is true that the relationship between superiors and subordinates in Japan is serious. In fact, even if you are good friends with the kid next door, as long as the kid is older than you, you have to address him as a senior in school. Otherwise it will be considered disrespectful to the senior students. If it were the Xia people, who would care about you? Who I am close to, and how I talk is my business. Do you have any right to interfere? But they just like to be nosy. No, we can't just let it go like this. It seems that this group of people are still too full. I have to make it more difficult for them. Duanmu Huai was furious after complaining. To be honest, he had heard of such shameless things before. For example, in some state-owned enterprises, people ranked people by seniority, or said that subordinates took the blame and superiors took the credit. But the problem was that they had at least been glorious in the past. If you want to live off your past achievements, you must have some past achievements to live off. Right? As a result, the brass band of this crappy school only won a consolation prize once in 10 years. Where do you get the confidence to rest on your laurels? But Master Duanmu, you don't understand music. Do you? Wanlia complained silently on the side. I don't understand music, but I know how to mess with people. I feel uncomfortable when I see these people having nothing to do after eating and not thinking about practicing, but just making trouble. If I don't teach them a lesson, I really won't be able to calm down. To be honest, Duanmu Huai doesn't understand this kind of idiotic logic. He knows he has to compete, but he still has so many things to do. In the final analysis, it's because he ate too much. He didn't practice enough. So he always wanted to make trouble. This won't do. Well, I got it. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up. He really has a trick. The next day, Duanmu Huai found someone before the practice started. Hey! Teacher Duanmu. It's rare for you to come to see me. What's the matter? Duanmu Huai found a sophomore named Nakagawa Natsuki, who was also a member of the euphonium club and was a relatively lazy person. However, Duanmu Huai naturally had his own considerations when he found her. Nakagawa. I remember you said before that last year many first-year students quit the club because they were dissatisfied with the third-year students. That's true, isn't it? Yes. What's wrong? Are you familiar with them? Well, I am actually familiar with some of them. Well, can you help me gather them over? I need to see them for something. What's up? It's simple. I plan to have them return to the Wind Band Club. Why? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Nakagawa Natsuki widened his eyes in surprise. Why? Why? Teacher. Why at this time? It's just a matter of time. You saw the performance of those third-year students yesterday. They are still thinking about seniority at this time. It's endless. Right? Those who withdrew at the beginning must have certain strengths. I want to see who can pass the selection after they are called back to the Wind Band Club. Since those third-year students want to make trouble so much, then I will make a big one. At this point, Duanmu Huai's face was filled with murderous intent, which immediately frightened Nakagawa Natsuki. Are you really going to do this? Teacher Duanmu? Teacher Taki. I told him that he also thinks this is a good thing. So just go for it. Remember, our goal is the national competition. So any unstable factors that dare to interfere with the national competition must be eliminated. Do those third-year students still think they can definitely pass the selection based on their own strength? I want to see how they can still say these things after they can't even beat those who retired a year ago. Wow. Teacher Duanmu is so cruel. After listening to Duanmu Huai's speech, Nakagawa Natsuki was sweating profusely. Although everyone in the band club was afraid of Duanmu Huai, it was more because of his aura. In fact, everyone was more afraid of Taki, who always had a smile on his face, because the latter would really let them practice repeatedly until they were perfect. And if there was any imperfection, they would have to start over. In comparison, Duanmu Huai only looked more scary. But he did not interfere with the management of the band club, so it was not so bad. Unexpectedly, he would take action at this time. Nakagawa Natsuki could easily guess what the outcome would be. She knew many of the members who had quit, so she was naturally aware of their abilities. She was not afraid to say it directly, and she thought that several of them were much stronger than some of the third-year students currently in the band. Just like Duanmu Huai said, because they have strength, they have confidence, so they want to participate in the competition to prove themselves. Although they have retired for a year, as long as they don't neglect training, their strength is enough to surpass some third-year seniors. From a strength perspective, Natsuki Nakagawa also believes that this can enhance the strength of the Wind Band Club. But from the perspective of interpersonal relationships, she was sure that those third-year seniors would never accept this. By then, the Wind Music Society won't become a mess. This is simply murderous and heartbreaking. But unfortunately, this is not something that Natsuki Nakagawa can decide. And L begins during the club activities after school. Just after everyone in the Wind Band Club took their seats, Duanmu Huai walked up to the podium for a rare occasion. Seeing this scene, everyone was somewhat surprised. After all, generally speaking, it should be Teacher Taki who is in charge of conducting at this time. Why was Teacher Duanmu coming up? Oh, I have something to announce before today's club activities begin. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai waved to the outside. Okay, come in. After hearing Duanmu Huai's words, everyone saw the door of the music classroom open, and then several girls walked in. Seeing their figures, many second-year and third-year students showed shocked expressions, and the president Ogasawara Haruka was even more confused. And the expressions of others were not much better. Only the first-year students were a little surprised. But they were very well behaved and did not say anything. Looking at the members of the Wind Band Club with complicated expressions below, Duanmu Huai revealed a grim smile. I think many of you must know them. Yes, these are the members who left the Wind Band Club. Now I have called them back. Moreover, they will also participate in the audition. Why? Teacher Duanmu? Upon hearing Duanmu Huai's words, a third grader suddenly screamed. Obviously, the shocking degree of the news brought by Duanmu Huai almost stunned the entire Wind Band Club. It's very simple. Last year they wanted to participate in the tournament, So they practiced hard. But they had a conflict with the third-year students who were used to slacking off. So they quit the club in anger. This year our goal is the national competition. So in this case, why not call them back? I have already told them that the goal of the Wind Band Club this year is to participate in the national competition. If they haven't given up their dreams, then they can return to the Wind Band Club and contribute their own strength. Having said that, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. As for why I did this, it's simple. Weren't you thinking about ranking by seniority yesterday? I think you guys are still too idle. So I have to keep you busy. If you are really capable, then you will definitely not be inferior to these members who have retired for a year. But on the other hand, if you can't even reach the level of those who have retired for a year, then why let you go on stage? It's a waste of time. Duanmu Huai suddenly slammed the table, shocking everyone. The members below were even more silent, not daring to say a word. I'll say it again. Since our goal is the national competition, then the capable ones will advance and the incompetent ones will be demoted. It's that simple. Whoever dares to talk about seniors and juniors, and other nonsense in front of me, get out as soon as possible. Any question? Speak. Haven't you eaten yet? No problem. Okay. That's it. After Duanmu Huai finished speaking, he walked down from the podium. And then the practice began again. As expected, the performance of this practice was very poor. It was obvious that what Duanmu Huai said had caused many members of the Wind Band Club to waver. Not to mention the emotional aspect. There were nearly 10 people returning this time, which meant that 10 more people would be eliminated. If those who were eliminated were those who had quit the club, it would be fine. But if those who had quit the club were selected, and those who had stayed in the club were eliminated. Thinking of this, many people no longer have the heart to practice. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. From this perspective, it seems that bringing these catfish was not a waste of effort. Although today's practice was far from satisfactory, Taki seemed to have anticipated this, and just gave some general instructions before ending the training and leaving the music classroom. Duanmu Huai wanted to leave as well. But at this moment, a scream suddenly came from behind him. Sleet. Hearing the shouting, Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw a girl fleeing from her seat in a panic and running towards the classroom door, while another black-haired girl with a ponytail was chasing after her. What happened? Seeing that the girl was about to run out of the classroom, Duanmu Huai reached out and picked her up like a kitten. At this moment, the girl also screamed, turned around, and shrank back in fear when she saw that it was Duanmu Huai. I remember you were the one called Kai or something. Duanmu Huai frowned as he looked at the girl with long dark blue hair in front of him. Of course, he remembered the names of everyone in the Wind Band Club. But this girl's name was so hard to remember that it gave people the feeling that her parents had used uncommon characters in her name just to attract attention. Duanmu Huai could only understand that her last name was Kaizhong. But how was her name pronounced? Sleet. At this moment, the girl with the ponytail also ran over. Duanmu Huai remembered her. This girl with the high ponytail was called Imaki Haim. She was also one of the members who quit the Wind Band Club. And she seemed to be quite famous among the others. From the looks of her, it seemed that she had some relationship with this Keizuka or something? What happened? I don't know either. Teacher. In response to Duanmu Huai's question, Samashime shook her head. I saw Ming and wanted to say hello to her. But she just... The girl held in Duanmu Huai's arms did not say anything. She just turned her head silently, with tears as big as beans streaming down her cheeks. It doesn't look like everything is alright. Duanmu Huai curled his lips. Forget it. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go talk somewhere else. After all, he was the one who recruited the person. If something happened on the first day, it would be embarrassing for him. Right? Chapter 1023 Foolish and Unhappy. Coming to the conversation room, Duanmu Huai was speechless when he saw Keizuka Mizuki crying and Umi, who was silent and didn't know what to say. He wasn't a close brother, so he didn't know how to start. Besides, how could Duanmu Huai know what girls of this age were thinking? Just when Duanmu Huai was scratching his head, not knowing what to say, looking at the two people in front of him, he suddenly felt that this scene seemed a little familiar. I seem to have seen a similar scene somewhere before. Oh, that's right. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai clapped his hands inwardly. Isn't this how An and Gu Lia get along? Dwonmu Hwai was not familiar with these two girls. But he was very familiar with An and Gu Leia. Whenever Gu Leia was angry with An, she would just sit there silently and say nothing. Just crying. Then An would panic and circle around Gu Leia like a boyfriend who made his girlfriend angry. Asking, why are you unhappy? What did I do wrong? I'm sorry. Gu Leia. That's right. It wasn't just An and Gu Leia. Dwonmu Hwai remembered that he had seen similar situations several times. Eclair and Lumiel, and Isphia and Euphilia all seemed to have this mindless and unhappy routine. Dwonmu Hwai has summed up his experience. Generally speaking, such a couple is basically one with long hair and one with short hair. One is heartless and laughs all day long, while the other is like a taciturn person who basically doesn't talk. This is all a routine, and he has seen through it a long time ago. When I think about it, what sin have I committed? Why do I always run into people like this? Can you be a little bit normal? But since this is the routine, Dwonmu Hwai also knows what to do. I'm going out first. He turned his head and looked at Nozomi Usagi and spoke. And the latter was stunned. Teacher? There must be something going on between you two. You may think it's nothing, but she definitely has something wrong. So you two should just have a good chat inside. Everything will be fine once you get things off your chest. I'll be guarding outside. Remember? If you don't make it clear, you can't leave today. As he spoke, Dwonmu Hwai glanced at Kai Zhongming, who indeed trembled and lowered his head. As expected, there must be one person in this group who likes to keep things to herself and never speak out. If you don't give them some harsh treatment, they will never tell you. Gu Leia is the same. She is always upset and angry, but she won't say why she is angry. She won't speak until An uses all his tricks to make her unable to bear it. So now I have to be tough. If you don't want to speak, don't go home. I want to see if you will speak or not. Dwonmu Hwai closed the door and went out, then stood at the door. As expected, after a while, the sound of Uzumaki Haim and Keizuka Mizuki talking quietly came from inside. Although the voices between the two were very small, like the buzz of a mosquito. For Dwonmu Hwai, it was no different from talking in his ear. After listening to them, Dwonmu Hwai finally understood what was going on between the two of them. Keizuka Mizuki and Usagi Haim are both graduates of Nanjong. To put it bluntly, the group of people who withdrew at the beginning were actually all graduates of Nanjong. They only won the silver medal in the junior high school competition. The Nanjong students who were very unwilling to accept this decided to participate in the competition again after entering high school. And this time, they must win the gold medal. That's why they worked so hard after entering high school. But because of conflicts with the advisor's policies, they eventually quit the society in anger. No wonder they came back so readily when I asked them to this time. Hearing this, Dwonmu Hwai was speechless. He had previously thought that his prestige in the school was high enough. And it turned out that they had been in the same group for a long time. Keizuka Kaoru and Usagi Nozomi are both from South Middle School. And they are good friends. Keizuka Kaoru is introverted and has only one friend, Usagi Nozomi. Usagi Nozomi is like a leader in the club, with good relationships and many friends. So for Keizuka Kaoru, she only has Usagi Nozomi as a friend. But for Usagi Nozomi, Keizuka Kaoru is just one of her many friends. But for Keizuka Mizuki, the problem was that when Nozomi Usagi led other members of Minamichi to quit the club, she was not included. This was a huge blow to Keizuka Mio. She felt that Usagi Nozomi didn't consider her a good friend at all, and she felt like she was betrayed by a friend. However, after listening to Keizuka Kaoru's story, Nozomi Usagi said with a confused look on her face that the reason she did not ask Keizuka Kaoru to quit the club together was that she felt that Keizuka Kaoru was very happy playing in the wind instrument club. Moreover, Nozomi Usagi knew that Keizuka Kaoru was very honest, and if she asked her to quit the club together, she would definitely follow her without saying a word. However, Nozomi Usagi felt that Keizuka Mio, who was playing so happily, should not be allowed to leave the wind instrument club. So she did not call her. However, Keizuka Mizuki said that she was playing so happily because Nozomi Uzumaki was in the wind band club. If she was gone, she would not be happy either. Oh my god! What kind of plot is this from an 8 o'clock TV drama? Dwonmu Hwai, who was standing outside and listening, was speechless. He could only say that girls of this age are really sentimental. If a boy encountered such a thing, he would not hide it and think about it like this. He would just go to the door and ask, "Why don't you tell me this?" Do you still treat me as a buddy? He would not be like Kai Jongming, who kept it in his heart and refused to say it no matter what. So these girls are really hard to deal with. Women are really troublesome. Why are you trying to kill yourself over such a trivial matter? What a waste of time. He had always thought that those annoying plots in TV dramas were just artistic creations. But he never expected that there are actually people doing this in real life. How should I put it? I'm speechless. In short, the misunderstanding was resolved. And the two hugged each other and cried for a while before gradually calming down. Duanmu Huai seized this opportunity, reached out and knocked on the door. And then the voice of Usagi Haim came from inside. Come in. Yo. Done? Duanmu Huai opened the door and saw the two of them hugging each other. Keizuka Mio had red eyes. And Samaheim wasn't much better. It was their own problem. And Duanmu Huai was too lazy to interfere. Yes. Thank you. Teacher. No need to thank me. Now that you've done it. Go back. We still have training tomorrow. Yes. Oh. Women. What a trouble. Seeing Keizuka Mizuki and Usagi Haim holding hands and walking home like sisters after washing their faces. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes, shook his head, and then turned to walk towards the classroom. However, at this moment, he saw Wang Qian Kumiko and Kosaka Reina also walking over from the other side of the corridor. Ah. Lo. Teacher. Well, is the classroom door locked? Yes. Here are the keys. Oh. Duanmu Huai reached out and took the key handed to him by Huang Qian Kumiko. The latter looked at Duanmu Huai, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Teacher? Keizuka-senpai and Usagi-senpai and the others. Oh, these two are fine. There's just a little misunderstanding. It's all right. Tomorrow you'll see that they're as good as a pair of pants. Huh? I see. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Huang Qian Kumiko also breathed a sigh of relief. Duanmu Huai looked at Huang Qian Kumiko, and then looked at Kosaka Reina, who was silent beside her. One has short hair. The other has long hair. One is always happy. The other is silent. Are you also brainless and unhappy? Why? Forget it. It's nothing. Go home early. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. He had realized that there were probably not many normal pairs in this wind band club. I can only say that you musicians really know how to have fun. The next day, when everyone saw Keizuka Mizuki and Usagi Haim coming to school happily, they were also surprised. But it must be said that although this sudden incident was a bit strange, it did have a certain effect on easing the atmosphere in the wind band club. The quitters who finally got the chance to come back would certainly not miss this opportunity, and naturally practiced desperately. On the other hand, driven by a sense of crisis, the original members of the wind band club also seized the opportunity to start training. I never thought that Mr. Duanmu's idea would be useful. Duanmu Huai was not clear about the internal situation of the wind band club. But fortunately he had Mary, an inside spy. Everyone is practicing very hard now. And it's obvious that no one wants to give up. Oh! In your opinion, how many people will be eliminated? Duanmu Huai asked boredly while biting his hamburger, while Mary thought for a moment. In my opinion, apart from beginners, if it is simply the new members, and those who have been in the wind band club, there will probably be some people who will be eliminated. Although those who have left the wind band club do have certain strength and technical level, their running-in period with the band is relatively short after all. And there are also many people in the wind band club whose strength has improved. What do you think is the main problem right now? The main problem is probably the trumpet solo. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai looked at Mary. Trumpet solo? Yes. In my opinion, the trumpet player who can play with me will most likely be chosen from Kosaka Reina and Nakasego Kaori. So what's the problem? The problem is that Kosaka Reina has better skills. But Nakasego Kaori is a third-year student and is very popular among the trumpet section members. At this point, Mary frowned. Kosaka Reina is the only first-year student in the trumpet group, and she's quite strong. The others don't seem to be particularly close to her. Kosaka Reina. I remember she and Nakumi Kumiko were close friends. They were often seen together. Wang Qian is in the euphonium group. I don't know anything about musical instruments. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. In short, everything is based on strength. When the selection comes, we will know the situation. Just like Duanmu Huai said, he didn't understand the selection process. After all, To be honest, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, competitions like music and painting were too idealistic. Of course, if you say that a college student who specializes in painting, the sketch drawn by him will definitely be more beautiful than that drawn by a kindergarten child. Or people who are tone-deaf definitely cannot sing, as well as people who are music majors. This can clearly distinguish the good from the bad. But if neither side makes any mistakes, then how do we tell who is stronger? This is not like running, where 0.1 second faster is 0.1 second faster. Even if the human eye cannot see it, you can use a high-speed camera or something to determine who touches the line first. The saying there is no first in literature, and no second in martial arts is just like this. When it comes to things like novels, paintings, and music, the evaluation is completely subjective and depends entirely on feelings. Unlike sports and martial arts, where first place is first place, it is obvious and there are clear standards that everyone can see. This is also the reason why many singing competitions are controversial. Obviously, the public thinks that A sings better, but the judges announce that B is the champion. And the reason is something like professionalism and skills. The public doesn't understand this either. Anyway, I just think that A sings better. And if you don't give it the award, there must be something fishy going on. To be honest, Duanmu Huai hates this kind of ambiguous and unclear selection process the most. Fortunately, he didn't need to express his opinion in this selection. He just needed to stand at the back and serve as a teaching aid. The main scoring would be done by Taki. Of course, the final result came out. Just as Mary expected, Reina Kusaka was assigned as the trumpet solo. Originally Duanmu Huai thought that this was the end of it. As long as he could pass the competition, his hard days would be over. However, I cannot accept. Damn. When Duanmu Huai walked to the door of the music classroom and heard the hysterical shouting coming from inside, he was completely speechless. What the hell is this? A broken wind band club has more problems than my court. Duanmu Huai opened the door and saw several members of the wind band club arguing with each other. The president, Ogasawara Haruka, seemed to be trying to dissuade them, while Kusaka Reina was about to leave. But another girl held her hand and stopped her from leaving. The others around were also whispering. Of course, when they saw Duanmu Huai come in, they all quieted down. What are you arguing about again? It's not over yet. Is it? Looking at the group of little brats in front of him, Duanmu Huai felt overwhelmed. No wonder they say that distance creates beauty. Others say that high school girls are young and pretty. But that's because you are not responsible for dealing with them in school. There are so many beauties in the wind band club. One of the reasons why Duanmu Huai has no idea about it is that this group of people is so troublesome. What kind of people are these? What's going on? What are you guys arguing about? Duanmu Huai looked at Kusaka Reina and the girl who was holding her with a bad temper and asked. The latter trembled under Duanmu Huai's stare. But soon she gritted her teeth and expressed her opinion. I just can't accept it. Why isn't it Kaori-senpai who's doing the solo? But Kusaka. Depend on. Hearing the girl's question, Duanmu Huai was speechless. A few days ago, Mary told him that this was what she was worried about. And now it has come true? However, Duanmu Huai hadn't spoken yet. But Kusaka Reina looked at the girl indifferently and spoke. Don't you understand the reason? What? Because I play better than Kaori-senpai. I'm the one who plays the solo. Isn't that simple? It must be said that when Kusaka Reina said this, everyone was speechless. But Duanmu Huai nodded. That's right. You should fight back like this. That's the right way. When someone is causing trouble for you, why do you want to defend yourself? Isn't it okay to just fight back and slap them back? However, the girl just stared at her, with her face flushed. Is that really all there is to it? What do you want to say? Hearing the girl's question, Kusaka Reina narrowed her eyes and looked at her coldly. But the latter was not afraid at all. You've known Mr. Taki for a long time, right? Why? Hearing this, not only Kusaka Reina showed a surprised expression, but the other students were also quite surprised. Your father is very familiar with Mr. Taki. So Mr. Taki is particularly partial to you. Shut up. Please don't insult the teacher. However, before the girl finished her words, she was interrupted by Kusaka Reina. In Duanmu Huai's impression, Kusaka Reina was a taciturn girl who hardly communicated with others. However, at this moment, her face was flushed. Her hair was standing on end. And she looked like a fighting hen, staring at the other person fiercely. I don't mind you slandering me in any way you want. But please don't say bad things about Mr. Taki. I can't believe you insulted the advisor at such an important time before the competition. Do you really think that the teacher is biased? As the saying goes, an honest person's anger is the most terrifying. Kusaka Reina, who usually keeps quiet and silent, got angry at this moment. And everyone else was so scared that they were speechless. Dwanmu Hwai watched from the side for a while, and then joined in. That's it? If that's what you mean, I was the one who recommended Mary to come in. What's the problem? It's a good idea to promote people who are worthy of your affection. But everyone knows about the relationship between Mary and Mr. Dwanmu. But no one knows about the relationship between Kosaka and Mr. Taki. The girl also whispered in defense. And the others beside her nodded silently. After all, Mary was pulled into the Wind Band Club by Dwanmu Hwai. So everyone knew that the relationship between Mary and Dwanmu Hwai must be special. And they were often together. And everyone saw it. Although members of the Wind Band Club would privately speculate about the relationship between Dwanmu Hwai and Mary. Basically no one would think that they were a couple. By the way, they unanimously called the combination of Mary and Dwanmu Hwai Beauty and the Beast. Fortunately, Dwanmu Hwai didn't know. Otherwise, he would have lost his temper a long time ago. Unlike Reina Kusaka and Taki, the two seemed to be just ordinary students and teachers in school. No one would have thought that they actually had another layer of relationship in private. No wonder it caused controversy. Why? Looking at the scene in front of him, Dwanmu Hwai was speechless. How can such a tiny Wind Band Club always have such boring things happen? Chapter 1024 Heartbreak. At this moment, the students in the classroom were silent. But everyone was looking at Dwanmu Hwailong. And it was obvious that they hoped that Dwanmu Hwai would come to solve this troublesome matter. Damn it. I didn't choose the person. But the trouble is now mine. Dwanmu Hwai was cursing inwardly at this moment. But soon his eyes turned, and he actually had an idea. Okay. Let me say a few words. As expected, as soon as Dwanmu Hwai opened his mouth, everyone else looked over hurriedly. But Dwanmu Hwai did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he glanced at everyone, and then stared at one of them. Nakashiko. Come out! At Dwanmu Hwai's instruction, a girl with short hair that reached her shoulders and looked classically elegant came out. She was Nakashiko Kaori from the trumpet group. And the source of this dispute. Dwanmu Hwai had heard from Mary that Nakashiko Kaori was gentle, helpful, gentle, considerate and very popular. But alas, being sweet, caring and popular is not enough to win. Teacher, seeing Dwanmu Hwai calling out Nakashiko Kaori, the girl who had just quarreled with Kusaka Reina was scared and wanted to say something. But Dwanmu Hwai just glanced at her, and made her shut her mouth obediently like a sheep in front of a tiger. What do you think? Dwanmu Hwai looked at Zhongcher Gu Xiongji and asked. Don't worry about what other people say. What do you think? Is it fair? Is it unfair? I just want your answer. Everyone else shut up. Under Dwanmu Hwai's intimidation, those who wanted to speak in the Wind Band Club also shut their mouths. Facing Dwanmu Hwai's scrutiny, Zhongcher Gu Kaori lowered her head, remained silent for a long time, and then raised her head. I hope to have another selection. You're unwilling, aren't you? Facing Dwanmu Hwai's question, Nakashiko Kaori nodded, which was also normal. Just like what others said, Nakashiko Kaori was already a third-year student, and this national competition was her last time to participate in the competition. If she could not play the trumpet solo, it would be a pity. But Dwanmu Hwai certainly would not feel sorry for her just because of this. Many of the pagans who died at his hands were even more tragic than this. Dwanmu Hwai didn't even frown when he smashed them to death. Not to mention this trivial matter which he thought was insignificant. Very good. Then I will give you a chance. Dwanmu Hwai looked at Nakashiko Kaori and Kusaka Reina, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Seeing his smile, many people began to tremble, having a bad premonition. I think, let me and Taki make the choice. You won't be satisfied with any of our choices. Right? That's easy. You two make the choice. Why? Perhaps Dwanmu Hwai's words were too unexpected. So everyone was stunned and did not understand what he meant. It's very simple. We will practice together again in a week. After the practice, I will let the two of you compete individually. That's right. In front of everyone. You two will take turns to play. And then, you will decide for yourself who is the most suitable one to perform solo. Hearing this, Everyone gasped. This is going to kill people and destroy their hearts. It's not about letting the teacher choose, nor letting anyone else choose, but letting the two of them face off against each other. You have to know that before the audition, each of them went into the classroom individually and performed according to Taki's requirements. So they didn't know how the others performed. But now, Dwanmu Hwai can be said to have directly overturned the table and let them clash head-on in front of everyone. If they perform at the same time, it will be clear who is good and who is bad. And there will be no excuses at that time. I'll give you a week to prepare. Dwanmu Hwai looked at his watch. 1 week later. In front of everyone. You can decide for yourselves. Any question? No. No. Very good. Dwanmu Hwai nodded. Then it's decided. I hope this is the last time. If you have time to work on these planes, you might as well practice more. After saying this, Dwanmu Hwai turned around and left, while Kasaka Reina was silent for a moment, and then walked out of the classroom. Nakasego Kawari also left, and as the parties left, the classroom suddenly became noisy again. Teacher Dwanmu is really scary. He actually came up with such an idea. It was the same before. The third-year students complained a few words, and he turned around and brought back all the second-year students who had quit the club. The members of the club were talking among themselves, and they all looked frightened. They finally understood how scary Dwanmu Hwai was. This time it was not his temper, but his methods. Although it is common for advisors to scold people in Japanese club traditions, especially those in the sports department, it is normal for them to scold you in front of everyone. However, Dwanmu Hwai rarely scolds people, but his methods are more uncomfortable than scolding people. Previously, because a few third-year students wanted to select people based on seniority, Dwanmu Hwai was unhappy. So he turned around and called back all the second-year students who had originally withdrawn from the club, which directly doubled the difficulty of selecting members for the Wind Band Club. After the selection, some sophomores who had quit the club were not selected, but several were. It is conceivable that if Dwanmu Hwai had not brought them back, their positions should have been members of the Wind Band Club. As a result, the third-year student who talked too much is now blamed by many people, and he himself can no longer hold his head up in the club. To be honest, it would be better to let Dwanmu Hwai scold him than this. Now it turns out that he is going to hold an open audition, and the decision-making power lies with the two contestants, Nakasego Kawari and Kasaka Reina, and let them decide for themselves. Just thinking about it gives me chills. After all, they were all members of the Wind Band Club, and they all had a certain level of appreciation for this aspect. If the two of them were compared, the winner would be immediately clear, and no matter who lost, they would not be able to deny it. Even if she denied it, others would not agree in their hearts, even if they did not say so. So this was simply a public execution. Japanese people generally value face and rarely scold others in public. But Dwanmu Hwai really doesn't care about this. If you make me unhappy, I will make you unhappy. You think it's unfair, right? Then I will create an absolutely fair environment and let you decide for yourself whether you are qualified. How about that? Fair enough? Wow. Lord Dwanmu. This is too evil. Following behind Dwanmu Hwai, Wanlia jumped and danced, looking around the empty school buildings while complaining in a low voice. What about the loser? That's none of my business. If they want fairness, I will give them fairness. Who lives and who dies is none of my business. They are all young, but they have a lot of things to do. It's so annoying. If they just listen to me, there won't be so many troubles. Master Dwanmu wants them to be obedient. I have a way. Hearing this, Wanlia's eyes lit up, and he hurried over. Any solution? It's very simple. Looking at Dwanmu Hwai, Wanlia giggled, then reached out and took out a box from behind him. What's this? Dwanmu Hwai took the box and saw on the cover a few high school girls wearing sailor uniforms, disheveled and blushing, with a title below, Hypnosis O Garden After School Shame X Uniform. This is the latest masterpiece on the market. It tells the story of a protagonist who has the ability of hypnosis and gradually turns all the girls in the school into his slaves, thus ruling the campus. I think this will definitely bring inspiration to you, Lord Dwanmu. Oh! However, before Wanlia could finish his words, Dwanmu Hwai threw a box at him, forcing Wanlia to crouch down with his hands covering his head. Master Dwanmu, please be gentle. This is a limited edition collector's edition, and the box is very heavy. You lecherous nightmare lowly. You don't have anything to do, right? How dare you bring this thing to school? I'm serious, Master Duanmu. There are so many beautiful girls in the Wind Band Club. As long as you make them submit to you, then there will be no problem. Even if it's Senior Nakasego Kaori and classmate Kusaka Reina. As long as you can make them win in bed, they won't quarrel. Just shut up. What shameless game did you come from? Duanmu Huai was speechless about this little lowly, who was acting crazy all the time. Besides, even rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. If I wanted to eat it, I wouldn't look for it in my own school. Then where is Lord Duanmu going to look for it? I'm going to go outside for a walk. At this time, Duanmu Huai had also finished inspecting the school and brought Wanlia to the school gate. After closing the gate, he patted the little Lolita's head. You guys go back first. I'm going out to eat, drink and have fun. Fengsu Street? Lord Duanmu. Are you going to Fengsu Street? I won't take you with me even if I go. 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 After driving Wanlia away, Duanmu Huai packed up, left the school, and headed to Fengsu Street. That's right. Oh, this kind of experience of going to a brothel to drink wine is only available in Japan now. Of course, for the sake of safety, Duanmu Huai did not choose a place nearby. After all, rabbits don't eat grass near their nests. Not to mention that if they were seen by others, it would be so embarrassing. Mary happened to be here, so he asked her to take care of the children. And Duanmu Huai could go out and have fun. Although Duanmu Huai thought so. But, oh, I'm so sorry. Sir, our store is full, and we really can't spare anyone at the moment. I'm sorry. We're closing now. You? Which group are you from? This is the Dom Chung clan's place. Quick! Call the leader and tell him someone is here to mess things up. MP! Duanmu Huai walked out of the bar angrily, looking unhappy. He went to several stores. But when he entered the door, the boss either said that it was full or that it was closing time. It's not even 12 o'clock yet. What the hell? There are even some who pretend to be gangsters and are here to cause trouble. Why don't you open your eyes and see clearly? Do I look like a gangster? Hey, that tall guy over there? Just when Duanmu Huai was furious, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. He turned around and saw a girl with colorful clothes, colorfully dyed hair, wearing a uniform and carrying a bag looking at him with a smile. Seeing Duanmu Huai's appearance, the smile on the girl's face froze. And then she spoke. Would you like to do something fun with me? Oh! Hearing the girl's words, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and then walked up to her. That depends on how happy you are. Then, he spoke. Chapter 1025, Night of Demon Conquest. Oh. In the dim hotel room, the figure was shaking desperately. The hot girl with a disheveled uniform was waving her hands desperately, grabbing the bed sheet tightly, struggling desperately like a dying beast. Let me go! Please let me go! Baby. The baby's room is going to be broken. It's going to be broken. It's going to be broken. With a scream, the hot girl's eyes rolled back. Saliva flowed down the corners of her mouth, and she twisted her body desperately, trying to escape. However, a big hand appeared from behind and grabbed the hot girl's head. Where are you going, girl? Duanmu Huai looked at the hot girl trembling in front of him with a grin. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he grinned and laughed. Didn't you come to find me? Why did you lie down first? This won't do. We still have a long night ahead of us. Come! Take this demon-subduing stick technique of mine. Oh no. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the hottie in his hand struggled desperately. However, the next moment, Duanmu Huai raised his golden hoop stick and hit the hottie with a 3 stirring water. The hottie was beaten to pieces and her equipment fell off. The next moment, she collapsed and was motionless like a corpse. However, this is just the beginning. At this moment, a faint light suddenly appeared on the hot girl's body, and then a translucent monster jumped out of it, leaped up and flew towards the window, and then was instantly scared to death by Duanmu Huai's fist. And there was no movement. I didn't expect that this trick I learned in Journey to the West would be quite useful in exorcising demons and monsters. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly as he looked at the monster that was shattered by his fist. In fact, he knew something was wrong when the other party came looking for him. Even if they were looking for a rich man, they would definitely look for someone who was easy to get. Why would they look for him? Isn't that blind? As the saying goes, if someone shows kindness for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. What does this mean? As expected, this hot chick was also possessed by a monster. It's just that Japanese monsters aren't as dedicated as Natsuki monsters. Dwanmu White touched his chin as he looked at the hot girl who was unconscious in front of him. All the vixens he met in Journey to the West were the ones who took the initiative to seduce the scholars. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. But at least the monsters tried their best. Right? It's nothing like the Japanese monsters. You want to absorb other people's energy, but you don't want to do it yourself. You have to possess someone else's body. This is quite like the character of the Japanese. They don't want to suffer any loss, and just want others to do the work. From this perspective, the monsters from Xia country are more particular, and they fight in person. While the monsters from Japan are just wearing a disguise, and don't follow the rules of the underworld at all. Oh! And the look in his eyes isn't great either. Although he didn't show any fear. Normal people would stay away from him. So how dare you? A ghost? Come close to me. You must be tired of living. What kind of fox demon? Female ghost. Oh! This is also a female ghost. Thinking of this, Dwanmu Huai looked at his fist with disdain. This Japanese female ghost is no good. I was thinking if Sadako came, I could have a good talk with her. That's the result? Are you trying to make me laugh? But now? Well, never mind. Just consider it a good deed. Looking at the unconscious hot girl in front of him, Dwanmu Huai sighed silently. I don't know how long it was before the hot girl woke up slowly. She opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling blankly. Hey, you awake? At this moment, Dwanmu Huai's voice came from the side. The hot girl turned her head and saw Dwanmu Huai sitting next to her. Seeing Dwanmu Huai, the hot girl screamed and jumped up in a hurry. You? Who are you? What did you do to me? Guess what? I also want to ask. Do you remember anything? Me. Hearing Dwanmu Huai's question, the hot girl reached out and pressed her forehead. Then she raised her head again and looked at Dwanmu Huai. Oh! You're that old man. I remember, Wu. Are you back to your senses? I remember now. At this moment, the hot girl seemed to come to her senses. She jumped up and screamed loudly. Then the next moment she covered her stomach and squatted down again. Ouch. It hurt so much. Okay. Calm down. After a long while, the hot girl finally came to her senses. And then she told Dwanmu Huai about her situation. She was indeed a playful hot girl named Izzy, of course. This was a pseudonym. According to Izzy, she went to explore an abandoned building with her friends today and encountered a ghost. Then she was possessed by a ghost. And Izzy remembered that she walked out of the abandoned building in a daze. And then she wanted to find a man. It happened that she saw Dwanmu Huai at this time. If it were any other day, Izzy would definitely not be able to run away when she saw a tall and strong man like Dwanmu Huai. As a result, her body was completely out of control. And she went up to talk to Dwanmu Huai. And then Izzy herself seemed to be dreaming, watching herself chatting with Dwanmu Huai. And then entering the hotel. And then? How did you do it? Izzy looked at Dwanmu Huai in surprise, while the latter chuckled. I know a few techniques for exorcising ghosts, which will be useful to you. Although it was originally used to drive away fox demons. Then, could you please help my companion? Your companion? That's right. Izzy stared at Dwanmu Huai and nodded vigorously. My companions went to the building with me. The last thing I remember was that we encountered a ghost. And then everyone screamed. And then? I have no recollection of what happened. Alright. Dwanmu Huai thought about it and nodded. Since I'm free anyway, I might as well go and see what's going on. Led by Izzy, the two left the hotel and walked deep into the customs street. Along the way, Izzy looked at Dwanmu Huai curiously and asked him various questions. Uncle, this is your first time here. I haven't seen you here before. That's right. So the uncle is here to have fun too? Yeah. It's a pity that it didn't go well. Fortunately, I met you. I think so too. But uncle, you are so amazing. As she spoke, Aiko rubbed her belly. I feel like I'm in the shape of an old man. Isn't this good? The two chatted intermittently. And then Dwanmu Huai, led by Izzy, came to the end of an alley on Fengsu Street. There was indeed a 3-story building here, but it looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. Right here. Seeing this small building, Izzy immediately hid behind Duanmu Huai and whispered, I heard that this building was controlled by gangsters before. They used drugs to control many female students, and made them serve some gangster bosses here. Later, there was a fire here, and many people were burned to death. Since then, no one has used this building. Then you still dare to come? Duanmu Huai turned to look at his beloved son, who shrank his head in fear. We are just curious. Hee hee. Are you still curious now? Oh. Hearing Duanmu Huai's joke, Izzy suddenly stopped talking. Forget it. Now that we are here, let's go in and take a look. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai walked in. Seeing Duanmu Huai's indifferent look, Izzy hesitated for a moment, and then hurriedly followed Duanmu Huai's back into the abandoned building. The whole building was dark inside. Duanmu Huai took out his cell phone and turned it on. Under the light, the whole hall was burnt black, with thick black smoke everywhere. The whole building was dead silent, with almost no sound. At this time, his beloved son was hiding behind Duanmu Huai, holding onto the corner of his clothes tightly, and not daring to let go. Where did you go before? Basement. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Izzy hesitated for a moment, and then answered, You guys really know how to have fun. They walked down the stairs to the basement, which was also burnt. However, before they had taken a few steps, they heard a woman's laughter coming from inside. Hee hee hee. Come on. Let's play together. Yes. That's it. Okay. Let's do it again. Following the sound, the two came to a door at the end of the corridor that looked like a private room. Then Duanmu Huai reached out and pushed the door open. Then, the scene before them shocked both of them. In this room that had been burned to a black char and only debris remained, a group of men and women were entangled with each other and indulging in debauchery. If it were somewhere else, it would probably just be a simple party. But here, it was very weird. Watching those people indulging themselves in the ruins and screaming was also a bit, well, indescribably weird. Sakurako. Oda! What are you doing? At this moment, Aiko seemed to see her companions inside and screamed loudly. However, these people were completely deaf to her shouting, as they seemed to be completely immersed in the indescribable and intense plot that was enough to make a movie. Okay, leave this to me. Duanmu Huai held Izzy's shoulders and pulled her back. Then he looked at the people in front of him. In addition to those girls who looked like hot girls like Izzy, Duanmu Huai also saw a lot of office workers. It is estimated that these hot girls were also possessed by ghosts and seduced those uncles to come here. It seems that the ghosts here really love what they do. They don't forget to find people to do good things even after they die. Then, there is only one thing left for me to do. Chapter 1026 Girls' Night Talk. For Duanmu Huai, destroying these evil spirits was a piece of cake. Not only that, he also got to know the hot girl Izzy. Well, that's a big plus. After that, Izzy seemed to be interested in Duanmu Huai, and she also took the initiative to ask Duanmu Huai to go to the hotel several times, because Duanmu Huai was good at making love and generous. Duanmu Huai would not refuse. To be honest, he quite liked this kind of relationship without too much emotional entanglement. Naruzmio and Mary have a good relationship with Duanmu Huai, so Duanmu Huai will not easily attack them. After all, for Duanmu Huai, Mary is his important companion, and as for Naruzmio, he regards her as a cute sister. To put it bluntly, the relationship between them is rather complicated. So Duanmu Huai doesn't want to make it more complicated. It's quite simple for Izzy. Go out for a date, have a meal, stay in a hotel, and then give some pocket money. Then it's see you next time. Uncle. It's straightforward and has no trouble or entanglement. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, this is good enough. As for why Izzy, who is obviously a high school student, wanted to do such a thing, Duanmu Huai didn't ask, and Izzy didn't say. After all, if she came out to do this, there must be something going on. But Duanmu Huai would not be the kind of person who didn't know what was going on. Duanmu Huai had heard a joke before, saying that Hong Kong prostitutes thought that the guests from the mainland were the most interesting. Every time after the event, the other party would sit there, smoke a cigarette, and persuade her not to do such things at such a young age. Duanmu Huai is not that stupid. After all, you are like those bar girls, who may be forced to work in the bar because of gangsters' coercion or parents' debt. But Izzy, who hunts for food on the roadside, is basically voluntary. As for why he does it, if Izzy doesn't say it, Duanmu Huai won't ask. Besides, even if you asked, they would just make up a pitiful story about how both their parents had died and they were homeless and wandering around. There would be nothing you could do about it. Right? After Duanmu Huai found a way to pass the time, the days passed quickly. Soon, a week later, it was time for Nakasego Kaori and Kusaka Reina to compete. Duanmu Huai did not show up this time. He knew that his sense of deterrence was very strong. If he was present, others might think that he forced them to do it. So Duanmu Huai only learned about the incident from Mary. The final result? Kusaka Reina-san will be in charge of the trumpet solo. Hearing Mary's answer, Duanmu Huai snorted. Sure enough, the result is the same. I knew there would be no problem. A bunch of little brats are just messing around out of boredom. What a waste of time. Mr. Duanmu has so much confidence in Kusaka-san? Putting down the teacup in her hand, Mary looked at Duanmu Huai curiously, and the latter laughed. That's not nonsense. Just think about it, and you will know that Kusaka Reina will definitely go all out. If she can't show her strength, doesn't that prove that the rumor that Taki is taking care of her is true? Kusaka Reina is not stupid. Plus, she is protective of Taki, so she will definitely not let him go. So is Nakaseko Kaori admitting that she is not as skilled as others? Yes. Mr. Taki was also quite mean. After the two of them finished playing, he directly asked Nakasego-san if she planned to play a solo. Then Nakasego-san was silent for a long time, and finally gave up the solo on her own initiative. And Kusaka-san also apologized to Nakasego-san. And the matter ended there. Okay, let's stop with this boring stuff. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. The next step is the actual competition. I hope these brats won't let me down. Mr. Duanmu, are you coming to the scene? Of course I will go, but I won't appear in front of you. Go on your own. Duanmu Huai also knew that if he really showed up, it might be just like what Kato Yayua said, and students from other schools would be so scared of him that they wouldn't be able to play. However, for Duanmu Huai, who had the blood duck stealth technique, it was not a problem to find a place to hide secretly. Even in the women's locker room, he can hide there without being discovered. Although Duanmu Huai has no such interest, Duanmu Huai was busy, and Naruzmio and Rias were not idle either. The most important thing they had to do every day was to read the biographies written by Mary. I have to admit that if you read it purely as a novel, it is still very interesting. But once it becomes a reality, it feels a bit complicated. I see. Putting down the book in her hand, Rias frowned and stared at the cover to think. Now it seems that the core policy of the Inquisition is human supremacy. This kind of doctrine itself is not unfamiliar to Rias. After all, there are similar angel or demon supremacy, and the core is the same. They think that their own race is the most superior and other races are completely inferior to them. However, the actions of the Inquisition were too extreme, even for the most radical radicals in the demon world. From the book, we can see that the only criterion for the Inquisition to distinguish the opponent is the skull. As long as the skull is human, it can be preserved and saved. But if the skull is not human, it will be destroyed no matter what it is. Especially the way the Inquisition did it in the Mass Effect trilogy left a deep impression on Rias. You have to know that the Salarians, Asari and Turians are just different races from humans. But because of this, the Inquisition decisively abandoned them, and even allowed the Reapers to exterminate them. They just watched from the other side until the end, and finally came out to fight the Reapers to the death, and defeated them. To be honest, seeing this, Rias just felt very confused. After all, if all this was true, then she felt that they should unite the forces of all races to fight against the Reapers together. After all, the opponent's target was all life, not just aliens. How confident is the Inquisition in its own strength that it would rather use this method than cooperate with alien races? But fortunately, thinking of this, Rias touched her hair and smiled bitterly. Fortunately, most of the demons in the demon world are now considered humans or subhumans according to the standards of the Inquisition. So there is no need to worry that they will act indiscriminately. Rias-senpai, have you finished reading it? Naruzmio, who was reading a big book at the moment, saw Rias put down the book and asked in surprise. And Rias nodded. Yes, I have to say that Miss Mary's writing is really good. To be honest, I do have a deeper understanding of the existence of the Inquisition. What about you? Me? Hearing Rias' question, Naruzmio frowned and stared at the book in front of her. After a long while, She spoke with embarrassment. I think many of the enemies here are not bad guys at all. For Naruzmio, this kind of reading experience is really rare. Generally speaking, the protagonist's enemy in the book is either extremely vicious and evil, or forced to do bad things. But no matter what, they must have done bad things. So they became the protagonist's enemy. But Mary's novels are different. She always describes from a very neutral and objective standpoint. So in Mary's writing, other races are neither evil nor barbaric. And there are only two reasons why they were killed by the Inquisition. First, their skulls are not human. Second, they pose a threat to human existence. In summary, they must die. Simple, direct, clear and concise. Just like 1 + 1 is equal to 2. What Naruzmio remembers most is the little ghoul girl. She just wanted to live happily with her parents. But unfortunately, she was a man-eating ghoul. So she had no choice but to die. If it were Mio Susi herself, she wouldn't know what to do. If a young girl was in front of her, Naruzmio would definitely not be able to kill her. But it is also clearly written in the book that ghouls can only survive by eating humans. So if you don't kill her, then she can only survive by eating humans. Even if she insists on supporting the dead, who can guarantee that her descendants will not attack humans? From this perspective, the ghoul clan can only be completely eliminated. Without exception, there was also the little girl who was the only one with antibodies to the virus in the world infected by the virus. If she didn't die, then humanity would perish. Her sacrifice would allow humanity to continue to exist. So the Inquisition chose the latter without hesitation, sacrificing the girl, so that human history could continue. Can I do this kind of work? Sighing, Naruzmio lay on the table tiredly. If it was like in the animation, where the Inquisition was a righteous organization fighting against evil, then she might be more relaxed. But the more she watched, the heavier Naruzmio felt. She found that if she was forced to face the difficult problems here, she would not be able to come up with an answer to almost any of them. Of course, if the answer is simply to protect humanity, then it would be much easier to make the choice. But, if you find this unacceptable, why not ask Miss Mary? Looking at Naruzmio, who was holding her head in distress, Ria smiled and gave some advice. These are all written by her. I think she must have her own ideas. After all, according to the book, she has always been with Teacher Duanmu. Right? So when Teacher Duanmu made these choices, what did Miss Mary think deep down in her heart? Makes sense. Hearing this, Naruzmio also cheered up. I'll ask Miss Mary now. Soon, the two walked out of the bedroom and came to the living room, only to see Mary sitting in front of the coffee table drinking tea and reading, while Maria next to her was watching TV. Seeing the two people coming out, they also cast their eyes on them curiously. Ms. Mary. I want to ask you something. Oh, what is it? Ms. Mio? Is such that. Facing Mary, Naruzmio was a little nervous, but she still told Mary her thoughts. When hearing Naruzmio's question, Mary frowned slightly. Are you asking for my thoughts? That's right. Indeed. From the book, the trial court seems to have to do so. But I always feel that this is a bit cruel. I understand. Mary looked at Naruzmio and nodded. Mr. Duanmu has made many cruel decisions. I can't say that I can unconditionally support every decision he makes. But I think I can understand his approach. The tribunal exists to protect humanity and eliminate all threats to humanity. To be honest, I also thought that the tribunal was a just organization at the beginning. But after following Mr. Duanmu for a long time, I found that the actions of the tribunal cannot be defined simply as justice or evil. At this point, Mary hesitated. But I am very grateful to Mr. Duanmu. Why? Like you said, facing such a difficult problem, you can't make a clear decision. In fact, I am the same. Or we are all the same. Is it right to do this? Is there a better way? We will worry and hesitate because of this. But Mr. Duanmu will not. He will only make decisions decisively and resolutely and give orders. To be honest, many times we relax because of this. Because Mr. Duanmu took the responsibility. We don't have to think about these difficult problems anymore. As she spoke, Mary looked out the window. I don't know whether Mr. Duanmu will hesitate or regret these decisions. But I hope to support him as much as possible so that he doesn't have so much pressure. So I joined the tribunal. After all, no matter what, the tribunal has protected me and my friends, and also protected most of humanity. But, Miss Mary, at this moment, Lias looked at her and asked, "What if one day the Inquisition requires you or your friends to sacrifice themselves in order to protect the majority of humanity?" Hearing Rias's sharp question, not only did Naruzmio look at her in surprise, but even Maria secretly poked her head out from the other side of the sofa and looked over here curiously. But Mary's answer was unexpectedly decisive. "To be honest, I haven't thought about it. I think Mr. Duanmu may not have thought about this question either." "Why?" It has to be said that this surprised Rias. She had originally thought that she would hear an answer like, "I will devote my life to the Inquisition until my death." We have only been solving the problems at hand. We cannot control what will happen in the future. Only when that time comes, maybe we will know what decision we should make. Having said this, Mary looked at them again and smiled. "But Mr. Duanmu, and I don't really want to die." Then she spoke. Chapter 1027. Is this possible? Finally, it's time for the Kyoto Prefecture competition. Standing at the gate of the concert hall and carrying her instrument, Huang Miko was suddenly a little lost. And she looked at the concert hall in front of her. "Kumiko? What's wrong?" At this moment, a familiar voice came to her ears. Kumiko Huangqian turned her head and saw Reina Kusaka standing beside her. Looking at her, "I feel a little weird. I still remember the games in junior high school. Before going on the court, I felt so nervous that I could hardly breathe. But now it seems completely different." As she spoke, Kumiko Huangzin turned her head away. "I also know that this competition is the key to whether we can enter the national competition. But I was not nervous at all. It seemed that to me, this performance was just a formal competition that was a little more serious than the usual practice. The situation where my brain went blank and I even forgot how to play did not seem to occur at all. You're not the only one." As she spoke, Kusaka Reina patted Kumiko Umi's shoulder. "It's the same for everyone." "Yeah." Kumiko Huangqian looked to the side and saw other members of the Wind Band Club standing there in groups of 3 or 4, either chatting or discussing the next competition. But they all seemed very calm, while the contestants from other schools not far away all looked tense, as if they were facing a great enemy. To be honest, seeing this scene gave Kumiko Huang a false impression that they were not here to participate in the competition at all, but more like tourists visiting here, while the other side was like students coming to compete. Of course, there was still the tension of having to perform well, but there was no fear and anxiety before the competition that made them want to run away. "It seems that Mr. Duanmu's training for us is really useful. To be honest, I don't think there is anything to be afraid of in the upcoming competition or the judges. That is to say, they won't beat me." As they spoke, the two smiled at each other, and Kumiko Huangqian looked around. "Teacher Duanmu is not here. He said he would not come. Otherwise it would be unfair to other schools. That's... Everyone is already very nervous. If we see Teacher Duanmu, I'm afraid we will be even more nervous. But for them, this game is just the beginning." Not long after, the MC's voice was heard. "The next performer is number 33. Ju Academy High School. It's finally our school." Sitting in the audience below, Rias also looked nervous. In addition to her, other members of the Mystic Research Club also arrived. And of course, members of the student union. After all, their school was participating in the competition, so they would definitely come to cheer. For Rias, the Wind Band Club was still a club directed by Duanmu Huai, and Mary was also in charge of playing. So as a friend, she would not miss this opportunity. Soon after, everyone saw the students from the Wind Band Club walk onto the stage and then take their seats. They are really calm. Seeing this scene, Himejima Akino, who was sitting next to Rias, couldn't help but sigh. Those contestants before were all very nervous. That's right. Rias nodded as well. They had been watching the competition and knew the situation of students from other schools. Many of them were so nervous that their bodies were stiff, and some even clasped their hands and feet. Even the club members from powerful schools looked solemn and tense when they stepped onto the stage. On the other hand, the members of the Wind Band Club of their own school were all full of confidence and smiling, and they didn't seem to be nervous at all. Their performance also attracted the attention of many audience members and judges. There was a whisper around them. After all, these students were too calm, not at all nervous and afraid like others, which attracted attention. It seems that Mr. Duanmu's training of them has been effective. Thinking of the reason why Duanmu Huai went to the Wind Band Club as a consultant, Rias smiled softly. Indeed, compared to Duanmu Huai's terrifying intimidation. Even if this concert hall was full of people, it would probably not be able to compare to it. The first song was a designated song. Rias and the others were not music experts, so they could not judge the performance from a technical perspective. However, they could see that the members of the Wind Band Club were fully engaged and enjoying the performance. As the song ended, there was warm applause from the audience, at least judging from the reactions of the audience and judges. The Wind Band Club's performance should be good. What comes next is the key point. Miss Mary is here. At this moment, Naruzmio was also excitedly holding the back of the chair in front of her, staring at the stage. On the stage, Mary and Kusaka Reina stood on both sides of the conductor, holding violins and trumpets respectively, and in between them was the student in charge of the double bass. At the same time, Naruzmio, Rias and the others also heard the conversations coming from other spectators around them. I didn't expect that Juwon College would choose Emmanuel as their own song. This is really new. Yeah. Of course. This piece of music has very high requirements for violinists and trumpets. It seems that Juwon Academy is very confident in its trump card, so it chose this piece. Hearing the people around them talking, Rias, Naruzmio, and the others became nervous, and under their gaze, the final adjustments were completed on the stage. As the conductor, Taki raised his baton, looked at Mary and Reina Kusaka, and nodded. Then, the sound of violin began. The melodious and gentle violin sound echoed throughout the theater, so much so that everyone could not help but feel their scalps tingling the moment they heard the sound. The music seemed to penetrate into the bones, like cold spring water directly seeping into the depths of the soul, filled with an inexplicable feeling. At this moment, Reina Kusaka also raised the trumpet in her hand. The loud high note instantly penetrated the curtain woven by the violin. Naruzmio felt as if her forehead was hit by a heavy punch. The high note that vibrated the air rose from the ground, and surrounded by the violin, it penetrated the entire concert hall with a tense timbre and rhythm. That's music. It's not that Naruzmio has never listened to music before, but she had never imagined that music would give her such a feeling. At that moment, she seemed to be swimming in an ocean of music. Her soul and her heart were rising and falling with the rhythm of the music, as if they were floating in the ocean. The feeling was so strong that she even forgot the time. Naruzmio didn't even know when the performance ended. She only knew that when she came to her senses, her face was already full of tears. The others felt the same way. At that moment, they all seemed to have entered some kind of inexplicable wonderful dream, and the burning sensation brought by the tears on their faces brought them back to reality, as if they had just woken up from a dream. Naruzmio quickly reached out her hand and wiped away the tears that were flowing down. And at the same time, warm applause broke out. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Compared to the relatively polite applause before, the applause at this moment was so enthusiastic that even if Rias and Naruzmio didn't understand musical techniques, they knew just by listening to the applause that the Wind Band Club would definitely not lose this time. It's time to open the champagne. And the fact is just as they thought. After the second half of the game, amid the warm applause of the crowd, the Wind Band Club won the gold medal and successfully advanced to the national competition. Only then did the members of the Wind Band Club jump and hug each other with excitement. The students from the eliminated schools could only cry and feel sad in secret. But that's how the game is. Standing on the second floor, with a panoramic view of everything below, Duanmu Huai nodded. With Mary around, he was not worried about the Wind Music Society losing, but being able to perform to such an extent was indeed beyond his expectations. But what next? Duanmu Huai stared at the conference scene below. This was just the beginning. How far would they go in the end? At this moment, a ding sound suddenly came from Duanmu Huai's ears, and then a line of system prompts appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. That is, no way. This can also unlock the summoning quota? Duanmu Huai was confused when he saw the unlock prompt. To be honest, he was just bored when he first became the consultant of the band. Plus, there were many beauties in the band. Of course, Duanmu Huai regretted it after joining. There were so many problems, and the band played out of tune. What's the point of having so many beauties? Each of them was more complicated than the heroine in a romance drama, which was a headache. Now this crappy system tells me that this is also my main quest. So what's next? Do we really want them to win the national championship? Impossible. Duanmu Huai scratched his head. This is even more troublesome than Rias's ranking game. After all, The ranking game is mainly based on fighting. And Duanmu Huai can still play. But this thing, he doesn't understand music. It's just a teaching aid. Even if he wants to use his strength, he doesn't know how to use it. Fortunately, Mary was there. Otherwise Duanmu Huai would be completely in the dark about this thing. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Now the question is, looking at the unlocked list in front of him, Duanmu Huai began to think. Who should be summoned? After thinking for a moment, Duanmu Huai made a decision. Let's choose her. After all, improving your strength is the most important thing right now. Chapter 1028 Invited to Visit. Have you made your decision? Mio? Looking at Naru's Mio in front of him, Duanmu Huai's expression was serious. I think you already have some knowledge and understanding of the work of our Inquisition. So, let me ask you again. Are you willing to join the Inquisition and fight to protect humanity and eliminate all threats to humanity? Facing Duanmu Huai's question, Naru's Mio was also nervous. From Duanmu Huai's words, it might not be a problem. But after Naru's Mio read those books by Mary, she had a deeper understanding of the slogan of the Inquisition, protect humanity and eliminate all threats to humanity. That was real killing. And it was killing to extinction. Naru's Mio was silent for a moment. Then shook her head. I cannot do it. I don't have that ability at all. Naru's Mio also waved her hands hurriedly. I'm not as powerful as you, uncle. Nor do I have the strength of Miss Mary. I can't even deal with the fallen angels now. Even if you ask me to fight to protect humanity. Frankly speaking, I don't know what I should do or what I can do. I understand where you're coming from. Duanmu Huai nodded. This was not surprising. Or rather, Naru's Mio had already thought it through carefully to this point. I am asking you now. Do you have the determination to fight to protect humanity? Didn't he die to protect humanity? At this time, Wanlia next to her raised her hand curiously and asked a question, while Duanmu Huai glanced at her. Of course not. Self-sacrifice is not a virtue. Remember, what we need is not sacrifice, but loyalty. Absolute loyalty to humanity. Only after this, it is a question of whether to sacrifice or not. Wow, that sounds hard to understand. Maria also had a bitter face at this moment. And Rias beside her also showed a surprised expression. She originally thought that the Inquisition was a radical faction like the fallen angels who sacrificed everything for the gods and even sacrificed themselves. But now it seems that the Inquisition's proposition seems to be different from the fanatical religious beliefs of the fallen angels. Absolute loyalty to humans. Frankly speaking, this proposition is a bit beyond Rias's understanding. She is a demon after all. Be loyal to humanity and fight for humanity. You should understand what I mean. Duanmu Huai pointed at the table. So, what's your answer? This time, Naru's Mio thought for a long time. Then she made a decision and looked up at Duanmu Huai. To be honest, I still don't quite understand what kind of threats humans are facing. Although I did read what Miss Mary wrote. I feel that these are too far away from me. To be honest, it doesn't seem realistic to me at all. But I know that I grew up in the human world. And I have many friends in this world. And there are many kind people who are willing to help me. So if I can do my part to protect them, I will try my best. Very good. Hearing Naru's Mio's answer, Duanmu Huai nodded and stretched out his hand. Then you are welcome to officially join the Inquisition. Thank you, uncle. But I still don't know what I can do. Duanmu Huai shook hands. And Naru's Mio still spoke a little embarrassedly. Although I do seem to possess great power, I don't know how to use it. The power of space and gravity is rare in the demon world. There's nothing I can do about it. Rias also hurriedly explained that she didn't want Duanmu Huai to think that she was deliberately not teaching. Don't worry. Since Mio has decided to join the Inquisition, I have already found a magic teacher for her. Next, I think she will know how to use her power skillfully under the guidance of this teacher. Hey! Didn't you ask Miss Mary to teach me? Mary's powers are very unique. You can't use them. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. The core of Mary's tactics is the golden eyes. And Naru's Mio doesn't have the golden eyes. So she couldn't use it even if she learned it. I have just sent out the invitation. If nothing goes wrong, it should be within the next 2 days. Ding dong. However, before Duanmu Huai could finish his words, the doorbell suddenly rang. Hearing the doorbell, Duanmu Huai looked up with some surprise. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Huh? As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stood up and walked towards the entrance, and the others followed him curiously. Then Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand to open the door, looked at the petite figure in front of him, and greeted him. "Hey, long time no see." Standing in front of Duanmu Huai was a girl wearing a white coat and long boots, carrying a suitcase in her hands, and with a long silver ponytail. She looked no different from a human, but her long and slender ears revealed her identity. She is an elf. The magician Flillian. "Haven't seen you for a long time." The girl nodded lightly at Duanmu Huai. "By the way, what was the magic just now? I was reading a book, and suddenly an invitation letter appeared in front of me out of thin air. Then, after I took the invitation letter and read it, I appeared here the next moment. Interesting, isn't it? Actually, I don't quite understand it either. Anyway, you should understand the situation." Looking at Flillian in front of him, Duanmu Huai spoke. When he sent the invitation letter, of course, he had to make it clear that Flillian was not from the tribunal. And the reason why Duanmu Huai invited her over was very simple. That is, the human magic system in that world. It must be said that Duanmu Huai really liked this magic system. Compared to the formal magic teaching of Manalia, this human magic system is more flexible and changeable. Although the basic part is fixed, the magic effect and power will be determined by the caster's consciousness. Duanmu Huai can see that Naruzmio's brain is not very good. It is estimated that it may take 100 or 80 years for him to teach her Manalia magic. In comparison, this that relies only on feelings is more suitable for her. I don't accept disciples. However, facing Duanmu Huai, Flillian still said the same thing. However, Duanmu Huai already had experience. You don't need to accept her as your disciple. Just give her some pointers like I did back then. Just like a tutor. You understand? Right? I understand. It's just a word of advice. After the brief conversation, Duanmu Huai brought Flillian into the house and introduced her to the curious crowd. Everyone was surprised to learn that this girl, who looked like a junior high school student, was actually a great magician. Then Duanmu Huai introduced Flillian. "Oh, these guys here are all demons." However, before Duanmu Huai finished speaking, Flillian suddenly stretched out her hand, and a magic wand appeared out of thin air in her hand. Then she pointed it at Naruzmio, Maria and Rias. Before the three of them could react, they saw several magic circles appear out of thin air, completely locking them. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai immediately followed up with this sentence. "They are not the same species as the demons in your world. They don't eat humans. Don't worry." "I see." After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Flillian put down the staff in her hand, and the magic circle that locked everyone disappeared with her movement. It was only then that the three of them realized that they were almost killed just now and broke out in a cold sweat. Fighting over a disagreement? Is it so scary? I'm sorry. Flillian overreacted, looking at the three people whose faces were pale, as if they had returned from the gates of H.L. Duanmu Huai laughed and began to explain. In Flillian's world, there is a race called demons. They look similar to humans, but they enjoy eating and killing people. Well, in that world, humans have been fighting against demons, and we just killed the demon king who led the demons not long ago. By the way, countless demons died at the hands of Flillian, so she also has a nickname called Barry Flillian. By the way, are you alone? Where are the rest of your team? After the introduction, Duanmu Huai remembered that they were a team of 4 before. Now Flillian suddenly disappeared, and he didn't know whether the others would be worried. After receiving the king's commendation, we separated, and I am still traveling around now. I see. No wonder you came here. By the way, you just mentioned our world. In other words, this is not my world. Right? Is it your world? As she spoke, Flillian looked around the room curiously. After all, in her world, she couldn't see anything like this. Not really. But it's definitely another world. Duanmu Huai didn't say much. I think you should experience a different life here. A different life. Well, I think it should be fine to live here for about 10 years. I don't think it's necessary to stay that long. Hearing Flillian's calm answer, Duanmu Huai was speechless. And what is the reward? Well, facing Flillian's question, Duanmu Huai was speechless for a moment. He knew that Flillian was used to receiving magic books or magic scrolls as rewards. However, as a judge, Duanmu Huai usually did not carry such things. He had basically given all the magic books he had collected in Fu Lilian's world to her. Now what he has left is... Duanmu Huai silently rummaged through the inventory and took it out. I only have this pink book now. Do you want to read it? Fu Lilian took it silently. Opened it silently. Read it silently for a moment. And then closed the book silently. This is also possible. Remember to return it to me after you finish reading it. After all, Duanmu Huai still needs it. Okay. Chapter 1029 Learning from Each Other. For Fu Lilian, this is also a two-way learning process. After all, her world was so different from the modern world that Fu Lilian didn't know many things at all. She still needed Rias and Mary to teach her slowly. But as a great magician, Fu Lilian's brain was very useful. It didn't take much effort for her to figure out how to use many things. For example, a TV is a tool that can be used to watch things happening at a distance. A mobile phone is a tool that can be used to contact other people anytime and anywhere. And so on. But for Fu Lilian, this was obviously not enough. So she had another question. Since humans in this world don't have magic, how did they create these? Facing Fu Lilian's very natural question. Rias, Naruzmio, and Mary were all confused. They only knew that these things were used in this way. But as for the principle, they didn't understand it either. So Fu Lilian found Duanmu Huai. But naturally, Duanmu Huai didn't understand either. But it doesn't matter. He went straight to the bookstore and bought a copy of 100,000 Whys. And threw it to Fu Lilian, telling her to flip through it slowly. Then Fu Lilian started to think about 100,000 Whys. First, she wanted to find out why the mobile phone could make calls, and how the information was transmitted without magic. Oh! I found it. Mobile phones transmit by receiving signals. So what is the mobile phone signal? Scrolling further down. Mobile phone signals are a kind of electromagnetic waves. Well, okay. So what are electromagnetic waves? When Duanmu Huai came back a few days later, the 100,000 Whys in Fu Lilian's hand had been replaced by foundations of classical physics. Are you still planning to take the postgraduate entrance examination? Looking at Fu Lilian sitting in front of the window holding the big book, reading and drinking coffee leisurely, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but complain. What is the postgraduate entrance examination? But these are indeed very interesting. I see. Even without magic, humans can understand the world through other means. Well, many of these wonderful ideas are also very inspiring to me. Well, okay. As long as you like it. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders, and then looked at Naruzmio, who was sitting on the sofa. How's your study going over there? Magic is based on imagination. But she's limiting herself too much. Although she looks like she's slacking off. Fu Lilian is still very serious when it comes to work. Her power is indeed very strong. But her inner self limits the use of this power. So she cannot use it well. Yeah. After hearing Fu Lilian's answer, Duanmu Huai looked at Naruzmio, who collapsed directly on the sofa. But it's really difficult. How can I possibly do something like that? Miss Frillian is asking too much. What did you ask her to do? I just asked her to imitate the move called Chibaku Tensei from the cartoon on TV. That's a trick from anime. How can it be done in real life? Naruzmio also protested immediately. And after hearing this, Duanmu Huai understood. So, you think animation is animation and reality is reality. No wonder Fu Lilian said that Naruzmio limited her power. Obviously, it seems that the shackles called common sense are limiting Naruzmio. After all, the human magic system is a system of imagination. If you don't think about it, it will not succeed. Right? Yeah. Animation and reality are completely different. I think so. Fu Lilian nodded. And Duanmu Huai looked at Naruzmio in confusion. Indeed. I think so too. What is the difference between your current life and the animation? Really? Of course. Look. Demons. Nightmares. Fallen angels. Aren't these things that only appeared in animations and games before? Now they are all around you. Do you still have the nerve to complain about the difference between animations and reality? Hearing this, Naruzmio was stunned as if struck by lightning. It seems to be true? Look. Like this. As Duanmu Huai spoke, he raised his hand to cover half of his face. My name is the Dark Flame. World, be devoured by the Dark Flame. How is it? What do you think? Uncle. I'm so Chinibu. I'm so embarrassed. Looking at Duanmu Huai with a complicated expression, who was posing in a middle school-like manner. Naruzmio didn't know what to say for a moment. What about this? Duanmu Huai moved his body again. And then his body shook violently. And the dark flames of destined death burst out from his body. And then Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand. My name is the Dark Flame. O world! Be consumed by the dark flame! Along with Duanmu Huai's roar. Black flames instantly erupted from his body the next moment, scaring Naruzmio so much that she quickly shrank her body. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers and retracted the flames. How do you feel now? Ouch. So scary. Same lines. Why did you think it was second-rate just now? But now you think it's scary? It's very simple. Duanmu Huai spread his hands and looked at Naruzmio with a smile. If you don't have the power and you just pose there, that's called Chunabun. But if you have the power, then that's the truth. So what are you embarrassed about? You can also say explode. Reality. Shatter. Spirit. Banish this world, or something like that. Oh, that sounds so embarrassing. Really embarrassing. But you can do it. Eh? Can I really do this? Naruzmio, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, was a little overwhelmed at the moment, while Ferlian next to her turned a page of the book and nodded. Indeed. In theory, you can destroy this space and banish the enemy to a plane outside this world. So what Mr. Duanmu said does make sense. So, you should think about it carefully. Duanmu Huai stared at Naruzmio inside. You still subconsciously think of yourself as an ordinary high school student. But in fact you have inherited the bloodline of a high-ranking demon noble. Haven't you realized that this setting itself is very childish? Don't you think that your existence itself is also shameful? What? At this moment, Naruzmio's cheeks turned red with shame. She held her head and buried herself in the sofa like an ostrich, twisting her body desperately. Stop talking. Uncle! Stop talking, eh? So, we have to start by correcting Mio-sama's mental concepts. At this moment, Wanlia also came over, unwilling to be lonely, and raised the DVD in his hand happily. Mio-sama, please rest assured. I have prepared a teaching material for you. This is a story about an ordinary girl who gains magical powers and fights against evil. She increases her power with her beloved and finally defeats evil and wins. This is a masterpiece by a famous artist and my favorite collection. I believe it will definitely help you improve. Just shut up. Duanmu Huai directly confiscated the DVD from Wanlia's hand. Just looking at the cover, one could tell that this was definitely not something she could buy at her age. And no one knew how she got it. Ah, Master Duanmu. Do you want it? Then I'll give it to you. I bought 3 sets in total. They are for missionary use. This lustful nightmare lowly is really hopeless. But this direction is correct. Duanmu Huai looked at Naruzmio. You should also watch more anime and play more games. Maybe it will help with your current situation. Is that so? Hearing Duanmu Huai's suggestion, Naruzmio looked unacceptable. After all, she was not a homebody, and her interest in animation was limited to that of ordinary people. As a result, Naruzmio instinctively resisted when she was asked to develop in this direction. But Duanmu Huai didn't care about it. Or he also realized that if Naruzmio couldn't let go of her imagination, then her power couldn't be used well. It's okay to be a middle school student. It's better than being dead. Of course, your problem now is that reality has constrained your imagination. So you can't use magic well. I don't want you to become a Chinibu who gets crazy at any time. But you also have to be aware that you are different from those Chinibu. They are just superficial. But you really have the ability that they desire but cannot obtain. Ugh, okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Naruzmio hesitated for a moment, made up her mind and nodded. I will try my best. Seeing Naruzmio going back to her room to watch animation and play games with an appearance as if she was going to take the college entrance examination, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. At this moment, his cell phone rang. Duanmu Huai opened the phone and saw a text message from Aiko from Lone. Uncle, do you have time? Let's go out and play. Duanmu Huai looked at his son's text message, thought for a moment, and looked around. The elf magician over there had completely gone on the road of no return for the postgraduate entrance examination. Maria also followed Naruzmio back to the room. Mary was practicing the piano in the music classroom. And Rias had returned to the demon world. Since you are free anyway, why not go for a walk? So Duanmu Huai quickly replied to the message. No problem. Where to? See you at the old place. I have a surprise for you. Surprise? What surprise? With doubts, Duanmu Huai also came to the fast food restaurant next to Fengsu Street, where he usually met Izzy. Ah, uncle. Over here. Seeing Duanmu Huai walk into the restaurant, Izzy stood up and waved to Duanmu Huai. The latter nodded slightly to Izzy and then walked over. Hey, Aiko. It's rare that you come so early. Who is this? As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked at his beloved son, where sat a petite girl with short black hair that reached her shoulders. He. In response to Duanmu Huai's question, Izzy chuckled and reached out to hold the girl's shoulder next to him. This is my surprise for you. Huh? Chapter 1030 Generation Gap? What's the situation? Duanmu Huai looked at the girl in front of him with confusion. The latter seemed very nervous when being stared at by Duanmu Huai. She had a stern face and didn't say a word. This child is my descendant. Izzy hugged the girl with a smile and spoke to Duanmu Huai. I'm a good kid, but I still don't have any experience. Isn't that pitiful? So she came to me for advice, and I just thought of you. Uncle. After all, you have such good skills. It's perfect for her to be the first opponent. After all, it's the first time, so it's best to leave happy memories. Wait a minute. Let me sort it out first. After listening to his beloved son's words, Duanmu Huai helplessly put his hand against his forehead and thought for a moment. To put it simply, she has never been in a relationship and has no experience in this area. So she came to you to discuss it. And then you came to me? What kind of logic is this? Is there anything wrong with not having been in a relationship and having no experience in this area? Uncle really doesn't understand girls. Hearing this, Aiko proudly raised a finger. That won't do. If everyone does this and you don't, you'll be isolated and excluded. How can I let my lovely juniors be bullied in school? To be honest, I just can't understand. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes silently. Is there such a thing? Or is this just a girl's circle? No. It should be said that this belongs to that kind of circle. To be honest, Duanmu Huai thinks it's better not to integrate into this kind of circle. If others have experience, do you have to follow suit? If others want to take drugs, do you have to follow suit? What the hell is this? But before that, isn't this kid very old? He's only 1 year younger than me. But I don't think she's tall either. To be honest, Duanmu Huai looked carefully at the girl in front of him. She seemed to be a little shorter than Izzy. Izzy seemed to be only about 1.6 meters tall. In the uncle's eyes, everyone is about the same height as an elementary school student. Izzy also snorted lightly, then looked at Duanmu Huai with a smile again. How is it, uncle? This is a rare opportunity. Although she is quite introverted, she is still a very pretty girl. She has never even held a boy's hand before. Of course, the price is, I know, twice the usual amount should be enough. As expected of an uncle. So generous. As he spoke, Aiko looked at the girl beside him with a smile. You don't have to worry about it now. Although the uncle looks fierce, he has good skills, is gentle, and is very generous. You can't go wrong by following him. Ah, yes. Compared to her lively and enthusiastic son, this girl was obviously more introverted. She just looked at Duanmu Huai indifferently and spoke in a low voice. Please give me more advice. Oh, come to think of it, although it's strange for me to say this, are you really going to do this? Duanmu Huai looked at the girl in front of him carefully. Unlike the hot girl style of Izzy, this girl looked like an ordinary girl with good family education. Could it be that she was deceived by Izzy or her friends? Certainly. Talking about this topic, the girl suddenly became a little excited. Besides, this isn't a big deal. I just want to experience it. It's the same with everything. But people who have experienced it always look down on those who haven't, saying things like you won't understand. At this point, the girl's expression looked a little gloomy. If I'm always treated like a child, I might as well experience it myself. That's all. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was confused. He looked at the girl and then at his beloved son. Are young people's ideas so avant-garde nowadays? Oh, uncle, you are too old-fashioned. This kind of thing is actually very common. Aiko chuckled. After being called uncle by you so many times, this is the first time I feel really old. Is there really a generation gap between us? And for something like this, can't you just find a boyfriend? I don't plan to fall in love, nor do I want to date anyone. But I feel a little uncomfortable if I do this with anyone else. That's why I asked Aiko-sama. I didn't realize you were so trustworthy. This time Duanmu Huai was really somewhat surprised. After all, in his opinion, a hot girl like Izzy would generally not have anything to do with a girl from such a good family. Having said that, since they trust you so much, would you introduce them to your guests? Are all girls in this world so good at playing? Oh well. Since the girl herself said that it was okay, Duanmu Huai would certainly not let go of the meat in his mouth. He just wanted to ask if the other party really thought so, or if there was another hidden reason. But now it seems that the other party really came to find a man just because she wanted to gain some experience. Wow. I feel like there is a generation gap between me and the girls in this world. But no matter what, now that it has been confirmed that there is no problem, the rest of the things will be a natural progression. Of course, there is only one thing to do. In the dim room, an indistinct groan was heard. And after a moment, the petite figure fell down. You are indeed an uncle. Looking at the girl with a dazed look beside her, Aiko also spoke with a smile. How do you feel, Xiaolu? This is... The girl called Xiaolu had a confused look in her eyes, and it seemed that she had not yet recovered from the shock just now. It feels... It's amazing. Like all my troubles have disappeared. It depends on the person. It's rare to find someone as skilled and gentle as the uncle. Most people will just rush over to you, regardless of whether you like it or not. The uncle looks very fierce, but his skills are unmatched by others. Thanks to the uncle, I don't look for other people now. After all, those guys' skills are too bad. Of course. Don't you see who I am? Hearing his son's words, Duanmu Huai also laughed. The reason why he was able to do this, in addition to the teachings of Lingnu, was that Duanmu Huai's inherent skill quality detection also played a big role. After all, as long as Duanmu Huai activated this skill, he would be able to see clearly whether the other party was V-sensitive or A-sensitive, whether he liked B-caress or C-caress, and even the XP that the other party himself might not know. Next, as long as he caters to her preferences and uses the 48 moves of Ito learned from Lingnu, Duanmu Huai can basically conquer most women easily. If he were more handsome, he would have become a playboy long ago. Oh, if only he was more handsome. Although that's unlikely. Forget it. I'm going for the inner beauty route. Don't be fooled by my fierce appearance. When you have in-depth communication like this, you'll find that you're actually quite beautiful. Right? Duanmu Huai did not make Xiaolu too tired. After that, the three of them rested for a while, took a shower, and then walked out refreshed. Well, that's a deal. Then, Duanmu Huai opened his wallet while speaking, and Xiaolu was surprised when she saw the Fukuzawa Yukichi handed over by Duanmu Huai. She widened her eyes in surprise, looked at Duanmu Huai, and then looked at the colorful Fukuzawa Yukichi in her hand, with a look of disbelief on her face. Is this so much? Of course. You make me very happy, and I won't treat you badly. But you and I haven't met many times. That's enough, Duanmu Huai said, as he reached out his hand with a smile and patted Xiaolu's head. Xiaolu also lowered her head in embarrassment and whispered thank you. At first, she was so scared that her whole body stiffened when she saw Duanmu Huai reaching out his hand, like a little lamb about to be eaten by a big bad wolf. Now it seems that in-depth communication is still very effective. The three of them walked out of the hotel. It was already evening. Then Xiaolu and I will go back first. Let me call you a car. Thank you, uncle. You are so generous. Duanmu Huai would not send them home. After all, this kind of thing is a bit like work. Both parties communicate in the workplace, and will not interfere with each other's private affairs. For example, Izzy always calls Duanmu Huai uncle, and never asks him where he is from, or where he works. Duanmu Huai only knows that Izzy is called Izzy. As for where she is from, what school she goes to, and where she lives, he never asks such things. Beep beep. The two girls got into the taxi, and the vehicle left quickly. Duanmu Huai just stood on the side of the road, looking at the car lights going away. How should I put it? Children like Xiaolu are really rare. Or rather, he really doesn't dare to understand the thoughts of girls in this world. Duanmu Huai now thinks that maybe there is something wrong with this world. He remembers that Leah came to him just to mess up the engagement. Of course, Duanmu Huai would not do anything to his students. But now it seems that the women in this world are really a little weak in this aspect. But it's not like Shen-O can reverse the world. Forget it. Let's leave it at that. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze and stretched. Xiaolu has already accumulated experience and probably won't come again. Which is a bit of a pity. But I was very happy this time. And my experience of pleasure also increased to a certain extent. It's a win-win situation. So, go home. Chapter 1031 Busy Days. For Duanmu Huai. He no longer has time to slack off, and has gradually become busy. First, the band club, who were selected as the representatives of Kansai and entered the national competition, increased their training intensity again, and Duanmu Huai could only accompany them to the end. Although he felt that the band club had almost gotten used to his presence, so his presence or absence would not matter much. But Taki did not think so. Although I can give them guidance on the performance level, if I want to maintain a good atmosphere for the entire club, I still have to rely on you, Teacher Duanmu. Well, now that things have come to this, Duanmu Huai can only bite the bullet and continue doing it. Right? After all, this also concerns your own unlocked list. Then it was Rias' ranking match. Duanmu Huai found some time to ask Rias about it, and found out that her ranking match would officially start in the second half of the year. By the way, Rias also asked Duanmu Huai if Lilian could join them and become a contract soldier. Duanmu Huai didn't care about this, and said that Rias could talk to Lilian herself. But to be on the safe side, he must first make it clear to Rias that this person is a member of the brave team who once killed the demon king of her world. So you must not accidentally end up on her blacklist. As for Naruzmio, Maria said, to understand the spirit of a character, you must start by imitating the character's appearance. And then brought Naruzmio a set of Magical Girl Kaido Meowpass cosplay costumes. Well, like most Magical Girl stories, Magical Girl Phantom Thief Meowpath tells the story of a primary school student who encounters a magical creature, then signs a contract with it, becomes a magical girl, and fights against evil. Of course, the story itself is no different from most Magical Girl stories. The girl who is the protagonist, after transformation, wears a mask, a tights similar to a one-piece swimsuit, a cape, long boots, a miniskirt, and knee-high socks. Of course, there seems to be nothing wrong with children wearing this. But the problem is that Naruzmio's figure is too unfair. Wearing this, she is simply a walking sign of shivering. Naturally, Naruzmio refused to obey this. But unfortunately no one helped her. Even Frillian didn't care. So Naruzmio could only accept her fate and wear this outfit to cost the magical girl thief Meowpass. What else can we do? Duanmu Huai expressed deep sympathy for Naruzmio's situation. But unfortunately, he could not help. After all, he himself has a lot of troubles now. How is this going? The deafening roar echoed in the staff room. Duanmu Huai stood helplessly by the wall with his arms folded. He looked at the dean and Taki not far away. Opposite them was a woman with disheveled hair and hysterics. Next to her stood a student. Duanmu Huai knew that student. She was Asuka Tanaka from the euphonium group of the Wind Music Society. And the crazy woman was her mother. This time, the two came to the staff room for a very legitimate reason. Asuka Tanaka's mother thought that this was the most important time in her senior year, and she didn't want her daughter to continue wasting time on club activities. So she came to the staff room and asked Taki to agree to Asuka Tanaka's withdrawal from the club. To be honest, Duanmu Huai was most reluctant to approach a hysterical woman. To him, the woman in front of him was like a barking teddy bear. Incompetent, weak and annoying. On the contrary, Taki, who was always calm and composed on weekdays, was acting out of character at this moment, saying, "As long as Tanaka is unwilling to quit the club, then I will not let her quit." Then the woman got angry. What if this child fails to get into college? How will you be responsible? Tanaka's mother's roar echoed in the staff room. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and said nothing. Tanaka Asuka held her mother's shoulders and tried desperately to stop her. "I'm sorry, my mother. Why are you apologizing? They are the ones who should apologize. Mom, calm down first." Who can still calm down? Tanaka's mother was a shrew to the extreme. But facing her roar, Taki said nothing and just stared at Tanaka Asuka. On the contrary, the dean smiled and wiped his sweat while trying to appease the other party. People who work in education should know what is the most important thing for children. It would be fine if the target university requires a recommendation for club activities. But this child has to take a general exam. You can imagine how much of a hindrance club activities are to my daughter. Yes, that's right. You are absolutely right. By the way, the condition I promised her to continue playing the wind instrument was that she quit the club activities after this. At this time of year in previous years, the third graders of the Wind Instrument Club would have retired long ago. Why do we have to make them practice every day now? This is so rude. That's true. It's really hard to join the club at a time like this. Facing the roar of Tanaka's mother, the Dean of Studies now spoke the truth humbly. Seeing him like this, Duanmu Huai even admired him a little. If it were him, he would definitely not be in the mood to deal with such a crazy woman. Then why don't you accept her application for resignation? The reason is simple. Just when the dean was about to explain something else, Taki interrupted him and looked at Tanaka's mother. I don't think this is what Tanaka-san meant. This application for resignation must be yours. So what? Tanaka's mother looked as if it was a matter of course. She is my daughter. I raised her all by myself. She has never relied on anyone but me. So my daughter's future is decided by me. My daughter will go to a good university, marry a good person, and live a happy life. Club activities are totally unnecessary for my daughter. Yes, you are right. I also have a daughter who is in adolescence, so I can understand your feelings. However, the school spirit of our high school has always been to respect the will of the students themselves. So can you please take a closer look before you say anything? The Dean of Studies was still sweating and trying to appease the child. To be honest, seeing him like this, Duanmu Huai wanted Rias to give him a raise. To be honest, the fact that the Dean of Studies could do this was beyond Duanmu Huai's expectations. You know, in the past, when Duanmu Huai was in school, the Dean of Studies would definitely stand on the side of the parents first, regardless of right or wrong, and support all the parents' requests. This guy is nothing like him. He originally thought that the dean would ask Taki to let Asuka Tanaka quit the club, but he didn't expect that although he smiled apologetically, he refused to give in at all. However, unlike the apologetic dean, Taki was very determined at this moment. He glanced at Asuka Tanaka, and then at her mother. I respect your wishes. As long as Tanaka doesn't quit the club, I will not accept your application. There is no room for negotiation. Faced with Taki's answer that left no room for maneuver, Tanaka's mother was speechless for a moment. She was silent for a moment and turned to her daughter. Asuka, tell me you want to quit the club now. Why? Say it. Say you want to quit the club now. Tanaka's mother's screams made Duanmu Huai want to cover his ears. But as a teacher he couldn't leave at this moment. Asuka Tanaka looked at her mother and was silent for a moment. I don't want to quit the club. Snapped. However, before Asuka Tanaka could finish her words, her mother slapped her hard in the face, knocking Asuka Tanaka to the ground. Seeing this scene, there was an uproar and panic all around. However, at this moment, Tanaka's mother still glared at her daughter fiercely and yelled loudly. Why didn't you listen to me? How much do you hate me that you have to disobey me like this? That's why you want to hurt my heart like this. Did you choose that instrument on purpose to piss me off? That's why you don't want to quit the club. Right? You just want to make me feel bad. Faced with her mother's angry scolding, Asuka Tanaka just stood up calmly, reached out to hold her mother's shoulders, and looked at her. Mom, please don't quarrel here. Okay? Look, you're causing trouble for everyone. Hearing this, Tanaka's mother seemed to wake up from a dream. She looked around, then looked at Tanaka Asuka's swollen cheeks again. Then her expression began to gradually distort. And then tears flowed. Ah, I'm sorry, Asuka. Mom is so angry that she lost her mind again. I'm sorry. It's not right to leave scars on a girl's face. It's normal for you to hate me as a mother like me. At this moment, not only Duanmu Huai, but everyone in the entire staff room, whether teachers or students, was stunned when they saw this scene. After all, this woman was just roaring hysterically like a lioness. But in the end, she turned around and looked pitiful like an abandoned puppy. Damn. When did this woman learn the skill of changing her face? It's okay, Mom. No matter what happens, I won't hate you. Compared to Tanaka's mother, who was trembling and constantly bowing her head to apologize, Tanaka Asuka herself was very calm. She patted her mother's back and comforted her like she was comforting a 3-year-old child. Really? Well, so you don't have to worry. Hearing Asuka's answer, Tanaka's mother immediately showed a relieved expression. And Tanaka Asuka turned her head and looked at Duanmu Huai. I'm sorry, Mr. Duanmu. I'm going back with my mother today. Can you let me leave early? Why are you asking me? Well, go ahead. Thank you. I will participate in club activities tomorrow. Please don't worry. I am very sorry for causing trouble to everyone. After saying this, Asuka Tanaka bowed to Dwanmu Huai and left with her mother. After that, the entire staff room returned to normal. Of course, everyone just kept silent. To be honest, I think she needs a psychiatrist more than her daughter. This woman is mentally ill. Dwanmu Huai shook his head. This kind of woman who went hysterical and crazy and then changed her expression in an instant was really scary. Just when Dwanmu Huai finished watching the show and was about to return to his seat, a voice suddenly rang out. Teacher? Dwanmu Huai turned around and saw Huang Qi and Kumiko looking at him uneasily. Why are you here? I'm here to deliver math notes. Teacher. Asuka-senpai. Looking at Huang Qi and Kumiko in front of him. Dwanmu Huai sighed, and then looked around. Well, news spread quickly among students. Many students saw the scene of Tanaka's mother going crazy just now, and it was obvious that Huang Qi and Kumiko was one of them. It was certain that it was only a matter of time before others knew about this. But this is indeed a problem. Oh, forget it. Who asked me to be a consultant? Dwanmu Huai sighed silently and looked at Huang Qi and Kumiko. Okay, I'll explain this matter during after-class practice. You can go back now. Yes. Just as Dwanmu Huai thought, the news that Asuka Tanaka's mother made a scene in the staff room soon spread throughout the school. For others, it might just be a fun thing to watch. But for the Wind Band Club, it was a matter of life and death. After all, Asuka Tanaka was the principal of the euphonium. Although the euphonium was not as outstanding as the violin or trumpet, it was also indispensable as qualified background music. Not to mention that Asuka Tanaka is also the vice president of the Wind Band Club. To be honest, compared to the timid president Ogasawara Haruka, who is as timid as a rabbit, she is more popular. Therefore, for the Wind Band Club, this is a matter of life and death. So when Dwanmu Huai came to the music classroom, everyone was already in place. Seeing Dwanmu Huai walk up to the podium, they were all a little nervous. After all, in the minds of the Wind Band members, Dwanmu Huai usually didn't go on stage easily. And when he did, it must be something big. Okay, I know what you want to ask. Seeing the members below looking at him pitifully, Dwanmu Huai rolled his eyes. I'll just put it straight. It's very simple. Asuka Tanaka's mother thinks that studying is the most important thing right now. So she came to ask Asuka Tanaka to quit the Wind Band Club. The Dean of Studies and Taki respected Asuka Tanaka's autonomy and ultimately did not agree to Tanaka's mother's request. Do you understand now? Call. After hearing Dwanmu Huai's straightforward answer, many students breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Dwanmu Huai would not lie to them. Since he said so without any reason, it was probably true. However, for Dwanmu Huai, this is just the beginning. Okay, I haven't finished what I'm saying yet. Don't be too happy too soon. Dwanmu Huai knocked on the table, which made the other students nervous again. Although this incident is sudden, it is not an isolated case. I'll take this opportunity to say that this is not just a matter for Asuka Tanaka. It has something to do with all of you. Having said that, Dwanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and glared at the students. There are quite a few third-year students among you, and you are about to graduate. Indeed, I can understand what Tanaka's mother is thinking. If you plan to continue on the path of music, then just ignore what I said. But what if you don't plan to rely on music school? Like Asuka, you want to go to a regular university. Then for you, the current practice will definitely take up your study time. Right? Do you think your parents can accept this? Sure enough, everyone's expressions changed when they heard this. Students in the first and second grades should not feel that this has nothing to do with you. You will also be promoted to the third grade. Now our Wind Band Club has entered the national competition. Let's not talk about what the result will be this year. Will we enter the national competition next year? What about after that? If we have to participate in the national competition every year, then this level of practice will become the norm. As he spoke, Dwanmu Huai stared at everyone. They seemed to understand what Dwanmu Huai meant, and their expressions were serious. I'm not afraid to say it directly. I understand Tanaka's mother's thoughts. If you don't plan to pursue music in the future, then it's a waste of time to spend so much time practicing. I think many of your parents have the same idea as me. So I suggest that you should talk to your parents and tell them about your plans and ideas for the future. Plans and ideas? That's right. It's not about how the national competition is going to be, But what kind of life do you want to live in the future, and what kind of plans do you have for it? Don't think that time is still long. 3 years of high school will pass by in a blink of an eye. I want you to think clearly about what it means to you to enter the national competition. Because the Wind Band Club is no longer the Wind Band Club that played house games before. If we want to enter the national competition and win the trophy, we must train hard. And training will definitely take up your study time. At this time, not only the third graders, but even the first and second graders became serious. Indeed, regardless of what their results would be this year, if you asked them whether they wanted to enter the national competition next year, they would definitely want to. However, they overlooked one thing. To enter the national competition, they would have to practice a lot, which would inevitably take up their study time. Is there a problem with this? Of course, because they are students. Students' main job is to study. So, you have to think clearly about what you are willing to pay for it. Study and music. There are very few people who can do both, especially for third-year students. Unless you want to major in music, you will definitely have to make some choices. So I suggest that you talk to your parents. They have much more life experience than you do. It is also a good choice to seek help from your parents instead of suffering here alone. Hearing this, the students below began to whisper. Seeking help from your parents? I hate it most when parents interfere in their children's affairs. Aren't club activities decided by parents? Why do I need my parents' permission to do what I want? The same is true for further studies or employment. Why not let your children do what they want to do? Wow, you're getting bolder. Listening to the whispers below, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. When he spoke before, no one dared to breathe heavily. But now they dared to talk nonsense? Looks like it's time to step up the efforts. What nonsense? Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, and immediately scared everyone into shutting up again. Your parents raised you, made money for you to spend, and you can't even give you some advice? Do you think you are the boss? Besides, if you don't want your parents to interfere, you should take the initiative. Don't let your parents think. This child doesn't have any ideas, and we still have to control him. This is often the reason why your parents interfere with your choices. Is it useful to complain every day that your parents don't let you do what you want to do? Then, teacher, what should we do? At this time, another student also raised his hand and asked, to be honest, I have no idea how to tell my parents. Then let me give you some tips. Hearing this, the students immediately showed serious expressions. It's actually very simple. When you find your parents, you should first ask for their advice. Just like in school, when you ask the teacher how to solve a problem, you can ask your parents in this way, saying, "This is how I plan my future life." Let your parents help you with your reference and see if there are any omissions. People generally like to teach others, and your parents are older than you, so they must have more life experience than you, and they look at things from a different perspective than you do. But teacher Duanmu, hearing this, another student raised his hand. What if they are not happy with my planning? Nonsense. They will definitely not be satisfied with your plan. On the one hand, you are just children after all. How perfect can your plan be? On the other hand, if your life plan is so perfect that it leaves people speechless, then what is the value of their existence as parents? You can do everything by yourself. So what is the use of parents? Is the value of parents' existence just to give you money without saying anything? What a joke. Even if you go to work, you have to satisfy your boss before he gives you a bonus. Well, so I told you that you should start by asking for advice instead of I've decided to do this. Don't bother with it. If that happened to me, I would have slapped you in the face and taught you a lesson. As long as you lower your attitude and ask for advice, at least the atmosphere will be good at the beginning. No matter whether your parents' suggestions are in line with your thoughts, at least everyone will have a communication attitude. Right? If you come up and act like you want to pick a fight, aren't you asking for death? Looking at the students who were listening attentively below, Duanmu Huai also burst into tears. After such a long time, I am finally doing what a teacher should do. That's it. You guys can decide what to do next. Then teacher, Asaka-senpai sighed. Look at herself. Duanmu Huai answered without hesitation. This is her choice, and we have no right to interfere. Chapter 1032 Distress. The next day, Asaka Tanaka did not come to class as she said. But everyone in the Wind Band Club had already guessed this. On the contrary, Duanmu Huai deeply experienced the consequences of short-term boasting. He finally explained some truths to the students like a teacher. But the result was that many students came to him the next day. They all listened to him and talked to their parents. Most of them were sophomores and juniors. This was normal. After all, the topic of the future was too far away for freshmen in the first year of high school. Some students would thank Duanmu Huai and say, "Thank you for your advice, teacher. I feel more confident after talking to my family." Some students would complain to Duanmu Huai, saying, "My parents don't understand my thoughts at all. What can Duanmu Huai do? He teaches physical education, not psychological counseling. So I can only say what I have to say. Oh, I'm so exhausted." Leaning back on the chair, Duanmu Huai felt like an eggplant hit by frost. The little brat had a lot of troubles, some of which Duanmu Huai could solve, but some he couldn't. After all, it was difficult for an honest official to judge family affairs. Even Duanmu Huai couldn't solve the other party's family conflicts. He could only give some advice. As for what the other party did, Duanmu Huai had no way to control it. "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Duanmu." At this moment, Taki also walked over with a smile and greeted Duanmu Huai. "You know how hard I work. So just help me. I'm not very good at this kind of thing. You just don't want to get involved." Duanmu Huai snorted. He now understood the Japanese habit quite well, which was not to interfere in other people's private affairs. In short, if other people's affairs were exposed, it had nothing to do with him. If the other party did not ask for help, he would just pretend that he did not see it. After all, they are afraid of causing trouble to others. This is the narrow-minded national character of the Japanese. Duanmu Huai doesn't care about this. Don't mention Duanmu Huai. All Xia people are like this. Even if you quarrel with your wife, your neighbor will listen with great interest. The next day, he will find you and say, "I think what your wife said last night was wrong." They are not like the Japanese. No matter how worried they are, as long as the other party does not speak, they will not take action to avoid causing trouble to others. So this is why Taki is only responsible for teaching performances, but rarely intervenes in the internal affairs of students. After all, although he is also worried that problems will affect the unity of the Wind Band Club, if things are not urgent, he will just choose to watch. After all, if you intervene rashly, it might even have the opposite effect. Duanmu Huai thought that the Japanese were really too neurotic. He preferred to solve the problem in its infancy, rather than pretending to be dead like the Japanese until things got too big to pretend. The same was probably true for Asuka Tanaka. Duanmu Huai estimated that unless Asuka Tanaka really couldn't attend the national competition, Taki would just turn a blind eye. "I can't help it." Hearing the complaint in Duanmu Huai's words, Taki also smiled bitterly. "After all, I don't have the ability of Teacher Duanmu. Well, since I'm already on this pirate ship, I'll just treat it as a consultant's job." Duanmu Huai waved his hands helplessly. After that, Taki said goodbye and left, leaving Duanmu Huai alone in the office. After all, he was responsible for patrolling the campus. As for Maria, she seemed to be more concerned about educating Naruzmio to be a qualified magical girl. To be honest, although Maria called her Mio-sama Mio all day long, Duanmu Huai really doubted whether Naruzmio was just an interesting toy in Maria's eyes. Boom boom boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door and Duanmu Huai took a look. "Come in." Soon, the door opened and Kumiko Huangqian walked in. "Teacher Duanmu, I'm here to return the classroom key." "Oh, okay. I got it." Duanmu Huai took the key and nodded to Huangqian Kumiko, who looked at him hesitantly. "Teacher, Asuka-senpai. There's no news from her yet. But to be honest, I don't think it will be easy for her to convince her mother. That kind of hysterical woman is the type that Duanmu Huai dislikes the most. She is a shrew who only thinks that she is right, and that everyone else is a troublemaker who wants to harm me. Being the child of that kind of woman is really unlucky." "I see." Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Huangqian Kumiko lowered her head in disappointment. Then she was silent for a moment and looked at Duanmu Huai again. "Teacher, are things that your parents ask you to do necessarily right? Who knows?" Duanmu Huai yawned and shrugged his shoulders. What parents think is their business. What children think is their business. But who can predict what the future will be like? It is true that parents have experience in life, but many times, their experience may not be able to keep up with the times. At this point, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but think of his childhood. At that time, the biggest expectation of parents for their children was to study hard, then get into a good university, and after graduation, They would be assigned to a good unit, have a good job, and then their life would be smooth sailing. They had a reason to think so. Because in that era, the number of college students was small, and they were very popular. A college graduate who was parachuted into a unit would be a cadre with a high rank, and even had a much higher rank than many people who had worked in factories for their entire lives. Therefore, everyone at that time firmly believed that knowledge was power. And as long as you studied hard and went to a good university, you would have a bright future after graduation. The result of it? Who could have imagined that more than a decade later, college students would be everywhere, and it would be hard to find a job? On the contrary, those junior college students, who were looked down upon back then, have become the backbone of factories because of their skills. They are making a lot of money. My parents set goals for me when I was in elementary school, but by the time I entered college, I realized that it was completely different from what I thought it would be. It was already too late, with more than 10 years of sunk costs. How could I just quit? So I can only grit my teeth and continue rolling. Dwanmu Hwai has many classmates like this. They graduate from college with gritted teeth, but it is hard to find a job. Some of them only have a monthly salary of 3,000 to 5,000. Some even have to change their academic qualifications to high school or junior college graduates in order to apply for a job. Because many places don't want college graduates now. They think they have no ability and have a lot of things to do. So many times, they also complain privately. If they had known it would turn out like this, they might as well have given it a try according to their own ideas. At least, they would be responsible for whether they did well or not. It is not like now, where they work hard to go to college, but end up getting a salary of 3,000 to 5,000 yuan, and are busy like dogs all day long, and cannot even complain about their parents. Teacher? Oh! Dwanmu Hwai came back to his senses when he heard Kumiko Huanqian's voice again. It's nothing. Actually. How should I put it? What I want to say is that your parents are definitely doing it for your own good. So their choices are sometimes too conservative. Maybe for young people like you, it's best to make a career. But for parents, they just hope that their children can live a safe and ordinary life without any illness or disaster. Therefore, parents and children may have different perceptions because of their different goals. For parents, even if their children are just civil servants or company employees with a fixed salary, at least they have a proper, stable job and income and can support themselves, so they can rest assured. As for children, they would rather make a name for themselves in the world rather than just living like ordinary people. But there are also great risks in doing so. After all, success is heaven and failure is hell. Even if your neighbor's junior college kid, who didn't get into college, becomes a millionaire because of his courage, carefulness and hard work, your parents will just glare at him and say, they are different from you. And you are you. Just because they can do it doesn't mean you can do it. If you hadn't gone to college, you wouldn't even be able to find this job now. And we still have to support you. Therefore, once the goals of both parties differ, their perception of what is best will also be different. Thank you, teacher. It was unknown how much Huang Qian Kumiko understood. But she bowed her head obediently and turned to leave. After Dwanmu Hwai put away the keys, he began to inspect the school. However, at this moment, Dwanmu Hwai's cell phone suddenly rang. And Dwanmu Hwai picked up the phone and answered it. Hello? Ah, uncle. Coming from the microphone was a familiar voice. It's me. I'm Shilu. Oh, it's you. Yes. I got your phone number from Aiko-senpai. Sorry to bother you? No. What do you want from me? It is this. On the other end of the phone, Shilu's voice was a little weak. That's right. If possible, I want to meet the uncle. Same as before? No. I'm alone this time. Aiko-senpai has something to do. Oh! It must be said that Dwanmu Hwai was stunned when he heard this. He remembered that Xiaolu said that she just wanted to experience it once. So what was going on now? Is it because my skills are too good? So I am addicted to it? But this is not bad. No problem. See you at the usual place. Although she is not a hot girl, this kind of well-behaved girl has her own unique charm. Doesn't she? Chapter 1033 Night Talk. When Dwanmu Hwai and Xiaolu walked out of the hotel again, it was already night time. I'm so sorry, uncle. Standing next to Dwanmu Hwai, Xiaolu seemed very depressed, completely lacking the happy expression she had on the bed before. When Dwanmu Hwai heard Xiaolu's apology, he looked at her in confusion. It's just, I don't really understand these things. I can't make you happy like Aiko-senpai. It's no wonder Xiaolu said that. Basically, the pattern of Duanmu Huai and Aiko meeting is that they meet, go shopping together, buy some things, have dinner, and then go to the hotel. Aiko seems to enjoy the whole process. Just like a couple. Of course, most of the money spent here is Duanmu Huai's. But now, he doesn't need that little money. Besides, this money is not spent in vain, and he will earn it all back in bed later. Therefore, Duanmu Huai doesn't mind going around with his son. Going around and having fun. Many times, mood and foreplay are also very important. Right? As for Xiaolu, Duanmu Huai came to the family restaurant to meet her before. After the two looked at each other, Xiaolu was silent for a moment. Then looked directly at Duanmu Huai and said this. Want to go to the hotel now? I have to say, it's quite direct. Without any foreshadowing. Don't think too much about it. Everyone has a different style. Duanmu Huai reached out and patted Xiaolu on the head. As far as I'm concerned, you're doing fine. Do you want me to call a taxi to take you home? I want to stay a little longer. Then let's go sit nearby for a while. After that, Duanmu Huai took Xiaolu to a fast food restaurant. Found a seat and sat down. And ordered some hamburgers and Coke. Xiaolu sat on the chair next to Duanmu Huai, looking at the night view outside the window, fiddling with the straw of the Coke in her hand. Why would uncle do such a thing? You ask me? Hearing Xiaolu's question, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. Isn't it common for men to ask women why they do such things? But it turns out to be the other way around? Of course, it's because I'm very happy. Because you don't have a girlfriend? I still have girlfriends. And several of them. This is a matter of dignity. Duanmu Huai can't shake his head here. Although he can understand why Xiaolu asked this. Duanmu Huai must not let the other party think that he is a pathetic man who is pitiful, and has no one to want him, and can only use this method to find a woman. You obviously have a girlfriend? This is different. Duanmu Huai also leaned on the back of the chair. And the chair creaked sadly under the pressure of his whole body. Maintaining a relationship is very energy-consuming. And I don't like troublesome and entangled relationships. It's good like what Aiko and I have. We meet, chat, drink tea, eat, and then go to a hotel. It's all happy experiences. And I don't have to worry about her mood, whether she will be troubled or angry, and whether her interpersonal relationships will change because of this. To put it bluntly, it's simple and convenient. And there is no responsibility. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Xiaolu frowned slightly. That's too much. I don't deny it. So this kind of thing is actually not suitable for a serious girl like you. Duanmu Huai also picked up the Coke and took a sip. Then looked at Xiaolu beside him. Everyone is out to have fun. So if we hit it off, it's enough for both of us to be happy. If you think too seriously, you'll get into trouble. Maintaining a long-term relationship is different from a short encounter. Because if you are sure you want to be with the other person for a long time, then you have to consider not only the present, but also the future. But if it's just a short relationship, then you don't need to think about the future. So it's easy. Having said that, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. I never thought about dating Izzy. And I guess Izzy never thought about dating me. For us, we are just passers-by in each other's lives. The time we are together is like passengers riding a tram at the same time. In the same car. But when the tram arrives at the station, we will go our separate ways and never see each other again. It is precisely because we know this that we can have so much fun. You see, it's like there are some things you can't say to friends or close people, but you can say them to strangers. Because you know that you will only meet once and will never see each other again after you part. But if you have to say these to people you see every day, it will be very uncomfortable. Right? Indeed. That does make sense. Xiaolu stared at the Coke cup in her hand, turning it around. Then, can you listen to my complaints? Uncle? No problem. Duanmu Huai laughed and raised the Coke in his hand. What do you want to say? I just can't figure it out. Men and women. This proposition is a bit too philosophical. Duanmu Huai was completely dumbfounded when he heard Xiaolu's answer. He is a physical education teacher, so don't ask him 3 philosophical questions. Fortunately, Xiaolu's worries soon turned to more specific aspects. My mother divorced my father when I was very young. Since then, my mother has always hated men and always cursed them. Oh, but recently, my mother has changed again. She met a new man, And then she became full of smiles again, and is very happy every day. At this point, Xiaolu frowned. To be honest, I don't hate this kind of mother, but I always find it unacceptable. Since I was a child, my mother has always told me that men are not good and men are not trustworthy. But now, she has fallen in love with another man again. Duanmu Huai ate his hamburger silently, listening to Xiaolu's troubles. Well, at least this is better than the bullshit troubles my students have. Besides, I have a sister. Oh, my sister is different from me. She is lively and cheerful, a beauty, very popular, and has a strong sense of justice. To be honest, I thought my sister was different from my mother, and she would definitely be able to find a good boyfriend. But the result? Xiaolu stared at the paper cup in her hand and clenched it tightly. She's actually dating a married man. This is really... wow. What an urban emotional drama. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh. I can't understand it. There are so many men in the world, and many of the men who like my sister are very good. But why did my sister choose a married man? Although she rarely talks about that man in front of me. Sometimes I can see that my sister is not happy, which makes me even more confused. She is obviously unhappy. But why does she insist on being with a married man? Besides, hasn't my sister always had a strong sense of justice? She clearly knows that this kind of thing is wrong. I also asked my sister, but she just told me that I was just a child and didn't understand anything. I see. Is that why you came to ask for help? Aiko. After hearing this, Duanmu Huai finally figured out the order of things. Yes, I also want to know what the difference is between a man and a woman that makes my mother and sister seem like different people. So did you get your answer? Xiaolu shook her head. Somewhat. I also understand that there are times when I am really happy. Happy as if I have forgotten all my worries. Maybe because of this, my mother and sister are like different people. But I still find it a little hard to accept. You can't force feelings. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and crushed the ice in the cup with one bite. You don't have to force yourself to accept it. Everyone has different ideas. It's enough for you to keep your own ideas. Other things are not important. Right? But to be honest, it's really rare for a child with your personality to have a good relationship with Aiko. After all, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, Xiaolu is like the serious type of top student in the class, while Aiko is more of a person who enjoys life while it lasts. Logically, these two types of people are either incompatible or don't interfere with each other. And the fact that Xiaolu and Aiko have such a good relationship really makes Duanmu Huai a little curious. Aiko-senpai wasn't like this before. Xiaolu stopped talking here. She might have a closer relationship with Aiko. But if she continued, it would involve personal privacy. Duanmu Huai would not eat this melon. After all, it is interesting to eat melons about people you don't know. But it is a bit embarrassing to eat melons about people you know. Thank you for listening to me today, Uncle. Standing on the street, looking at Duanmu Huai, Xiaolu also lowered her head. Sure enough, just like what the uncle said, it would be much more comfortable to talk to someone you don't know well about this kind of thing. What should I say? Come on. Do your best. Duanmu Huai was also filled with emotion. Indeed, his mother was divorced and his sister was a mistress. A normal person would never tell such things to people around him. Yes. Can I ask you out next time? Of course. You still plan to continue? Well, my mother and the man heard that they would remarry. So I plan to go out, and I need to save money. If the uncle thinks I can, no problem. Duanmu Huai chuckled and reached out to pat Xiaolu on the head. If you have time, you can always make an appointment with me. Watching the taillights of the taxi disappeared in the street under the neon light, Duanmu Huai also stretched out a lazy waist. It's about time to go back. Chapter 1034 Festival Night. For Duanmu Huai, it has become normal to find someone crawling into his bed when he wakes up in the morning. Sometimes it was Rias. Sometimes it was Maria. And sometimes it was both of them. And I don't know if there's something wrong with these two. But they basically don't wear clothes. Rias would always use her hands and feet to hug herself like a big pillow. And Wan Lia, relying on her petite lowly body, would directly crawl into Duanmu Huai's t-shirt as pajamas and cling to Duanmu Huai. I had thought that the arrival of Mary and Fleury would make these two respect themselves a little. But in the end, they only restrained themselves for a few days, and then returned to their old ways. The reason was simple. Mary's daily routine was fixed, and Florian couldn't get out of bed in the morning. After confirming this, the two returned to their original state. Of course, Duanmu Huai had long been accustomed to it. Time to wake up, Duanmu Huai said as he stretched out his hand and slapped the two men's buttocks hard. The frightened Maria screamed and raised her head from the collar of her t-shirt. Rias on the other side stretched lazily and sat up from the bed. Huh? The teacher is still so fierce this early in the morning. It hurts so much. If you knew it hurt, don't crawl into my bed in the middle of the night. But it's really comfortable to sleep with the teacher in my arms. And if the teacher really doesn't want us to come in, he can just lock the door. Uh-huh. I'm not suffering from Alzheimer's. Which night did I leave the door unlocked? And yet you guys still went in? Is it a big deal that a demon can teleport? I'm really sorry. Ria stuck out her tongue and stood up from the bed. She showed her body curves without any shyness, and picked up the clothes thrown on the ground and put them on one by one. And Wanlia twisted in Duanmu Huai's arms like a kitten, as if asking her master to pat her head. By the way, teacher, how is the situation with Tanaka-san? Pulling out Maria, who was hanging on him, and throwing her aside. Duanmu Huai also began to change his clothes. At this time, Ria suddenly asked, "Why do you care about this?" "Because I'm in the same class with Tanaka. She hasn't been to class for a few days. Everyone is talking about it." "Teacher, do you have any news?" "What news can I get?" Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. Tanaka Asaka's mother's uproar in the staff room was the biggest news in the school in the past few days. It was also the biggest gossip for the students, who had nothing to do in school all day. It was enough for them to eat for a week. Not to mention that Tanaka Asaka, the person involved, had not come to school since then, which made the topic ferment even more. Judging from Rias's expression, the discussion surrounding this matter in her class will definitely not stop. "How's the situation at the Wind Band Club?" "It's just SOSO. Taki has already said that if Tanaka really can't participate, then let Nakagawa take over." The free choice songs were for Mary and Reina Kusaka, and as long as they were fine, there was no problem. But the designated songs were not okay. Euphonium sounded insignificant to Duanmu Huai, but it seemed to be indispensable in wind instrument performance. In fact, after Asaka Tanaka was gone, Duanmu Huai realized that the performance of the euphonium was a bit thin. Even a tone-deaf person like him could hear the problem. So it was conceivable that the problem was naturally very serious. "I've heard about this, too." Wanlia also came over at this time. She was still naked as usual, just wearing the t-shirt that Duanmu Huai had just thrown away. Of course, with Duanmu Huai's figure, the t-shirt was naturally very large, and it almost became a dress on Wanlia. Although it's understandable, generally speaking, would parents discourage their children to this extent? Attending the national competition is a very honorable thing, right? I think there's a hidden reason why Tanaka's mother hates wind instruments. And it's not just that she's worried about her studies. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. He still remembered that in the staff room, when Tanaka's mother got angry, she yelled at her daughter, "You chose that instrument on purpose to make me angry." Generally speaking, even if parents dislike their children's extracurricular activities, they only target the extracurricular activities themselves. But Tanaka's mother went so far as to target the euphonium. Well, that was probably a personal grudge. And Duanmu Huai couldn't do anything about it. "I have a way, Master Duanmu. Although it's definitely not a serious idea that came out of your head. I'd still like to listen to it." Hearing Wanlia's enthusiastic speech, Duanmu Huai changed his clothes without a care. In fact, based on his understanding of this lowly nightmare, he knew what she was going to do as soon as she raised her, but it's very simple. Since the problem lies with Tanaka-senpai's mother, then we just need to make sure she is no longer a problem. Maria believes that she must be so hysterical because she lacks the nourishment of men. So Lord Duanmu, you just need to let her experience the taste of love again. Then she might submit to you. And then this problem will no longer be a problem. Not only that, maybe that Senior Tanaka will also admire you because of this. And then both mother and daughter will hee. Woohoo! I knew you would make such a foolish suggestion. Duanmu Huai smashed his head directly with a punch and squatted. I have the right to choose. 2. I have no interest in that kind of shrew. Just stop making trouble. Although it's not impossible to marry a married woman, it also depends on the person. The thought of that kind of shrew instantly made Duanmu Huai lose all interest. He immediately decided to become a monk and his 6 senses were purified. By the way, teacher, While Duanmu Huai was packing up Wanlia, Rias had already changed her clothes. Then she seemed to think of something, and turned to look at Duanmu Huai. The festival is coming up in a few days. Teacher, do you want to go to the festival with me? It's not appropriate for me to be in such a crowded place. It could easily cause panic. Duanmu Huai was telling the truth. Basically, if he appeared in those celebrations and gatherings, he would most likely be the culprit of the large-scale stampede. And Duanmu Huai himself was not very interested in such lively occasions. You guys go shopping. And take Mary and Flillian with you. This is their first time in Japan, so they need to leave some memories behind. So teacher, how about you? Me? Hearing Rias's question, Duanmu Huai just laughed. I have another thing. I don't know if Rias's nagging worked, but on this day, Asaka Tanaka, who had disappeared for a week, finally showed up at school again. Seeing her coming, everyone in the band was relieved. But Duanmu Huai felt that things were not that simple. But since she looked the same as always, Duanmu Huai didn't plan to trouble her anymore. Not to mention, he should focus on dealing with those foreign invaders first. Duanmu Huai was sure that the other party was not a demon. He had already led a superior demon to kill all of them. If the other party was still stupid enough to come and cause trouble, then Duanmu Huai would have no choice but to go to the demon world and beat up the demon king to establish his authority. As for who the other party is, we will know it once we find him. 2 days later, the festival arrived. The festival was a happy time for the students. Even Naruzmio and Maria changed into yukatas. Not only them, but also Mary and Freeland were no exception. Is this what people in this country wear during festivals? Wearing a bathrobe. Mary looked at herself in the mirror with some embarrassment. It was different from her usual dress. And it had to be said that in Duanmu Huai's opinion, this was quite fresh. It feels a bit awkward to act. That's right. Fulillian also nodded beside her. In case of attacks, this kind of clothes are not suitable for fighting. We just go to a festival. Where is there any danger? Hearing the two people's conversation, Naruzmio hurriedly explained. This is just a normal festival. There won't be any monsters or anything like that appearing. You two look great in yukatas. As for Wanlia, she was holding her cell phone and taking pictures of them. Really? Wouldn't that be weird? Mary looked at Duanmu Huai hesitantly, and the latter nodded. It's pretty nice and fresh. Why don't I take a picture of it and show it to everyone later? Hey! Do you want to show it to others? I'm a little embarrassed. Then prepare a few more sets, so that we can all wear them together. Duanmu Huai really wanted to see what Ojisi or An looked like in yukatas. But, Mr. Duanmu, you don't go to the festival with us. Mary was holding a paper umbrella in her hand. And I looked at Duanmu Huai, a young lady who always liked to hold an umbrella on weekdays. When she wore a Western clothes, she hid an umbrella. She entered the hometown and changed her oil paper umbrella. Although Duanmu Huai wanted to vomit the umbrella to see the umbrella in the evening. It's a rare celebration. Enjoy it. I still have some things to do. If you want to play games while we're at the festival, Master Duanmu, I can give you my treasured copy of Okinawa Oryujima. Wow! Get out of here! Duanmu Huai kicked Wanlia directly on the butt and kicked this nightmare loli whose mind was filled with only Shirsei out of the house. Soon, Naruzmio and Maria left with Mary and Fulillian and walked towards the festival venue. Duanmu Huai did not look away until their backs disappeared. His face, which had been smiling, was now as cold as ice. Huh. You're really good at looking for trouble. Maybe other people haven't discovered it yet. But Duanmu Huai has already noticed that not long ago, a group of outsiders broke into the city. Well, it was obvious that they knew that this was already the territory of the Inquisition. But they still dared to come and cause trouble. There was no choice but to kill them all. After all, it is normal to go to the military forbidden place without allowing it without permission. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai stretched his neck. And the next moment, he disappeared into the dark shadows. At this moment, the festival had already begun. The noisy crowds and music, as well as the shouting and cheering during the festival, could be heard in front of the bustling shrine. At the same time, Duanmu Huai hid his body and followed the direction of the breath into the deep mountains and old forests. It was obvious that the other party knew to find an uninhabited place to cause trouble, rather than committing suicide in broad daylight. Let me see. It should be around here. Oh! I found it. Duanmu Huai flashed through the bushes, and soon saw a fierce battle going on deep in the woods. Duanmu Huai seemed a little surprised because he knew someone in the battle. There were 4 people fighting fiercely on the field. One of them was wearing a robe similar to that of a priest, holding a sword in his hand, and swinging it randomly with a strange smile. The other 3 were fighting with the priest. Duanmu Huai had never seen one of them before, but he was familiar with the other 2. They were Yudo Kiba and Kitty Taching. How come the 2 of them are here? Looking at the 2 who fought with the priest of Episodium, Duanmu Huai frowned. They were Laius relatives. Is this what Laius meant? But this situation is not good. Although Duanmu Huai didn't know the whole story, it seemed that the crazy priest was as fierce as Lu Bu. He beat 3 people alone and made them unable to raise their heads. Soon, the stranger was defeated first and flew backwards with a scream. Kiba Yudo and Taching Xiaomao seemed to be distracted by this. Before they could react, the crazy priest screamed and raised the holy sword in his hand again and swung it at the 2 of them. A flash of light suddenly burst out and swept towards the 2 of them. At the same time, a warhammer shining with lightning suddenly flew out. Boom! The warhammer and Jian Guang hit a fierce impact. And while this opportunity, Machan Yudu and Tashing Kitten hurriedly opened a way. At the same time, Duanmuai also stepped out of the woods. Others are enjoying the festival. But you guys are having a great time. Teacher Duanmu. When they saw Duanmu Huai appear, Kiba Yudo and Taching Kaneko were both surprised. Why is the teacher here? This city is the territory of the Inquisition. There are idiots running around here without permission. Of course, I have to come and take a look at the situation. As he said, Duanmuai looked at the Apalpan priest in front of him. What the hell is this guy? Hey. However, the words of Machan Yuda hadn't finished speaking, and I saw the sword in his hand and made a disgusting laughter. I never thought it was you. Did you blaspheme the glory of the Lord? Evil heretics. In the name of the Lord, die! While shouting, the crazy priest jumped up, raised the sword in his hand high, and attacked Duanmu Huai. Chapter 1035 Seeking One's Own Death. Seeing Duanmu Huai appear, Kiba Yudo and Taching Xiaomao both breathed a sigh of relief and even gave up their original fighting posture. They knew Duanmu Huai's strength very well, and at this moment, they were too lazy to even show off. Hey! The crazy priest chopped down Duanmu Huai with his sword. But facing the crazy priest's action, Duanmu Huai just stood there and stretched out his right hand towards him. Then, the crazy priest's sword chopped on Duanmu Huai's power armor, making a crisp sound, and then bounced off. Seeing this scene, the crazy priest was stunned for a moment. And before he could react, he saw Duanmu Huai's big hand had grabbed his head. And the next moment, he pressed this lunatic to the ground like smashing a watermelon. Okay. Who will explain to me now? What is this neuropathy? Duanmuai let go of his head and was opened. He could only pump the neuropathy on the ground. And looked at the wooden field Yudu and the tower city kitten. The 2 were also scarred at this moment. It seems that the priest caused them to hurt them. He is a holy swordsman. Looking at the crazy priest lying on the ground with disgust, Yudo Kiba hesitated for a moment and spoke. Yex curry stick? What kind of thing? When I heard the word, Duanmu Huai thought of the Black Saber, who had thrown Turtle Qigong to himself and Matthew's Turtle Qigong in the Holy Grail War. This too? Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and glanced at the long sword in the opponent's hand. It's a terrible batch. Not even as pretty as the Frostmourne figure. The Holy Sword is the strongest weapon against demons. If we demons touch the Holy Sword, our bodies will be burned immediately. And if we are killed, we will be directly destroyed. For the church that believes in God and regards demons as enemies, it can be said to be the ultimate weapon. This is why both of you can't get him. After hearing this, Duanmu Huai understood. He originally thought that this lunatic was not that powerful. Kiba Yudo's swordsmanship was good, and Tachin Kitty's super strength was also very strong. So why couldn't they defeat him? After all this time, it turned out to be a tribute restraint. There was no other way. Of course, if it was a demon who was good at magic, such as Rias or Naruzmio, they might be able to deal with this lunatic. But Kiba Yudo and Taho Kaneko were both melee fighters, so they were inevitably restrained when facing the Holy Sword. So it was normal that they couldn't open it. Actually, I was one of the people who was trained to adapt to the Holy Sword. At this moment, Kiba Yudo also spoke directly and revealed his identity to Duanmu Huai. It turned out that he was not a demon before, but a human. When Kiba Yudo was a child, He accepted the church's plan to train holy sword users who use holy swords. But the plan failed. When the church learned that these people could not adapt to the holy sword, they killed them all. Only Kiba escaped under the cover of his companions, and then was picked up by Rias, and reincarnated as a demon and became her follower. I have never given up on seeking revenge. So after discovering that a holy swordsman was in this city, I immediately tracked him down here. Okay. I understand the situation. Duanmu Huai nodded. It was not that he could not understand Kiba anger, but what Duanmu Huai found difficult to understand was, are those idiots in the church mentally ill? Even if they are not adapted to the holy sword, they can still be cultivated as combat power. What kind of idiotic operation is it to kill them directly? But why are there only the two of you? Where are Rias, Himejima Aquino, and the others? If they were here, you wouldn't have fought like this. Both Rias and Himejima Aquino are good at magic. No matter how powerful the holy sword is, it is only a melee weapon. As long as you keep a distance and kite, can't you just hit them easily? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Kiba and Tachin Kaneko looked at each other in embarrassment. This was my own decision. I didn't tell Rias-sama or Himejima-senpai. Actually, this person stole the holy sword from the church. He is from the Fallen Angel organization. At this moment, another voice sounded. Duanmu Huai turned around and saw a young girl limping towards him. She was the unlucky person who was knocked away by the crazy priest. Who are you? I'm Shido Irina, a representative from the church. Thank you for your help. Church? Looking at the girl in front of him, Duanmu Huai frowned. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with the girl's words, but her dress. Yes, the girl in front of him had a pretty face and a good figure. She had brown hair in twin ponytails and looked quite lively. She was wearing a black tights, which was ripped everywhere because of the battle just now, revealing a large area of white skin. To be honest, this outfit of Duanmu Huai looks very familiar. If you remember correctly, the heroine and two ninjas seemed to be dressed like this. As long as he hung a small sword around his waist, he could just say it was COS. So you said you were from the church? Do people from the church dress like this when they go out to work? Is your church serious? You guys actually teamed up? Duanmu Huai looked at Kiba curiously, then looked at the church girl named Shido Irina. Kiba just said that he was a victim of the church's holy sword plan. Now the church people are in front of you. As a demon, shouldn't you show some respect? Do something? We are not united. We just have a common goal, Kiba said with a stiff face, turning his head away, while Shido Irina smiled bitterly. There were indeed problems with the Holy Sword project. In any case, killing all the people involved just because the project failed was a violation of the regulations. In fact, the person in charge of the project at that time was labeled a heretic by us, and has now joined the Fallen Angels. To be honest, we have always suspected that the man was behind the Fallen Angel seizure of the Holy Swords. After all, as the original person in charge of the Holy Sword project, he is more familiar with those holy swords than many people. Oh, hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately understood that the person in charge of the plan was the one that Kiba was looking for revenge. That's why he appeared here. But Duanmu Huai still didn't understand why these two people acted secretly without calling Rias and the others. Because this time it was the fallen angels who stole the holy sword from the angels. So this is a problem between both of us. Strictly speaking, we do not welcome the intervention of demons. Having said that, Shido Irina also glanced at Kiba and Taho Kaneko warily. After all, for the demons, if they can destroy the holy sword, it will be beneficial to them. And if things go wrong, it will once again turn into a war between angels, fallen angels, and demons. I see. If we're not careful, it could turn into a diplomatic dispute. Duanmu Huai now understood why Rias couldn't take action. She was the sister of the current demon king, and the core of the matter was the holy sword, which was threatening to demons. If not handled properly, it would turn into a troublesome dispute. But I understand Kiba reasons. But why did you come along? Duanmu Huai looked at the Tachin kitten curiously. His impression of this little girl was mostly that she was taciturn and always eating. He had no idea where all the food went in her little body. Speaking of which, although they are both lowly characters, Tachin Kitty and Wan Lia are really two extremes. Because I don't want the senior to leave. In response to Duanmu Huai's question, Tachin Kitten lowered his head and spoke. If you leave, it will be lonely. Fine. Duan Muhuai shrugged. Your Grimmery family's internal affairs can be dealt with by yourself after Rias. Let's deal with the problem at hand first. Before he finished speaking, Duan Muhuai suddenly turned around and stretched out his hand towards the sky. At the same time, a torrent full of magic power descended from the sky, blasting towards everyone, and then completely dissipated in front of Duan Muhuai, as if it had never existed. Seeing this scene, the faces of the others suddenly changed. They couldn't help but raise their heads and look towards the sky. Under the moonlight, a man in a long robe with 5 pairs of black wings fell from the sky. He looked at Duan Muhuai with contempt, his tone full of disdain. I never thought that a mere divine weapon host would actually be quite capable. Cabal, looking at the man in front of her. Shido Irina's expression suddenly became serious and tense. Please be careful. He is one of the highest-ranking fallen angels, and the only fallen angel who survived from the ancient war. He is extremely powerful. 1 holy sword user, 2 demon followers, and 1 human. How boring. Staring at Duan Muhuai and the others on the ground, Kekabil sneered. Although his tone was full of mockery, no one could answer, because the moment he appeared, an unimaginable pressure descended from the sky and completely enveloped everyone. For the 3 people who had just been injured in the battle with the psychopathic priest, this timing was simply too bad. But that's fine. You are Grimmery's followers, right? It would be fun if I killed you and threw your bodies to that brat Rias. You, feeling the murderous aura emanating from the fallen angel in front of him. Kiba Yudo and Toshiro Kaneko both turned pale. What on earth do you want to do? Kabil. Only Shido Irina was able to remain calm. She glared at the fallen angel and spoke. It's very simple. In response to Shido Irina's question, the fallen angel raised his hands in satisfaction. War. War. That's right. I originally thought that as long as I took away the holy sword, Michael would start a war against us fallen angels. But I didn't expect that he would only send such a minion holy sword master. Does he not take me seriously at all? Since the angels can't do it, then I will go to war with the demons. As long as I play with Surzex's sister and then kill her, then I should be able to let the demon king go to war against the fallen angels. Peaceful days are so boring. War. War is everything. What a lunatic. Hearing the fallen angels roar, Tachin Kitten muttered softly, while Duan Muhuai said nothing. On the contrary, he lowered his head and waved his hands constantly, as if he was shuffling cards. Do you think this kind of thing can be done? Of course, as long as we have these 4 swords of kings. At this moment, another voice appeared, and then everyone saw an old man in a priest's robe walking out of the woods. He smiled and looked at the people in front of him proudly. Balpa, looking at the old man in front of him. Yudokiba clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and stared at him fiercely. For Yudokiba, the person who appeared before him was his lifelong enemy. You are the failure. Compared to the furious Kiba Yudo, the old priest seemed very calm. Perhaps because he had someone backing him up. He just glanced at the other person and then looked away. Barpa! Heretic! What on earth do you want to do by stealing the holy sword? Shido Irina was now also glaring at him and asked, while Balpa spread his hands. It's very simple. I want to merge the 4 holy swords into one. Once the 4 holy swords are completely integrated, the ritual will be completed, and then this city will be completely destroyed. At that time, before Balpa finished speaking, an incomparable murderous aura suddenly descended from the sky, covering everything around him. Even the towering trees could not withstand this terrifying pressure, and they burst and shattered like fragile chopsticks. At the same time, a deep voice sounded. What did you say? You lowly heretic bastard? Duan Muhuai raised his head, and in the skull-like helmet, the scarlet light shone like a rising star. How dare you attack humans in front of the Inquisition? Boom! The moment Balpa was stared at by Duan Muhuai, his face turned pale, and then his whole body seemed to be hit by a truck. He flew backwards wailing, and then with a pop in the air, he was completely turned into a meat paste. The broken limbs and blood scattered down like a rainstorm, directly covering the surrounding ground. What kind of power is this? At this moment, Yudokiba, Kitty Tachin and Irina Ziting behind Duan Muhuai also widened their eyes in fear and trembled. The fear that penetrated the soul seemed to emerge from Duan Muhuai's body like a substance, easily defeating their spirits. The 3 of them couldn't even control their bodies at this moment, and could only collapse to the ground, trembling. Their legs had no strength at all, and their whole bodies were filled with despair. But compared to them, the fallen angel in the sky was the most surprised. At this moment, his face was completely free of the ease he had just shown. Instead, he stared at Duanmuhui in horror, as if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. How is this possible? This kind of pressure. This kind of momentum. This is impossible. The Demon King and the gods are all dead. Why? Why does such a thing still exist? The next moment, Duanmuhui's figure suddenly disappeared. And then, he appeared behind the fallen angel. Then, Duanmuhui raised his hands high, clasped them together, and suddenly smashed them down at Kekabil. Boom! The fallen angel cadre, who was so arrogant when he appeared before and wanted to play the BGM, was knocked to the ground. Then Duanmuhui fell from the sky like a meteorite and punched the fallen angel. Ah! The fist that pierced through the body of the fallen angel made him scream. But Duanmuhui didn't care. He reached out and grabbed the 5 pairs of black wings behind him. After twisting them hard, the black wings of the fallen angel were twisted into a knot like branches in Duanmuhui's hands. Stop it! Seeing the screaming fallen angel, Kiba Yudo, Tachin Kaneko, and Shido Irina were all stunned. Kiba Yudo and Tachin Kaneko were better off. After all, they had witnessed the powerful strength displayed by Duanmuhui in the ranking game. But Shido Irina was different. As a holy sword user, she had already made up her mind to die since she took on this mission, and knew that her opponent was a fallen angel cadre who had survived the ancient war until now. However, what's going on? You lowly heretic bastards. Who allowed you to attack humans? You don't know how to live or die. Duanmuhui stepped on the fallen angel's body, then grasped the 5 pairs of wings that were twisted into a knot with both hands, and then pulled hard. Ah! The fallen angel's shrill screams made people's scalps numb, and the bloody scene before their eyes made the onlookers tremble all over. Duanmuhui directly pulled out all 5 pairs of wings of the fallen angel by the roots, and even the flesh on his back was torn, revealing the white spine inside. Understand pain, and then die in despair. This is the last kindness that the trial court gives you. Your soul will be burned into the flames, becoming part of the furnace, completely turning into nothingness. Duanmuhui threw away the wings in his hand, raised his head, stared coldly at the fallen angel lying on the ground, and then stepped on his head. As he moved, the head of the fallen angel slowly began to turn into an oval shape, gradually expanding and twisting. Even so, Cabal still looked unbelievable, as if he could not understand what was happening at all. How is it possible? How can a mere human possess divine power? Are you? Puff. However, before the fallen angel could finish his words, his head completely turned into a pool of mincemeat at Duanmuhui's feet. Then, pitch-black flames broke out, burning the fallen angel's body to ashes in a moment. Humph! You are really looking for death. Looking at the human-shaped charcoal under his feet, Duanmuhui snorted coldly. He had no right to interfere with the fallen angels and demons fighting each other. But you dare to say in front of the Inquisition that you want to destroy a city? Are you too proud, or am I? The Inquisitor, unable to lift the hammer? But, Duanmuhui turned his head and glanced at Kiba Yudo. Oh! Sorry. Remembered he was your enemy? Sorry. I was so angry just now that I accidentally killed him. You won't blame me, right? Hearing Duanmuhui's question, Kiba Yudo shook his head desperately. What a joke. Just a glare could make the opponent explode into pieces. Such terrifying power was completely beyond his imagination. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he dared not say no. Okay then. That's it. The trouble is over. You can go do whatever you need to do. I won't tell Rias about your actions here. After saying this, Duanmuhui turned and left, leaving only Kiba Yudo, Tachin Kaneko, and Shido Irina looking at each other, speechless at the mess in front of them. When the legendary fallen angel cadre appeared, they even thought there would be a bloody battle. The result? Is this the end? What should we do now? Looking at the battlefield in front of him, Kiba Yudo's scalp tingled. He had thought that if he could return alive, he would definitely apologize to his master. But Kiba Yudo also felt that he would probably be seriously injured by then. And even if Rias was angry, she would not be too excessive. But now it's like this. Thinking of this, he and Tachin Kitten looked at each other, and each saw the helplessness of the other. Let's go back. What else can I do? Stand at attention and get beaten. Chapter 1036 Instigation. Duanmuhui walked up the hillside and looked ahead. But the festival venue across the mountain was still bustling with activity. No one noticed that just now, a disaster that almost destroyed the entire city was about to happen. But this is also good. After all, the Inquisition does this kind of private work. It is enough for most people to live in ignorance. And the court will naturally take care of the rest. Beep, 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 woo woo. When Duanmu Huai was standing on the hillside, looking at the festival venue in the distance, suddenly, a burst of music was heard from not far away. Hearing this sound, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. Then, he was also curious, and walked towards the place where the sound came from. Following the sound of the music, Duanmu Huai effortlessly came to the other side of the hillside, where he saw two girls sitting on the small observation deck. They are from the Wind Band Club. Kumiko Kumi and Reina Kusaka. They are indeed a couple. Duanmu Huai didn't say anything, just leaned against a tree not far behind and watched the two people playing. Huang Qian Kumiko was dressed casually, while Kusaka Reina was wearing a pure white dress, which was very romantic. But then again, they were actually so close to each other, which was really interesting. Watching the two people playing, Duanmu Huai thought of the scene of fallen angels and demons fighting on the other side of the mountain, and couldn't help laughing. Perhaps this is the dividing line between reality and unreality. For these ordinary girls, they only need to care about their own lives. As for the world crisis and the war between fallen angels and demons, they probably haven't even dreamed about it. Soon, the song ended, and Duanmu Huai raised his hands and clapped. Pa pa pa. Hearing the applause, the two were startled, then turned around, and when they saw Duanmu Huai, they were so scared that they screamed. Ah! What's your name? It's me. Duanmu Huai walked out of the shadows, and after seeing Duanmu Huai clearly, Kumiko Huang Zin and Reina Kusaka's originally tense bodies finally relaxed. Huh? It's the teacher. I was so scared. I thought it was. What do you think it is? Ah ha ha ha. Facing Duanmu Huai's gaze, Huang Qian Kumiko turned her head away somewhat embarrassedly. I thought it was a bear. By the way, why are you here? Aren't you going to the festival? Reina brought me here. Oh. After hearing Kumiko Huang Qian's answer, Duanmu Huai glanced at Reina Kusaka, who seemed a little uncomfortable, and lowered her head. Forget it. Anyway, it's getting late now. It's not safe to be in the mountains and forests at night. I'm sorry to disturb your date, but you should go down the mountain and go home. What date? Teacher, you are exaggerating. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Huang Qian Kumiko laughed, but Kusaka Reina didn't say anything. She just stared at the ground silently, as if there was a flower growing there. In the end, it was Duanmu Huai who sent the two of them down the mountain and then returned home. The others have now returned satisfied. Ah, Mr. Duanmu. Seeing Duanmu Huai coming back, Mary hurriedly greeted him. You're back. I'm back. It's just right. We bought a lot of delicious food for you, Mr. Duanmu. As she spoke, Mary handed over an apple candy. Oh, thanks. And takoyaki? Yes. We were worried that you would be lonely, Mr. Duanmu. So we bought a lot of food for the festival. There are also many interesting things to do at the festival, such as scooping up goldfish and playing with balloons. Mary, who lives in the foggy city, has obviously never had such an experience before, and is very excited at this moment. And nothing happened. It ended smoothly, and no one died. It was great. No, people don't die in ordinary festivals. Do they? Hearing Mary's sigh, Naruzmio broke out in a cold sweat, while Mary looked confused. Aren't Japanese festivals supposed to involve sacrificing someone as a sacrifice or something? That sounds so scary. How could such a thing happen? Look, isn't everyone having fun? This was not surprising. After all, the only Japanese festival Mary had come across before was the one on Rito Island, where all the islanders were sacrificed to the old ones. Maybe she thought this was some kind of custom unique to Japan. I thought he was going to be sacrificed, so he wanted everyone to be happy before he died. There is no such thing. While chewing on an apple candy, Duanmu Huai also watched the conversation between Mary and Naruzmio with a smile. Speaking of festivals, it felt similar to the temple fairs he had been to when he was a child. The only thing Duanmu Huai remembered now was the candied haws, then various snacks, then laser guns, ring tossing, snails and so on. But after growing up, He never went to similar places again. This festival here is probably something similar. I have to say. This is quite interesting. So Duanmu Huai also enjoyed the evening ceremony in his own way. Unfortunately, this good mood disappeared the next day. I'm so sorry. Looking at Asuka Tanaka, who bowed her head in front of him, Duanmu Huai was speechless. The reason was simple. That is, her mother had come to make a scene again. It seemed that Asuka Tanaka had come to the band club to train without telling her mother. But somehow, her mother found out. And then she went through the process again to review what had happened before. However, Duanmu Huai was not as easy to talk to as long facing the shrew. He just folded his arms and stared at her coldly. The latter shrank back in fear and quickly found an excuse to slip away. You can't do that. Duanmu Huai stared at Asuka Tanaka and shook his head. You said everything was going well before. And I thought it was all handled. But this is it? So what are you going to do starting tomorrow? Hearing Duanmu Huai's sigh, Asuka Tanaka was silent for a moment, seemed to have made up her mind, and raised her head. I think under the current circumstances, I should quit the Wind Band Club and give my position to Nakagawa Natsuki. Nakagawa? I don't know much about music. But she's from Group B. Right? She was eliminated. Is that okay? I believe in Nakagawa's efforts. So, you're finally going to do what your mother wants? Yes. Asuka Tanaka nodded. No matter what. It was that person who raised me to this age. It must have cost a lot of money to raise me. It also took a lot of effort to take care of me. I owe that person a lot. And I must repay him. Hearing Asuka Tanaka's answer, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes, looked at her for a moment, and then sneered. Okay. Stop talking about these useless things. I'm tired of seeing them. Let me ask you. Do you still want to participate in the national competition? If you do, I have a way for you. Teacher, do you have any ideas? Certainly. Hearing Asuka Tanaka's curious question, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Just threaten her. Threaten. Hearing these words coming out of Duanmu Huai's mouth, Asuka Tanaka's expression was a little complicated. I appreciate your kindness, teacher, but this is against the law, and my mother might actually call the police. What are you thinking about? I never said that I was the one threatening your mother. Duanmu Huai interrupted Asuka Tanaka directly. Who does she think she is? Just because I look fierce doesn't mean I'm in the underworld. Okay. I meant for you to go. Me, to threaten my mother? Hearing this, Asuka Tanaka, who had remained calm until now, couldn't help herself. That's right. Duanmu Huai nodded. I've figured out that you and your mother don't have any feelings for each other at all. Don't be so quick to deny it. I almost vomited when I saw you guys acting out the motherly and filial drama in the staff room that day. Come on. Admit it straight out that you don't have any feelings for your mother at all. Everything you acted out was just for show to others. Duanmu Huai sneered. In fact, he had seen that day that Asuka Tanaka had no feelings for her mother at all. The reason why she acted like a good child outside was simply to cope with social moral values. If Asuka Tanaka's mother was regarded as a crazy person who was possessed by a demon, then Asuka Tanaka was just a very calm actor who was acting with a crazy person. Just like those Alzheimer's patients. You say I am your grandson, so I will act like your grandson. What else can I do? I can't hit you. This time, Asuka Tanaka didn't say anything. She just looked at Duanmu Huai quietly without saying a word. Listen carefully. I've seen many people like your mother. She just projects her own unrealized life values onto her children, hoping that the children can realize the life values that she has not realized. So for her, the most unbearable thing is not being able to realize this value, which is why she has come to protest again and again. So, how do you think you can threaten her? Sensei? It's very simple. Just tell her that the reason you can maintain such good academic performance is because you have time to participate in the activities of the Wind Band Club to relax. If you don't participate in the activities of the Wind Band Club, then you will be in a bad mood. If you are in a bad mood, you will be under a lot of pressure. If you are under a lot of pressure, you may not be able to perform well. Once you perform poorly, you may not be able to get into college. Do you think your mother dares to bet on this possibility? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Asuka Tanaka's eyes widened, and she was completely speechless. After a long while, she managed to utter a word. Is this possible? What's wrong with that? Duanmu Huai was very calm about this. Isn't this what all parents do before the college entrance examination? Even if they usually speak loudly and rudely, they will shut up and speak softly before the college entrance examination. They dare not even close the door hard, for fear of disturbing their children's studies. It is naturally impossible to tolerate someone like Tanaka's mother. If she found out that she was the culprit who prevented her daughter from finding happiness, she would probably even think about hanging herself. But isn't this just far-fetched? At this moment, Asuka Tanaka's expression was quite complicated. The whole maze of flowers was extremely exciting. So what? Duanmu Huai looked at Tanaka Asuka as if she were a fool. You're just a teenager. Isn't it normal for children to throw tantrums? Of course, words are not enough. If you go and argue with your mother like this, it will definitely be fruitless. Isn't there a mock exam coming up soon? If you can get a particularly good rank, preferably in the top 10 in the country, then you will have more confidence when you go to your mother. Right? When the time comes, you can just show her your transcript and say that I was able to get that rank because of the wind band club activities. If you don't let me participate in the activities, I might be unhappy and my rank would drop. Your mother would be scared to death. Is this also possible? Asuka Tanaka looked incomprehensible. She felt that this was complete heresy. But for some reason, Asuka Tanaka felt that this trick seemed to be really useful against her mother. But, teacher, this is not what you should say as a teacher. After staring at Duanmu Huai for a while, Asuka Tanaka chuckled and spoke. Indeed, as Asuka Tanaka said, Duanmu Huai, as a teacher, shouldn't have given such bad advice. After all, most teachers either don't interfere in private matters, or just say some repetitive words about how good you are, how good I am, and how good everyone is. They are not like Duanmu Huai, who specifically gives advice and makes trouble for other people's families. To be honest, if Asuka Tanaka's mother knew about this and complained to the PDA, Duanmu Huai would have no choice but to pack up and leave. I can say whatever I want. No one cares. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. He was really not afraid of this. I see. At this moment, Asuka Tanaka couldn't help laughing, and lowered her head to say okay to Duanmu Huai. I will consider the teacher's advice. Then she spoke. Chapter 1037 Travel? Duanmu Huai didn't know what Asuka Tanaka was thinking. But soon after that, he learned that Asuka Tanaka had scored in the top 20 in the country in the mock exam. And it became a big news in the faculty office. After all, although Juwon College is a private college, its teaching level is actually very average. This is just like an ordinary school producing a top scorer in the college entrance examination, which is considered news. Then when Duanmu Huai went to the music classroom again, he saw Tanaka Asuka appear in his seat again, and made a victory gesture to Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai just glanced at her and nodded. After all, this is a secret between the two of them. It is certainly not appropriate to bring up such a thing as instigating someone else's daughter to deal with your own mother. The return of Asuka Tanaka has completely stabilized the somewhat unstable situation of the Wind Band Club. Although it is not good to say this, Taki did say that Asuka Tanaka is the most indispensable person in the alto group. Although Kumiko Umi's skills are also quite good, Asuka Tanaka is currently irreplaceable. If she cannot participate in the national competition, Nakagawa Natsuki will have to replace her. However, Natsuki Nakagawa only started practicing the euphonium in high school, so her skills and proficiency were not very good, and it would be too much pressure for her to replace Asuka Tanaka. Fortunately, now that Asuka Tanaka is back, everyone is relieved. Everything was going smoothly, and even Naru's Mio's magic teaching had shown some results. Professor Furlian's human magic system was indeed very suitable for beginners, like Naru's Mio, who didn't use their brains much and relied more on their feelings. Although the progress was not fast. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, at least now Naru's Mio could run away if she couldn't defeat a fallen angel or something. But Furlian was obviously not satisfied with this. Training alone is useless. In many cases, actual combat can bring experience. While flipping through the magazine in her hand, Furlian spoke. Actual combat. Duanmu Huai was not surprised by Furlian's suggestion. He was actually a practical person. But the problem was, is there such a place? In response to Duanmu Huai's question, Rias and Wan Lia both shook their heads. This is not a fantasy world like Furlian's. Nor is it like the end of the world. The human world on Earth here is very peaceful. There are no Warcraft dungeons or mutants. Is there no monster in this world? How could it be possible? Nowadays, things like monsters are rare. Although there are monsters, it is not the same as before. We also need to maintain peace between us and the monster forces. So there's nothing to fight? Duanmu Huai spread his hands helplessly. This felt just like the world now. Most regions had their own countries, so they basically couldn't fight. The remaining territories were just some minor fights at best. Things like rogue demons couldn't be encountered everywhere. But isn't there a monster here? As she spoke, Fu Lilian spread out the magazine in her hand. Everyone leaned over to take a look and saw a huge headline on it that read The Mystery of Antarctic Monsters. Duanmu Huai silently picked up the magazine and looked at the cover. Isn't this one of those street gossip magazines? He still remembered seeing similar magazines at the train station when he was a child. They were basically all kinds of weird stories, such as the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle, the legend of the wild man in Shenanjia, and telling you the unknown side of XX. It was basically all made up. But there were people who bought it. After all, the train ride was long at that time, and everyone needed to have some fun to kill time. Right? Having said that, no one mentions Bermuda anymore. But in the past, it was even used as material for movies. Since he had nothing to do anyway, Duanmu Huai picked up the magazine and started flipping through it. The story was quite interesting. It was said that a foreign Antarctic expedition team had unearthed a mysterious ice coffin and brought it back to the research station. As a result, the monster trapped inside woke up and killed everyone in the research station except for one person who escaped. It seems like I have seen this story somewhere before. What's wrong, Mr. Duanmu? Looking at the complicated expression on Duanmu Huai's face, Mary asked curiously, and Duanmu Huai handed the magazine to her. Mary took the magazine and started flipping through it. Then, the expression on her face became strange. Antarctica. Yeah, Antarctica. What happened? Seeing Duanmu Huai and Mary speechless, Naruzmio and Maria also came over curiously. After reading the article, they were speechless. Isn't this kind of boring third-rate gossip everywhere? That's true. Duanmu Huai opened the internet while talking, and then he searched for this report on the internet. It seems that this third-rate tabloid in Japan is similar to that in Chihuahua, all imported and sold domestically. Of course, the newspapers reporting this news abroad are not serious newspapers, but also tabloids that focus on gossip. Of course, the subject matter it reported was different from the eye-catching headlines of the Japanese tabloid magazine, and it seemed more serious. The news content mainly said that a mass death and injury incident occurred at a scientific research station in Antarctica, and only one person survived. In court, he claimed that a monster killed the members of the scientific research station and only he survived. And what he killed was not a human, but a monster disguised as a human. However, the court certainly did not take this seriously, and his lawyer also exonerated him by saying that he had mental problems caused by long-term isolation in the Antarctic research station. Ultimately, the survivor was acquitted and sent for psychiatric treatment. The Japanese tabloid made up this story based on the survivor's oral account and published it in domestic newspapers. Of course, when ordinary people see this, they will just smile knowingly and treat it as a joke. But since Fu Lilian came from a fantasy world where monsters roamed everywhere, it didn't seem strange to her to have such strange monsters. As for Duanmu Huai and Mary, well, that was completely a case of being bitten by a snake. They had not forgotten that they had traveled thousands of miles to Antarctica to save Xiaoli. It's hard to say if it's somewhere else, but Antarctica is really weird. It wouldn't be surprising if there were some cosmic monster or the old one hiding here. Moreover, Duanmu Huai is a true god, and as a god, his intuition is quite accurate. So when Duanmu Huai saw this news, he immediately felt that something was wrong, which was why he took it so seriously. Duanmu Huai searched again and found that this incident was really popular abroad for a while. In short, the incident happened at an American scientific research station, and the rear personnel received a distress signal. When they arrived, they found that the entire scientific research station had been burned to ashes, and only one person survived. At first, they thought it was a fire at the scientific research station, but later after inspection, they found that the bodies in the scientific research station had traces of fighting. So they turned to suspect that the survivor himself was the murderer, and traces of gasoline and other traces were detected on his hands, which basically confirmed that he set the fire. So he was arrested as a murderer. However, after the survivor woke up, he repeatedly mutilated himself and claimed that he did not kill humans, but monsters disguised as humans. Of course, The judge would not believe such a third-rate sci-fi horror movie. However, after the lawyer defended him on the grounds of mental instability, he was finally acquitted. This incident caused quite a stir abroad, and several psychology papers used it as a basis to explore the psychological problems of members of the isolated research station that was closed off from the outside world. Some papers also believed that the survivor did not really regard the others as monsters disguised as humans. Perhaps the relationship between them had always been bad, and the bullied survivor regarded the others as monsters that threatened him, and rationalized his murderous behavior from a psychological level, etc. After reading several newspapers, magazines, and weekly articles, and confirming that the story was true, Duan Mu Huai made a decision. When we have a holiday, let's go to Antarctica. Then, Duan Mu Huai made a decision. Is this necessary? Upon hearing Duan Mu Huai's decision, Rias and Naruzmio were somewhat surprised. In their opinion, this was just a story made up by a third-rate tabloid. Why would Duan Mu Huai want to run to Antarctica after reading it? Mary and I have had similar experiences. To be honest, it's hard to say what Antarctica is like. To be on the safe side, it's a good idea to go and take a look. Duan Mu Huai shook his head. Besides, there's no need to take it too seriously. If you really can't help it, just treat it as an overseas trip. Going to Antarctica for scientific research is pretty popular. I have heard of traveling abroad, but this is the first time I have heard of traveling to Antarctica. Naruzmio's expression was somewhat complicated. She had heard that some students in her class would take advantage of the holidays to travel to places like Paris and Hawaii, which was understandable. But traveling to Antarctica, to be honest, it felt like something from a completely different dimension. Rias looked at this scene curiously, with a somewhat complicated look in her eyes. Kiba Yudo and Taha Kaneko later confessed to Rias and explained that it was over. After all, no matter what, their actions almost brought unimaginable consequences to Rias and the demon world. Of course, as their master, Rias did not spoil them, and spank each of them a few times. However, what impressed Rias the most was the two's description of Duan Mu Huai. According to them, when the fallen angel cadre said that he wanted to go to war with angels and demons, Duan Mu Huai did not react at all. However, when they said they wanted to destroy the city, Duan Mu Huai suddenly became furious and beat the two to death on the spot. It seems that the Inquisition is indeed mainly based on humans. The war between angels, fallen angels and demons is none of their business. But daring to involve humans is another matter. It's the same now. It's obviously just gossip in a third-rate tabloid. But they actually want to go to Antarctica to investigate? Is it because these things pose a threat to humans? But if you think about it carefully, angels, fallen angels, and demons obviously won't pay attention to what's happening in the human world. Rias blinked at the thought. Teacher Duan Mu. Can our occult research club go together? After all, it's Antarctica, and we haven't been there before. No problem. Duan Mu Huai glanced at Rias, then looked away and nodded. Chapter 1038 Plan. Standing in the audience seats on the second floor, Duan Mu Huai said nothing as he looked at the members of the wind band club crying and holding their heads in their arms. Wind instrument competitions are not like football or basketball, where there are group matches, quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. The selected schools gather together, finish performing within one day, and then the national competition is over. After all, this is a music competition, and each county has only 3 representative schools. Each school plays 2 songs, which takes a whole day. To be honest, there was no sense of tension. If it were like football or basketball, there might be a sense of reality of entering the national competition. But for wind instruments, they qualified for the national competition in the last round, and the next round was directly the finals. Duan Mu Huai immediately felt a little overwhelmed. Of course, the final result of the wind band club was the silver medal. How to say it? It was not beyond Duan Mu Huai's expectations. According to the comments written by the judges, the ensemble of Mary and Reina Kosaka in the free choice piece was excellent and received extremely high praise. However, the problem lies in the designated piece. After all, the free choice piece can bring out the biggest advantage of the trump card of the wind band club. But the designated piece needs to consider the strength of the entire wind band. In this regard, the wind band club's lack of accumulation and weakness in strength were exposed. This is like a match between 2 football teams. The band club is like a team with two international superstar strikers, but all other players are domestic players, facing a star-studded team with big-name players from strikers to goalkeepers. Of course, the ball is round, and it is hard to tell until the last moment. But music is still about talent and strength. The band club has only so much upper limit. It is obviously impossible to compete with those stronger school bands. After all, the performers in those schools were stronger and more talented. The more famous the school, the more talented students would be attracted to join. The wind band club in my school had no reputation before. So how could we expect to win the national championship? Didn't Xianbei get eliminated quickly after entering the national competition for the first time? However, sports at least have clear standards. But Duanmu Huai has no way to deal with something as ambiguous as music. There are still people arguing over those rankings of famous songs on the website. Isn't it because there is no standard that everyone can agree on? Whether it's based on reviews or sales, there are always people who are not convinced. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, winning the silver medal was already an exceptional performance. Perhaps the members of the wind band club themselves knew this. But it did not stop them from crying bitterly. At this moment, the cell phone in Duanmu Huai's pocket vibrated. He took the phone and took a look at it, then retracted his gaze, and walked out of the concert hall. Hello. Ah. Is it Mr. Duanmu? Yes. It's me. Professor Gao Shan. What do you want to talk to me about? Since he had already planned to go to Antarctica, Duanmu Huai would naturally go. Of course, with his previous experience in Mary's world, it was much easier for him to go through this process now. He could just use money to find scholars or research teams studying Antarctica at universities, promise to sponsor them, and let them take him and others to Antarctica. Duanmu Huai had used this method so many times that he couldn't use it again. After all, money makes the world go round. Professor Gao Shan was one of the people Duanmu Huai had contacted, and he was very interested in Duanmu Huai's sponsorship plan. Unfortunately, he was too old and had no research topics in Antarctica. However, Duanmu Huai asked him to help inquire. It's like this. Regarding the sponsorship, I would like to ask Mr. Duanmu. You haven't changed your mind, right? No. It would be great. Professor Gao Shan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Duanmu Huai's answer. Actually, there is a plan that is currently encountering difficulties. According to Professor Gao Shan, there was an Antarctic research base and its icebreaker that were to be transferred to a civilian expedition team. The two sides had already reached an agreement, but encountered difficulties in raising funds for maintenance and activities, and the sponsoring companies that had agreed to invest also withdrew their funds. Seeing that the plan was about to be abandoned halfway, it happened that Professor Gao Shan had a student in the observation team and found his teacher for help. The latter thought of Duanmu Huai. In Professor Gao Shan's opinion, since the other party was willing to sponsor Antarctic scientific research, there must be funds for this. Therefore, he called to inquire, are there any research stations that can be transferred? It must be said that Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up when he heard this. After all, this kind of scientific research base is generally of a national nature, and ordinary people will not sell it to you. Last time Duanmu Huai was in Mary's world, he also borrowed the scientific research base of other countries. If he can buy this base now, it will be completely his own. Isn't it just that you can do whatever you want? I bought it. How much is it? For Duanmu Huai, problems that can be solved with money are never problems. Lying on the desk, Naruzmio couldn't help but sigh. I never thought that I would go to Antarctica. Recalling the notice that Duanmu Huai had given them a few days ago, Naruzmio was completely dumbfounded. She originally thought that even if it was Antarctica, it would not be possible to go there so soon. To some extent, Naruzmio even felt that this was a bit unreal. It was understandable to go on vacation abroad. But Antarctica? To be honest, in Naruzmio's mind, it was no different from the moon or Mars. I don't know how my uncle managed it. What are your plans for the holidays? Naru-san? Just as Naruzmio was lying on the table and sighing, the classmate in front of her spoke to her. She looked up and saw Kumiko Huangqian looking at her curiously. Next to her were her two good friends. The three of them were all members of the Wind Band Club. Naruzmio was just an acquaintance of them. But because Duanmu Huai became the advisor of the Wind Band Club, they became more or less familiar with each other. Holiday. I may not be able to wait until the holiday. What do you mean? Because I have to take a leave of absence from school. Hey! Are you taking a leave of absence? Hearing Naruzmio's answer, Kumiko Huangqian and others were also shocked. What's wrong? Naru-san? Did something happen? If I had to say it, it wouldn't be considered as nothing. The schedule for going to Antarctica is fixed, because it depends on the climate and season at the time. So it is definitely impossible to arrange it according to the holiday schedule. So I had to ask for leave in advance. Originally, such a thing would not be approved by the school. But because this school is Rias's territory, it was approved very readily. Of course, the prerequisite is to complete enough credits. We're going to Antarctica. Naruzmio thought about it, and finally decided to tell the truth. After all, she was going to drop out of school early, and others would definitely be suspicious. Antarctica? Hearing this, Kumiko Huangqian screamed. Naru-san is going to Antarctica? Of course I'm not alone. It's mainly Mr. Duanmu who is leading the team. Then Mary and Headmaster Rias are also going together. Does the school organize such activities? It's a private event. Naruzmio couldn't go into too much detail on this aspect. After all, going to Antarctica to investigate monsters sounded too unrealistic. Because Mr. Duanmu's family seems to be sponsoring a private Antarctic expedition team. So they invited us to join. This is the tone we use externally. Xiaolu also read the report about the civilian expedition team going to Antarctica. I didn't expect that teacher Duanmu's family actually has such a talent. That's great. I also want to go to Antarctica. Then next time if we win the gold medal in the national competition, can we ask teacher Duanmu to take us to Antarctica? Is the wind band going to Antarctica to perform? I'm afraid it's too cold there to play any instruments. But no brass band has ever performed in Antarctica before. Maybe we can break the record? Does anyone really want this kind of record? Yes. Yes. Wouldn't it be romantic if we played it at the South Pole? I just think everyone will freeze into ice. Seeing the girls in front of her happily talking about irrelevant topics again, Naruzmio also smiled. She knew about the national competition. Of course. Although in Naruzmio's opinion, it was already amazing that the originally inconspicuous wind band club could go to the national level and even win the silver medal. Everyone in the wind band club seemed a little frustrated about it. At least they were quite listless for a few days after the competition. But now they seem to have regained their energy. But Naruzmio thinks they are already very good. At least that's what many people say these days. Naruzmio didn't think the wind band club had any sense of existence in the past. But it was unexpected that they suddenly turned around and became so brilliant. Of course, this kind of thing couldn't be hidden from others. After all, Naruzmio, Maria, Mary, Rias and others were all students of this school, and they all had to take a leave of absence to prepare for the trip. So soon, the whole school knew that they were going to Antarctica, and everyone was envious and jealous about it. But they didn't say much, because it was claimed that this was a sponsored trip by the Duanmu Hui family. It was normal for them to invite a few of their own people. Naruzmio, Maria and Mary were all known to the public as Duanmu Hui's relatives, and Rias joined in the name of the Mysticism Research Club. Everyone also knew that Duanmu Hui and Rias had a good relationship. Since it was their own family event, it was naturally up to Duanmu Hui to decide who to invite and who not to invite. But I still feel a little bit envious and jealous. Teacher Duanmu, you are going to Antarctica. As expected, when Duanmu Hui walked into the music classroom, everyone in the wind instrument club acted out of character and started to make noises at him. That's great. We want to go too. You want to go to Antarctica? Then work hard. Facing the complaints from everyone in the wind band club, Duanmu Hui just laughed. As long as you can win the gold medal in the national competition, I can take you there anytime. Are you serious? Teacher? Hearing Duanmu Hui's answer, many people's eyes lit up. Of course. Maybe you can even hold a concert in Antarctica. But the prerequisite is that you have to win the gold medal first. I will cover all your food and accommodation then. Now that Duanmu Hui has an Antarctic base, he can speak with much more confidence. As expected of teacher Duanmu. So generous. Hearing Duanmu Hui's affirmative answer, everyone in the wind band club cheered. Of course, they were just joking at this time. But it won't be long before they know that Duanmu Hui is serious. Chapter 1039 Changes. Nice to meet you. I'm Fujido Jin. Thank you for your sponsorship this time. Standing in front of Duanmu Hui was a capable long-haired woman who was also the leader of the Antarctic expedition team. Since Duanmu Hui had decided to sponsor, he would definitely meet with the other party's leader. However, It is quite rare to see an exploration team where both the captain and deputy captain are women. No need to be polite. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. I already know your situation and have completed the formalities. But I have a few conditions that you must comply with. Do you understand? Yes. May I ask what the conditions are? I will pay for your expenses, so you can do whatever you want. But I will bring another team with me. Of course, their work will not conflict with yours. But I ask you to leave us alone. Never mind, everyone. Yes, I know the dangers of scientific research in Antarctica. But I want to make it clear in advance that the reason I sponsored your trip to Antarctica is because we also have things to do in Antarctica. As for what it is, you don't need to know. You just need to know that our journey together will only end at the Antarctic Observatory. After that, no matter where we go, we don't need to report to you. If you find that we are missing, don't come looking for us. Just pretend that we don't exist. Do you understand? This, hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Fuji Tangyin and the deputy captain looked at each other in surprise. Generally speaking, Antarctic scientific research is full of dangers. Not only do you need to report when you go out, but you may even lose your life if you lose contact. However, Duanmu Huai actually said that even if they disappeared, they should not come to look for them. Excuse me. In case anything goes wrong, I said. We have something we need to do. Duanmu Huai interrupted Fuji Tangyin's words. So we won't accept your orders. And you can just pretend we don't exist. Even if something goes wrong, we will take responsibility ourselves. Do you understand me? Yes. Hearing this, Fuji Tangyin was silent for a moment, and finally lowered his head. After all, he is the financial sponsor. He can do whatever he wants. What else can we do? That? At this moment, the deputy team leader next to him raised his hand. What's up? It's like this. This is the first time a civilian observation team has set out on a journey in 3 years. So we contacted the TV station. They gave us a plan and said they would follow up with us for an interview. No problem. Duanmu Huai would not take such a trivial matter to heart. After a brief conversation, Duanmu Huai left, leaving behind Fuji Tangyin and the deputy captain. The two were silent for a moment and looked at each other. What do you think? I always feel like there's something weird about this. Fuji Tangyin frowned. Frankly speaking, it was a good thing that the other party was willing to sponsor the maintenance and exploration costs of the Antarctic base for the next 3 years. However, the request made by Duanmu Huai made Fuji Tangyin very confused. After all, this was basically suicide in Antarctica. You know, even if the observation team went out, they would generally keep in touch with the base to avoid problems. But Duanmu Huai asked the base to leave them alone, whether they contacted or not. To be honest, looking at Duanmu Huai's body shape, Fuji Tangyin always felt that the team he was talking about was not an ordinary exploration team. What do you think the sponsor is going to do in Antarctica? Could it be some secret department? Look, just like in Hollywood movies, they're investigating aliens or something. In Antarctica? Aren't there a lot of movies like this recently? It's just a movie. I hope so. Coming to the street, Duanmu Huai looked up at the sky. It was already winter. To be honest, it was still summer when Duanmu Huai came to this world. But now it was winter. Although Duanmu Huai had no feeling about time. The third graders in the Wind Band Club had already withdrawn from the national competition and started the university entrance examination. Not long ago, they all finished the exams one by one, and most of them had good results. Asuka Tanaka also came to report her results to him and expressed her gratitude to Duanmu Huai again. I didn't expect it to be so useful to my mother. I think I have a way to deal with her now. Asuka Tanaka was very proud when she said this, and Duanmu Huai could only wish her good luck. Besides that, there are some other things. Such as, thinking of this, Duanmu Huai opened his phone and found a farewell message from his beloved son. In the message, she expressed her gratitude to Duanmu Huai for his help and said that she had been successfully admitted to a university in Tokyo. With the money she had received before, she could go to the school she liked. At the same time, she also asked Duanmu Huai to take good care of Xiaolu in the message. However, Aiko was able to get into university. Duanmu Huai was somewhat surprised when he thought of the girl with dyed blonde hair, fancy clothes, and laughing all day long. He always thought that his daughter was the type who just lived a carefree life. At least Duanmu Huai couldn't imagine her taking the college entrance examination with a serious face. She had done this kind of work before to save money for tuition and living expenses. I have to say, although this approach is a bit difficult to comment on, it is indeed the fastest way for girls of this age to make money. I remember Xiaolu also said that the reason she asked me to do this was because she wanted to move out alone after her mother remarried. Actually, it is normal to think about it. If there is no problem at home, it is impossible for a girl to give up on herself and do this kind of job. It seems that these two people are typical examples of every family having its own problems. Duanmu Huai has heard of Xiaolu's family story. To be honest, it is simply an urban emotional drama. Just thinking about it makes me feel overwhelmed. You can imagine how much mental pressure Xiaolu is under. Seeing her hesitant way when talking about Aiko's situation. I think Aiko's family situation is similar. Ah, uncle! Just when Duanmu Huai was feeling deeply moved, a voice suddenly sounded. Duanmu Huai looked down and saw Xiaolu standing not far away, waving at him. She was not wearing her usual daily clothes, but her school uniform. Not only that, next to her, there was also a girl wearing the same school uniform. Seeing Xiaolu's expression, Duanmu Huai was speechless. But he still walked over. How will you be here? I was just about to go home from cram school. I was surprised to see an uncle here. Oh, I have some work to do, and came here to talk about something. Duanmu Huai looked at Xiaolu, not knowing what to say for a moment. It seemed that Xiaolu was really a rookie. If it were Aiko, she would definitely pretend not to see him and text him later. After all, work is work and life is life. Usually when Aiko and Xiaolu meet Duanmu Huai, they either wear daily clothes or uniform-style clothes sold outside, but not their school uniforms. This is also normal. After all, each school has a different uniform. If someone is interested, they can find out the other party's school just by looking at the uniform. Doing this means that the other party will have something on you. If they are a bad guy, they might even threaten the girl, saying, "If you don't listen to me, I will tell the school what you did." Aiko might not care, but if Xiaolu finds out, she will definitely be expelled. Alas, it's a pity that Xiaolu only has me as a customer. Duanmu Huai sighed silently and looked at Xiaolu. Then be careful on the road. Duanmu Huai didn't plan to say more to Xiaolu. Maybe he would send a text message to remind Xiaolu later. However, by the way, uncle, do you have time? My friend is having some troubles. I wonder if you can talk to her. Hearing Xiaolu's words, Duanmu Huai and the girl looked at her in surprise. Did she understand what she was saying? Fine. Duanmu Huai sighed silently. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that after Xiaolu talked to him about her family situation that day, her trust in him seemed to increase day by day. Sitting down in a nearby fast food restaurant, Xiaolu said she was going to order and left, leaving Duanmu Huai and the girl staring at each other. Then the girl coughed softly. Hello. Sir, may I ask who you are? Just call me uncle. I'm considered an acquaintance of Xiaolu's. Duanmu Huai decisively interrupted the other party's question. And when the girl heard Duanmu Huai's answer, she narrowed her eyes slightly. An acquaintance of Kouru. Is that so? Yes. That's it. Really? Well, please take care of me. My name is Kana. As she spoke, the girl politely lowered her head and said okay to Duanmu Huai. Nice to meet you. Sir. Hello. Uncle. Thank you for your guidance. Are you Xiaolu's friend? Well, because that kid doesn't have many friends. She doesn't look like that. Judging by her personality, if it was Aiko, it wouldn't be surprising to have a lot of drinking and eating friends. But for a quiet girl like Xiaolu, it would be strange to have only a few friends. But the girl in front of me, Duanmu Huai carefully looked at the other party. She was petite, even shorter than Xiaoyu, retained with Bob's head, and a red card. She looked like a cute girl. Calm down and start looking at yourself carefully. Although Duanmu Huai did not activate the fear aura and restrained his momentum, he was not scared when they met for the first time and was able to deal with himself calmly. Well, this girl is not ordinary. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai reached out and pressed Kana's shoulder across the table. Uncle? Being grabbed by Duanmu Huai's large hand. Even Kana couldn't hide her shaken expression. Duanmu Huai stared at her and spoke lightly. Xiaolu is a little too honest. I'm worried that she will be bullied at school. But with a friend like you, I feel relieved. I hope you can always be good friends with Xiaolu in the future. At this point, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and stared at the girl in front of him. He could feel that the other person's body was becoming stiff in his hands. But even so, the girl's face did not waver at all, but nodded. I will be good friends with Xiaolu. Very good. After getting the answer he wanted, Duanmu Huai smiled slightly and withdrew his hand. Ah, I'm back. At this moment, Xiaolu also reappeared in front of the two of them with a tray. Chapter 1040 Antarctica. Call. Lying on the table, Kumiko Huangqian let out a long breath. Finally done. Really? Even though the national competition is over, you can't relax. After all, there are final exams coming up. If you don't work hard, you'll get scolded when you get home. If you keep going like this, Mom will cut my pocket money. The same goes for you. If you don't study hard, you won't be able to pass the exam. If you go to cram school when everyone else is practicing, you'll be screwed. I know. Hearing her friend's reminder, Kumiko Huang turned her head and looked at the empty seat behind her. There was no one there, and it looked empty. Naru-san is so nice. He doesn't have to attend classes anymore. And he even went to Antarctica, regardless of whether to go to Antarctica or not. It is already amazing that I can take a leave of absence from school while others are still studying hard. December. For the students in the school, only the final exams are left. The third grade has already graduated, and the wind band club is mostly empty. By the way, when teacher Duanmu is not in the wind band club, I always feel relaxed all of a sudden. Yeah. Hearing Kumiko Huang sigh, her friend nodded. People in the wind band club usually don't dare to comment on Duanmu Huai, mainly because Duanmu Huai's aura is too scary. When he was in school, he felt like a supreme tyrant. Therefore, even if everyone knew he was not nearby, they didn't dare to comment on him casually. But now, he has gone to Antarctica, which is 108,000 miles away from here, and they can finally let go of their worries and complain. By the way, Mary-san isn't here either. So what are we going to do with the upcoming concert? Taki-sensei said we should change the song and start practicing again. Why? Several people looked at each other and sighed. Although the national competition has ended, the band club still has a series of activities to do, especially since they won the silver medal in their first national competition. They have attracted a lot of attention locally. They also have to participate in some public concerts. And in order to live up to the title of the silver medal in the national competition, they certainly can't just deal with it casually. Even if they don't get a ranking, they must show the strength of the wind band in front of the audience. Is it really okay? Without Mary, the strength of the wind band club will drop significantly. So we have to work hard to make up for it. But then again, Mary-san is really amazing. Thinking of Mary, Kumiko Huangqian's good friend Xiaolu also felt emotional. Xiaolu has never seen anyone play the violin so well. And she hasn't practiced very hard. That's talent. Really. It's so enviable that one can't even envy it. Hearing Xiaolu sigh, Huangqian Kumiko nodded and couldn't help but think of her good friend Kosaka Reina, who was also an excellent trumpet player. But Huangqian Kumiko knew that Kosaka Reina had never relaxed her training. Not only did she come very early every day, she would also take private trumpet lessons after school. But Mary is completely different. Although she also practices in community activities, she basically does not strengthen her training. According to Mary, playing the violin is part of her lady's cultivation, and playing is used to cultivate her sentiments and relax her spirit. In fact, Mary really enjoyed playing the violin every time, and seemed to treat it as a pure entertainment, rather than training so hard like them that they didn't even know when they would finish. But even so, she was still the best violinist, and no one could catch up with her. Moreover, she also has the leisure to guide other students. It can be said that nothing can make people realize the difference in talent better than this. But teacher Duanmu is pretty good. Even though he's scary, he's nice to us when he should be. Xiaolu really misses that cake. Yes. Hearing this, Huangqian Kumiko nodded. What Xiaolu said was the first day they returned to school after participating in the national competition. At that time, everyone dragged their tired bodies into the classroom, and then saw a dessert on each person's table. Then Duanmu Huai said to them, although you may be dissatisfied, the competition is over. Eat this and go back to rest and sleep. There is no point in holding on to things that have already passed. Moreover, it was a very rare dessert, limited to 300 pieces a day. No one knew how Duanmu Huai got them. In short, After everyone finished eating the cake, their originally melancholy mood was swept away, and they went home chatting and laughing. To be honest, after spending a year with Duanmuhui, the members of the Wind Music Society have had a drastic change in their views of the two consultants, Duanmuhui and Taki. First of all, there was Taki. As a consultant, he was very popular among students at first. After all, he was handsome. But soon, the Wind Band Club was tortured by Taki's devilish training methods. He would not frown or scold you, but would just let you practice over and over again until he was satisfied. So after a year of training, those students who originally thought lucky, I can get guidance from a handsome teacher had long abandoned their naive ideas. But for Duanmuhui, everyone has completely opposite ideas. At first, everyone was very scared of Duanmuhui. After all, he looked fierce and had a terrifying aura. In addition, everyone couldn't adapt to Duanmuhui's aura at the beginning, so they played very badly, which made Duanmuhui feel very bad, and it became a negative cycle. So at that time, no one dared to talk to Duanmuhui, and even looking into his eyes would cause a cardiac arrest. It was not until Duanmuhui brought Mary, and the performance of the entire Wind Band gradually returned to normal that everyone realized that although Duanmuhui looked scary, he was still very approachable. He rarely lost his temper with students, and would chat with them. Of course, if they really made Duanmuhui angry, they would be in big trouble. In addition, Duanmuhui always speaks his mind, although many of his words are not suitable for a teacher. Children who are in adolescence do not dislike this approach. Now an unwritten rule has been formed in the Wind Band Club. If there are any musical difficulties, they should ask teacher Taki for help. And if there are any other difficulties, they can go and talk to teacher Duanmu. After all, it was Duanmuhui who handled the several crises that the Wind Band Club encountered in the past year. Although his method is really a little hard for everyone to accept. Chu. Standing on the deck, Duanmuhui sneezed violently. What's wrong? Teacher? Are you catching a cold? Hearing Duanmuhui sneeze, the people who were standing in front of the railing looking at the endless sea turned around and looked at him curiously. Maybe someone is talking about me. It's really unbelievable. Duanmuhui shrugged his shoulders and looked ahead. They were not far from the South Pole. For everyone except Mary, it was their first time to the South Pole, so they were naturally very excited. Oh, Lillian doesn't count. She stays in the cabin all day long, either sleeping or reading. If it weren't for Maria and Tachin Kitten taking care of her, who knows how sloppy she would be. What surprised Duanmuhui was that in addition to them, there were actually 4 high school girls in the exploration team. The team leader said that they were responsible for the plan to introduce the Antarctic exploration team. And high school girls coming here would be more likely to cause a sensation. Of course, they also interviewed Mary, Naruzmio and others. But Duanmuhui naturally did not go up. Otherwise it's easy to fail the review. But Mr. Duanmu, maybe I'm overthinking it. Rias also turned her head at this moment and looked at Duanmuhui with some confusion. I've also investigated this matter. According to reports, the survivor was brought back to the mainland at the beginning of the year. Now it's been almost a year. Can we find any clues if we go there again? You don't understand this. Rias. Duanmuhui shook his head. Indeed. I know what you said. But what you don't know is that after that, the government secretly sent an investigation team to the research station to investigate. And then, Duanmuhui spread his hands. No news at all. Is there such a thing? That's right. And after that, due to climate change in Antarctica, all routes to Antarctica were closed. In other words, we are the first group to go to Antarctica again after a year. So we must find out what happened there before everyone else. And I have a bad feeling. Well, my bad feelings usually come true. That is, Mary sighed silently beside her. Basically, every time Duanmuhui felt that something bad was going to happen, something bad would definitely happen. Such as Redo Island. When are we leaving? The kitten from Tachin also asked curiously. Normally, one needs to take a helicopter to go to the scientific research station. But they are demons, so they can just transfer or fly directly. I've already told Fujito that we will disappear on our own and announce to the outside world that we are carrying out a special mission. They don't need to know anything else. Duanmuhui looked ahead as he spoke, and saw a snow-white glacier appear on the other side of the blue sea. Okay, pack up and we're ready to go. There was a flash of light before their eyes, and the next moment, Everyone was standing on the smooth ice surface. This is Antarctica. Looking at the scenery around her, Naruzmio widened her eyes in surprise. To be honest, I never thought I would come to Antarctica. Me too. Everyone nodded. Even the devil had never thought that they would visit Antarctica one day. Of course, for ordinary humans, the ice and snow here are enough for them to bear. But fortunately, everyone here has a non-human physique, so this degree of cold is still bearable for them. Ouch. It's so cold. Mary, carry me. Hey, Miss Flillian, don't you want to see the scenery here? That's not the case at all. The Demon King's castle is also covered in ice and snow. I'm tired of seeing it. Let's find a warm place quickly. Accept someone. To be honest, there's really no use for you. Duanmu Huai glanced at Flillian, who was huddled behind Mary and shivering, and rolled his eyes helplessly. But here is really big. There are flat ice surfaces everywhere, and it is not clear to east, south and south. We are in Antarctica, so it must be south. Right? So where is the south? This? Faced with Wan Lia's question, Naruzmio was speechless. She looked around, and then looked at Duanmu Huai. Mr. Duanmu, what should we do next? Of course I have a way. Duanmu Huai took out the bird bai. Before he came here, he must be prepared naturally. The research station we targeted earlier is right here. By the way, your teleportation magic isn't very reliable. Can't you just send us directly to our destination? The magnetic field here is chaotic, and the transmission of magic will be disturbed. This is the limit. Okay, let's go. After locking the position, Duanmu Huai waved his hand, and then everyone stood up and followed Duanmu Huai. The endless glacier looks very shocking at first, but it will hurt your eyes if you look at it too much. Naruzmio was very excited at first, but soon she wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. Uncle, how far is it? We're almost there. That's what you said half an hour ago. While complaining, Jack even looked at the 4 weeks. And then she suddenly saw that behind the small iceberg not far away, a small figure appeared, and was running towards herself. That is, Penguin. Seeing this small, cute bird, Naruzmio immediately cried out and waved to others hurriedly. Hey, look, there are penguins here. Hearing Naruzmio's call, the others stopped and turned to look, and then saw the penguin running towards Naruzmio. That's surprising. Isn't it afraid of people? Antarctic penguins have never seen humans. Right? That's true. Should we go over and take a look too? Why? While everyone was talking, Mary stared at the penguin, and then her face suddenly changed. Ms. Mio, get out of the way. That's not a penguin. Why? Hearing Mary's reminder, Naruzmio was stunned for a moment. Before she could react, she saw the fat and super cute little penguin had already run in front of Naruzmio. Then its head suddenly split into 4 pieces like petals, and then several tentacles flew out from it like arrows from a string and shot towards Naruzmio. Chapter 1041 Strange. Wha? Seeing this scene, Naruzmio screamed in fear. At the same time, a magic barrier appeared in front of Naruzmio, blocking the attack of the monster. Then she almost fell backwards on the ground in fear. At this moment, the body of the mutant penguin began to swell, and it screamed again and pounced on Naruzmio. Boom! The next moment, a beam of magic light suddenly flashed and completely penetrated the mutated penguin monster. Only then did Flillian put down the hand holding the magic wand. The response was too slow. At this moment, other people also rushed over. They looked at the mutant penguin lying on the ground in surprise. Stunned. What is this? It's definitely not a penguin anyway. Kiba Yuto clenched his teeth. Damn. This is just like a horror movie. I've never seen anything like this before. Let me investigate, and I'll find out. Duanmu Huai walked to the pierced mutant penguin corpse, took out the auspicious instrument, and inserted it into the penguin corpse. Soon, lines of information emerged from the auspicious instrument. A large number of abnormal genes detected. Warning. Contamination level is as high as 95%. Xenomorph infection source detected. Immediate purification recommended. Well, now it looks like we have indeed found our target. Looking at the information displayed on the divination instrument, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. This is the work of alien creatures. Alien creature? In your words, an alien creature? In short, for the Inquisition, anything with a skull that is not human is an alien creature. This thing looks pretty powerful. Fortunately, it is in Antarctica. Duanmu Huai was silent for a moment, staring at the dead penguin in front of him. Seeing his reaction, Mary asked, Mr. Duanmu, what are you going to do? From the perspective of the Inquisition? I'm considering wiping out the entire Antarctic. Why? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Is this necessary? Of course. As you can all see, this thing can be transmitted through blood. And right now its host is a penguin. Maybe more than one. There are just few creatures in Antarctica. But it's not like there are no creatures at all. Penguins will also be eaten by whales. And whales may also be infected and mutated. If it spreads like this, then when they infect humans, everything will be over. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stood up and silently opened the inventory. Considering that more than a year has passed, no one can be sure to what extent the alien infection has spread. To be on the safe side, purifying the entire Antarctica is the most appropriate approach. Of course, the safest option is to destroy the entire planet. But I hope it doesn't come to that. No. 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 Please calm down. Teacher. After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Mary didn't say anything. But the others were already scared. There's no need to destroy the entire planet. Besides, Antarctica is so cold that there are no living creatures there. We just need to find those penguins and kill them. Right? Appeasement is the greatest crime against humanity. Duanmu Huai silently took out a hot melt bomb. From my perspective, the best solution would be to sterilize the entire continent of Antarctica. Anyway, Mr. Duanmu, let's first see how the situation develops. At this time, Mary also spoke hurriedly. If the infection has already spread, then this may be the only option we have. But if the infection has not yet spread, we may have other ways to deal with the problem. Well, let's take a look at the situation first. Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers as he spoke, and soon 2 servo skulls flew out from the jetpack behind his power armor, quickly rising and flying into the sky. They would record the biological fluctuations of this alien shape, and scan the surroundings to lock the location of these alien creatures to the greatest extent possible. At this moment, most people held their breath and stared at the bird divination instrument in Duanmu Huai's hand. After all, they could understand what Duanmu Huai meant. But it was inexplicable. Suddenly, mankind was facing the crisis of extinction? No one could react. Compared to the nervous Rias and others, Freelian was very calm. She even pointed at the corpse of the mutant penguin and gave Naruz Mio on-the-spot teaching. Your reaction was too slow. Although the magic barrier was deployed perfectly. You should not retreat, but counterattack. With the magic properties you possess, it should be no problem to deal with such a monster. I didn't expect it to be a monster. Looking at the distorted body of the penguin in front of her, Naruz Mio almost cried. Perhaps for Freelian, it was normal to have such a strange monster. But for Naruz Mio, she just regarded it as an animal. Who knew it would be like this? She used to like penguins quite a lot. But now she might have a psychological trauma from it. Drip, drip, drip. Soon, points of light appeared on the auger. And finally, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Huh. Fortunately, it seems that they haven't spread to the Antarctic continent yet. Rias put her hand on her chest and let out a long breath. The others beside her nodded. At least from the results of the auspicious instrument, the number of species that have been determined to be infected by the aliens is no more than 100. And most of them are located in the northern area of Antarctica. Teacher, can you put that thing away? It looks pretty scary. Alright. Duanmu Huai looked at the data from the auspicious instrument, then frowned and put the hot melt bomb back. Seeing this scene, everyone around him also breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a little bit, and the Antarctic continent would be gone. But the thing is, this seems to be the location of Argentina's scientific research station. After comparing the coordinates, Mary asked uneasily, Anyway, let's go over and take a look first. In the end, Duanmu Huai made a decision. The cold wind is howling. A cold snowstorm swept across the continent, and there were only a few faint lights on the dark earth. For humans, this might be an unimaginable HL. However, Duanmu Huai just stood on the hill, letting the cold wind that was enough to freeze everything blow on his power armor. He raised his head, and the scarlet light in his helmet was as dazzling as stars. From the outside, there didn't seem to be anything particularly unusual about this research station. But soon the sensor on Duanmu Huai's helmet captured traces of fuel on the ground in unusual places. traces of explosions, and dilapidated vehicle wreckage in the distance. Is this really where those alien monsters are? Naruzmio hid behind Duanmuhui and looked at the base in the distance carefully. Of course. And the people here put up a very fierce resistance. And they did a good job. Why? Look! Duanmuhui stretched out his hand and pointed to a pile of scrap copper and iron next to the camp below. What is that? It was originally a helicopter. Helicopter? Yes. It is obvious that the people in this research station have discovered the existence of these alien bastards. In order to prevent them from spreading, they destroyed the communication equipment and transportation of their own camp, completely isolating themselves from other camps. Once these are gone, even the alien bastards that can transform into human form will not be able to escape from this continent in a short time. At this point, Duanmuhui's face darkened. However, there is still a limit to their efforts. It's summer in Antarctica. So will someone come to replace them? Rias quickly understood what Duanmuhui meant. Yes, it has been a cold winter in Antarctica before. Obviously, these monsters cannot resist the severe cold in Antarctica. As he spoke, Duanmuhui kicked the frozen penguin corpses beside him. These were not real penguins, but alien monsters in disguise. But now, Antarctic temperatures are rising and human activity is resuming. Right. So we have to finish what they didn't finish. As Duanmuhui spoke, he stretched out his hand, and the thunder hammer appeared in his hand. Do you understand the mission plan? Of course. But do we really want to do this? That's right. All life in this base, anything that moves, will be killed without mercy. As he spoke, Duanmuhui raised his war hammer and swung it forward. Get started. As Duanmuhui spoke, Fulilian was the first to take action. She raised her hand, and a beam of magic power instantly turned into a spear of light that whizzed towards the center of the camp. At the same time, Himejima Akino and Rias also raised their hands, and as they moved, magic power turned into a barrier that completely covered the area, isolating it completely from the outside world. Boom! The beam fired by Fulilian blasted directly through the board house of the research station in front of her, causing a huge explosion in an instant. The flame shot up into the sky, illuminating the dark Antarctic continent under the night sky. Soon, fully armed men in military uniforms ran out, holding weapons in their hands and looking around vigilantly. Judging from their appearance, they seemed to be no different from ordinary humans. But for Duanmuhui, this was meaningless, because his alien alarm was emitting a rapid warning sound, proving everything. Go to HL, you alien bastard. Like a demon from HL, Duanmuhui roared and fell from the sky, smashing heavily into the center of the research station. Then he swung his hammer violently, and the wind pressure that followed crushed all the soldiers around him into pieces. At this moment, the others in the distance seemed to have reacted as well. They hurriedly raised their weapons and pulled the trigger at Duanmuhui. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out, and bullets flew through the snowstorm and hit Duanmuhui's power armor. However, this level of attack was completely painless to Duanmuhui. He didn't even look at it, and directly smashed the ground with a hammer. Then he saw that the extremely solid ice surface exploded and collapsed, and the blast of air tore everything in it into pieces in a moment. Call, standing not far from the camp, Naruzmio clenched her hands. Her enemy was a group of sled dogs. At least from the outside, these sled dogs were no different from ordinary animals. At this moment, they were standing in front of Naruzmio, opening their mouths and growling angrily at her. Master, these are not animals, Master Duanmu said. They are alien monsters. Wanlia stood beside Naruzmio, holding a bat in her hand, and said loudly at the same time. Originally, Wanlia didn't use weapons, but Duanmuhui had reminded them that this alien monster would infect through wounds, and then devour and transform the other party. Wanlia, as a nightmare. She didn't want to try whether she could be devoured by the alien monster. I see. Looking at the sled dogs in front of him, Naruzmio gritted his teeth. The latter seemed to be tired of dealing with Naruzmio. Soon, the leading sled dog roared and then pounced on Naruzmio. Woo! Seeing the sled dogs rushing towards her, Naruzmio gritted her teeth and stretched out her hand. As she moved, she soon saw the movements of the sled dogs slow down, as if they were suppressed by something, and stopped in place. Then Naruzmio clenched her right hand again, and magic circles emerged from her side. The beams of light burst out from them, and shot at the sled dogs, instantly killing them completely. In just a moment, the sled dogs that were so powerful just now were completely killed. Not a single one was left. As expected of you, Mio-sama. Seeing this scene, Maria cheered immediately, while Naruzumio looked at the bodies of the sled dogs lying on the ground with a complicated expression. They looked no different from ordinary animals, and were not mutated like the penguins before. Are they really alien monsters? Boom, boom, boom. Just as Naruzumio was lost in thought, suddenly, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble, and then lightning and flames burst out from the camp. Seeing this scene, Naruzumio and Maria were also stunned. What on earth happened? Boom! The battle continues. The soldiers raised their weapons and attacked Duanmu in vain, while Duanmu raised his war hammer and ruthlessly crushed everything in his reach. At the same time, a man dressed as a researcher rushed into the research station, completely ignoring the roaring gunfire and fighting outside, and even his frostbitten arms and body, and rushed into the research station. Then, he opened the blocked underground door and stumbled in. Inside the door was a very strange device that looked like some kind of high-tech machinery. It was obviously not fully assembled, with most of the cables still exposed, and even a lot of parts lying around. However, the researcher didn't seem to care about that at the moment. He rushed directly to the operating table, stretched out his hand to grab the handle, and pulled it down hard. Buzz! As the researcher pulled down the handle, the strange device started to operate rapidly. Invisible surging energy gathered from all directions to the core of this mysterious instrument. Lightning and flames burst out from it and gradually spread. Boom! At this moment, with Duanmu hammer hitting the ground again, the entire underground cavity collapsed instantly. The heavy ice blocks whistled down and in a moment completely submerged the researcher and the mysterious machine. Great! Done! Duanmu carried the war hammer and looked at the research station in front of him, which was in a mess and had been completely crushed into ruins by him. At this time, other people also rushed over. They were responsible for cleaning up the aliens who tried to escape. It was obvious that even alien monsters were no match for the demons. Teacher Duanmu, is this the end? That's right. Of course, we need to investigate further to be on the safe side. I have a feeling that these aliens are hiding in this research station not just to avoid the cold. However, before Duanmu finished speaking, suddenly, accompanied by a dull cracking sound, the ground around him suddenly cracked. Lightning and fire burst out from under the ground. Seeing this scene, the faces of others also changed drastically. Wait, what happened? Damn it! Unlike the others who were at a loss and had no idea what was going on, Duanmu's expression changed slightly at this moment, because his sensor had clearly detected a huge trouble. Warning: Space channel is about to open. A large mass unknown alien biological wave signal was detected. Boom! The next moment, a monster as big as a hill broke out of the ice. It opened its mouth and let out an angry roar. Then it turned its head and stared at Duanmu and others fiercely. Wow! Seeing this scene, Fulilian couldn't help but sigh. This is bigger than a dragon. Is this the time to lament about this? What kind of monster movie is this? What should we do now? Rias was completely confused. Why did it feel like the world was completely different after arriving in Antarctica? An alien monster that could transform into a human was outrageous enough. But where did this Godzilla come from? Did they really go to the wrong world line? She had never heard of this thing before. So where did it come from? It's very simple. Hearing Rias' shout, Duanmu raised his warhammer again. Even though the giant beast in front of him was as big as a hill, his expression did not waver at all. At the same time, Mary next to him also raised her staff and prepared for battle. Kill it! Chapter 1042, Battle of Giant Beasts. Roar! For Naruzumio, Rias and others, the scene before them was like a dream. First, he inexplicably encountered an alien monster that could disguise itself as other creatures. And now a giant beast as tall as a mountain appears? To the point that they began to doubt their lives. On the contrary, Duanmu and Mary were very calm. After all, for them, it was normal for something weird and strange to appear during the fight. Rias, you guys are responsible for maintaining the barrier and making sure that the outside world doesn't know what happened here. Mary, you follow me. Fulilian, Mio, stop it from moving forward. The noise made by this monster was so loud that if Rias and the others hadn't immediately deployed the barrier to block the outside world's perception of this place, I'm afraid that all the scientific research stations in Antarctica would have discovered the noise here by now. I understand. Aquino, Yuto, Kaneko, everyone, put your magic power into the barrier. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Rias also flew into the sky and hurriedly gave the order. She raised her hand and looked at the monster in front of her, which was as big as a hill, and couldn't help but sigh. I never thought that I would encounter something like this while following teacher Duanmu. Yeah, it's really exciting. Himejima Aquino beside her also nodded. Not only did we come to Antarctica for adventure, but we even encountered monsters? I think our experience can be made into a movie. It's just that this movie is a bit incoherent. Rias raised her hands to maintain the barrier while complaining. Indeed, it was just as Rias said. They didn't really know what happened here. They just found something strange here and came to investigate. Then, they found alien creatures that could simulate humans. And now a space monster has appeared. Well, as a movie, no one would buy it without cause and effect. Meanwhile, Fulilian and Naruzmio also began to act. Or rather, Fulilian was instructing Naruzmio most of the time. Gravity manipulation is a very useful magic, even if it's such a big enemy. As long as you find the point where gravity acts, you can easily stop it from moving forward. After all, a monster this big must be quite heavy. Even if you say so, it's still difficult. Listening to the bland voice of Furlian next to her, Naruzmio gritted her teeth and stretched out her hands, desperately trying to change the direction of gravity. However, it was not known whether she was too unskilled in gravity control or the monster was too big. So Naruzmio could only barely stop the monster. Mr. Duanmu, how are we going to deal with this monster? While everyone was busy following Duanmu Huai's orders, the latter and Mary stood on the flat ground not far in front of the monster. Looking at the monster in front of them, Mary frowned slightly and asked, if there were a battleship, it wouldn't be a problem to destroy such a monster. But we didn't bring a battleship to this world, did we? Of course. There's no way something that big could fit in there. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Although the inventory could hold a lot of things, a warship was really beyond the scope of the inventory. Then again, battleships aren't really considered items. If you are planning to enter the belly of this monster, then I'm sorry I won't accompany you. It was obvious that Mary knew very well what Duanmu Huai liked to do most, and what he was best at. That's a good idea. But this time, we have to show these guys the power of our Inquisition. Let them see what the true strength of humans is. The power of the Inquisition? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Mary blinked and looked at him curiously. But there are no night guards, no warships, and no cannons. It has to be said that Mary has a considerable understanding of the power of the Inquisition. Follow me. Facing Mary's question, Duanmu Huai laughed. Then he turned around, opened a portal, and then went in. Mary hesitated for a moment, and followed Duanmu Huai in. After crossing the portal, Mary saw the same gorgeous metal building in the style of the Inquisition as before. However, this time, what caught Mary's attention was the giant clock in the center of the building. Mr. Duanmu, you don't want to. You want to play big, right? Then let's see who can play bigger. Prepare for the ceremony. Along with Duanmu Huai's roar, several winged babies fell from the sky, holding burning incense burners and flying around the big bell in front of them. Ring the big bell once. Push the lever to start the piston and pump. Boom! Duanmu Huai's voice echoed in the silent hall. And then the huge bell suddenly rang. At this moment, the originally silent metal hall seemed to be injected with blood and life. The huge chain kept pulling, accompanied by a thunderous jet sound, and the whole hall seemed to come alive again. Ring the bell twice. Press the button. The engine ignites. The turbine is ignited, and life is injected. Boom! The bell rang again. And then Mary saw the platform where Duanmu Huai was standing gradually rise, and golden arcs appeared around the platform, wrapping Duanmu Huai inside. The entire metal hall trembled suddenly, and the energy of life began to shuttle through the originally extremely cold inorganic matter, giving it a brand new beginning. Ming Dajong 3 times. Sing in unison. Praise Ami. Boom! Amid the chorus of baby angels, the bell rang again. At the same time, heaven and earth turned upside down. Boom! The earth shook and the extremely hard ice layer suddenly cracked. Then, A black shadow as tall as the monster suddenly emerged from it. What it is? Rias and the others who were struggling to maintain the barrier widened their eyes when they saw this. They watched a metal robot carrying a giant church on its back emerge from the ice with big strides. And unimaginable giant cannons on its shoulders. With its hands raised. Under the dark and heavy armor. The tall body, like a mountain, was engraved with luxurious patterns and skulls and gear marks. Oh! At this moment, the giant monster also discovered the existence of the giant machine. It opened its mouth, and a bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from it, blasting directly towards the steel giant in front of it. However, the extremely hot lightning, which was enough to turn everything along the way into charcoal, was completely blocked by the circular barrier that appeared on its body before it touched the steel giant. Just let me see if this thing works. Standing on the platform, staring at the giant beast in front of him, Duanmu Huai also clenched his fists and slammed them together. This Emperor-class Titan is also one of the most powerful combat equipment that Duanmu Huai has always carried with him. More importantly, this Titan has also been transformed. When he was in the Mecha world, Duanmu Huai assisted the humans in that world to eliminate the cosmic monsters from the center of the Milky Way. At that time, the mission reward he received was the driving system of the Steel Buster. This driving system allows the driver to synchronize with the robot. Whatever posture the driver makes inside, the robot outside can make the same posture. To be honest, this thing is useless in Duanmu Huai's opinion. But in the spirit of not wasting it, he still installed one on his Emperor-class Titan. It's just right. Now is the time to see whether this thing is useful or not. The divine machine has arrived. Aliens, die quickly. Duanmu Huai's roar echoed throughout the entire ice field, shocking almost everyone. Is this something from the Inquisition? Even Naruzmio was dumbfounded, looking at the humanoid steel warrior, who was almost the same height as the monster. She was completely speechless. Although she had thought that the Inquisition must be a very powerful organization, this was the first time that Naruzmio had truly witnessed the powerful power of the Inquisition. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Duanmu Huai had already controlled the Titan like an angry bull, rushing directly towards the giant monster in front of him. The Titan claw installed on his right arm mercilessly pierced into the body of the giant monster in front of him, piercing it through. The giant monster was not a pushover either. It roared angrily, and bit the body of the Iron Titan tightly. At the same time, the lightning on its body kept bursting out in all directions. Even Rias, Naruzmio and others had to retreat in a hurry to avoid becoming victims of the battle between the two. Come on! Let's see what else you can do. Duanmu Huai controlled the Titan to grab the giant beast's head. At the same time, the two plasma destroyer cannons on the Titan's shoulders roared and blasted out a shining torrent of energy that was almost blinding, hitting the monster directly, and exploding several bloody wounds on its hard SHL that even magic could not cause any damage. The giant beast instinctively retreated in pain. But Duanmu Huai would certainly not give it this chance. With a roar, the chainsaw sword, which was enough to split a mountain in half, came down and hit the giant beast's shoulder directly, leaving a deep scar on its heavy and huge body that looked like a turtle. The intense pain made the monster furious. It roared to the sky again, then raised its claws and smashed them hard on the Iron Titan's body without mercy. The battle between the two behemoths was completely beyond the scope of anyone else's intervention. Even Naruzmio and Furlian flew into the sky and stood around Rias, watching the battle between the two terrifying beasts below. I never thought that the Inquisition actually had such a terrifying weapon. Yes. Rias nodded and glanced at Naruzmio. She still remembered the previous investigation report about Naruzmio's return to the demon world. At that time, another superior demon family that was hostile to Naruzmio's family launched an attack on them because they dug up the heroic statues from the ancient battlefield. As a result, Duanmu Huai was angered and completely annihilated them, and the three ancient statues were directly turned into scrap metal. At that time, many demons felt very sorry and thought it was a pity that such a good thing was smashed to pieces. But now, the Inquisition has an existence that is obviously more terrifying than the heroic Colossus at that time. You have to know that the heroic Colossus is only more than 10 meters high, not even as high as the knee of the Iron Giant in front of the Inquisition. What would happen if such a being were allowed to join the battlefield between gods and demons? Thinking of this, Rias shuddered all over and dared not think about it anymore. At the same time, the battle between the two sides is about to end. After all, the giant monster is a living creature and cannot be compared with the cold steel warrior. Soon, it collapsed to the ground wailing. Then the steel giant stretched out its titan claws, and grabbed the giant monster's head, and lifted it up. Then all the gun muzzles on its body were aimed at the giant monster's wide-open abdomen at the same time. Boom! This was a thunderous blow, and the sound alone almost caused everyone flying in the air to fall to the ground. Even the sound waves echoing in the wilderness seemed to have infinite and invisible power, making it impossible to stop. The giant monster that was the first to bear the brunt of the fire exploded completely, and then was completely swallowed by the rolling flames in the air, turning into black charcoal and completely disappearing. Seeing this, Mary breathed a sigh of relief. Is it over, Mr. Duanmu? Finish? Hearing Mary's question, Duanmu Huai smiled coldly. No. This is just the beginning. Why? Chapter 1043 No Mercy. In this universe, there is such a civilization. They have advanced biotechnology, and with the help of technology that humans can't imagine, they have created all kinds of monsters as weapons. Those monsters that can disguise, infect, and transform into other races will be spread as the vanguard. They will infect all species they can infect and turn them into slaves who submit to their civilization. Once they encounter resistance, they will create beacons to send signals to their masters, creating a portal to a distant star region. That civilization will then send incomparably powerful biological monsters to invade and occupy the planet. Fortunately, when the pioneers of this civilization arrived on this planet, they crash-landed in Antarctica and were frozen in the severe cold. Unfortunately, they were dug up by a group of stupid humans. Of course, none of this matters to Duanmu Huai. There is obviously only one thing he needs to do now. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Since the other party has come over, we have to kill them too. Driving the Titan mecha, Duanmu Huai stared at the space portal in front of him with murderous intent. Mary was used to it, and just sighed silently. But Rias and Naruzmio were a little bit unsettled. After Duanmu Huai killed the huge monster, they immediately came to the Titan mech to join Duanmu Huai and Mary. But now it seems that they made a wrong decision. Wait. Over there? What's that place? It's not the demon world, right? Is it a different world? Or an alien planet? How are we going to get back after we go over there? We'll talk about that after it's over. Duanmu Huai didn't have the time or leisure to care about such things. He quickly locked the coordinates of the other side of the portal, and then controlled the Titan mecha and rushed directly into the space gap in front of him. Before Rias and the others could stop them, the scene in front of them changed. The original void turned into a series of strange passages emitting illusory light. Huge translucent luminous bodies, like cells, were like closed doors blocking Duanmu Huai. The space channel is blocked. Holding the staff, Lillian saw through the situation at a glance and gave a calm answer. We can't reach the other side of the passage. So what if it's blocked? Can't we just open it? Duanmu Huai raised his right hand and clenched it. At the same time, the magic power of destruction condensed in his hand. Then, Duanmu Huai punched forward. Along with his action, the mecha controlled by Duanmu Huai also made the same action and punched the sealed space barrier. In the face of the power of destruction, even the space barrier was easily shattered like a petal. And then the huge body of the Titan mecha fell down and fell into the depths of the space channel. Then, the scene in front of me suddenly changed. After passing through the dim tunnel, the next moment, what appeared before everyone was a scene they had never imagined. It seemed like a huge world wrapped in clouds. Countless tall towers emerged from the clouds, with lightning surrounding them. Looking closely, you could see countless monsters lining up and shuttling between the passages. There are so many monsters here. Lillian looked at the scene in front of her curiously and gave her thoughts calmly. This is more monsters than what we encountered in the Demon King's castle. So many. How could it be? Seeing countless monsters in front of her, Naruzmio clenched her hands and sweated. The previous monster was already scary, but what she didn't expect was that there were so many monsters at the end of the passage. Will they defeat these monsters? How to do? Naruzmio had no idea what was going on. But Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. He just glanced at the scene below and then withdrew his attention. It looks like the guys here are ready too. That's good. Let's get rid of them together. Let's say H. Load to these lowly aliens first and prepare to load the earthquake bombs. Yes. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Mary nodded, then pulled the handle beside her hard. In a moment, the entire Titan shook violently. The Sky Punishment Earthquake Cannon has been loaded. You lowly alien. Feel the power of humanity. Staring at the alien gathering place below, Duanmu Huai showed a ferocious smile. As he spoke, a huge cannon slowly shifted its direction and aimed at the ground. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded at this moment, and a huge artillery SH-L whizzed out from the muzzle, directly passed through the clouds, and hit the ground heavily. The infinite anger and hatred that a planet had accumulated before its death completely erupted at this moment. The entire Earth rolled like a rushing wave, and the invisible impact force swept across everything. Everywhere you looked, everything was crushed and torn apart by this infinite force. The towers collapsed, and countless monsters on them fell one after another. The scene in front of you seemed like the end of the world, and it was hard to breathe just by looking at it. But for Duanmu Huai, this is just the beginning. Just as Rias, Naruzmio and others were stunned by the scene before them and speechless. Duanmu Huai's voice sounded in their ears again. Mary, give me that. Okay. Turning his head, he saw Mary taking out a parchment scroll from the side and handing it to Duanmu Huai. The latter took the scroll, opened it and took a look, then picked up the rose knot. Then, in the name of the Inquisition, I hereby order the extermination of these barbaric and stupid aliens to be executed immediately. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai pressed the rose-shaped seal heavily on the parchment scroll. Then he raised his head and looked at the world in front of him. Destroy. Alien. This is your final fate. It was the first time that Naruzmio heard such cold words from Duanmu Huai's mouth. There was no hatred, no grudge, no anger. It was like the counter-clerk said very calmly. This matter is not within my scope of responsibility. It was just like the blade falling from the guillotine. Without any emotion. Simply performing its task. Obeying the force of gravity from top to bottom. And as for whether there was a carrot or a human head below, it was not a problem that the guillotine needed to care about. At this moment, the world completely broke apart. The earth collapsed, the sky shattered, and the dazzling flash blinded almost everyone's eyes at this moment. Naruzmio couldn't help but raise her hands to block in front of herself. After a moment, she carefully let go of her hands and looked forward. But there was nothing there. An unexpected reward. Compared to the girls, who were so surprised that they were speechless. Duanmu Huai was also a little surprised. Because just now, when he destroyed the planet, Duanmu Huai found that his natural disaster progress had jumped another level. In other words, this is also considered an enemy of a civilized race? This is really a pleasant surprise. After all, the system's requirements for civilized races are extremely strict. Duanmu Huai is not sure whether the alien species that attacks humans can be regarded as a civilized race that can be recognized by natural disasters. After all, there are many times when similar biological civilizations are not recognized as civilizations. He is just doing his job as a judge. Now it seems that he should still perform his duties loyally. After that, the group returned to Antarctica through the channel again. Duanmu Huai then asked Fulilian to be responsible for closing the space channel. And Fulilian and Naruzmio successfully closed it completely. Then Rias and others also removed the barrier originally used to isolate this place. And then the group returned to the Antarctic base. Of course, although they erased most of the traces, the destruction of the Antarctic base could not be covered up. After confirming that there were no remaining traces of any alien life forms, Duanmu Huai burned the place clean to be on the safe side. As for the mystery of the disappearance of the Argentine Scientific Research Station, just treat it as a ghost story in Antarctica and pass it on. Ah, Mr. Duanmu. Not long after Duanmu Huai and his group arrived at the Scientific Research Station, Fuji Tangjin also hurried over. You guys are back? Duanmu Huai nodded to Fuji Tangyin. Looks like everything is going well here? Yes. Although this research station has not been used for a long time. But thanks to you, the replaced instruments and equipment have been put to good use, and it will be able to gradually return to normal in a few days. That's good. Duanmu Huai also didn't like staying in a simple place. So he spent a lot of money to update the equipment and rooms of the Scientific Research Station. Of course, one of the main reasons was that the ordinary rooms were still too small for him. After finishing the report, Fuji Tangyin originally planned to leave. But looking at Duanmu Huai and the tired-looking girls around him, as the team leader she couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, what did you do?" Hearing Fuji Tangyin's question, Duanmu Huai was silent for a moment and exchanged glances with Mary beside him. A survey of Antarctic biological diversity? Why is it a question? And what is the diversity of Antarctic life? Aren't there only those Antarctic species? Did you guys go see the penguins? Alas. For some reason, when hearing Fujita Jin's question, Naruzmio next to him stiffened and let out a strange cry, while Duanmu nodded. Yeah. Yes. Penguins are cute. Don't you think? As he spoke, Duanmu turned his head and looked at the people behind him. And when the others heard Duanmu's question, they all showed strange expressions. Indeed. Penguins are quite cute. If they are penguins. Hearing this, Fujita Jin was even more confused. After all, there were many people who thought penguins were cute. But for some reason, she felt that these girls had complicated expressions when talking about penguins. Did they not like penguins? Chapter 1044 Shock. Late night time. The howling cold wind blew through the window. Everyone lay in bed, exhausted but unable to fall asleep. They had clearly experienced a stormy day. But now their spirits were still extremely excited, and they could not fall asleep no matter what. Mio, are you still awake? Ria-senpai isn't asleep either? Hearing Ria's voice, Naruzmio also spoke. Cannot fall asleep. Me too. To be honest, I really have a feeling what the hell we are doing now. Naruzmio muttered to herself as she stared at the ceiling in front of her, not knowing what to say for a moment. To be honest, everything they had experienced since Duanmu brought them to Antarctica was even more unreal to Naruzmio than a dream. She felt like she had just spent a crazy day in an amusement park. And now that she was lying on the bed, she finally calmed down and returned to reality. We fought monsters. Didn't we? Yes. Alien monsters. And we went to an alien planet. That's right. And Uncle blew up that planet? It seems so. The two asked and answered each other, and then fell into silence. Is this reality? I don't think we are dreaming. Ria sighed silently. Although she had imagined the strength of the Inquisition several times, she never thought that the Inquisition would have such a power. To be honest, this was no longer something that angels or demons could deal with. The other party could easily destroy a planet with just a wave of his hand. Although Rias didn't know how Duanmu did it, at least she did witness it with her own eyes. Destroy a planet? Angels can't do it. And the devil probably can't do it either. Why do people like this exist among humans? No. Humans in this world don't have this kind of power. Right? Of course. Rias didn't know much about the human society. But she didn't think that humans had this level of technological civilization. Then, was the Inquisition also using the products of prehistoric civilization excavated from some ruins, like those upper demon nobles? No. No. The more I thought about it, the more ridiculous it became. Rias shook her head desperately, throwing these crazy thoughts out of her mind. Not only Rias, but others also had mixed feelings. They knew that Duanmu had great strength. But, when the other party had reached the scale of the universe, then the level they were at was completely different. Who is Mr. Duanmu? What kind of organization is the tribunal? Rias felt that she had never been so curious as she was now. Or rather, although she had always been curious about the existence of Duanmu and the Inquisition. Before this, she only thought that this might be some kind of ancient hidden organization among human forces, or some mysterious religious groups that did not show up on weekdays. But it was obvious that the Inquisition was not like that. After recalling the alien creatures she had seen, Ria suddenly had a deeper understanding of the Inquisition's system. I see. It's not a creature with a human skull. It must be an alien creature. While muttering to herself, Rias recalled Duanmu's attitude when he issued the extermination order. There was no hatred, anger, or resentment. It was as calm as a cleaner who saw a cockroach nest and subconsciously used insecticide to clean it up. The whole process revealed a kind of skill and calmness, as if it was just a simple job. That's right. Because we discovered alien creatures that posed a threat to humanity. We destroyed them completely. It's that simple. Thinking of this, Ria suddenly felt an inexplicable fear and trembling. At this moment, she was really glad that the Inquisition appeared here now that the three-way war had ended. If it was hundreds of years ago when the angels, fallen angels and demons were fighting, it would probably be a different story. Although Rias had not experienced that war, she had read historical records. At that time, angels, fallen angels, and demons fought each other, involving other races, especially humans. At that time, many humans supported the three major forces and killed each other. If the court knew about this, well, purify it. Rias could even easily imagine the scene where Duanmu Huai calmly gave orders and then completely wiped out the three forces. But this raises a question. That is, when did the Inquisition appear? Are they an organization of this world? Rias is now very suspicious. After all, judging from the style of the Inquisition, if they existed during the Three-Way War, they would definitely kill the angels, fallen angels, and demons without hesitation. But the fact is that they did not appear until the end of the Three-Way War, which means that the Inquisition only appeared after the Three-Way War ended, although it is possible that the Inquisition was established after this. Rias's intuition tells her that the Inquisition may not be an organization of this world. After all, they can even move in space. And Rias remembered clearly that when she set up the isolation barrier to deal with the giant monster, she heard the conversation between Duanmu Huai and Mary. At that time, Mary once said, "If the battleship is there, it will be no problem to deal with this kind of monster." Now that I think about it, she definitely wasn't talking about the battleship in the water. Mio, what is it? Ria-senpai? Did Teacher Duanmu tell you about the tribunal? He did say something. To be honest, before today, I thought it was just fairy tales. Naruzmio also answered blankly. Of course, she had received basic system training from the Inquisition. But at that time, Naruzmio only felt like she was listening to a story. What about aliens? Heretics who believed in evil gods? And demon races in the subspace? She thought they were just like the Bible. Just myths and legends. But now, after she witnessed it all with her own eyes, those stories that originally sounded so unrealistic suddenly turned into cold reality and slapped her directly in the face. I feel a little scared. Just then, the kitten, who had been silent all the time, suddenly interrupted. So many people, all wiped out without a word. The teacher is so scary. Well, but Uncle isn't a bad guy. At least, he does fight to protect humanity. Naruzmio defended Duanmu Huai. She could understand why Tachin Kitten suddenly said that. After all, they all saw Duanmu Huai issuing the extermination order. Whether it was compassion or anger and hatred, it at least showed that it was an emotion. But Duanmu Huai was calm as if it was a simple job. He really didn't regard those countless alien creatures as life at all. Yes, to use the words of the Inquisition, they are lowly alien bastards. But I still feel scared. Even if those alien creatures really want to invade humans, it would be too much to completely destroy them like this. The kitten hesitated, as if thinking about how to describe it. Too much? This is not something we can interfere with. Rias decisively interrupted the discussion. The Inquisition has its own policies. We may have questions about them. But at least for now, we have no conflict with the Inquisition. And there is no basis for any conflict. Am I right? Mio? Ah, that's right. At least for now. According to the rules of the Inquisition, Uncle doesn't particularly care about demons transforming into humans. Naruzmio once asked Duanmu Huai if the devil using devil chess pieces to transform humans into devils was a violation of the rules of the Inquisition. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment and told her that the devil's behavior had not caused any harm to humans at present, because the number of devil chess pieces was limited, and the humans transformed into devils had not carried out any large-scale killings against humans. Of course, there were some stray devils, but these stray devils only needed to be dealt with. And the important thing is, even if transformed into a demon, there will be no problem as long as the human skull does not mutate. If you say that having wings is an alien, then you have to turn Sanguinius into braised chicken wings first. So from this point of view, Duanmu Huai is quite tolerant of the angels, fallen angels and demons in this world. After all, we can't dig up Sanguinius's grave. Even if it's the Inquisition, that would be too much. Okay, go to sleep. Rias stopped the discussion. After all, everyone is tired after a day. I hope I don't have nightmares tonight. Even now, when Naruzmio closes her eyes, she will see the scene of the cute penguin swaying in front of her. Then its head split open, and tentacles coming out of it to attack her. Naruzmio was really scared at that time. But fortunately, the basic training that Ferlian had asked her to repeat allowed Naruzmio's body to reflexively release the magic barrier before her consciousness could react. Otherwise Naruzmio really couldn't imagine what she would become. To be honest, she felt that this was going to become a psychological shadow for her. Naruzmio used to like penguins very much, But now she feels that she may never be able to like these cute creatures again. Chapter 1045 An Unexpected Reunion. Soon, winter passed and spring came. When Duanmu Huai and others returned to school, the new school year had already begun. But for Duanmu Huai, women are trouble. I will never take you on a trip again. It's all your fault. Uncle, why are you so cruel? I just want to taste it. The thing that made Duanmu Huai most unhappy about this trip to Antarctica was that he did not achieve his goal of eating barbecue. That's right. He originally planned to catch a few penguins and seals to try something new. It's just that there are no polar bears in Antarctica. Otherwise, bear paws would taste pretty good. As a result, the girls tried their best to stop him, saying, "Why do you want to eat a leopard when it's so cute?" So in the end, Duanmu Huai didn't get to eat it until he set out on his way home. Why can't we eat something just because it's cute? Rabbits are cute too. Isn't spicy rabbit head delicious? Besides, there are so many penguins and seals in Antarctica. So what if I eat one or two? It's impossible to eat them to extinction. Right? They are not like those spirits in the world of Journey to the West. Duanmu Huai was really sad that even Mary didn't stand on his side. In the end, he had no choice but to grill the frozen chicken he'd brought from the inland. Penguins are also birds. Why can't they eat fresh ones instead of frozen ones? However, he still found an opportunity to take a few penguin eggs and make an omelette to try. Well, I have to admit that wild penguin eggs do not taste very good. Just like ostrich eggs. They look huge, but they taste just so. I just eat them for the sake of novelty. If you think about it, if penguins were really delicious, they would have been raised like chickens and would not be able to run around freely in Antarctica. When you walk into the school, the first thing you see is the freshmen and the clubs that are recruiting freshmen. Of course, there is also the wind band club that is playing. With the graduation of the 3rd grade, the members of the wind band club have also changed. I don't know how many students will join this year. Of course, this is not a problem that Duanmu Huai cares about. Ah, Teacher Duanmu, you're back from Antarctica. How's Antarctica? Is it cold? Did you bring any local specialties? Walking into the staff room, other teachers also greeted Duanmu Huai. After all, they also knew that Duanmu Huai went to Antarctica. It was impossible to say that they were not envious, jealous and hateful. However, most people also knew that they did not have the ability to go to Antarctica. So they were not particularly envious. After all, that was Antarctica, not Hawaii. I wanted to catch a penguin, but unfortunately I wasn't allowed to. In response to his colleagues' questions, Duanmu Huai spread out his hands, and everyone laughed. If we catch it, can we keep it in school? Penguins must be afraid of heat. It's still very hot here in the summer. Duanmu Huai certainly couldn't bring back any local specialties from Antarctica. But fortunately, those girls were careful and had already taken a lot of photos of Antarctica and animals, which they directly distributed to other teachers. The latter satisfied their curiosity and dispersed with the photos. It was not until then that another teacher came over. Teacher Duanmu, the principal wants to see you. Principal? Okay, I get it. Why does it seem like I've seen this rhythm before? With doubts in mind, Duanmu Huai came to the principal's office. The old principal sitting behind the desk was still smiling as always. After a brief conversation with Duanmu Huai about the situation in Antarctica, the old principal smiled and turned to the main topic. Teacher Duanmu, I asked you to come here this time because I have something to ask of you. Please me? Yes. You may not know yet, but Ms. Matsumoto has gone on maternity leave, so her position is currently vacant. So I hope you can take over her position and become the head teacher of Class 3. Grade 2. Class teacher? Me? I have to say that when I heard the news just now, Duanmu Huai was also stunned. To be honest, he never thought that a PE teacher could also be a class teacher. In Duanmu Huai's memory, the job of class teacher is basically exclusive to teachers of the 3 major subjects of Chinese, mathematics and English. Can someone like me who teaches PE also be a class teacher? Yes. You did a great job in the wind band club. The students all respected you. The wind band is the wind band. Okay. I get it. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. What else can he do? Being a class teacher is also part of a teacher's job. Just like being a club advisor. He teaches physical education anyway, so he has plenty of time. At least, he doesn't need to grade exams like he does for Chinese, math and English. Ha ha ha. I'm optimistic about you. Please. Then. Oh! By the way, there is one more thing. Boom boom boom. Before the principal could finish his words, there was a knock on the door, followed by a strange female voice outside the door. I'm sorry to bother you. Oh! You're just in time. Come in. As the principal spoke, Duanmu Huai saw the door of the principal's office open, and then two girls walked in. One of them looked adult, wearing an ordinary work suit. The other stood behind her, wearing the school uniform of Juwon College. Seeing Duanmu Huai, the woman in front seemed startled, but the principal laughed and comforted her. Don't worry. Although teacher Duanmu looks fierce, he is actually a highly regarded teacher. Oh! Yes. I'm so sorry. I'm so rude. As she spoke, the girl bowed her head and saluted Duanmu Huai. At this time, the principal stood up, walked in front of the girl, and introduced Duanmu Huai with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is the teacher Tachibana Harna, who has been appointed here this year, and her sister Tachibana Rui. She will transfer to this school. Oh! Teacher Tachibana Harna. This is teacher Duanmu Huai. He will be the homeroom teacher of class 3. Grade 2. You will be his assistant for the time being. After all, you have just arrived at the school and are not familiar with these things. Having said that, the principal also looked at Duanmu Huai. Then, Mr. Duanmu, could you please help me? Duanmu Huai looked at the two people in front of him with a complicated expression and nodded slightly. He didn't know the woman in front of him, but the sister behind her was very familiar to him. Isn't this Xiulu? Xiao Rui. My goodness. Your pseudonym is too casual. Ju Rui was obviously also confused. She looked at Duanmu Huai speechless. Obviously, she had never thought that she would meet an acquaintance in the new school. And it's the kind that can't be more cooked. After the introduction, everyone left the principal's office. Then in the corridor, Duanmu Huai looked at the two of them and fell into silence. Finally, he coughed and stretched out his hand. Hello, Mr. Ju. I am Duanmu Huai. Please give me your guidance. Ah, yes. I also ask for your guidance. Looking at the hand that Duanmu Huai stretched out, Ju Harna hurriedly shook it, while Duanmu Huai glanced at Ju Rui, who lowered her head and remained silent, and then withdrew her gaze. This is your sister? Yes. She is a freshman in high school this year. She came here to study because of some things at home. Something happened at home. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's expression became a little strange. Even if Tachibana Harna didn't say much, he could guess what the other party meant by something happened at home. After all, what is the situation at home? He had heard from Xiao Rui a long time ago that something was wrong. Rui had said it. Okay. I remember she had said before that her mother had a new boyfriend and was planning to remarry. Now it seems that she has already remarried? And then she moved here? If that's the case, I have to say, this is really a big joke. But then again, you're only a freshman in high school this year. Looking at Ju Rui, Duanmu Huai was speechless. He had never thought about it before. That is to say, last year. Well, forget it. The past is the past, and there is no point in talking about it now. Right? After that, Rui Tachibana went to the first grade classroom to report, while Harna Tachibana went to the staff room to greet other teachers. It must be said that a young, beautiful and energetic female teacher can really boost everyone's mood. And many people also greeted Harna Tachibana. There are also many young teachers who look very enthusiastic, and it is obvious that they like this teacher Harna Tachibana very much. However, Duanmu Huai was somewhat confused as he sat on the chair and looked at Ju Yongkai in front of him. Ju Yongkai in front of him was an optimistic, cheerful, warm, generous and beautiful woman, and it was indeed easy for her to attract the attention of men. However, if what her sister said was correct, she was currently a mistress. You can never tell a person's true heart from his appearance. Just looking at her appearance, who would have thought that she was a mistress? Then again, appearance is not a good indicator. Rui looks like a good kid. And looking at her sister, she probably wouldn't have thought that her sister would have a part-time job outside. Duanmu Huai shook his head silently, then picked up the student list. After all, if he was to be a class teacher, he couldn't slack off like he did during physical education class. In short, he wanted to see who was in his class. As a result, Duanmu Huai finally understood why the principal had named him as the head teacher of Class 3. Grade 2. Many of the students were members of the Wind Band Club. Then Mary and Aruzmio were also assigned to this class, as well as Tachin Kitty and Juan Lia. No wonder he was asked to be in charge. It would be difficult for someone else to manage the class. Right? Never mind. It's easy to herd a flock of sheep. Ding dong. Just as Duanmu Huai was looking at the student list, his cell phone rang. He turned on the phone and saw a text message from Xiaolu. Uncle, I have something to tell you. Looking at the text message, Duanmu Huai was silent for a moment, and then replied with a text message. See you at the usual place after school. Chapter 1046, the beginning of the entanglement. If I had to find an adjective to describe the current atmosphere, it would be awkward. I didn't expect that the uncle would be a teacher in our school. I didn't expect you to be a student of our school. Sitting at the dining table, Duanmu Huai and Xiaolu were arguing. They glared at each other, and they both felt an unspeakable absurdity and ridiculousness. After all, neither side knew each other's identity before. But now? So why are you here? We moved here because my mother remarried, and my sister also happened to be transferring to another school. So I came along for convenience. Roy silently put down the Coke in her hand and sighed. I never thought that the uncle would be a teacher. Accident? It's very unexpected. I always thought that the uncle might be a gangster. After all, you give people that kind of feeling. Roy looked to the side while speaking. Come to think of it, after moving, I realized that this place is really far away. That's why I came here to look for someone, because it's far away. I can't let students from my own school see me. Duanmu Huai was also speechless. He had specially brought the rabbits to the outer area to prevent them from eating the grass near their nests. But who would have known that the grass would actually run to their nests on its own? After a brief exchange, the two fell into silence again. In the end, it was Duanmu Huai who broke the awkward atmosphere first. So, how is your family doing now? My mother is very happy after remarrying. And my sister is. Having said that, Rui frowned slightly. I suspect someone at her previous school noticed what was going on with her. So she was transferred here. Well, it was all in vain. Duanmu Huai also shrugged his shoulders. After all, because of Rui, Duanmu Huai was already very familiar with Tachibana Haruna's situation. So, uncle, are you still going to continue? That's my problem. Generally speaking, I don't eat grass in my own backyard. But I still need money. Rui frowned as she spoke. Why? Is your new family not treating you well? That's not the case. But the other party is also remarried. And there is a boy who is the same age as me. I am not used to living under the same roof with a strange boy. So I also hope to move out as soon as possible to leave some private space for my mother. And for future tuition and living expenses. Sister Aiko said that I should make as much as possible while I can, so that at least I don't have to worry about the future. That's right. The economic foundation is still very important. Duanmu Huai nodded. Rui is only in high school now, and will go to college in the future. She will definitely need a lot of expenses. Although the support of her parents is also indispensable. It is really reassuring to have the money she can control. But in school, we should just maintain a normal teacher-student relationship. Okay, uncle. Rui nodded. Then she stared at Duanmu Huai. By the way, uncle is the advisor of the Wind Band Club. Yes. How did you know that? I heard from other students that the wind band here is very strong and even made it to the national competition. That's true. But I don't understand music. The most I can do is to spur those lazy people. Can I join the Wind Band Club? You can? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Rui shook her head. I don't know how, but beginners can join in. You can, but never mind. Just do as you like. What else can Duanmu Huai do about this? He can only say this. This is a new beginning for the students of Juwon College. And the same is true for Duanmu Huai. First of all, Rias finally graduated successfully, and is about to officially enter the ranking competition. Duanmu Huai has been looking forward to this for a long time. After all, the ranking competition is likely to be the main task of this world. Only by winning the ranking competition can you unlock the summoning list. Right? As for the Wind Band Club, the system only gave them one chance to unlock the spot after they qualified for the national competition last time. Duanmu Huai wondered if they would be able to do so again if they entered the national competition again this year. Or if they had to win the gold medal to unlock the next spot. If so, that would be a bit slow. By the way, Duanmu Huai has not appeared in the Wind Band Club yet. After all, the Wind Band Club is recruiting. And if he goes, it is very likely that all the new students will be scared away. So Duanmu Huai discussed with Long and decided to wait until all the new students have integrated into the Wind Band Club and boarded this pirate ship before appearing. By that time, it was too late for them to get off the ship. Although Duanmu Huai temporarily stopped going to the Wind Band Club because of his work as a class teacher, he still got a lot of information about the Wind Band Club from Mary. Perhaps because the Wind Band Club won the silver medal in the national competition last year. Many freshmen took the initiative to join the Wind Band Club this year. There were even some students who came because they admired Mary and Reina Kusaka. Of course, Duanmu Huai also heard that Rui had joined the Wind Band Club and became a member of the euphonium group. It seems that she doesn't like crowded places. So she chose a group with relatively small number of people. As for the work of the class teacher, it was much easier than Duanmu Huai thought. He was not a teacher of large classes like Chinese, math and English. He usually took a laissez-faire attitude towards the students in the class. As long as they did not cause trouble, Duanmu Huai would not care too much. Fortunately, there were many students in the Wind Music Club in the class, and they were quite familiar with Duanmu Huai's work style, so the cooperation was not bad. As for teacher Tachibana Harna, well, she was very popular among young students, especially male students. Duanmu Huai could understand this. After all, as long as you didn't know that she was a mistress, judging purely by her appearance, Tachibana Harna was the kind of teacher that students liked the most. Young and beautiful, cheerful and generous, lively and enthusiastic, and able to get along well with students. For students of this age group, these are pretty much what they ask of a good teacher. However, Duanmu Huai discovered another characteristic of this teacher. That means he can drink. The kind that can drink a lot, holding a large beer glass for 3 or 4 hours without letting go. To be honest, Duanmu Huai admires her for this. Even Rui once said, "My sister just likes to drink." Speaking of Rui, Duanmu Huai and she basically go out to see each other once a week, mostly after school. Of course, Rui will change clothes at home and then go to the family restaurant to meet Duanmu Huai. After all, she can't appear here in school uniforms. And in school, the two also maintain a teacher-student relationship. Well, that's true though. But in private, Rui seemed to rely more and more on Duanmu Huai. I don't think this can go on. After the intimate contact between the two sides ended again, Rui, curled up in Duanmu Huai's arms, frowned and whispered. At this moment, the blush on her face had not yet dissipated, but her mind seemed to fly far away. "No! What's wrong?" "About my sister." Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Rui turned around and stared at him. "I think I should convince my sister to break up with that man." "Who's going to persuade?" "I and Uncle." "Can you help me? The two of us? Are you sure? I don't think what we are doing now is much better than being a mistress." "Right?" Duanmu Huai pointed at her, and pointed at herself, and her face was speechless. "Besides, you are her sister, so it's fine if you intervene." "But in what capacity should I intervene? She and I are just ordinary colleagues." "But my sister has been feeling really bad lately." Rui lowered her head with a gloomy expression. "I often see her secretly calling other people, and then crying after the call. I really can't understand why my sister continues like this even though she is in so much pain. Could it be that the man's skills are as good as the uncle's, and that he can make my sister fall in love with him?" At this point, Rui became excited instead. "In that case, why not just let sister have a taste and know for sure? What do you want to taste?" Looking at the excited Rui, Duanmu Huai had a very bad feeling. "Let the uncle have sex with my sister once. Then she will know who is more powerful. By then, my sister will give up on that man. I never thought that someone like you who looks so well behaved could come up with such a bold idea." Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was also stunned. Sure enough, even Rui would change after working in this line for a long time. What was going on? "That's impossible." "Why not? So how are you going to get your sister and me to get a room?" Duanmu Huai spread his hands and looked at Rui helplessly. "This is not like when Aiko brought you here. You can't just say you want to introduce your sister to me, and then she will obediently come and do that with me like you did. She is an adult, and since she is a mistress, she must not be short of money. And we are colleagues. I don't think she would agree to it even if I beat her to death." Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Rui frowned, thought for a moment, and then her eyes lit up. Well, then let the uncle use me as a threat. Just like the plot in those stories. The uncle can use me as a hostage. And then take those shameful photos and show them to my sister. Threaten her that if she doesn't listen to me, I will distribute the photos of your sister. Oops. Is there anyone who would cheat on his sister like you? Duanmu Huai flicked the trigger directly on Rui's head, interrupting her speech. And this is a crime. Do you want me to become a criminal? Don't worry, uncle. I've seen this. In this kind of story, the victims usually willingly give in. Uncle, you have great skills and money. If you do it a few times, my sister will definitely listen to you. By then, she will break up with that man. What kind of story are you reading? It's not something you can read at your age. It seems that Rui really cares about her sister being someone else's mistress. Having said that, you can't accept your sister being someone else's mistress. But you can accept her being someone else's urinal? What kind of logic is this? In short, impossible is impossible. Duanmu Huai decisively made a cross with his hands, dispelling Rui's absurd idea. Why? Seeing that Duanmu Huai refused to agree, Rui lowered her head in disappointment. To be honest, I think it would be better for you to have a good talk with your sister. I've talked about it. But sister, I don't know. Is this what they call love is blind? To be honest, I really can't understand why she loves that man so much. You can't force feelings. Who knows? Maybe she enjoys this kind of pain. Will it? It's obviously painful. Tragic heroine? I know some girls seem to do that. At this point, Duanmu Huai remembered that Naru's Mio had complained about a girl in her former class who dumped her boyfriend, but pretended to be in great pain, as if he had dumped her instead of her. She was the culprit, but she acted like a victim. The boys who didn't know the truth really treated her as a victim, and then comforted her and continued dating. After dating for a while, the girl broke up with him in tears, and acted like it's not me who is wrong. It's the world. At that time, Naru's Mio couldn't stand this kind of behavior, and once asked the other party why he did this again and again. The other person responded, "This kind of heartache makes me feel like the heroine of a tragedy. I am so pitiful, so weak, and so in need of sympathy." Well, think about it carefully. It seems that this is basically the case in romance novels and TV dramas. The heroine is framed, abandoned, and poisoned. There are also cases where the heroine is misunderstood by the domineering president, and then suffers domestic violence and miscarriage. Generally speaking, at this time, it is either divorce or calling the police. As a result, the heroine looks aggrieved and says, "Oh, why do you do this to me?" But she refuses to leave the domineering president, and even wants the domineering president to torture her to death before she is done. It would be best if the domineering president finds out the truth after she dies, and cries in regret at the grave. Frankly speaking, when Duanmu Huai watched this kind of TV series, he just wanted to complain. Aren't you asking for trouble? If you are framed, just curse back. If you are violently attacked, just fight back. If all else fails, call the police. Who are you crying for? What's the point of crying? You will still be beaten to death in the end. To be honest, Duanmu Huai couldn't understand it. In these romantic novels and TV dramas, the heroine was usually targeted in various ways, and then she didn't fight back. She just endured everything like a saintly white lotus until she couldn't bear it anymore and died. Then the case was overturned, and then she was cherished by the repentant domineering president. Why do girls like to read this kind of story? He still prefers to read the cool stories about fighting for the world and having 3,000 concubines in the harem. Anyone who dares to abuse the male protagonist like this will be cursed to death. Are women born to be masochistic and will not feel comfortable unless they torture the driver? Duanmu Huai felt that Ju Harna might also have this kind of habit, and she might be immersed in the guilt and pain of being a mistress and unable to extricate herself. Oh, I am the mistress. He cannot love me with all his heart, but we are true love. So even though it is painful, it is the testimony of our love, or something like that. Of course, it's better not to say this to Rui. Otherwise, who knows how angry she will be. After finally calming Rui down, the two walked out of the hotel. Just when Duanmu Huai brought Rui to the street and was about to hail a taxi to take her home, Rui suddenly turned her head and looked to the other side of the street. Elder sister? Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw that at the other end of the street, Ju Harna was talking to someone. Then she turned around and walked towards the tavern next to her with another person. Although I can't see clearly, judging from the figure, it should be a man. Seeing this, Rui gritted her teeth and chased after him. Hey! Wait a minute. Hey! Watching Rui chasing after her, Duanmu Huai sighed helplessly. What else can I do? I can only follow him. Chapter 1047 True Love. When Rui pushed open the door of the tavern and walked in, one can imagine how surprised Tachibana Haruna was to see her sister appear here. Rui? What are you doing? Rui did not answer her sister's question. She just stared coldly at the man standing next to her sister, and spoke after a while. Sister, who is he? In response to Rui's question, Tachibana Haruna seemed very flustered, but the man next to her seemed very calm. Anyway, it's not good to talk while standing, so let's sit down first. Duanmu Huai hid nearby and watched the scene silently. After all, with the stealth skills from the Raven Guard, it was not difficult for him to avoid being discovered. But why should I use my stealth skills on this kind of 8 o'clock urban emotional drama? While sighing helplessly, Duanmu Huai picked up the beer in his hand. Never mind. It's good as a side dish. The three of them obviously didn't realize that Duanmu Huai was staring at them. At this moment, the three of them also sat down. Tachibana Haruna sat with the man, while Rui sat opposite them with a cold and gloomy look. Seeing her sister like this, Tachibana Haruna lost her usual enthusiasm and generosity at school, and looked very flustered and at a loss. On the contrary, the man next to him was calmer. He just smiled bitterly and spoke. The atmosphere is so tense. I don't even know where to start. Anyway, let me introduce myself first. As he spoke, the man looked at Rui. My name is Ojihara Hiragi. I'm 32 years old, married, and I don't have any children. I've been dating Haruna for 2 years, and I'm currently working as a biology researcher in a university laboratory. The man named Ojihara Hiragi looks very elegant, wearing glasses, and looks like a weak-looking pretty boy. Well, maybe women would like this kind of weak and incompetent guy who exudes an assassin vibe. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Rui. Who is it? Why? Who proposed the relationship first? Knowing this, you will know whose fault it is. Staring at the two of them, Rui at this moment was like a judge in a court. Whose fault is it? Hearing this, Ojihara Hiragi was silent for a moment. Although we didn't say we were officially dating, I was the one who invited her first, so I can say it was me. If this made my sister worried, I apologize. Apologize. Rui raised her head and glared at Ojihara Hiragi fiercely. Do you understand what you are doing? Don't you have a wife? Don't you feel any guilt at all? Certainly. Facing Rui's accusation, Ojihara Hiragi nodded. But I like Haruna. This feeling is not an affair. It's genuine. Yua, sitting next to him, Duanmu Huai felt so sick that he couldn't even drink the wine after hearing what the man said. Come to think of it, he had seen similar scenes before. I remember when Odell's fiancé cancelled Odell's engagement in public and announced his engagement with a girl who had transformed into a succubus, calling it true love. What the H.L. is true love? What is true love? Is there false love if there is true love? Duanmu Huai cannot understand this kind of stupid brain circuit. In his opinion, the so-called true love is just an excuse for cheating. The so-called true love is not just saying that I don't love you, but I have found true love now. Having said that, not all heroines in romance novels are like this. They stick to someone else even though he already has a fiancé, and then confidently say that we are true love. Although you are his fiancé, he doesn't love you. So you should break off the engagement and make us happy. Therefore, Duanmu Huai had no feelings towards this kind of excuse. In his opinion, if a man is attracted to a woman, it is either because he is attracted to her body, or because he is attracted to her body, or it is nonsense. Even if you are attracted by inner beauty. First of all, the woman must at least be a beautiful woman on the outside. Although it's not enough to just be a beauty, but at least you have to be decent looking before I'd like to get to know you better. Take Rui for example. Although she is taciturn, she has a nice figure and is cute. So Duanmu Huai wants to get to know her better. The same goes for Aiko. Although she is a hot girl, dressed up fancy with blonde hair and lip gloss, at least she is also a girl who knows how to dress up. If you are a 300 kilograms hair dye armored vehicle, Duanmu Huai will not be in the mood to have any in-depth communication with the other party. He doesn't even want to look at you. And he won't even look at you if you are offered money. Even if she is lively, cheerful and outgoing. Dwanmu Hwai will never have any further relationship with her. Many girls' comics are the same, saying that the heroine is taciturn and insignificant in the class. And then one day she is spotted by her true prince. Then those heroines have the potential to become top beauties after a little dressing up. If you have the ability, you can ride a 300-kilogram armored vehicle as the heroine, saying that she is unpopular in the class. And then write a few handsome guys who die for her. This is the real dream-oriented girl plot. So in Dwanmu Hwai's opinion, your so-called true love is just a packaging word for fickleness. Maybe you will tell another woman that she is your true love in a few days. And this true love will never end. How does that song go? How many good sisters do you have? However, before the other party could finish his words, Ajiwara Hiragi looked at Rui and spoke again. Sister, you must be angry about the fact that I'm married. If I get divorced, will you bless us? Rui didn't say anything, but just clenched her fists and stared at him. Obviously, she had no intention of calling this man brother-in-law. How can I trust someone like you? I cry every time I talk to you on the phone. I don't believe you can bring happiness to my sister. Cry? Hearing this, Ojihara Hiragi looked at Tachibana Haruna beside him in surprise, and the latter turned her head away uneasily. Seeing Tachibana Haruna's reaction, Ojihara Hiragi reached out and held Tachibana Haruna's hand, gazing at her affectionately. I'm sorry. I didn't know you would have such a hard time. But I've said it before. I also want to give up everything and live with Hina. But reality doesn't allow me to do so. Please give me a little more time. Ah, here it comes. The pretty boy's characteristic sweet talk. Hearing this, Dwanmu Hwai sneered. You have been dating for 2 years. And you still need to give you some more time. Right? Your time is money. But other people's time is not money? Rui is still a high school student. But Hina is an adult. Are you going to drag it out until she is 30 years old? There are women who believe this nonsense. Hey, is it possible that this Tachibana Hina's IQ is not high? Or are women in love all fools? Crash. However, at this moment, Rui made a more drastic move. She picked up the cup on the table and poured the water on the pretty boy in front of her. All the water was spilled on the pretty boy. Wow. Seeing this scene, Dwanmu Hwai whistled. I didn't expect that Rui, who usually looks very well behaved, would be so bold at this moment. After pouring the water, Rui put down the cup and turned to leave. Dwanmu Hwai also stood up and stretched. The show is over. It's time to leave. After walking out of the tavern, Dwanmu Hwai saw Rui running. So he hurriedly chased after her and held her shoulder. Wait, where are you running to? Uncle! When she saw Dwanmu Hwai, Rui seemed to have found support. She threw herself into Dwanmu Hwai's arms and burst into tears. I can't accept it. I really can't accept it. That kind of man. Why would my sister be attracted to that kind of man? Okay. Maybe this is what it means when a woman is in love. She is blind. Dwanmu Hwai patted Rui's head and waited for her to calm down. Besides, there's no point in crying. Your way won't solve the problem at all. Let me show you how a man solves it. Why? After a while, Tachibana Haruna also walked out of the pub with the man, and the two walked for a while before parting ways and leaving. Seeing this, Dwanmu Hwai also took a few sips of beer, then walked over and bumped into the man. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hey, don't you look at the road? The man accidentally bumped into someone and apologized hastily. But Dwanmu Hwai obviously would not let it go. He roared, grabbed the man by the collar, pulled him up, and glared fiercely at the weak and incompetent pretty boy in front of him. You heard me. Pay me. Injured? Compensation? Hearing Dwanmu Hwai's roar, the pretty boy was stunned. But, it looks fine. Internal injuries. Internal injuries. Don't you know? I'm injured internally. Pay me money. Pay 80 million and I'll let you go. 80 million. I don't have that much money. What? You dare to hang around here without any money? What kind of gang are you in? I'm not involved in any kind of religious activity. Stop talking nonsense. Follow me. As he spoke, Dwanmu Hwai grabbed the pretty boy and walked into the alley next to him. Then, there was a loud noise of clanging and squeaking. And then Dwanmu Hwai came out with a wallet. 1, 2, 3. You're using this little money to keep a mistress? Damn. Those gigolos are so good at getting by. Duanmu Huai spat, and threw the empty wallet in his hand directly into the trash can next to him. Then he walked across the street, and waved to Ju Rui, who was watching the whole thing in amazement. Okay. Done. Let's go. No. Are you okay? Uncle? What could possibly happen? I didn't beat him to death. Facing Ju Rui's somewhat apprehensive questioning, Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. Then he took out his cell phone and waved it at Ju Rui. On the phone, one could clearly see that the pretty boy had been beaten into a pig's head. His face, which was originally gentle and fragile, was now swollen. His clothes were also dirty, because they were thrown into the garbage dump. His glasses were also broken. He looked like a pig with a swollen nose and a swollen face. To be honest, it's hard to tell that this is the same person as the well-mannered pretty boy who was in the pub just now. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, Rui finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 1048 for Party Meeting. After beating up that pretty boy, Rui was in a good mood, and Duanmu Huai sent her back. Just when Duanmu Huai was about to go home, his cell phone rang, and Duanmu Huai picked up the phone, took a look, and answered it. Hello? Mary? What can I do for you? Mr. Duanmu? Are you coming back? That's about it. I'm going to go back now. Any questions? Well, it's like this. There are 2 guests in the church. Church? Guests? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai frowned. The Church of the Tribunal is more like a large military fortress, and it is not actually responsible for receiving guests. In fact, ordinary people cannot even go to the Church of the Tribunal. But since I am a guest, forget it. I will wait until I go back and take a look. When Duanmu Huai arrived at the church door of the courtroom, he saw Mary standing there, looking inside helplessly. What's the situation? It's good that there was no fight. After hearing Mary's answer, Duanmu Huai looked puzzled. Then he walked into the church. And then Duanmu Huai understood what Mary meant. In the church, 3 figures were facing each other. The one standing in the middle was Rias. The demon lady folded her arms and stared at the 2 people with a high-handed look on her face. In front of her were 2 girls, one of whom was wearing a nun's robe and a headscarf. Duanmu Huai didn't recognize her. The other one, he had met him once. What brings you here? Ah, it's Mr. Warrior after all? Hearing Duanmu Huai's voice, the other girl who was confronting Rias turned around excitedly and waved at Duanmu Huai. Long time no see. Mr. Warrior, I remember you were from the Angel Camp. I'm Shido Irina. Mr. Warrior still remembers me. In fact, generally speaking, Duanmu Huai didn't remember everyone so clearly. The main reason was that the tights that Shido Irina was wearing at the time, which looked like the anti-O ninja, really left a deep impression on him. And the other party was actually a holy sword user from the church. To the angel believers dressed as Onin? It's impossible not to be impressive. And who is this person? Duanmu Huai frowned and looked at the other person, while the latter trembled slightly and looked at Duanmu Huai with some uneasiness. Well, that's it. I'm the representative of the fallen angels. Fallen angel? Hearing this word, Duanmu Huai instinctively felt very unhappy. He had encountered the fallen angel 3 times in total. The first time was when a man named Tian Yi Shima mistook him for a host of the artifact and wanted to kill him to seize the artifact. The second time was when Naruzmio and Maria were demons being hunted by fallen angels. The third time was during last year's festival, when an idiot fallen angel cadre tried to destroy the city, and was directly killed by Duanmu Huai. Well, in a physical sense, as the saying goes, once is twice, but it won't be a third time. Judging from the reputation of the camps, the demon camp where Rias is located is considered friendly in Duanmu Huai's eyes. The angel camp where Shido Irina is located is considered neutral. And the fallen angel camp is not even cold in Duanmu Huai's eyes, and has directly jumped to hostility. Yes, my name is Asia Agito, and I hope you will give me your guidance. I have brought a letter from the Governor General of the Fallen Angels. As she spoke, the nun named Asia handed over a letter. Seeing her move, Shido Irina also hurriedly touched herself. Oh, by the way, Master Gabriel also asked me to bring you a letter. Here. Looking at the letters handed over by the 2 girls, Duanmu Huai frowned. Then he reached out to take them and opened the letter from Gabriel first. There was nothing special to say about the content of the letter. First of all, it expressed gratitude to Duanmu Huai for helping Zitong Irina defeat the fallen angel cadres when she recovered the holy sword. Of course, Duanmu Huai didn't particularly want to help the angels, but at least he was polite and thoughtful, and it was a very solemn expression of gratitude. Of course, like all official letters of this kind, after 9/10 of nonsense, the last tenth is the key point. Gabriel expressed his hope to go here soon to hold a high-level meeting of the 4 camps, including the Inquisition. The letter from the fallen angels was similar. Their governor first apologized to Duanmu Huai, saying that his subordinates had caused trouble for Duanmu Huai. But Duanmu Huai sneered and didn't care much. In short, the letter ended in the same way. In order to prevent similar things from happening again, the governor of the fallen angels will go to this city to attend the 4-party meeting. So he hopes to get Duanmu Huai's permission. After reading these 2 letters, Duanmu Huai immediately understood their intentions. So, you too, I suppose. Duanmu Huai looked at Riaz, who also sighed and silently took out the 3rd letter. As expected, this letter was written by the demon king Serzex. The letter began by thanking Duanmu Huai for defeating the fallen angel cadres, protecting Riaz's territory, and preventing the situation from getting worse, and the 3-way war from happening again. In the end, he also said that in order to prevent this from happening again, he had communicated with the top leaders of the other 2 parties, and decided to hold a 4-party high-level meeting with the Inquisition to prevent this from happening again. So to put it simply, the 3 forces in this world are planning to bring the Inquisition into their group? After reading these 3 letters, Duanmu Huai frowned and thought. To be honest, he didn't think much of these 3 forces. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, whether it was angels, fallen angels or demons, they didn't actually have absolute dominance. Needless to say, the demons are terrible. The superior demons dare to blatantly attack another superior demon family in broad daylight. And you, the demon king, act like a blind man. Angels are not much better. Although Duanmu Huai himself has not experienced the disgusting things in the angel camp, he has heard of what happened to Kibayudo. They slaughtered humans under the banner of God, although they eventually defected to the fallen angel camp. Doesn't that show that you, Gabriel, can't control your believers? Not to mention the fallen angels. Although the fallen angel governor in the letter tried his best to distance himself from the others, claiming that he longs for peace and friendship, there are still some people among the fallen angels who are not under his control. But based on Duanmu Huai's experience, aren't there too many people who are not under your control? Or I have never seen a fallen angel who listens to you. They are all like lunatics. What is there to talk about between 3 puppet waists and a powerful judge like me? It would only take a rose a day for Duanmu Huai to issue an extermination order. What can you do? Forget it. Let's listen to what they want to say. Anyway, this time the 3 parties at least showed enough courtesy, and did not come directly, but specially sent representatives to ask for their opinions, which shows that they are indeed giving face to the tribunal. Of course, this is in exchange for the strength of the tribunal. Okay, I agree. We can hold the meeting here when the time comes. Call. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. And Ziteng Irina even raised her hand high. Great. I will report to Master Gabriel immediately. But before that, can I stay in this church for a few days? What do you want to do? Since we have nowhere to stay, we believers usually stay in churches when we travel. Although this is not the church of the God I believe in, it is still a church. Do you Catholics still have this custom? Duanmu Huai was quite surprised to hear Ziteng Irina's somewhat embarrassed answer. He remembered that when he was in the journey to the west, he traveled to the west as Tang monk and often stayed in other temples. He didn't expect that the priests and nuns in foreign countries also had such rules. Having said that, I remember that there were also priests who went abroad to preach. But when I think about it carefully, it seems that I have never heard of where those priests lived when they went abroad to preach. Are all religions in the world the same? In that case, you can live in my house. Duanmu Huai did give some advice. After all, he had nothing to do with this Ziteng Irina, and she looked lively and was in the angel camp, so she shouldn't cause trouble. As for the fallen angel camp, you just stay here. Oh, okay. Thank you. Although this blonde nun from the fallen angels camp looked very young and weak, not like someone who would cause trouble, Duanmu Huai had no good feelings towards the fallen angels camp. Besides, it was not the first time that a fallen angel pretended to be a weak woman to cause trouble for him. Wasn't it a Mono Yuma at the beginning? If it weren't for the fact that she was an envoy, Duanmu Huai would have kicked her out directly. After all, when two countries are at war, they don't kill envoys. Moreover, Duanmu Huai left her here, and he was not afraid that she would cause trouble. After all, there were service skulls everywhere. Although these things seemed to have no fighting power when flying around, they could fight when they really needed to. If this woman dared to do something here, she would have to wait for the horror of the Inquisition to come. Hey! Is this okay? When she heard Duanmu Huai's invitation, Zitung Irina was obviously a little surprised. My house is very big. It's okay if you treat it as a group apartment. There are plenty of guest rooms anyway. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Warrior. Even though you look fierce, you're really a good person. The latter part is redundant. After saying that, Duanmu Huai was about to turn around and leave with the others, while Zitung Irina curiously stared at the nun next to her again. I never thought you were the former saint who became a witch and became a hot topic in the church. You seem to have the ability to heal demons and fallen angels. Right? I heard that you were expelled. But I didn't expect you to join the fallen angel camp. It doesn't seem strange. Ah. That. Hearing what Shido Irina said, the nun named Asia seemed a little nervous. But Shido Irina waved her hand. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone else that I saw you here. Don't worry. If the people who were with the saint knew your current situation, they would probably be shocked. Asia lowered her head, saying nothing, and no one knew what she was thinking. Duanmu Huai looked at her curiously, then led the others out of the church. Then the heavy steel door closed heavily, leaving the nun alone inside. Ms. Zitung, I would like to ask, what does it mean for a former saint to become a witch? On the way home, Mary couldn't hold back her curiosity and looked at Zitung Irina and asked. At the same time, she took out a recorder. Well, Duanmu Huai had to admit that just this sentence made her curious. A saint falls into a witch? This is a good story material in itself. I've only heard a little bit about her. I remember that she seemed to be an orphan adopted by the church. And then one day she showed the ability to heal others. So she became a saint worshipped by many believers. But one time, she seemed to have healed a wounded demon. So she was expelled from the church as a witch. Why? Duanmu Huai and Mary, who were ready to listen to a magnificent love story, were stunned. That's it? No. Why? Is it because she shouldn't be healing demons? That's one of the reasons. But according to the priests of the church, they originally believed that Asia's power came from the blessing of God, and it would only be effective for those who were protected by God. After all, there are actually quite a few people with similar healing powers. But generally speaking, healing powers are ineffective against demons and fallen angels. So the power that Asia showed that could even heal fallen angels and demons is not the grace of the Lord, as the church said. Having said that, Shido Irina stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly. So the church regarded her as a witch and expelled her. This is too much. After listening to Zitung Irina's story, Mary was dumbfounded, and Duanmu Huai shook his head speechlessly. They originally thought that according to the normal story course, there should be some big problems between the saint and the church. And then the saint chose to betray the church for love or something else and degenerate into a witch. Or like Uokiba, the church let him down. So he betrayed him. The result? That's it? No. Just because of this? You expelled her as a witch? Well, now it seems that the people in this angel camp are not quite normal. Duanmu Huai silently changed his mind. The fallen angel camp is a bunch of psychopaths. The angel camp seems to be a bunch of hopeless fanatics. And the demons are also hindering us everywhere. Why? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai sighed silently. This four-party meeting. The future is worrying. Chapter 1049, All Parties Gathered. Duanmu Huai was not a person who liked to waste time. 2 days later, the four-party meeting officially began, and he met with representatives from various forces. The representatives of the demonic forces are Rias's brother Serzex, and another black-haired girl with twin tails. According to her self-introduction, she is Graphia Leviathan, one of the 4 great demon lords, and is responsible for the diplomacy of the demon camp. The one coming from the angel camp is Michael, who is also a relatively famous angel, a handsome blonde guy. The representative of the fallen angel camp is the fallen angel governor Azazel, a guy with dyed blonde hair who looks like a bad middle-aged uncle. Well, first of all, welcome everyone to the tribunal. After everyone was seated, Duanmu Huai spoke directly. I don't like wasting time. So boring small talk can be omitted. Before that, I have something to explain to you all. Hearing this, the representatives of each camp, who were seated also raised their heads and looked at Duanmu Huai, facing the gazes of the people in front of him. Duanmu Huai was not afraid at all. He sat on the chair and glanced at the devil, angel and fallen angel lightly. I think you have all heard it, but I still want to say it here in person. The core purpose of our Inquisition is to protect the survival of mankind at all costs and eliminate all threats to mankind. Whether it is a demon, an angel, a fallen angel, or even a god, there is no exception. So, this is not a negotiation. This is a notice. Once you are deemed an enemy by the tribunal, I will not communicate or negotiate with you. I will simply execute you on the spot. Having said that, Duanmu Huai glanced at the fallen angel governor. Just like those fallen angels who lost their minds and came to cause trouble before. Oh, if Cabal knew that he died because of this, I wonder if he would jump out of his coffin in anger. Facing Duanmu Huai's warning, the fallen angel governor looked as if it had nothing to do with him and spoke with a smile. Especially the fallen angels. To be honest, I have no good feelings towards you. Since I came here, I have encountered 3 attacks by the fallen angels in a row. In my opinion, the fallen angels are a group of psychopathic war maniacs. They seem to want to attack anyone they don't like anywhere at any time. Do you have any explanation for this? That's right. Azazel. At this time, Surzex also spoke. Do you have anything to explain about Kabil's previous behavior? What can I say? Facing everyone's gaze, the fallen angel governor smiled and spread his hands. The previous incident was an action initiated by Kokabil, a cadre of our fallen angel central organization. The Son of God monitor. Without telling other cadres and me, the governor. I am very sorry for this. And wasn't Kokabil eliminated by the Grand Inquisitor? We didn't cause any trouble to the Inquisition because of this. Did we? Why don't you try to look for it? Duanmu Huai snorted softly. Also, I was attacked by a fallen angel before. She thought I possessed a dangerous artifact, so she needed to destroy me. What explanation do I have for you? We fallen angels do eliminate those hosts of artifacts that may cause harm. This is normal for an organization. Since the goal of the Inquisition is to protect humanity, they should know what kind of threat the person who controls the artifact will bring to humanity once he loses control. That's a good point. But it doesn't give you a reason to attack humans casually. Duanmu Huai stared coldly at the fallen angel governor. This is a human problem, and it is up to us humans to solve it. There is no need for the boring worry from the fallen angels camp. Do you understand what I mean? Fallen angel governor? To be honest, I never thought I would hear such words from a human being. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the fallen angel governor smiled bitterly. Okay, I'll explain this to the other officers. If something like this happens again, I will also destroy those fallen angels who dare to kill humans. I hope you don't forget this. Duanmu Huai said this mercilessly and then looked at Michael. Michael, I also have something I want to ask you. What's up? Regarding the Holy Sword holder. I know a man named Kiba Yu. He is a victim of your Holy Sword project. According to him, after the Holy Sword project failed, you eliminated all these losers? What was the reason? That's right. This is what Duanmu Huai was very curious about at the time. If your plan fails, then it fails. These children are all soldiers who have undergone rigorous training. Even if you can't be a special forces soldier, can't you be a policeman or something? How can you just kill someone if they can't become a special forces soldier? You train them for free? Is the church so rich? This, faced with Duanmu Huai's aggressive questioning, Michael also looked bitter. He hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Okay, let me explain. In fact, the Holy Sword project did not fail, but succeeded. Successful? Hearing this, not only Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows, but even Rias, who was sitting next to the Demon King, had a serious expression. After all, Kiba Yuta was her subordinate. Yes, according to the research report of the last Holy Sword project, everyone has a certain crystal in their body that can resonate with the Holy Sword. But some people have more of this crystal, and some have less. The reason why the fallen priest wanted to kill everyone was not to deal with defective products as he said, but to extract the Holy Sword crystals in those children's bodies and inject them into the same person, so that he can become a Holy Sword user who can manipulate the Holy Sword. So from this point of view, the Holy Sword Project was successful. Of course, this kind of evil heresy cannot be allowed. I originally ordered it to be purified, but I didn't expect that he would actually notice this and escape to the fallen angel camp in advance. Having said this, Michael glanced at Azazel. In order to avoid a direct conflict with the fallen angels, I did not take any high-profile action. I only sent Shido Irina to deal with it. I see. However, attacking humans for any reason is an unforgivable crime. Duanmu White glared at Michael again. The Inquisition will not allow anything to deceive humans into sacrificing for something in the name of something else. Even God? Even for gods. For the Inquisition, humans come first, and nothing else matters. Hearing Duanmu Huai's decisive answer, everyone present was speechless for a moment. After a moment, Michael nodded. Okay, I understand what the Inquisition means. It seems that our organization's course of action will have to change in the future. The fallen angel governor also sighed silently, and Surzex nodded. Before the appearance of the Inquisition, the three major forces did not pay special attention to humans. They might have cared about humans, but that was out of concern for their own forces. For example, angels need humans' faith, and demons need humans' desires, so they take care of them. But apart from that, they don't care much about humans. Even if they do, they only care about humans who are related to their own camp. But now that the Inquisition has appeared, everything is very different. In the past, they might not care about the life and death of ordinary people. But now, if they don't care, the iron fist of the Inquisition will hit them in the face without saying a word. That's all I wanted to say. Duanmu Huai shut up after saying this. The Court of Justice does not accept negotiations or pleas for mercy. They just notify and then act. Just like now. Duanmu Huai agreed to this meeting just to notify them, which is equivalent to don't say I didn't warn you. I have already notified your boss. So when I want to beat you up in the future, don't blame me for not saying the ugly words in advance. Surzex and Grafia did not speak. The fallen angel governor was still smiling. And Michael, who was directly threatened by Duanmu Huai, smiled. In that case, I'm relieved. Is there something wrong with you, Angel? Are you itching to be spanked? However, Michael did not say much. Instead, he retracted his gaze again and looked at everyone seriously. Well, let me explain the real topic of this meeting. The real issue? That's right. Michael nodded. Perhaps the Inquisition doesn't know it yet. But the fact is that during the thousands of years of the Three-Way War, in fact, almost all the top leaders of the forces are dead. You mean? God. The devil. Even the gods we believe in have fallen. Oh, no wonder you guys sat down and talked. Duanmu Huai then understood why the three forces finally chose to negotiate. All the bosses at the top were dead, and the people below couldn't fight even if they wanted to. Yes, but in fact the gods are not completely dead. What? Is that so? Compared to the surprised Demon King and Fallen Angel, Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. Generally, indigenous gods were subspace creatures, and it was not so easy for subspace creatures to die. Unless he was beaten to death by Duanmu Huai, he would be truly dead. Yes, that's the problem. Michael nodded seriously. I think everyone gathered here in the hope of peace. But once those gods are resurrected, we will most likely be plunged into an endless war once again. Hearing this, the other representatives also turned serious. Indeed, after all the hard work of becoming the boss, they heard that the former boss was planning to make a comeback. That was definitely not okay. But fortunately, we have the strong support of the Inquisition. Duanmu Huai was confused by what Michael said. I want to make it clear that the Inquisition only cares about humans. We don't care about the Three-Way War, and we won't participate in it. You can fight however you want, as long as it doesn't affect humans. It has nothing to do with the Inquisition. That's right. If it doesn't affect humans, then it has nothing to do with the Inquisition. So, as long as it affects humans, then it has something to do with the Inquisition. What do you mean? Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and stared at Michael, a heavy murderous aura emanating from him. You want to threaten the Inquisition just because you have wings? Do you think you are sanguineous? I am not threatening the tribunal. Please forgive me if you misunderstood me like that, Michael explained hastily. In fact, although those gods will be resurrected, they are very weak in the early stage of resurrection. Of course, even if they are weak, they are not targets that we can deal with. But in order to regain their own power, they will act in the human world. You should also know that in the past thousands of years, because of the three-way war, many gods have left their own legends and some holy objects in the human world. They just want to retrieve the holy objects and regain their own power through faith. Having said this, Michael's expression became serious. However, the power of gods is very strong. Just by walking on the ground, they will bring endless disasters to the surrounding areas. The land where the sun god appears may become a scorching H.L. The appearance of the sea god will bring about a flood. If it is the god of war, it is not surprising that he will bring war. In this way, humans will inevitably suffer greatly. I see. You believe that our Inquisition will not sit idly by and do nothing about this. Right? Duanmu Huai immediately understood why Michael was so relaxed. Yes. Although truce and peace are the mainstream now, there are still many people who try to follow the ancient gods and continue to wage war. So from the perspective of our three major camps, we can neither destroy the gods we believe in nor attack other gods. Otherwise, it is very likely to cause a large-scale war of faith. Michael raised his head and looked at Duanmu Huai. Therefore, I am here to request the assistance of the Inquisition, hoping to use the power of the Inquisition to completely expel these disobedient gods. Interesting. Hearing what Michael said, Duanmu Huai opened his mouth and revealed a ferocious smile. It looks like there will be some fun now. Then, he spoke. Chapter 1050 next. The four-party meeting finally concluded successfully. In the end, Duanmu Huai agreed to their suggestion and discussed a liaison mechanism. Angels, fallen angels, and demons would each leave a representative here. Once they found that a god was trying to resurrect, they would notify Duanmu Huai through the representative, and Duanmu Huai would then handle it on their behalf. Of course, this is considered to attract all the firepower of the Inquisition. But it doesn't matter to Duanmu Huai. As he said, the Inquisition will eliminate all existences that try to harm humanity. Therefore, even if the three camps do not reach an agreement with him, Duanmu Huai will still take action when he finds that something is wrong. There are three camps to help you place wards outside, saving you from wasting time. Needless to say, the representatives are Rias, Asia, and Shidu Irina. Duanmu Huai was confident that he could kill these disobedient gods. You know, his sixth heaven demon king priesthood was a natural nemesis for all religious gods. He had long wanted to try to gain some experience for this priesthood, since almost all the gods in this world were religious gods. It would be a waste if he didn't kill them. Right? Not only that, reaching this agreement also gave Duanmu Huai an unexpected surprise. That is, another spot was unlocked on his summoning list. I have to say, the quests in this world are really messy and confusing. There are all kinds of things. Rias ranking competition, the national competition of the Wind Band Club, and now even the God of Disobedience is included. Duanmu Huai feels like a player who has triggered countless side quests, and is almost too busy to handle them all. And there are basically no prompts for these quests. So who should we choose next? Duanmu Huai stared at the list and fell into deep thought. According to Duanmu Huai's original plan, it would be either Ling Nu or I could at this time. But plans are not as fast as changes. If Duanmu Huai wants to fight the God of Disobedience, then it is obviously not possible to bring those who have no fighting power here now. Of course, for Duanmu Huai, what he needs now is not combat power, but logistical support. After all, he and Mary are the only two people in the fight, although they cannot be said to be invincible. In this world, anyone who dares to come is going to die. But other than that, it's a bit troublesome. So what Duanmu Huai needs now is... Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Mary. Mary, you brought a suitcase when you came here, didn't you? Yes. After all, Mr. Duanmu, you said you were going on a long journey, so I must pack my belongings, and also some spare clothes and so on. Hearing Mary's answer, Duanmu Huai nodded. By the way, remember that Fu Lilian also brought a suitcase with her? He seemed to have discovered something very interesting about this invitation function. As for whether his guess was right, he would know after trying it. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai quickly stretched out his finger, selected a name on the list, then wrote an invitation letter and sent it. The speed of the angels and fallen angels was very fast. Almost the next day, Shido Irina and Asia transferred to Juwon College as transfer students. The arrival of the two beautiful girls naturally caused a group of boys to be excited. Of course, for Duanmu Huai, this is not important. right? After all, their job is to deliver messages. As for Naruzmio, she still practices magic hard every day. And most of the magic she practices is basic magic. She's really miserable. Duanmu Huai also shook his head as he watched Naruzmio practicing hard in the grove behind the villa. Fu Lilian's method was very simple and crude. She only taught Naruzmio the manipulation of gravity magic and the teleportation of space magic, and then asked her to practice repeatedly. For example, use gravity magic to lift a huge rock, and then use teleportation magic to transport it to a certain distance. She asked Naruzmio to practice this process at least 1,000 times every day. According to Fu Lilian, Naruzmio is too old, and it would be better if she started training from a young age. However, Naruzmio was already 16 when she awakened her ability, so she had to work harder than others to lay a good foundation. So Fu Lilian gave Naruzmio the task of practicing the basics at least 1,000 times a day. I have to say, this kind of exercise really makes Duanmu Huai's scalp tingle. It reminds me of when I was a child and my teacher punished me to copy a word 100 times. To be honest, by the end of the time, Duanmu Huai had forgotten what the word meant. Teacher Lonnie never asked me to do this. Mary stood nearby, watching the sweaty Naruzmio gritting her teeth to float up a stone as big as a small house. Then teleported away. Then teleported back and put it down again. Her face speechless. You are different from her. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. According to Lonnie, Mary's talent is 1 in a million. She is not even a top student in school. She is completely a god of learning. She is the kind of person who can go to Peking University by eating hot pot, singing and playing guitar. Although Naruzmio has a strong magic attribute, her talent in this area is very average. At most, she is at the level of an upper middle level student. Such students cannot be compared with a genius like Mary. The genius can get full marks in any test. If ordinary students want to get full marks, they can only keep doing basic exercises like this. By the way, who did Mr. Duanmu invite this time? You'll know when the time comes. You still won't tell me. But it's already been a week. Nothing's going to happen. Right? Shouldn't it be? After hearing what Mary said, Duanmu Huai subconsciously opened the system to take a look. It had been a week since he sent out the invitation letter, and the invitation letter did show in use. Logically, there should be no problem. Buzz. However, just as Duanmu Huai was thinking, suddenly, his ears caught a low roar. And then Duanmu Huai felt that the entire mansion began to vibrate. Oops. At this moment, Duanmu Huai seemed to have noticed something and shouted that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! The next moment, a huge, bright red, dozens of meters long space fighter appeared out of thin air and crashed into Duanmu Huai's house. Its head, which was like a swan, was like a spear, and it directly penetrated the house. In an instant, the house was smashed into pieces. Wow! What's going on? What's going on? What happened? What is this? At this moment, other people living in the mansion also ran out screaming. And seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but twitch his eyes. As expected, I shouldn't have thought of taking advantage of the loophole. With the appearance of this fighter plane, the identity of the person invited by Duanmu Huai naturally became clear. My name is Lumiel, and I'm reporting here on the orders of the Inquisitor. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. Standing in front of everyone was a girl with curly hair on the right side, a petite figure, and looked about the same age as a 10-year-old child. She was one of the servants that Duanmu Huai accepted as the Inquisitor. Lumiel, although she looked like a 10-year-old girl. In fact, this girl was a man-made person who had undergone nanogenetic modification in her galaxy, and her real age was at least 3 digits. Lumiel is very good at manipulating electronic equipment and information technology, and is considered Duanmu Huai's dedicated electronic intelligence warfare expert. Duanmu Huai had a good cooperation with her in Night City. This time it is a modern world, and if you want to collect intelligence, then the network is naturally indispensable. Duanmu Huai himself does not understand this stuff, and the only one under him who knows this is Lumiel. Moreover, Lumiel is indeed on Duanmu Huai's strengthening list. After all, the reason why Duanmu Huai found them was because Lumiere was injured and dying. And then Duanmu Huai found the distress signal they sent. So he saved the two and brought them to the court. Although it was nanogenetic modification. In fact, Lumiere's body was not much stronger than that of a real 10-year-old girl, and was just as fragile. Although as an electronic intelligence warfare expert, Lumiere has little chance of going to the battlefield head-on. You still have to be careful about being stabbed in the back. Therefore, strengthening Lumiere's physical fitness is also one of Duanmu Huai's mission goals. But he messed up this time. Duanmu Huai's eyes twitched as he looked at the space fighter behind Lumiere, half of which was buried in the soil. He had just thought of this when he got something from Mary. He didn't bring a battleship. But if he asked someone else to come with a battleship, could he bring a battleship to the Inquisition? So Duanmu Huai invited Lumiere, and even asked her to come in her space fighter plane Ramus, just to see if his idea was correct. As a result, it seems that I really need to rebuild my house. Forget it. It's not your fault. I just took it for granted. Duanmu Huai shook his head and sighed helplessly. He had just asked Lumiere why it took so long, and Lumiere told him that from the time he received the invitation until he arrived, it felt like only 3 hours had passed. Now it seems that this invitation setting really doesn't allow you to take advantage of loopholes. The more things you bring, the longer it will take. A small space fighter like this takes a week. So Duanmu Huai can't expect to bring his own warship here. It will take at least 30 to 50 years. Is your fighter plane okay? It's okay. I just didn't expect to be in a place like this. I've already told you, this isn't your fault. Well, that's fine. Fortunately, I was more careful. Duanmu Huai sighed silently, and shook his head. Fortunately, he had done an experiment with Lumiere first, and didn't let her bring the warship directly. Otherwise, if an Emperor-class ship hit her in the face, the whole city would be destroyed. And now, half of the house is gone. But it still needs to be repaired. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai became desperate. Chapter 1051 Star Fortress. Naturally, everyone welcomed Lumiere's arrival. And logically, a welcoming banquet should have been prepared. But, what should we do now? Standing in front of the dilapidated mansion, everyone looked at Duanmu Huai with a confused look on their faces. And the latter was also confused. What else can they do? It's good enough that the whole house didn't collapse. It's useless if it didn't collapse. This is basically the same as rushing in directly. How can I repair this mansion? Of course, the mage's mansion can solve the problem. But you can't use the mage's mansion all the time. Well, let me see what else there is. Duanmu Huai opened the system, searched his pockets again, and then sighed silently. Forget it. Let's leave it at that. Never mind. Let's go up first. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai gave up thinking and suddenly waved his hand. When everyone heard his words, they were stunned. Up? Where? Get on the fighter plane first. This mansion can't be repaired in a short time, and there is no place to repair it for the time being. Duanmu Huai has very limited things to use at the moment, and this is the only thing he can do. The girls followed Duanmu Huai onto Lumiere's fighter plane. It must be said that this was the first time they had seen such a peculiar vehicle. Is this a plane? It feels like it's bigger than a passenger plane. Naruzmio touched the smooth inner wall curiously, while Duanmu Huai laughed. You'll know when the time comes. Okay. Everyone, put away the small tables and chairs and fasten your seat belts. We're about to set off. Departure? Where to? Rias followed Duanmu Huai's instructions and sat obediently in the back chair, then took out her seat belt and buckled it, then began to ask, while Duanmu Huai raised his head and glanced at the sky. Let's find a new place to build our house. Let's go. Lumiere. Yes, Mr. Inquisitor. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Lumiere, who was sitting in front of the control console, nodded, and then she stretched out her hand. The next moment, the red fighter plane raised its head and then accelerated suddenly. Everyone only heard a boom, and the next moment, they saw the scenery outside the window change instantly. The blue sky and white clouds passed in front of their eyes, and like the surging sea water, they flowed to both sides along the nose of the plane. Except for Fulilian. Everyone present was a modern person. Naturally, they had all flown before, so they wouldn't make a fuss over such a small matter. Even Fulilian had nothing to do but fly around every day, so she was used to it. At this moment, she just sat on the chair, curiously looking at the fighter plane in front of her, as if wondering how such a big thing could fly. But gradually, as the color of the sky changed from azure to dark blue, the girls became a little uneasy. Master Duanmu, where are we going? Wanlia also pulled at the corner of Duanmu Huai's clothes and asked a little uneasily. You'll find out when you wait. Duanmu Huai chuckled and didn't answer. Then, as he spoke, the sky in front of everyone finally changed from dark blue to pitch black. Then, twinkling stars appeared before their eyes. Arrived at the scheduled orbital location. Following Lemuel's voice, the fighter plane slowly changed direction. And then a huge azure sphere appeared in front of the girls. Seeing this scene, Rias, Naruzmio, Maria and others were dumbfounded. Wait, Mr. Duanmu? Uncle? Master Duanmu? Where are we? As you can see, we are now out of the earth. Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. Okay, don't get so excited. It's no big deal. Is this not a big deal? As Naruzmio spoke, she reached out and felt around. But isn't there no gravity in space? Nonsense. This isn't some backward space station. Isn't it a crime to come here without artificial gravity technology? Duanmu Huai curled his lips. Then opened the system. Pulled out the mall menu. Looked at the item descriptions inside. And the corner of his mouth twitched. This guy is really dark. Duanmu Huai wanted to cry when he saw the items in the redemption list of the system mall. He had thought that if he could call his own warships, he wouldn't have to worry about the global strike. But he didn't expect that the system would not be so kind to him. The fighter planes dropped from the sky and directly smashed his mansion down. He had finally found a bargain and bought it. Although Duanmu Huai has money now, he is not afraid to buy another one. But the problem is that he bought it at a bargain price. Can the antique you buy for 10 million at an auction be the same as the antique you buy for 100 yuan at the antique market? Forget it. There's no point in talking about this now. Duanmu Huai seldom uses the system mall for redemption. The reason is very simple. In the game, players can participate in activities to obtain mall currency or something. But in reality, this broken mall only requires one thing. That is my own clergy experience. Are you kidding me? Is it easy for Duanmu Huai to accumulate priesthood experience? How can he possibly invest all of it in this? Now, I am not allowed to bring anything beyond the standard when I come to this world. I can only exchange for this system. Who made it? I feel like I am going to cheat you to death. It is just like those damn restaurants. Sorry, guest. We do not allow you to bring your own alcohol. You can only buy our alcohol. Damn. It's really the same lineage. What do you need all this experience from me for? I can level up with experience. Can you also level up with experience? If there was no GM, I would have complained right now. Duanmu Huai silently gave the system the middle finger. Of course, no matter how much you curse, you still have to do what you have to do. For Duanmu Huai, since his enemy is the local indigenous god, it is imperative for him to build an extraterrestrial orbital structure. This is the difference between planetary gods and cosmic gods. Even if you are a planetary god, you can only make trouble on this tiny planet. It's like Sun Wukong can't get over the five-finger mountain of Tathagata. As a god of the universe, Duanmu Huai can completely use this method to attack with dimensionality reduction. Let me see what I have. Phalanx. No. This is an anti-aircraft gun to kill mosquitoes. This thing is fine for me to fight against evil gods. But it's a waste to use it against these local natives. And it's expensive as H.L. Duanmu Huai searched for a long time and finally chose a Death Watch Star Fortress. This Star Fortress is mainly responsible for fighting those fugitives and cultists in the asteroid belt. It is the size of a sentry tower on the ground. Of course, for Duanmu Huai, this sentry tower level Star Fortress is enough to deal with the indigenous gods of this planet. Although the Sentinel-class Star Fortress is not very big, strictly speaking, it is because it is in space. It is like looking at those space stations, which give people the feeling that each one is extremely narrow and difficult to turn around. But in fact, these space stations are dozens of meters wide. And if placed on the ground, they are as high as more than 10 floors. The same goes for this Sentinel-class Star Fortress. Even though it doesn't look big in the universe, it is at least no different from a giant castle on the ground. Of course, the reason why Duanmu Huai chose it was not only because it consumed less divine power experience, but also because this thing was small, but had all the necessary functions. It not only had its own light spear macro cannon and low Earth orbit defense system, but also had the ability to airdrop. In other words, if Duanmu Huai found those disobedient gods appearing in any corner of this planet, he could just airdrop without a parachute and maybe even smash the opponent to death. Moreover, this Star Fortress is specially designed for electronic warfare. When combined with Lemuel's capabilities, it is like adding wings to a tiger. At least, None of the information networks on the entire planet can escape her surveillance. That's all. As for experience, I'll just deduct it from the God of Destruction's priesthood. After all, the experience of the God of Destruction is easiest to obtain, and you can make your money back by killing a few gods of disobedience. While repeating in his mind, if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Duan Mu Huai reached out his hand, and then saw that his God of Destruction experience bar, which was originally full, began to gradually shrink. OCD really can't stand it. Okay? It was obviously full, but now it's slowly shrinking. Seeing the experience bar shorten to about half and stop, Duan Mu Huai was speechless and wanted to cry. The experience required for each level up of the priesthood doubled, and the experience bar of the full level God of Destruction was calculated in billions. But now it was reduced by half. MMP. The God of Disobedience in this world better help me and give me more experience. Otherwise I will lose a lot. Okay? Then, Duan Mu Huai stretched out his hand and waved it forward. As he moved, a light spot flew out of Duan Mu Huai's hand, passed through the barrier of the fighter plane and flew outside, and then suddenly exploded the next moment. Although there was no sound, the shining light made people close their eyes and turn their heads involuntarily. When everyone turned around again, a magnificent and luxurious church appeared before their eyes. The entire church is located on a hexagonal platform, facing the earth in front of it, and there are black gun muzzles erected around the barrier that looks like a city wall. The towering Gothic church spire reflects the sunlight and looks brilliant. Oh my god! Seeing this, Shido, Irina, and Asia raised their hands in surprise and began to pray. Rias and Aruzmio were not much better. They stared at the metal church in front of them in amazement, completely speechless. Only Lumiel and Mary seemed very calm. After all, they had been following Duan Mu Huai for so long, and had seen everything and were used to it. Okay, go in. After Duan Mu Huai gave the order, Lumiere drove Ramius closer to the star fortress in front of him. With the door opening, everyone entered the hangar the next moment. How can I put it? I can only say that it is worthy of being the cheapest Sentinel class. This hangar is only big enough to accommodate a Cobra destroyer. It is not very big, but it is enough for Duan Mu Huai. After walking out of the hangar and taking the elevator, he arrived at the center of the star fortress. Standing in the spacious and bright hall, looking at the reflective floor, the luxurious decorations in front of him, and the azure planet outside, Duan Mu Huai nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned around and looked at the people who followed him in like puppets. Then we'll live here from today. Is that okay? Hearing Duan Mu Huai's words, Neruzmio and Rias nodded as if they were sleepwalking. Then the next moment, they seemed to react and looked at Duan Mu Huai with wide eyes in surprise. Hey. Chapter 1052 The God of Disobedience. For Neruzmio, taking a hot bath after a hard day of training is the most comfortable thing. Hot water can take away the fatigue of the day and cheer herself up. However, I'm not dreaming. The girl walked out of the bathroom in a bathrobe and stared blankly at the scene in front of her. Outside the huge French window in front of her was a blue planet. Neruzmio was very familiar with this planet, but she never thought that one day she would see this planet from this angle. No matter how you look at it, it's spectacular, isn't it? Just then, another voice sounded. Neruzmio turned around and saw Rias also wearing a bathrobe and sitting on the chair next to her, holding a teacup in one hand and looking out the window. We are now in the universe outside the Earth. Although I have long guessed that the strength of the Inquisition must be beyond imagination. Even I have nothing to say at this point. But I see you seem very calm. Rias-senpai? I'm numb. Hearing what Neruzmio said, Rias said with a wry smile. Even if the teacher takes out something weird now, I won't make a fuss. After all, we are taking a shower and drinking tea in space now. Do you think there is a more absurd reality than this? That's true. Neruzmio took a deep breath, then sat opposite Rias and looked out the window. Although they were in space, the temperature of this space station was as comfortable as a luxury hotel. Even if they were just sitting here in their pajamas, they didn't feel the slightest bit of cold. Speaking of which, where's the little girl who has been following you all the time? Maria has gone to rest. I didn't expect her to be so noisy. Facing Rias's question, Neruzmio gave a bitter smile. Maria was naturally lively, and she became even more excited after running into space. She was jumping and skipping when she walked, jumping up and down with excitement, and she couldn't calm down even in the bathhouse. As a result, she was too excited and exhausted, and finally went back to sleep obediently. While Rias and Aruzmio were chatting, Duanmu Huai was standing in the hall, looking at the image projected in the void in front of him. How is the progress? Very well, Mr. Inquisitor, Lemuel answered while typing on the keyboard. At present, I have completely controlled all the communication facilities and signals in this world. If I find anything, I will report it immediately. But what are we looking for? It's hard to find the god of disobedience without a photo or a portrait. Even if you ask me, I don't know. I'm not familiar with myths and legends. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. He didn't even know which 3 pure ones were. He couldn't even recognize all of his own gods, let alone those from abroad. But according to Michael, the appearance of these gods in the human world will bring all kinds of disasters. You should follow this clue to find them first, and prioritize those disasters that suddenly erupt, such as volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, tornadoes, etc. Duanmu Huai hadn't finished speaking when he heard hurried footsteps. Duanmu Huai turned around and saw Ziteng Irina, who was wearing pajamas, running in breathlessly. She was also relieved to see Duanmu Huai. Master Duanmu, it's great to have you here. I just received a report that the god of disobedience was found. By the way, there is actually a cell phone signal here. Huh? The god of disobedience? Where is he? Italy. Sardinia. I heard that the 2 disobedient gods are fighting over there, and the entire island is in danger. Lemuel. After hearing Ziteng Irina's report, Duanmu Huai immediately looked at Lemuel, who nodded slightly. Soon, the picture in the void flashed quickly in front of him, and in a moment, an island on the sea appeared. However, looking from the sky, you can see that most of the island is covered by thick, constantly rotating black clouds, and lightning flashes across. From several other pictures, you can see that huge waves, like tsunamis, are constantly invading the city on the island. It is indeed a problem. Where are the people on this island? The church has evacuated most people immediately, and announced that the tsunami was caused by an earthquake. Lord Duanmu, please act quickly. If this continues, the island will probably sink. Okay, I get it. Duanmu Huai nodded. Lemuel, lock the location and send me there. Yes. After Duanmu Huai gave the order, he turned around and walked forward. As he moved, the metal platform in front of him suddenly cracked. At the same time, a dark power armor appeared out of thin air and covered Duanmu Huai's body. Duanmu Huai, who had put on the power armor again, walked to the center of the metal platform. He heard a clattering sound of metal, and the next moment a huge cylinder emerged from below, directly putting Duanmu Huai in it. Target position locked. Launch. Along with Lemierre's report. The next moment, the landing capsule where Duanmu Huai was located flew out directly from the bottom of the space station like a cannonball, and blasted towards the planet below at lightning speed. The landing capsule passed through the atmosphere with a series of flames, streaking across the sky like a meteor. It fell from the sky and directly broke through the dense black clouds filled with lightning in front of it, and smashed heavily on the ground like a cannonball. Boom! Duanmu Huai, holding a war hammer, strode out of the landing capsule and looked forward. Not far in front of him, he saw a giant man who was about the same height as him and dressed like a barbarian, and a young man in a white robe and holding a golden sword turned their heads and looked at him. I never thought that there would be an uninvited guest on our battlefield. Looking at Duanmu Huai, the burly man in front of him snorted coldly. He stared at Duanmu Huai and spoke. I am Mekl. I am the god of storms, the god of the ocean, the god of the sun. Who are you? How dare you intervene in the battlefield of the gods? Never heard of that. Duanmu Huai held up his warhammer and glanced at them indifferently. He didn't know who Varus Ragnar was. Forget it. He didn't need to know him. I just want to know. Is the disaster here caused by you? That's right. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the strong man laughed and nodded. The filthy people who polluted my things will be punished. I will sink this island myself as a symbol of my return. But before that, I still have a battle to face. As he spoke, the sturdy man looked at the short-looking young man in a long robe in front of him, who was smiling. King Mercator, even if you join forces, I am not afraid at all. Because I am. Well, let's stop here. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to listen to their nonsense. He just needed to be sure of one thing. You evil heretics who threaten humanity. There is no place for you in this world. In the name of the Inquisition. Die! Evil god. As soon as he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai roared and rushed forward with his hammer. And the thunder hammer in his hand directly smashed towards the giant in front of him. How dare a mere human being be disrespectful to the gods? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the giant was also furious. He turned around and raised his hands. Along with the giant's movements, the wind whistled, and countless thunder and lightning roared down from the clouds like arrows, hitting Duanmu Huai directly. You must pay for the sin of blasphemy with your life. Along with the giant's roar, countless lightning bolts gathered together and turned into a wave of lightning, directly hitting Duanmu Huai and completely engulfing him. However, the next moment, the shining sea of thunder split directly in the middle. Boom! Duanmu Huai's hammer fell, completely defeating the lightning in the sky. Even the roaring storm and dark clouds dissipated at this moment as if they had encountered an irresistible force. The originally gloomy and dark sky became blue and dazzling again, and the glittering sunlight descended from the sky, illuminating the battlefield in front of him. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also rushed to the giant man and smashed him down with a war hammer in his hand. Ah! Facing the thunder hammer swung by Duanmu Huai, the giant man roared, clenched the weapons in both hands, and rushed forward. But it makes no sense. The hammer, shining with thunder, easily smashed the weapon in the giant's hand into pieces, and then continued to smash into the giant's chest, knocking him to the ground heavily like a nail. No. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? Who are you? It seemed that he had never expected that he could not even take the opponent's attack. The giant was extremely shocked at this moment. He stared at Duanmu Huai with wide eyes and shouted loudly. However, Duanmu Huai didn't have the time to waste on talking nonsense with these country natives. Without even looking at the giant, he swung the hammer in his hand and crushed the giant's body into pieces. Then the dark flames burst out instantly, and in a moment they completely devoured the giant's body. Before the giant could even scream, his body was completely swallowed up by the destined death and disappeared completely. Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at the other young man, who was staring at him solemnly. Who are you? That's the power to kill gods. How do you have such power? Duanmu Huai didn't say anything. He just stared at the boy calmly, then stretched out his hand and pointed behind him. Before the boy could turn around, the shadow behind him, a black knife assassin jumped up like a ghost, and the black knife in his hand pierced into the boy's back without hesitation. Woo! How dare you sneak attack me? You despicable villain! After being hit by this attack, the young man in white robes suddenly waved his hands, and a gust of wind swept past, blowing the black knife assassin behind him away. But then, the whistling thunder hammer tore through the air and smashed heavily on the white-robed boy, knocking him to the ground. What? The young man in white robe fell heavily to the ground. Half of his body was completely smashed and his limbs were twisted. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. But he gritted his teeth and raised his head to look in front of him. There, the huge dark figure of Duanmu Huai completely enveloped him like a demon. The power to kill gods. Who on earth are you? That's it. Looking at the young man in white robe in front of him, Duanmu Huai raised his war hammer and then smashed it down with force. Boom! The body of the white-robed boy trembled violently, and then completely shattered in the black flames. At the same time, balls of red light that looked like those that appeared in the Greek mythology world flew out from the broken body of the white-robed boy and then penetrated into Duanmu Huai's body. What a hassle! Duanmu Huai raised his war hammer, and there was nothing underneath except a pile of black charcoal. But Duanmu Huai didn't care about that. He turned around and looked around, and saw that the surroundings were in a mess, with buildings submerged by the sea and debris blown down by the wind everywhere. Is this the god of disobedience? Just by appearing, he can bring such a great disaster to mankind. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. It seems that we really have to kill them all before we can solve the problem. Chapter 1053 Enemies of Faith. It took no more than 5 minutes from the time Duanmu Huai landed to the time he dealt with the two disobedient gods. Duanmu Huai seemed very calm about this. He carefully checked the disaster situation around him, and then contacted Lumiel. Lumiel. It's done. Take me back. Understood. I'll send Ramius to pick you up right away. Not long after, a red space fighter plane descended from the sky and recovered the landing capsule. Duanmu Huai looked up at the horizon in the distance, then retracted his gaze and walked onto the fighter plane. Then, the fighter plane quickly changed direction and disappeared into the sky with a roar. Now it seems that the Inquisition is not just talking big. Watching the fighter plane disappear in the sky, 3 figures emerged from the side. They were none other than the angel Michael, the fallen angel governor Azazel, and the demon king Cerzex. Although Duanmu Huai had said in the previous meeting that the god of disobedience would be dealt with by the tribunal, the 3 camps were somewhat skeptical about whether the tribunal could really eliminate the god of disobedience. Although Duanmu Huai was very powerful, they knew very well that gods were not on the same level as other beings. Without a strong enough weapon, it is impossible to cause any harm to the gods. The majesty of the gods can directly force humans to submit to them. Like in many myths, those who rebel against the gods are all half-gods, because ordinary people cannot resist the will of the gods. Therefore, they had doubts in their hearts about whether the Inquisition was really capable of dealing with the god of disobedience. That was why they came here specially. On the one hand to observe the battle of the Inquisition, and on the other hand to be responsible for cleaning up the aftermath when things got out of control. However, the result was beyond their expectations. Although these 2 are not particularly famous gods of disobedience, this is the birthplace of their faith. As gods, they will receive powerful blessings from their faith here. In other words, even if Michael and the other 3 join forces, it will probably be a bit difficult to deal with one of them. But Duanmu Huai killed both gods as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. How did he do it? Michael and others were puzzled by this. But in fact, for Duanmu Huai, there was nothing to say. You have to know that after Duanmu Huai came to this world, he has always positioned his enemy as the chaos evil god. So Duanmu Huai's combat power is basically specially strengthened for the gods. For example, the destructive power that can completely destroy the subspace creatures, the old priesthood that can erode the spirit and will, and the 6th heavenly demon priesthood that was recently obtained from the journey to the West world. Especially the 6th heaven demon king priesthood basically completely restrains the god of faith, and their attacks are almost useless to Duanmu Huai. Even the gods who can control thunder cannot cause even 1 HP of damage to Duanmu Huai. Unless their strength is stronger than Duanmu Huai, they will cause damage to Duanmu Huai. But now Duanmu Huai's strength is already catching up with the evil god. It is impossible to compete with him, at least with the country folk level stuff in the corners of this planet. In other words, the gods of this world are like pigs to Duanmu Huai. No matter how many come, he can kill them. And for the gods of this world, Duanmu Huai is their natural enemy. Anyway, it seems that this issue is no longer a problem now. Michael shook his head. We can focus internally, and at least not let the Inquisition down. The 3 leaders were not worried that the Inquisition would not take action against the god of disobedience. Duanmu Huai did not care about this reason, but they knew it very well. The reason was that if the god of disobedience wanted to regain his power, he had to regain faith. As we all know, in almost all myths, gods gain faith by threatening humans. For example, the sea god would stir up tsunamis, and the wind god would bring hurricanes, using this method to make humans fear and fear the gods, and thus submit to them. In fact, the same is true for these 2 gods. This Sardinian island was formerly the birthplace of the faith of King Mercado. He wanted to destroy the island, and using this method to once again arouse people's fear and submission to themselves was a common idea of the gods of that era. But alas, times have changed. In modern times, religious beliefs have declined significantly. On the one hand, it is due to the development of human civilization. And on the other hand, all the gods died in the 3-way war. Even the god Michael believed in was no exception. If Gabriel had not used the power of angels to barely maintain the system created by God, I am afraid that even the sects that believe in angels would have become dust in the mud like other religions. For these disobedient gods, they naturally long to return. However, in the hundreds of years since their death, the world has undergone earth-shaking changes. Humans, as the cornerstone of the gods' faith, now have the extremely powerful guardian of the Inquisition, so that if the gods dare to try to force humans to submit to them in that primitive, ancient and barbaric way, the Inquisition will smash these guys with a punch without hesitation, just like what Duanmu Huai is doing now. However, without faith, the gods cannot regain their power. In the distant past, they may not have worried about this problem. But now, because of faith, the source of their power has been completely integrated with humans, so that the gods cannot find a way to regain their lost power without human faith. So from this perspective, Michael is completely correct in thinking that the struggle between the god of disobedience and the Inquisition is inevitable. If the god of disobedience wants to regain his power, he must make humans believe in him again. However, the Inquisition, as the representative of mankind, will never tolerate humans kneeling at the feet of the evil god again. Either kill the evil god, kill the believers, or kill them all. In short, just kill and it's done. Of course, this is also a good thing for the three camps. As the saying goes, a new emperor appoints new ministers. When the gods fell, most of their followers died. Now, whether angels or demons, most of them are newcomers who came after that and have no feelings for their former superiors. And with the change of the times, the leaders of the three parties really want to end this boring mutual hostility. But the problem is that there are still many old people in the three camps who miss the past. Like Kokobil from the Fallen Angels, who are trying to start a three-way war again. If they are allowed to collude with the god of disobedience, it will only be more troublesome for the leaders. It's like the emperor dies, and then his successor ascends the throne. And then a few years later the emperor comes back. So are they giving up the throne or not? If they give in, can the new generation now convince the old people? If we don't allow them to do so, what if the old man causes trouble? So, now, the Inquisition has solved their worries. At least now, they can deal with those restless guys without any worries. It's just like a parent educating his or her child. If you don't obey, be careful that the tribunal comes to kill your whole family or something. This is much more effective than stopping a child from crying at night. Duanmu Huai naturally had no idea that the three-party bosses treated him as a demon used to coax children. But he didn't care anyway, and he still had to go to work. It was naturally impossible for Duanmu Huai to rush directly to the school from the Star Fortress. But fortunately, he had the foresight to build the church. So Duanmu Huai directly connected the portal between the church and the Star Fortress. In this way, as long as everyone entered the church, they could go directly to the Star Fortress Hall from the portal in the middle of the church, and then be teleported to the church from the Star Fortress Hall. That is to say, if you want to go to a convenience store to buy some food in the middle of the night, you can just enter the portal and return to the Earth directly through the space orbit, and then ride a bicycle to buy happy water. As Duanmu Huai has more and more people, he is now more relaxed. Mary is in charge of the overall situation, and Lumiere is always on standby in the Star Fortress to monitor the entire planet. So Duanmu Huai can now put his mind at ease and return to his work as a teacher. Well, of course, the first thing he has to do is to return to the Wind Band Club. How should I put it? The result was not unexpected at all. It looked so familiar. Leaning against the wall, Duanmu Huai curled his lips as he listened to the off-tune music. Last year's freshmen and sophomores were already familiar with Duanmu Huai and had no reaction to his arrival. But the freshmen were still completely unfamiliar with Duanmu Huai's style. In fact, when he walked into the Wind Band Club, the freshmen all turned pale. And then, needless to say, they sang out of tune, which made Duanmu Huai dream back to a year ago. Fortunately, just like Mary's arrival successfully brought everyone in the Wind Band Club back on track. Last year the members of the Wind Band Club also worked hard to successfully bring the performance back on track. Although there are still some problems, it is much better than before. That's all for today. With the end of the training, Duanmu Huai also left the music classroom. Seeing him leave, everyone in the Wind Instrument Club breathed a sigh of relief. I'm so sorry, Senior. It's all because of us. Many first-year students were in a hurry to apologize to their seniors in fear and trepidation. You know, such negligence in a performance is very terrible, and it is not surprising to be scolded directly. However, the seniors in the Wind Band Club were very calm. It's okay, no problem. I guessed it would be like this. Yes, everyone is like this at the beginning. Really? The freshmen were somewhat surprised to hear the answers from their seniors. Yeah. Teacher Duanmu's gaze is scary. Right? We were like that last year. And it was even worse than it is now. No matter how much we practice, it's useless. While comforting the freshman next to her, Kumiko Huangqian also smiled bitterly. Hearing this, another freshman next to her asked curiously, so how did everyone overcome it? Well, on the one hand, I'm used to it. On the other hand, Mary joined us at that time. She was very familiar with Teacher Duanmu and was not affected at all. Then, with her leadership, we gradually got used to it. As she spoke, Kumiko Huangqian looked at Mary, who was also comforting other freshmen not far away, and then looked away curiously. By the way, Rui, you don't seem to be afraid of Teacher Duanmu at all. Tachibana Rui is also a new member who has just joined the Wind Band Club and has no basic knowledge. Although she is taciturn, she is willing to learn and everyone likes her. Although Tachibana Rui's performance was not very impressive. After all, she is a beginner with average skills. But under the watchful eyes of Duanmu Huai, she was able to play calmly, which was quite surprising. Hey! I'm alright. Hearing Kumiko Huangqian's curious question, Rui Tachibana was stunned for a moment. I don't think Teacher Duanmu is a bad person. There's nothing to be nervous about. That's right. Although Teacher Duanmu looks scary, once you get used to him, you will find that he is actually quite nice to people. It's just that. Only, just don't let him find the problem. Teacher Duanmu's method of solving problems is really scary. At this point, Huangqian Kumiko also shook her head. In the Wind Band Club, she had the most exchanges with Duanmu Huai, so she was not too afraid of him. But Huangqian Kumiko also knew that Duanmu Huai had many ways to solve problems, and he was very troublesome. But this year the atmosphere in the Wind Band Club is very good. The seniors care for the juniors, and the juniors respect the seniors. Everyone is working hard to advance to the national level again and win the gold medal. It should be. There won't be any situation that requires Teacher Duanmu to intervene. Chapter 1054, Making Trouble. After dealing with the two disobedient gods, Duanmu Huai returned to his peaceful daily life. Of course, one thing he wanted to complain about was that these so-called disobedient gods look easy to kill. And in fact they were easy to kill. So much so that he didn't have much experience. Of course, most of the time, quiet days are a good thing. But sometimes it's not necessarily the case. What a harmony. Sitting in the office, Duanmu Huai suddenly said this. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Long was stunned. Teacher Duanmu? Is there any problem? Problem? There's nothing wrong. I just feel like everything in the Wind Band Club is going fine now. And I'm a little unmotivated. Hearing Duanmu Huai's complaint, Long was puzzled. In fact, just as Duanmu Huai said, the current Wind Band Club is progressing very smoothly. When Duanmu Huai came back at the beginning, the freshmen were afraid of him and couldn't play well. But under the leadership of the seniors, this problem was quickly solved. And then, they also marched smoothly. This year's marching performance, this year's selection was also unusually calm. I don't know if it was because of last year's experience. No matter who was selected to join Group A, no one complained. This made Duanmu Huai feel so boring. It's actually quite interesting when something happens like what happened last year. Of course, from the perspective of a consultant, it would be best if the club had no problems and everyone could complete the task smoothly. But Duanmu Huai didn't think so. In fact, he didn't like things to go too smoothly. After all, in the game, if you complete any task smoothly without any setbacks, you have to be careful not to get too complacent and end up getting a comeback. Duanmu Huai feels that the current Wind Band Club also has some of the same tendencies. But he doesn't understand music. Fortunately, there is someone around him who does. Teacher Taki, in your opinion, what are the results of this year's selection? That's great. Everyone is working hard. And the freshmen are very qualified. I think they should be able to fill the gap left by last year's third-year students. Is everyone's practice going okay? From what I can see, they all train very seriously. After hearing Long's answer, Duanmu Huai pondered for a moment, while Long looked at Duanmu Huai curiously, with a puzzled look on his face. Teacher Duanmu, is there anything you are concerned about? Not feeling good. Not feeling good? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Taki was stunned. The atmosphere in the Wind Band Club this year was very harmonious, because we had set a rule based on ability, so everyone was able to accept it, and the new and old students got along well. At least in my opinion, they didn't make any mistakes in their performance coordination. That's why I said it didn't feel good. I had no sense of crisis. Duanmu Huai frowned. He couldn't explain it. It was just a hunch. The Wind Band Club now has a bit of a retirement flavor. Of course, if everyone just plays house happily together, then retirement is retirement. There's nothing wrong with that. But Duanmu Huai still remembers that the goal of the Wind Band Club this year is still the national competition, and they have to win the gold medal. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Teacher Taki. What's up? I remember that after the selection, the selected people went to Group A, and the unselected people went to Group B. Right? That's right. The band club currently has more than 100 members, but only 55 of them are officially participating. So some will inevitably be eliminated. Of course, these eliminated people are not just left alone. They will also participate in another form of competition. However, that competition cannot enter the national competition. It is just a county competition. In fact, Duanmu Huai is also very familiar with this classification method. Domestic high schools also have A and B classes. Students with good grades are in Class A, and those with poor grades go to Class B. However, in Duanmu Huai's memory, this is not the end. Got it. Then I have a question. What if someone in Group A declines in strength? Or someone in Group B improves in strength before the game? What should we do then? Why? I have to say, when Taki heard Duanmu Huai's question, he was really stunned. This is not impossible. But I think it's a bit too biased to decide the candidates after just one audition. Also, although they can practice if they are assigned to Group B, they will definitely be lazy because they know that they can't go to the national competition anyway. It was okay last year when there were few people. But this year there are so many people. There are more than 100 people in total. And only half of them can go to the national competition, while the other half cannot. This would make anyone feel unhappy. If some people are lazy and unwilling to practice or do not practice well, it is natural. Teacher Duanmu. So what do you mean? My meaning is very simple. In response to Taki's question, Duanmu Huai grinned and revealed a smug smile. Next up is the Kansai tournament. And then, the national competition. In that case, why don't we just hold an audition before each competition? That's right. This reminded Duanmu Huai of the A and B classes when he was in school. But the classes at that time were not fixed. There would be mock exams every month. And then the classes would be divided again based on the exams. Those with good grades would go to Class A, and those with bad grades would go to Class B. And this was how the students' tension was maintained. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, what today's wind band clubs lack is this sense of tension. Is it so easy to get the national gold medal? Just like the college entrance examination. Do you think you can get into college by just saying a few words about friendship and hard work? That's nonsense. Since you have stated that your goal is to win the gold medal, then you can have no complaints if I give you a good beating. Until the end of the national competition, there will be a selection before each competition. Those who are in good condition will be promoted, and those who are in poor condition will be kicked out. I think this is a good way to keep them appropriately nervous. What do you think? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Taki couldn't help but think about it. In fact, this idea is indeed good. But there is a problem. Just like if there are mock exams every month, the teacher must spend time marking the exam papers. If members have to be selected before each competition, as Duanmu Huai said, then Taki will naturally have a lot of hard work. After all, Duanmu Huai doesn't understand music, and he can't tell who is good and who is bad. This means that Taki has to select more than 100 people every time, and he must rely entirely on his own ability to make judgments. If you make a mistake in judgment, it's obvious that nothing good will happen. I see. But after thinking for a moment, Taki nodded. I think it's a really good idea. It's settled then. Let me tell them. I'm really looking forward to seeing their expressions when they hear the news. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai chuckled. There were many beautiful girls in the wind band club, and just imagining what strange expressions would appear on their cute faces because of this news made Duanmu Huai impatient. At this moment, everyone in the wind band club knew nothing about this. After today's training ended, Taki walked down from the podium and Duanmu Huai walked up. When they saw Duanmu Huai coming on stage, many people's faces changed instantly. What is Teacher Duanmu doing here? I don't know. Have we not had any trouble recently? The experienced second and third year students were extremely nervous at this moment, and the new first year students were confused. But seeing their seniors sitting upright, they also tensed their nerves and looked towards the podium. Duanmu Huai walked up to the podium with a smile on his face. Of course, his smile looked ferocious to most people, just like a tiger or a lion seeing its prey. In fact, it is true. Recently, the atmosphere of this wind band club seems to be quite good. He first looked at the people in front of him. Then Duanmu Huai spoke. Everyone is very harmonious and works very hard. Hearing Duanmu Huai say this, Everyone became more confused and looked at each other more uneasily. Something must be wrong when things are not normal. Duanmu Huai seldom said these things. He boasted here as soon as he came on the stage today, which only made those who knew him more nervous. For example, Mary sighed silently, knowing that Duanmu Huai was going to start making trouble again. As expected, Duanmu Huai then changed the subject. But I think it's getting a bit boring. Why? I still remember last year. Didn't everyone have a big argument over whether the solo should be performed by a third-year student or a first-year student? To be honest, I really missed the atmosphere of the club back then. At this moment, more people didn't dare to speak, and at the same time showed puzzled expressions. They looked at each other blankly, wondering why Duanmu Huai suddenly brought up this topic. After all, Nakashiko Kaori has already graduated. Right? You think I'm being sarcastic. But I'm serious. Duanmu Huai saw the expressions of the people below, and his expression also changed. Although your quarrel seemed meaningless and boring to me at the time, at the end of the day, you both have the same goal. You both want to make it to the national tournament. And you both are willing to do your best for it. So even if it's a boring quarrel, at least your starting point is good. But what about this year? Having said that, Duanmu Huai raised his voice and knocked on the podium. This is too harmonious. Isn't it? What? Do you think we will definitely make it to the national competition this year? The Kansai Gold Award is in our pockets? I see you are not in a hurry at all. Everyone is enjoying the club life leisurely. Ah. Hearing this, some students suddenly realized what Duanmu Huai meant. At the same time, their faces became even uglier. Based on their usual understanding of Duanmu Huai, he was definitely going to cause trouble next. Sure enough, Duanmu Huai's speech began to verify their guess. Although the auditions are over, I don't think this is a good idea. Last year there weren't many people, so it was fine for at most a dozen people to go to Group B. But this year there are so many people, and I don't think it's appropriate to decide the candidates for the national competition in just one audition. So I've discussed this with Teacher Taki, and there will be an audition before every competition in the future. Those who are in poor condition and whose skills have regressed will leave Group A and go to Group B. On the contrary, if someone in Group B is in good condition and whose skills are improving quickly, then he or she will go to Group A. Hearing this, the audience could not help but burst into an uproar. The girls were stunned, with different expressions. Duanmu Huai looked at them with a grim smile. Got it? Now cheer up and remember. Your goal this year is not to play some club games, but to win the gold medal in the national competition. You chose this goal yourself. If you choose the goal yourself, then grit your teeth and rush towards it. Okay. That's it. After saying this, Duanmu Huai waved his hand, then turned around and left. When Duanmu Huai and Taki disappeared in the music classroom, the others began to boil like boiling water. How could this be? Does this mean that there will be a selection before every competition in the future? It's not that I don't understand what Teacher Duanmu means. To be honest, sometimes I also think that we are too self-righteous. So, even if we are in Group B, as long as we work hard, we can still make it to the national competition? The students had different expressions at the moment. Some were nervous and worried that they might fail in the next audition. Some thought that Duanmu Huai was right and that the current wind band club was indeed too comfortable and relaxed. Some members of Group B were also working hard. After all, many of them had failed in the previous audition, and they also lacked experience or did not perform well on the spot. If there is only one chance, then they will just have to accept it. But if there are several auditions, then they might be able to enter Group A and advance to the national competition. Why? Looking at the noisy classroom in front of her, Mary shook her head silently. Sure enough, Mr. Duanmu still couldn't help but work. Chapter 1055 Physical Problems. Uncle is really good at making trouble. You don't know that after you left. The seniors were terrified. Yeah. Sitting in the bathtub, Duanmu Huai stretched, while Jurui, who was curled up in his arms, nodded. That's right. Even though they have already gone through the audition process, they now have to adjust their form before every competition. Of course, even though the seniors are complaining, they are still working hard on their training. You're talking as if it has nothing to do with you? You're also a member of the Wind Band Club. I just wanted to kill time. I didn't want to perform on stage at all. Tachibana Rui snorted. She has been very Buddhist since she joined the Wind Band Club. Although she trains seriously, it is only to this extent. She doesn't seem to care much about whether to go to the national competition. Or maybe she likes to stay in Group B. You really can't do anything about people like this who are determined to fish until the end. Then, you have saved a lot of money now. Have you thought about what to do in the future? Start doing a future investigation now? Uncle, don't let me think of those nasty things at this time. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, a subtle displeasure appeared on Zhu Rui's face. There is no way. Now I am the head teacher. I have to talk about 3 aspects. It is almost an occupational disease. Duanmu Huai was enjoying the girl's body temperature in his arms, while he was also speechless. After becoming a class teacher, Duanmu Huai found that it was much more troublesome than being a physical education teacher. The first thing was to have a 3-way interview, and then investigate the students' future aspirations and guide their choices. For example, will you go to college? Or will you go to work after graduation? To be honest, this experience is really new to Duanmu Huai. After all, when I was in high school, getting into college was the default main task. Unless your grades were too bad, the teacher would advise you to drop out and take the junior college entrance examination. If your grades were good, they would basically help you choose a university. I haven't decided yet, but I think I'll go to college. Oh, why? If you go to college, can't you live out on your own? What's wrong? Are you still not used to living in your current home? Almost. Frankly speaking, it feels pretty weird. Zhu Rui nodded. Duanmu Huai could understand her idea. It was okay for a child. But when Zhu Rui was her age, it felt strange to live under the same roof with a complete stranger. Moreover, they were brought in by their mother. Even if the other party didn't say it, they would feel like a burden. So Tachibana Rui hopes to go out and be independent as soon as possible. But at her age, it is obviously not possible to live outside. That's why she wants to go to college and then live outside. So what university are you going to apply to? To be honest, your grades are just okay. It's not easy to get into a good university. I haven't made up my mind yet. Anyway, I don't want to apply to a local university. I should go to Tokyo. Maybe I can get in touch with Sister Aiko. Aiko. I don't know how she is now. Thinking back to the hot blonde girl, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh. Since she left, the two of them had completely lost contact. So Duanmu Huai didn't know her current situation. I've been in touch with Sister Aiko before. She's studying cosmetology now, and said she wants to open her own beauty salon in the future. After all, you gave her a lot of money. Uncle, it's a pretty good livelihood, isn't it? Jingle bell. Just as the two were talking, a cell phone suddenly rang. Tachibana Rui stretched out her white arm from the fish tank, took the phone next to her and turned it on. Hello. Hearing the voice from the other end, Tachibana Rui's expression darkened slightly. What is it? Dinner? I can just eat outside. It's none of your business. Looking at Zhu Rui who was on the phone, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up. And then he stretched out his hand and moved it down along her smooth skin. Oh! The next moment, Tachibana Rui's body suddenly tensed up. Wait. No. Nothing. Just. Wait a minute. As she spoke, Zhu Rui reached out and pressed the phone, then turned around and glared at Duanmu Huai in dissatisfaction. The latter smiled and said nothing, just nodded his chin at the phone. Zhu Rui glared at Duanmu Huai again, then picked up the phone again. Nothing. I just encountered a stray dog. At this point, the girl's slender body trembled suddenly. No. It's okay. Anyway, I'll be back soon. No need to prepare my dinner. That's all. After saying this, Tachibana Rui quickly hung up the phone. And then her originally tense body softened and she collapsed back into the bathtub. Uncle, you are so mean. Isn't this exciting? By the way, who called you just now? Your boyfriend? Although the voice on the other end was not loud, Duanmu Huai still heard that the person calling Zhu Rui was a young man, probably about the same age as her. He's the son of my mother's remarriage partner, and he's about my age. Oh, that boy likes you? So you want to move out? No. Tachibana Rui snorted softly. It's just that one of the reasons I want to move out does have something to do with him. What's the connection? He likes my sister. When my sister fell asleep on the sofa, he wanted to kiss her secretly. And I saw it. Duanmu Huai was speechless after hearing Zhu Rui's answer. First a mistress, now a student? I don't think your sister has any special physique that attracts this kind of people. Some women seem to have this tendency. Looking quite ordinary, but always meeting scumbags. Duanmu Huai thinks that Ju Rui's sister also has some of this attribute. Do not ask me. Tachibana Rui also sighed. Then stood up and walked out of the bathroom. Obviously, she was also a little troubled by her sister's troublesome nature. Perhaps this was why she moved out. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. The house was in such a mess that she didn't want to go back. Are you worried? Of course. Sister Hina only treats him as an ordinary brother. And she has no defense at home. The other party is a boy in adolescence. So I am also worried that something might happen. After hearing Rui's answer, Duanmu Huai thought for a moment. Then he stretched out his hand and drew a stroke in a place where Rui couldn't see. Then a flash of light passed by. And then Duanmu Huai had a bottle of Coke in his hand. Here. This is for you. What's this? Looking at the Coke handed to her by Duanmu Huai, Rui reached out her hand to take it in confusion. Good stuff. Just let him drink this stuff. Then you won't have to worry about him doing anything to your sister anymore. After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Rui was confused holding the Coke in her hand. Uncle, you are not giving me any contraband. Are you? Don't worry. I can definitely solve your problem. In response to Rui's question, Duanmu Huai laughed and then patted Rui's head. Okay. It's almost time to go home. After sending Tachibana Rui to the car, Duanmu Huai went straight home. But he did not go back immediately. Instead, he came to the ruins of the original Western-style mansion and looked at Naruzmio, who was working hard there. Yo, how's it going? Ah, uncle. At this moment, Naruzmio was holding a staff, pointing high to the sky. Then, the originally dilapidated debris floated up and piled up on the side. This was also the training that Fu Lilian gave Naruzmio, asking her to use her magic to demolish all the ruins of the mansion, and then pile the waste on the side, in order to train Naruzmio's magic control ability. I have to say that Fu Lilian herself looks quite lazy, and she is like a devil when it comes to educating her disciples. It's really boring. Putting down the staff in her hand, Naruzmio began to cry to Duanmu Huai. I never thought that a magician would do something like this. I thought magicians just fought monsters. There aren't that many monsters for you to practice with right now. But I can go look for them in the universe someday. If I find a suitable one, it would be nice to take you to fight monsters and level up. Since this world has the same kind of biological civilization as before, there might also be other cosmic civilizations. Duanmu Huai naturally doesn't mind destroying them all. After all, for the safety of mankind, it is important to eliminate all threats in advance. Okay, let's stop here for today. You should have remembered that we still have activities tonight. Wow, I'm sore all over and just want to sleep. Hearing Duanmu Huai's reminder, Naruzmio looked frustrated. Today, Duanmu Huai and others are going to the demon realm to attend a banquet, mainly to celebrate Rias's coming of age and debut in the ranking competition. As members of Ria's team, Duanmu Huai and others naturally have to participate. Naruzmio didn't want to go at first, but Duanmu Huai told her that she is now a member of the tribunal and has the support of the tribunal, so she doesn't have to worry about those demons at all. So Naruzmio can only nod and agree. As for why it is at night, the reason is very simple. Demons are full of energy at night. Just like vampires. They can't muster the energy during the day. We can't let everyone attend the party while yawning. As the protagonist, Rias had naturally gone to the demon realm with her family. After Duanmu Huai came back, he also brought other members of the tribunal through the teleportation array to the luxurious hotel where the banquet was held in the demon realm. Of course, from the outside, this is similar to a 5-star hotel in humans, with a luxurious and gorgeous theme. Of course, for those who live in the space station and enjoy the beauty of the universe all day long, this scenery is nothing to say. Ah, Teacher Duanmu. Yudo Kiba, who was wearing a suit, was standing at the gate. When he saw Duanmu Huai and his group coming, he hurried to greet them. You are finally here. Fortunately, the banquet has not started yet. Please follow me. Where's Rias? Lady Rias has gone to greet her brother. Oh, by the way, teacher, did you know that our first opponent is the CD family? Oh, after hearing Kiba Yudo's explanation, Duanmu Huai nodded. He had long known that there were 2 upper demon families in Ju Academy. One was Rias, and the other was CD Kangna, the student council president. Duanmu Huai had seen the latter several times. She was a girl with short hair and glasses, who looked serious and looked like a model student. She was the same age as Rias, and was also the sister of another demon king, Leviathan. Well, since Rias is entering the ranking tournament when she reaches adulthood, it would be normal for her to be around the same time. The banquet hall was quite lively, and the appearance of Duanmu Huai and his group attracted the attention of many demons. However, for some reason, no demon dared to greet them. Duanmu Huai was happy with the quietness. At this moment, he was sitting at the dining table and enjoying his meal. There were also demons of similar size to him in the demon world, so he didn't have to worry about having no place to sit. Of course, when it comes to eating, one should drink 1,000 cups when meeting a good friend, and talk to a stranger when not on speaking terms. There is no point in Duanmu Huai eating alone. The reason why he has such a big appetite, in addition to the fact that he just consumed a lot of protein with Ju Rui, is also because there is someone to eat with him. And it was none other than Fu Lilian. This petite elf was sitting opposite Duanmu Huai, with a plate in front of her filled with steaks that were almost as tall as her. Then Fu Lilian picked up the fork and started tasting it bite by bite. It must be said that this really stunned Duanmu Huai. After all, when talking about elves, most people's impression is that they like to eat fruits and vegetarian food and basically don't eat meat. But right now, Fu Lilian is eating very enthusiastically. And you are less than 1.5 meters tall. Where did all the food go? For Duanmu Huai, this is really a mystery. But no matter what, when someone accompanies you to eat, your appetite will naturally be opened. Mary and Aruzmio have small appetites, the level of ordinary girls. The amount they eat in one meal is the same as Duanmu Huai's one bite, which is not enough to eat at all. At the moment, Fu Lilian is such a big eater, and she happened to be together with Duanmu Huai. The two of them also ate a lot at the table, and looked at the side. Woo! I feel full just looking at it. Naruzmio touched her belly, and Mary next to her nodded. Yeah, it's not surprising that Mr. Duanmu can eat so much, but it's really strange that Miss Fu Lilian can eat so much, and she can still have such a good figure even though she eats so much. I heard that it's hard for elves to gain weight. The two of them were whispering and staring at Fu Lilian. How should I put it? It's all envy, jealousy and hatred. Chapter 1056 Sisters. Call. After eating and drinking, Duanmu Huai stood up and touched his round belly. Regardless of how the devil's food tasted, it was quite filling, and he enjoyed it. However, he ate almost the same amount as Fu Lilian, which made Duanmu Huai a little shocked. It's not that I eat too little, but that Fu Lilian eats too much. When we were adventuring together in her world, I didn't see her eat so much. Could it be that the elves in that world are like animals, eating a lot in the winter and then saving until spring? I'm going to go for a walk to help my stomach digest. Duanmu Huai greeted Mary, then walked out of the banquet hall and came to the square outside. It was already late at night. But for the devil, this was just the beginning of his nightlife. Duanmu Huai stretched his body and started walking around the lake outside the hotel. However, just as Duanmu Huai was walking around with his hands behind his back like a retired old man, he saw a familiar petite figure walking out of the hotel. It was a girl with short white hair, who looked about the same age as a junior high school student and was wearing a dress. If Duanmu Huai remembered correctly, she was Rias's follower, Castle Tower City Kitty. In fact, Tachin Kitten and Wan Lia are two extremes. One is usually silent and expressionless, and the other is very aggressive. However, they are surprisingly consistent in some aspects. For example, as white-haired Lolita who looked delicate and weak, they both chose the melee tactics that are very inconsistent with their appearance. Duanmu Huai was tired of seeing Wan Lia always hitting people with his fists, and Tachin Xiaomao often lifted heavy objects taller than himself and smashed them everywhere. Could it be that all the Lolas in the demon world have this violent tendency? Just when Duanmu Huai was distracted, he saw the kitten from Tachin look around seriously, and then went into the woods next to the hotel. Why is she going to the woods? Doesn't the hotel have a toilet? Seeing this, Duanmu Huai became curious, and immediately followed over to take a look. It wasn't against the law, right? Relying on the stealth skills of the Raven Guard, Duanmu Huai did not attract the attention of Tachin Kitten at all. The former did not seem to expect that someone would follow him. He just stared ahead, as if looking around for something. Then, Duanmu Huai saw Tachin Kitten stop and turned his head, with a tense expression to look at the nearby place. At the same time, the clouds covering the sky dispersed, and then the moonlight shone down, illuminating the originally dim shadows. A long-haired cat-eared beauty wearing a kimono was standing there, staring at the Tachin kitten with a smile. You? Seeing this cat-eared beauty, Tachin kitten seemed very shocked, while the latter looked very relaxed. She even clenched her right hand into a cat's paw and raised it to say hello to Tachin kitten. Hello, Chiron. It's me. I didn't expect you could get here with just a black cat that sneaked into the venue. I'm so touched. Meow. As the cat-eared beauty spoke, a black cat came out from the side and rubbed against her intimately. Sister, what are you doing here? However, unlike the cat-eared beauty who looked relaxed and calm, the little cat in Tachin was no longer as silent and expressionless as usual, staring at her angrily. But the woman she called her sister just smiled lightly. Don't look so scary. I just have something to do. I heard that the devil is holding a grand event here, so I came to take a look. Meow. Having said that, the woman looked at the kitten in Tachin again. But now I've changed my mind. I want to make up for my previous mistakes and take you back. Bain? Hearing the woman's words, the kitten from Tachin jumped back immediately, and the whole person hunched over like a threatened kitten, staring at the woman intently. I won't go back with you. I'm a follower of Gremory now. However, before she could finish her words, she saw Tachin kitten's body soften and she fell backwards. Then a big hand reached out from the darkness and supported her. Why? Looking at Duanmu Huai who suddenly appeared beside him, Tachin kitten widened his eyes in surprise. Teacher? Why? I just saw you go into the woods and didn't know what you were doing, so I came to check it out. I didn't expect to encounter a kidnapping scene. Duanmu Huai looked at the kitten from Tachin and smiled. Then he looked at the woman opposite him. Kidnapping a little girl is against the law. I'm not kidnapping. However, facing Duanmu Huai, the cat-eared woman opposite was only slightly surprised, then quickly calmed down and showed her previous relaxed smile again. After all, this child is my sister. I have the right to love her. Right? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment and looked at Tachin Xiaomao, who gritted his teeth and said nothing. Sister. Well, strictly speaking, this matter has nothing to do with me. But she is my student, and I don't think it looks like a touching sister reunion. So, you should go back to where you came from. Or don't blame me for being rude. Huff. Huff. You're quite good at talking. Faced with Duanmu Huai's threat, the woman chuckled and took out a fan to block herself. I've heard of you. The Grand Inquisitor from the human world's Court of Inquisition. Not only did you defeat the Phoenix family with ease, you even killed the god of disobedience. I've always wanted to see what you're capable of. However, before the woman finished her words, Duanmu Huai stared at her, and the next moment, the woman's body flew backwards as if hit by a speeding invisible dump truck. However, the woman's body did not explode directly, but turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. This is truly a powerful force. At the same time, the woman's voice came again from the forest. The voice was intermittent and came from all directions, making it impossible to grasp her location. But unfortunately, for me, this level is far from enough. Along with the woman's voice, clones appeared from all directions. They all looked exactly the same and could not be distinguished at all. Teacher, be careful. At this moment, the kitten from Tachin was also grabbing Duanmu Huai's clothes tightly and whispered. My sister's power is enough to rival the highest level demons, and she is also the most proficient in illusion and fairy arts. To put it bluntly, it's just a magic trick. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. He hated those guys who played tricks the most. If Mary was here, her golden pupils would naturally defeat all illusions, and this guy would be useless no matter how good he was at pretending to be a ghost. Unfortunately, Mary was not here, and it was too late to call her over now. But it didn't matter. Duanmu Huai had plenty of ways. Then how about trying this trick? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai's eyes turned cold. Then he raised his right foot and stomped hard on the ground. Boom! Duanmu Huai stomped his foot on the ground, and the entire land collapsed within a few hundred meters around him. A surging wave of destruction roared out, sweeping everything around. Even the towering trees in the forest could not withstand this force, and were directly blown into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the forest centered on Duanmu Huai was completely swept away, and the violent roar completely wiped out all the existing sounds. Is this the power of the Inquisition? A moment later, the woman's voice sounded again. But this time her tone sounded full of fear and vigilance. As expected of you who repelled the Phoenix and killed the god of disobedience. It seems that your power is far beyond my expectations. And it is not just a divine weapon. Okay. I admit that I was wrong this time. But next time, I won't. Before the woman finished speaking, Duanmu Huai clenched his fists, as if sensing Duanmu Huai's murderous intention. The woman's voice disappeared without a trace, and she ran away in a panic without even finishing her words. Humph. I want to see how fast you can run. However, Duanmu Huai obviously did not intend to let her go. Just when he clenched his fists and was about to launch another indiscriminate all-round attack, a small hand reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Duanmu Huai looked down and saw the Tachin kitten looking at him pitifully and shaking his head. Well, she's lucky. Duanmu Huai put down his fist and then put the Tachin kitten back on the ground. Are you okay? It's just a little poison. It's not a big deal. Isn't this a big problem? That's why I told you to choose a warrior. Now, once a warrior is controlled, he loses all his threat. Duanmu Huai was speechless when he saw the kitten barely standing up. This kind of pure strength fighter had no future at all. Especially when facing those who played magic. They could easily control you to death with an illusion. As the saying goes, heaven is on the left and warriors are on the right. Although Duanmu Huai is also good at close combat, he has raised his resistance to a very high level. The protection of the power armor is not to be underestimated, and it can also protect against poison gas. Otherwise, if he rushes forward and the opponent uses a grease spell to knock him upside down, or uses a fog spell to make him dizzy, how embarrassing would that be? Wouldn't it? You are nothing like the kitten from Tachin. You say you are a warrior, but you don't even wear protective gear. You dare to go out and show off in this unenchanted dress. Now you have been poisoned by others. If you hadn't arrived at the right time, you might have been taken away by now. Duanmu Huai complained in his heart, but he also reached out his hand and gently patted the kitten from Tachin. The next moment, the poison in her body completely dissipated. Destruction magic was also very useful in this regard. Okay. Everything is alright? Let's go back. Thank you. Teacher. You're welcome. You're my student too. There's no way I'd watch my student get kidnapped. Right? Perhaps because the Catwoman had opened the barrier before. Duanmu Huai's disturbance did not attract the attention of the demons. And now the two of them were walking towards the hotel again. On the way, Tachin Kitten finally explained the situation to Duanmu Huai. She and the Catwoman are sisters. The elder sister is Kuroka, and the younger sister is Chiron. When they were very young, they lost their parents and were picked up by a demon. Then Kuroka became the demon's follower and reincarnated as a demon. But later, she didn't know whether she was addicted to power and killed the demon who picked them up. In other words, the followers killed their master. After that, Hage escaped and became a stray demon. The demons also set people to hunt him down several times. But they all failed. So they turned their attention to Chiron, believing that she, as a younger sister, might also lose control like her older sister, and demanded her execution. Later, Surzex came forward, rescued Chiron, and gave her to Rias to take care of. Rias also gave Chiron a new name, Tower City Kitten. It's really complicated. After listening to the story told by the kitten from Tachin, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Why didn't your sister take you with her when she ran away? Why did she come back to take you away now? I have no idea. The kitten in Tachin shook his head. But, I will not forgive my sister. And, I am now Rias-sama's servant. Having said that, Tachin Kitten raised his head and looked at Duanmu Huai. Teacher, please don't tell Lady Rias about this. Okay. To be honest, I think it's a good idea to tell her about it and let her be more vigilant. After all, I happened to see you this time. But what about next time? At least in my opinion, you won't be able to fight back against your sister. Duanmu Huai would certainly not be stupid enough to listen to the advice of Tachin Xiaomao. She wanted to solve the problem herself, but she did not have the ability to do so. Isn't this just giving herself away on her own initiative? Anyway, let's go talk to Rias. Okay. Why was I so nervous about flashing the BIOS of my motherboard before? Because my computer was made in 2009, and the motherboard was also from that time. I have been using it for such a long time, and it is still working well. I was afraid that it might be damaged by the flash. Chapter 1057, granting armor. After that, Duanmu Huai brought Tachin Kitten back to the banquet, found Leah, and explained the matter to her. Hearing that such a thing had happened, Leah was also very scared. She hurriedly grabbed Tachin Kitten and looked at her again and again. After confirming that she was not injured, she was relieved. Phew. Thank you so much, teacher. You're welcome. Kitty is also my student. Ha ha ha. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Rias couldn't help but smile bitterly. She certainly understood what Duanmu Huai meant. The relationship between the Inquisition and the devil was very delicate, and there had to be a reason. Now the Gremery family and the Inquisition did not have a formal covenant, and the Inquisition must stand on the side of humans. So Duanmu Huai's reason for helping Rias was based on the individual, not the collective. Just like before, he helped Rias to fight against the Phoenix family, and also helped Kiba Yudo and Taho Kaneko. And he used this reason. Because I am a teacher and you are my students. This is entirely based on personal stance, not the diplomatic direction of the tribunal. This is actually not bad. But Rias secretly hopes to go a step further. Unfortunately, she couldn't join the Inquisition like Naruzmio. After all, Naruzmio had clearly abandoned her family, while Rias was still the heir of Gremery, and there was no irreconcilable conflict between her and her family like Naruzmio. Although Rias was very angry about her father's unauthorized engagement, she didn't say she wanted to leave the family. Then, the remaining solution is, by the way, it's time for a change. Kitty. Duanmu Huai's voice sounded again, interrupting Rias's thoughts. She is a warrior who can't do anything except direct combat. You see, she fell down when someone poisoned her. And I remember you didn't have any healers. Right? In this case, shouldn't you give Kitten a little boost? That's what I said. But, there's really no good solution for the time being. Rias also understood what Duanmu Huai said. Although Tachin Kitten was indeed very strong in attack and defense as a castle, it was all physical. If others played dirty, she would definitely be the first to fall. By the way, is it okay for you to play in the ranking competition with just a few followers? We have the Inquisition to help us. Right? And it's better to have nothing than to have someone with nothing. I'm also trying to find a dependent. Rias had no choice. After all, followers were more important than retainers. So she certainly didn't want to find anyone casually. In fact, Rias had her eyes on Asia, the representative of the fallen angel camp. After all, Asia's ability to heal whether the opponent was a demon or an angel made her the best auxiliary nurse in Rias's opinion. Unfortunately, although Asia is now in the fallen angel camp, she is a devout believer and is unwilling to be reincarnated as a devil. After hearing Rias's answer, Duanmu Huai thought for a moment. Do you want me to give her a set of power armor? This thing should make Kitty stronger. At least she won't get her clothes torn every time she fights. Duanmu Huai had long been complaining about this. Tachin Kitten was a close combatant, so she often went up to fight in close combat, and she was wearing an ordinary school uniform. If she moved a lot, others would be a little more ruthless, and it would naturally be torn. This was the case when she fought with a priest under the fallen angel before. This suit is not like the ones in Doshin City. The less you wear, the stronger your defense is. If you wear this in close combat, what's the difference between that and being naked? Not to mention that you are a MT on the front line. Why don't you add defense to yourself? Power armor? You mean like the one you wear? Teacher? Yes. The model for her body type needs to be custom made. What do you think? Even if you don't use it normally, you can try it out during ranking matches. It's better than nothing. This, hearing Duanmu Huai's proposal, Rias looked at Tachin Kitten in embarrassment. But the latter stared at Duanmu Huai with a firm look. I would like to if I could. Kitten? Is that really okay? The girls have all seen Duanmu Huai's power armor. That power armor looks quite impressive when worn by Duanmu Huai. But, how to put it? The skull design is a bit, not something girls would like. No problem. I want to get stronger, so I can help Rias-sama. And I won't lose to my sister like I did before. Even if I don't have that kind of power. I don't want to lose. What is she talking about? Duanmu Huai didn't understand what the kitten said, but he didn't care. But doesn't that armor look scary? Why not paint it pink? Well, when they heard Duanmu Huai's proposal, Rias and Kaneko both showed subtle expressions on their faces. Forget it. It's fine just the way it is. Yeah. Duanmu Huai thought all girls like pink. Then after the banquet is over, You should come to the church and prepare for the ceremony. Ceremony? For the Inquisition? The release of any set of power armor is a serious and sacred matter, and this time is no exception. After the banquet, everyone followed Duan Muhui to a room deep in the church. I always feel a little nervous. Taching Kitten stood in the middle, her face tense. At this moment, she had taken off the dress she wore to the banquet and replaced it with a tights similar to a diving suit. But outside the tights, there was something like a socket. Although you are not a member of the Inquisition and do not need to recite an oath, there are still a few rules that you need to abide by. Duan Muhui looked at the kitten in Taching and spoke. First of all, you are not allowed to attack any human, no matter if they are good or bad. As long as you attack a human while wearing this armor, the armor will be completely locked and imprisoned. Do you understand? I see. The kitten from Taching nodded vigorously. Also, since you are wearing the armor of the Inquisition, you must work for the Inquisition. That is to say, if I have a task for you to complete, you must not disobey my orders. Of course, I won't let you deal with Rias. But if I need you to do something, you must complete it. This set of armor is not lent to you for nothing. Understand? Yes. Very good. Go ahead. Duan Muhui nodded to the kitten from Taching, who hesitated for a moment, and then walked onto the platform in front of him. At this moment, Rias and her followers, as well as Naruzmio, Maria, and Mari were all watching outside. Rias was still somewhat worried about her followers. And as for Naruzmio, well, she felt that she might go through a similar process in the future. So it wouldn't hurt to take a look first. Looking at the platform in front of her, Taching Kitten was also nervous. At this moment, she was the only one in the whole hall. In front of the steel altar, she could see a huge skull and a double-headed eagle with wings spread. On the periphery of the circular platform stood some strange, cold, and heavy mechanical device. But remembering his wishes, Taching Kitten still clenched his teeth, and then walked up. As the kitten from Taching was walking onto the platform, several cherubim flapped their tiny wings and fell from the dome. These man-made creatures, transformed from babies, held an incense burner made from a skull in their hands. They kept spinning around the kitten and babbled anonymous eulogies. The Inquisition is really a righteous organization, right? Seeing this scene, Rias's eyes twitched. Just looking at the scene in front of her, how could it be more devilish than a devil? Taching Kitten walked onto the platform. In front of her was a pair of metal boots. She raised her foot and stepped into them without hesitation. As the kitten's feet fell into them, the metal boots were quickly locked. Then, mechanical tentacles appeared from all directions grabbing armor. They fitted the armor in their hands to the outside of the black tights worn by Taching Kitten, locked it, fixed it, made neural connections, and then welded it. How to say? Seeing this scene, Rias and Naruzmio both had mixed feelings. This scene looked both sci-fi and religious, as if two completely unrelated things had merged together. It looked like a scene from a sci-fi movie. But the dim hall, the burning candles, and the baby angel holding a skull incense burner gave it all a chilly, eerie feel. Of course, the armor that Taching Kitten wore was not that of a space marine, as women could not be transformed into Astartes. In fact, not to mention Taching Kitten, even Duan Muhui was not wearing space marine armor. After all, space marine armor could only be worn by people who had been transformed into Astartes. Even though Duan Muhui's body shape and height were similar to those of an Astarte, he had not been transformed, so naturally he could not wear that armor. In fact, Duan Muhui's power armor is for humans only. It is connected to the power armor through external direct nerves and then operated. The armor of Taching Kitten comes from the battle sister. It is not as wide as Duan Muhui's power armor, but more close-fitting. It only adds a half-body armor and shoulder armor to the upper body, and then a jet backpack. The lower body is the original tights and steel boots. Of course, compared to Duan Muhui's pure steel creation, the combat nun's clothing is more lightweight. However, there are also some parts that the Inquisition absolutely cannot compromise, such as the golden skull on the chest respirator, and the skull and eagle logo are also painted on the shoulder armor. Boom! Finally, with a power hammer that was a head taller than the Taching Kitten falling in front of her, the entire armor was assembled. This is really, how can I put it? Looking at the kitten in front of her with a complicated expression, Rias didn't know what to say. The kitten in the armor was completely different from her usual appearance. Her originally petite body was now mostly buried in the wide half-body armor, with a red background and gold edges. The entire armor looked hideous, with mud seals and holy words on both sides of the huge shoulder armor, and a golden skull pattern in the middle of the black respirator mouth below the neck, with the lower half of the Tachin kitten's face sealed by the respirator. It felt like a little girl was transformed into a mechanical monster. Are you really okay, Kitty? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Naruzmio also walked forward tremblingly, looked at Tachin kitten and asked. But Tachin kitten shook his head. No. Everything is fine. It looks like, it does seem to be very strong. Rias also came over at this moment, looking at the kitten in Tachin with a complicated expression. What should I do next? You can get familiar with any equipment most quickly in actual combat. Duanmu Huai is obviously a practical person who believes that teaching people to swim means kicking them into the water. It just so happens that the ranking competition between you and the CD followers is about to begin. Won't we know then? That's right. As an after-party program after the banquet, it was also the opening of this year's demon ranking competition. The first match was between Ria's followers and CD's followers. That's why everyone came to the church to change clothes after the banquet. Of course, only demons, who were listless during the day and lively at night, would do this. If it were a human, and you held a party until midnight and didn't let people go to sleep and then had to play a game afterwards, who could stand it? Just like the previous battle against the Phoenix family, this official ranking battle was also conducted through the demon's teleportation array, and then teleported to the different space created by the demon, and then fought in that simulated scene. After Duanmu Huai and his group were teleported to another space, the voice of the person in charge of the last ranking sounded again. Everyone, I am the referee of this ranking game between Gremory and CD, Graphia from Lucifer's family. In the name of my master, Sirzex Lucifer, I will witness this battle between the two families. This battlefield is taken from the department store near the Ku Academy where Rya-sama and Sona-sama studied. The current location of both camps is the base camp. When soldiers want to upgrade, please go to the other camp. There is basically no change in the rules of the previous game. Also, this competition has a special rule that prohibits the complete destruction of the department store used as the battlefield. Upon hearing this, almost everyone turned around and looked at Duanmu Huai. Any fool can guess who these rules are made for. After all, if Duanmu Huai just smashes down every place he enters with a hammer, then no one else will have time to play. Why are you looking at me? If that's the case, then you guys should do your best. Facing everyone's gazes, Duanmu Huai waved his hand nonchalantly, then found a sofa nearby and lay down. I'll just stay here and sleep. This is a formal ranking competition, unlike the previous personal grudge with Phoenix. Moreover, Duanmu Huai also knows Songna. After all, the other party is the student union president, and he often deals with Duanmu Huai as a teacher. It would be a bit embarrassing to really take action. Now, with this rule specifically for Duanmu Huai doesn't have to think about fighting anymore. Just go find a place to sleep. Anyway, he is guarding the base camp, and anyone who comes will die. As long as he doesn't lose, he will definitely win. It just so happens that 12 o'clock at night is the time for humans to go to bed. So why not sleep? Seeing Duanmu Huai lying on the sofa with his eyes closed, Rias breathed a sigh of relief. Although she did want to use this method to improve her relationship with the tribunal, she did not want to rely on Duanmu Huai every time she fought. Now that Duanmu Huai did not take action, then she also had a chance to show off. Thinking of this, Rias also looked at everyone and cheered herself up. Then let's get ready for action. Chapter 1058. The game begins. Looking at the tactical board in front of her, Rias was also tense. Sona and she were also good friends, so she also knew his situation. Like Rias, Sona did not gather all 15 pieces. Now she only had a queen, a castle, a knight, 2 bishops, and 2 soldiers, including Sona himself as the king. There were only 8 people. Of course, Ria's situation isn't much better. And now under her command are Queen Akino Himejima, Knight Yudo Kiba, Castle Kaneko Taha, and Mary, Mio Naruz, Fulodian, Maria, and Huai Duanmu, who are temporary contracted soldiers. Since Duanmu Huai clearly wanted to slack off, the current situation is 8 against 8. Rias knew the strength of Himejima Akino, Kiba Yudo and Taho Kaneko. And as for Naruz Mio, she had also watched them grow day by day. But it was different for Mari and Ferlian. These two rarely took action. So Rias didn't know their true strength. Of course, it was obvious that they didn't want to say it directly. Generally speaking, temporary contracts are rarely seen in official matches. The reason is simple. On the one hand, temporary contract soldiers cannot be upgraded. On the other hand, it is to prevent the big guys from bullying the newcomers. Originally, Rias was prepared that the official might not let Duanmu Huai play. Unexpectedly, although the other party banned the destruction of the venue, they did not prevent Duanmu Huai from playing. Of course, Rias could more or less guess the specific reason. The demon realm wanted to have a good relationship with the Inquisition. So visibility was very important. The most watched competition in the demon realm was the ranking competition. If the Inquisition performed well in this regard, it would enjoy a high reputation in the demon realm, which would also be helpful for the advancement of her brother's plan. Strictly speaking, Duanmu Huai's presence does not mean he is invincible. The reason is very simple. The most important thing in the ranking competition is to defeat the king. Just like in chess. Only by eating the king can you win. And Duanmu Huai obviously cannot be the king, unless he always follows Rias. The king. The opponent only needs to find a chance to kill Rias, and then they will lose the game. At that time, no matter what Duanmu Huai does, it will be useless. Of course, on the other hand, as long as Duanmu Huai kills the other king, then Rias will win. For Duanmu Huai, this is probably as easy as eating and drinking. Duanmu Huai himself might be very clear about this. So he just went to sleep. After all, if he takes action, it would be cheating. So he might as well just stand by and watch. If Rias stayed in the base camp, he could guarantee that Rias would be fine. But the question was, would Rias accept it? Obviously not. If she can only rely on Duanmu Huai to win, then Rias knows that her reputation in the demon world will definitely be lowered. The original intention of the ranking competition is to improve the reputation of demons, not just to win the competition. So if Rias hides behind Duanmu Huai in order to win, causing the demon world to lower her reputation, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Rias understood the power of her own followers. But as for others, what are your plans? It depends on what you think. Ms. Rias. Mary didn't care at all. And Ferlian just glanced at Naruzmio lazily. I'm just here to instruct her in actual combat. Okay. Another one who is just slacking off. Well, could Miss Mary be in charge as bait? I'll be the bait? Yes. I know Song Na very well. Although I already know that Teacher Duanmu will not fight. She certainly doesn't know. I think Song Na should act on the premise that Teacher Duanmu is my main force. So I plan to use another method to lure and divert their attention. Everyone knows that you have a good relationship with Teacher Duanmu. If you take the initiative, they might attack you. For me? Yes. After all, this battle has restrictions attached. Although it is said that you can be defeated, it does not say that you cannot be captured. Song Na and the others do not know your strength. They may want to restrict Mr. Duanmu's actions by capturing you or Mio. You can be used as hostages or shields. As for why Mary was chosen to play this role instead of Naruzmio, the reason is very simple. Although Rias has never seen Mary's true strength, at least she can guess that since Duanmu Huai is so confident in Mary, her strength must be guaranteed. As for Naruzmio, maybe she will really be caught while acting. So you want me to be the bait, to lure the other side to attack, and then fall into the trap. After listening to Rias's explanation, Mary's expression was a little subtle. If you don't want to, forget it. No. It's just that I remembered when Mr. Duanmu and I first met. Just met? Yes. Mr. Duanmu used me as bait to lure those monsters. It really makes me miss it when I think about it, even though it hasn't been that long. While muttering to herself, Mary looked out the window with a complicated nostalgic expression. She still remembered that at that time, she had nothing but golden eyes, and she was just able to run faster. Every day, Duanmu Huai took her to catch monsters that were eager to get her golden eyes. Well, now that I think about it, it feels like it was a long time ago. When everyone heard her words, they were all confused. How could there be such a development? By the way, Teacher Duanmu, you actually did such a thing? But soon. Mary looked away. Please leave it to me. I'm very experienced in making bait. Faced with the confident Mary, others didn't know what to say. Soon, the competition officially began. The map was the entire department store, and the time limit was 3 hours. So it was a short-term decisive battle. From this point of view, Both sides could only fight quickly and decisively. Perhaps because of this, they were restricted from destroying the entire venue. Otherwise things would be troublesome. Rias is in a group with Akino Himejima. Yuto Kiba is in a group with Kaneko Taha. Mary is in a group with Maria. And Mio Naruse is in a group with Ferlian. Among them, Mary and Naruse Mio are both baits, while Rias and Tower City Cat are responsible for ambushing in the back. As long as they find the opponent, Mary and Naruse Mio will find a way to lure them to the designated location, and then rush over to defeat them. This is a very classic and orthodox bait tactic. Of course, in reality, there are only a few tactics that come and go, and it all comes down to how you use them. At this moment, Mary was walking upright on the street, holding a staff that looked like a cane in her hand. She looked like a young lady shopping in a mall. Maria was jumping and skipping beside Mary, looking around curiously. This is the ranking tournament. This is my first time participating in it. Hasn't Maria participated before? Before I didn't have a master. But my sister once participated. But if it weren't for this now, I wouldn't have participated. After all, Mio-sama has given up on becoming the head of the family. As he spoke, Maria clenched his fists and waved them a few times. To be honest, I'm quite worried about Lady Mio. What if she encounters a strong enemy? Is everything okay with Miss Flillian here? That's what I said. But, as the two were talking, 3 figures appeared in front of them, blocking the way of Mari and Maria. I didn't expect that the first people I met would be you guys. It's really a bit surprising. The first to speak was the long-haired woman standing at the back of the trio. She was the Queen of Sona and the Vice President of the Student Union. Standing next to her were the retainers of the castle and knight. I thought Teacher Duanmu would come and kill us directly. Mr. Duanmu is sleeping. Mary gave a straightforward answer, because the rules restricted his performance. Mr. Duanmu felt very bored, so he went to sleep. Ha ha ha. It really sounds like something Teacher Duanmu would do. Hearing Mary's answer, the Vice President also chuckled. Then she restrained her expression and stared at Mary. To be honest, I never thought I would fight you in a ranking battle, Mary. But, let me see your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the Vice President drew out his long sword and rushed towards Mary. At the same time, the knight beside her also quickly attacked and blocked Maria. Soon, the two sides were engaged in a battle. The other side's castle seemed to be a fist and kick faction. And now they were fighting with Maria, facing the vice chairman's attack. Mary seemed very calm. She was seen holding the staff in one hand and backing away. She easily dodged the opponent's attack, and at the same time raised the staff in her hand. And then meteors shot out from the staff and flew towards the vice chairman. Drink. Facing the oncoming star shooting, the vice president did not show any weakness. She just shouted softly, swung the long sword in her hand, and directly cut off the star beam shot by Mary. At the same time, she moved forward again, trying to fight with Mary again. At the same time, the last knight held the blade in her hand and carefully observed the battlefield. It was obvious that she was watching which side could not hold on before she could help. Of course, even if she did nothing, it would be enough to restrain Mari and Maria. Drink. The vice president quickly closed the distance between herself and Mary, and swung the long sword in her hand again and again. But her attacks had no effect at all. Mary managed to dodge every attack and was completely unable to hit the opponent. Is this the power of classmate Mary? Holding a long sword in hand, the vice president also had a solemn expression. She knew that the other party was just a human, not a demon, and was also a soldier with a temporary contract, which meant that it was impossible for him to possess power comparable to that of a demon. However, what surprised the vice president was that her attacks had no effect on Mary. She considered herself a master of kendo, but every time she slashed, Mary would easily dodge it, as if the other party had seen through the trajectory of her swordsmanship the moment she attacked. Could it be that Mary is also a hidden swordsmanship expert? Swish! The long sword swung down again, and Mary dodged to the side as usual, as if she had seen through the opponent's attack long ago, and raised the staff in her hand to release the meteor magic again. The vice president was already used to this, and it was obvious that Mary would take advantage of her to resist the magic and distance herself again, just like the previous few times. So she raised the knife without hesitation and swung it at the meteor magic in front of her again, breaking it. However, just as the vice president swung her knife to break the meteor magic, she saw that Mary did not retreat as before. On the contrary, her left hand suddenly raised, and a strangely shaped pistol appeared in her hand. Boom! The sudden sound of gunfire even startled Maria, who was fighting the knight nearby. Everyone turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. Mary was holding a staff in her right hand and a hand cannon in her left hand, aiming forward. In front of her, the vice president was half kneeling on the ground, reaching out to cover his chest. "I never thought you could use a gun." Looking at the gun in Mary's hand, the vice president was speechless. It was no wonder. Whether in the demon world or the human world, demons fought with either cold weapons or magic. Guns were extremely rare. So when Mary pulled out the gun, the vice president didn't even react to what happened before he was shot. Actually, she is an international student from abroad. "But I'm surprised you brought a gun in here. Please don't move." Mary stood where she was, the muzzle of her gun still aimed at the vice president in front of her. "I heard that in this kind of competition, if you lose your fighting ability, you will automatically withdraw. You are already injured, and there is no way you can continue to fight." "Yeah, although I didn't hit the vital point. But if this continues, it's only a matter of time before I'm eliminated." The vice president gasped and looked at Mary. "But I'm not done yet." Before he finished speaking, the vice president suddenly jumped up and stabbed Mary with a long knife in his hand. Facing the vice president's almost self-sacrificing attack, Mary's eyes flashed with golden light. And then she raised her gun and aimed at the vice president. Boom! Success! Hearing the gunshots again, a smug sneer appeared on the vice president's face. She did not expect that her attack could cause any harm to Mary. But she also had her own trump card, which was the artifact she had hidden. "Come out, Mirror of Remembrance." Along with the vice president's call, a gorgeously decorated mirror appeared in front of the vice president. Once the mirror was destroyed, the damage would be doubled and rebounded to the opponent. According to the vice president's idea, Mary's bullet would definitely break the mirror, and then she would also be out of the game like herself because of the rebound attack. However, the expected scene did not appear. The bullet did not hit the mirror as the vice president imagined. Instead, it flew past the edge of the mirror and hit the ground next to it. How can it be? Looking at this scene, the vice president widened her eyes in surprise. She was an expert in counterattack. Logically speaking, her trump card had not been exposed, and the opponent should not know the secret of her artifact at all. So, what exactly is this? The vice president's thoughts stopped here. The next moment, she fell to the ground due to excessive blood loss, and then disappeared into the air with a flash of light. At the same time, the radio sounded again. One of Lord Kangnesi's queens was eliminated. Seeing the vice president disappear in the light, the castle and knight who were fighting with Maria looked at each other, nodded. Then they retreated fiercely and turned around and ran. What do we do now? Sister Mary? At this moment, Maria also ran over and looked at Mary curiously. The latter thought for a moment and made a decision. Catch up. Chapter 1059 Duel between the two sides. While Mari and Maria were tracking, Neruzmio on the other side was also blocked by two soldiers from the other side. Neruzmio is relatively well known in the demon world. Everyone knows that she is the daughter of the Wilbert family. She has been living in the human world before and has nothing to do with the demons. So at the beginning, the two soldiers wanted to rush up and defeat Neruzmio in one go. In their opinion, a girl who was just an ordinary human a year ago is nothing to be afraid of. However, what the hell is this? One of the soldiers couldn't help but complain as he looked at the army of toys that filled the sky and covered his entire field of vision. The battlefield where the two sides met was a toy store, and naturally there were a lot of toys here. As a result, when the two were about to rush over to deal with Neruzmio, the latter waved the staff in her hand, and then all the toys in the toy store flew up, densely blocking their way and completely obstructing their vision. Under these circumstances, the two soldiers did not dare to act rashly. Standing behind the barrier formed by the army of toys, Neruzmio also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, she didn't have any strategy at all. When she saw the two people rushing towards her, Neruzmio's reaction was completely instinctive. After all, she had been forced by Fulilian to undergo basic training in this area during this period of time, and it had completely formed her body memory. But I didn't feel nervous or anxious at all. Standing there holding the staff, Neruzmio felt incredibly calm. She used to be very nervous and emotional during battles, but now she felt very calm and peaceful. as if this battle was nothing serious. This is also normal. Just like a student who is forced to do mock exams every week becomes numb to it, and will not be nervous anymore. As for Florillian, I'll leave it to you. It's just two of us. You should be fine. At this moment, she was curled up on the sofa in the back, reading a foreign book happily. She just raised her hand and waved at Naruzmio, then shrank back. That's easy to say. After complaining silently, Naruzmio once again turned her attention to the present, although she felt that it would not be so smooth. But, come to think of it, I have indeed seen similar situations in animation. During this period, apart from being forced by Florillian to do basic exercises, Naruzmio spent most of the rest of her time watching various animations, such as psychics, magic, etc. I have to say that although those animations are wild and unconstrained, many of the scenes in them are indeed very valuable for reference. Thinking of this, Naruzmio once again tightened the staff in her hand, recalling what Florillian had said when she taught her. Magic is a world of imagination. As long as there is a clear imagination in your mind, magic can work. Yes, if that's the case, then I can clearly imagine myself defeating them. So, let's do it. At the same time as Naruzmio took action, the two soldiers also discovered that the dense toy barriers in front of them suddenly began to move, and they rushed towards them like schools of fish in the sea. Humph! This level of attack doesn't hurt at all. Seeing the army of toys rushing towards him, one of the soldiers clenched his fists. Although these toys looked powerful, they were just some stuffed toys. They might be useful to block the view, but if he wanted to use them against himself, it would be like a pillow fight, with no killing power at all. Thinking of this, the soldier rushed forward without hesitation. And seeing this scene, the other soldier seemed to have thought of something, and was suddenly shocked. No! Get out of the way! Why? Hearing his companion's reminder, the soldier was stunned for a moment. But it was too late. The roaring army of toys turned into a tide, and completely swallowed him. Then, Naruzmio clenched the staff, and suddenly stopped at the ground. Boom boom boom! The next moment, those originally light and soft plush toys suddenly whizzed down like stones, and smashed towards the soldiers, who were swallowed by them. Damn it! How could it be? Faced with this sudden attack, the soldier was also taken aback. She hurriedly tried to defend herself, but the toys that fell at this moment were as dense as hail, and they smashed directly into her body under the accelerated gravity. Facing the overwhelming army of toys that were smashing towards her from all directions, the soldier only had time to let out a scream, and then fell directly to the ground, and disappeared a moment later. Damn it! Seeing this scene, another soldier was also horrified. He hurriedly wanted to retreat, but at the same time, invisible gravity descended from the sky. The soldier only felt that his hands and feet were instantly tied up by hundreds of kilograms of rocks. He couldn't move at all. He could only watch Naruzmio raise her staff again, and hundreds of plush toys floating in the air rushed towards him again under her command and swallowed him completely. 2 of Lord C.D. Kangna's soldiers are eliminated. The bland broadcast sounded again, but in the VIP room where the game was watching outside, it was uproar. Really interesting. Watching the battle on the screen. The Demon King smiled and touched his chin. That child is Wilburg's daughter. I heard that she was just an ordinary person living in the human world a year ago. I didn't expect to master her strength so soon. Really, I don't know what Wilburg is thinking. At this moment, another demon also shook his head. He obviously possesses such a powerful strength. If he had stayed in the demon realm and been educated since childhood, he should be as strong as Ryasama now. But he wasted so many years. The other demons nearby also nodded. Generally speaking, demon children who are heirs must stay in the demon world to receive elite education from a young age. Especially demons like Naruzmio who possess the rare characteristic of gravity magic. If it were them, they would definitely teach her carefully from a young age instead of letting her go to the human world and ignore her. Speaking, Lord Devil, I heard that she has announced that she has been out of the Wilburg family. Yes, she is now under the protection of the Inquisition and has been separated from the family. What a shame. The demon world is in need of a large number of talents right now. But many senior demons feel it is a pity that such good talents do not stay in the demon world. However, they can't say much. Right? On the other side, Mary and Maria were also chasing Knight and Castle, who were also shuttling back and forth between the malls. But even so, Mary and Maria were still chasing them. Finally, in front of a rest square, Knight and Castle stopped running and turned around to stare at the two. Have you finally run enough? At this moment, Maria was also panting and glaring at the enemy opposite her unhappily. At this moment, suddenly, a voice came from behind them. That's right, Maria-san. Well, hearing this voice, Wanlia's brows twitched. Then she turned around and looked behind her, only to see that there, the student council president Sidi Kangna was leading his two bishops to block their retreat. To be honest, this was not my original plan. But now it seems that I am afraid I will have to change my plan. Sidi Kangna stared at Mary and spoke with a serious look. Her original plan was to let the queen bring the knight and castle to attract Duanmu Huai's attention, and then contain him through the terrain of the mall. After all, since the rules do not allow the destruction of the mall, Duanmu Huai will obviously be restricted. But what Sidi Kangna didn't expect was that Duanmu Huai didn't make a move at all. Mary and Naruzmio alone had already defeated his queen and two soldiers. In this case, it was meaningless to continue the containment tactics. So Kangna changed his tactics, which was to defeat them one by one and use more people to defeat fewer. So, they are used to lure us? Yes, I know Rias will assist you. But they haven't arrived yet. So it will be enough if we defeat the two of you before they arrive. It seems that President Sona is full of confidence. Hearing Sidi Song's answer, Mary looked very calm. But has the president ever thought that perhaps Maria and I are the bait that attracts you? Why? Just when Sidi Song was stunned by Mary's words, Mary shouted something in a low voice. Maria, do it. I understand. Leave it to me. Sister Mary. Hearing Mary's words, Maria clenched her fists excitedly. Then she stared at the enemy in front of her with wide eyes. And then a strange pink aura instantly spread out with Maria as the center. Oops. Until then, Sidi Kangna was shocked. She forgot that Wanlia was not an ordinary demon. She was a nightmare. Thinking of this, Sidi Kangna hurriedly tried to evacuate. But at this moment, suddenly, a soft body pounced on her from behind and hugged her tightly. Ah! President. Why? Suddenly, she was hugged from behind. Sidi Kangna turned her head quickly and saw that behind her, one of the bishops she brought with her had a flushed face, was looking at her with blurred eyes, and was hugging her tightly. I have always been President. Wait, wait, we are at a ranking match now. Wake up. I don't want it. President, please answer me. Do you like me? Wait. Just when Kangna was caught off guard by the sudden confession of his companion, the castle and knight over there also became entangled. Wake up quickly. What are you doing? Why is it like this? It was obviously me who came first. Whether it was becoming the president's attendant or being your partner. Why do you like that child? I don't know what you are talking about, eh? As for the last bishop, she also collapsed to the ground at this moment. She placed one hand on her chest, gasping for breath with blurry eyes, watching the scene in front of her. Ah, President X Kato-san. This CP is my favorite. But Kato X President is also good. I can't give up either one. No. I am a firm believer in President 1 Kato 0. Wow. Seeing this messy Shura field in front of her, Mary didn't know what to say. That's right. Although Mary was the bait on the surface, the real bait was Maria. After all, most people probably forgot that this lustful loli, who likes close combat, is a nightmare. In terms of mental manipulation and disruption, Nightmare is the best master among the demons. Fortunately, Mary has golden eyes, which restrain all illusions. So Maria's nightmare ability has no effect on her, which is why Rias teamed up these two. After all, Maria's nightmare ability does not distinguish between enemies and friends. If she and Naruzmio are in a group, it is unknown who will be a greater threat to whom. Sorry to have kept you waiting. At this moment, Rias also arrived with Towers City Kaneko and Himejima Aquino. Seeing this scene, she also, wow, what a tragedy. Although I also thought that the president's plan would be effective, I didn't expect it to be so effective. Seeing this scene, even the planner Rias was stunned. But soon she came to her senses and raised her hand. Then, attack. Chapter 1060 Unexpected Trouble. There is naturally nothing much to say about what happened next. When Duanmu Huai woke up from his sleep, Rias's family had already successfully won their first victory in the ranking tournament. and a spot was unlocked again on Duanmu Huai's summoning list. During the whole process, Duanmu Huai did nothing. And it could be said that he won purely by doing nothing. It would be great if we could just win like this. But as for who to summon next, Duanmu Huai was a little undecided. So he went to Mary to discuss it. After all, Mary had been with him for a long time. Or because of the characteristics of the golden eyes. Since Duanmu Huai recruited Mary, he took her with him wherever he went. So Mary was the most familiar with the people around him. Next one? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Mary showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. It's not nice to say this, but shouldn't we summon Nissen and Sister Ojas? I plan to save them for last. They have special means of strengthening, and there is no rush. Duanmu Huai shook his head. Soul cards were not his main target of strengthening this time. Duanmu Huai's current goal was to make up for the shortcomings rather than strengthen them. I see. But I'm worried that they might quarrel. Why? Nothing. Mary coughed lightly, and quickly changed the subject. The chess pieces Mr. Duanmu is using right now are only my queen and Miss Lumiere's castle. Right. That's right. Duanmu Huai nodded. He had unlocked the summoning list 3 times, and used 2 pieces. Fulilian was not among them. The reason was simple. The main reason Duanmu Huai summoned her was to teach the human magic system. He planned to promote this system as a special magic system for the tribunal. As for Fulilian herself, Duanmu Huai didn't have a deep relationship with her, so he didn't plan to invite her to join the tribunal. And it seems that Fulilian really doesn't mean that. So what does Mr. Duanmu think at the moment? I plan to leave the other castle to Ikot. Miss Ikot is indeed not good at fighting. But why don't we summon her now? For now, we should first strengthen the strength of the tribunal. Originally, Duanmu Huai's plan to strengthen the first candidate included Ikot. But with the emergence of a lot of troubles such as the God of Disobedience, Duanmu Huai changed his mind. After all, Ikot, in addition to commanding tactics, does not have a certain self-protection ability like Mary or Lumiel. Summoning her now will completely hinder her. Her strength can only be fully exerted when commanding a large army. At present, there are only a few people in the Inquisition, so it is useless for her to come. Well, in that case, that leaves 2 bishops, 2 knights, and 8 soldiers. Mary also fell into deep thought. Does Mr. Duanmu intend to leave the bishop to Miss Mio? It depends on the situation. If her strength meets my requirements. Duanmu Huai was also hesitant about this. Neruz Mio's gravity and space attributes were very much to his liking. But the problem lay in her mentality, and how far Fulilian could eventually teach her. If Neruz Mio could reach the passing line that Duanmu Huai wanted, then it would not be impossible to give her one of the main cards. In that case, I suggest focusing on Knight first. Mary thought for a moment and spoke. She had heard Duanmu Huai explain the characteristics of chess pieces. Queen is an overall improvement. Castle enhances offense and defense. Knight is speed, and bishop strengthens magic. Currently, Duanmu Huai's queen is Mary. One of the castles is given to Lumiel, and the remaining one is reserved for Ikot. Both of them are paper defenses, so Mary has no objection to giving them. As for bishop, the current candidate is Neruz Mio. Although Duanmu Huai didn't say the other one, Mary thinks it is most likely for An. After all, when it comes to magic, Ankut is the first magic consultant of the Inquisition. Then, the next vacancies are knight and soldier. Let's not talk about the soldiers whose enhancements are relatively low, and the knights whose main focus is speed. Miss Suzu and Miss Shinji. Right? I remember they were both known for their speed. And Miss Shinji is also a horse girl. She seems to be very good at running. Mary didn't know much about Susanome, because that female ninja was elusive. But she was quite familiar with Shinji Ling. She had also watched Umamusume's shining series of competitions, and was impressed by her running speed. After listening to Mary's idea, Duanmu Huai also started to think. Indeed, in terms of speed, these 2 are the fastest in the tribunal. But Duanmu Huai needs to think more about who to summon. Lingnu is proficient in espionage and assassination, so her combat effectiveness is not a problem. Jin Jiling's combat effectiveness is relatively poor, but her superior charm is the best in the world, so she can be regarded as the exclusive diplomat of the tribunal. Now, it's decided. Let's summon the Bell Girl first. Duanmu Huai made a decisive decision. With the forces in this world, he could not see the need for Jin Jiling to appear. Moreover, Jin Jiling was a horse girl, not a human. Her appearance was somewhat different from that of a human, and it was not easy for her to show up in this world. If there was a need for foreign negotiations in the future, he would look for Jin Jilling. By the way, Duanmu Huai has decided to give one of the soldier pieces to Tutu. After all, Tutu's luck buff is what he needs the most. Although the soldier S enhancement is not as strong as the queen, it is enough for Tutu. After all, her job is to cheer for Duanmu Huai and bring him luck. But we don't expect her to go to the battlefield. Right? I've decided that I'll write an invitation letter to Lingnu when I get back. Of course, I'll also have to consider asking her to bring something over. When Duanmu Huai and his companions left the demon world and returned to the human world, it was already the next morning. Fortunately, today was a holiday, so they yawned and prepared to go back to rest. But when they walked to the door of the church, they saw an unexpected scene. At the gate of the church, a blonde nun was standing there uneasily with a broom in her hand, and in front of her was a handsome guy with green hair, who was saying something to the blonde nun enthusiastically. Isn't that Asia? What happened to her? Someone confessed to her so early in the morning? Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but joke. Duanmu Huai was somewhat familiar with this nun from the fallen angel camp. From the outside, Asia was a simple and good girl, well-behaved and obedient, and very enthusiastic about her faith. Every day she would get up early in the morning to clean the church. And she also showed great enthusiasm for the teachings of the Inquisition. Rias had also persuaded her, hoping that Asia could be reincarnated as a demon and become her follower. Her purpose was obviously for Asia's ability to heal demons. After all, there were not many demons with healing abilities. If Asia could join Rias's camp, it would obviously be a powerful trump card. After all, the priest is a must-have for the Iron Triangle. However, Asia was devout in her faith and rejected Rias's persuasion. Devout in her faith? To be honest, Duanmu Huai didn't think so. Although the reason why Asia was labeled a witch sounded a bit ridiculous, it was understandable from the perspective of the Inquisition. If a certain state priest dared to save a chaos demon, it goes without saying that he would be burned to death immediately. From this point of view, the fact that the angel church only expelled her instead of hanging her was quite good. This is why, although Asia is very capable, Duanmu Huai never thought of pulling her into the Inquisition. People who can't figure out their own identities are, to put it nicely, saints. But to put it bluntly, they are just muddle-headed. Although according to the standards of the Inquisition, the demons in this world are not considered chaos demons. So Duanmu Huai just sits back and does nothing. But if she is brought to the Inquisition, and the latter still treats people indiscriminately, then she is definitely not suitable for the Inquisition. It's not that the Empire is without professional medical sisters. But even if they are medical sisters, when they see demons or green skins, they will pick up their chains words or bolters and attack them instead of being kind-hearted and giving them treatment. In addition, Duanmu Huai really has no good feelings towards the fallen angel camp. So his relationship with Asia can only be described as average. But no matter what, it's not okay to cause trouble in front of your own church. What's the situation? Duanmu Huai also yawned, walked forward and asked. Seeing Duanmu Huai's appearance, Aisha, who looked embarrassed, immediately felt like she saw a savior, and hurriedly trotted to Duanmu Huai's side. Master Duanmu, it's great that you are finally back. Who is that man? Duanmu Huai glanced at the handsome guy with green hair and asked unhappily. It's so unlucky to let myself see a handsome guy so early in the morning. As a result, the other party didn't speak yet, but Lias acknowledged it. Diodora? You are Diodora. Right. Who? Didn't I meet him at the banquet last night? Teacher Duanmu. He is one of the new generation of demons, and the current successor of the family that His Majesty Beelzebub was born into. After Rias finished introducing Duanmu Huai, she looked at the green-haired handsome guy in confusion. But what are you doing here? Ah. Lo. Rias. I watched yesterday's match. Your victory was perfect. You are worthy of being the successor to the Gremry clan leader. Seeing Rias, the green-haired handsome guy greeted her, and then looked at Asia affectionately again. The latter trembled all over and quickly hid behind Duanmu Huai. It seemed that she was not used to such gazes. Have you forgotten me? Asia. We met at that time. As he spoke, the green-haired handsome guy unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his chest. What the L are you doing taking off your clothes in front of others so early in the morning? Are you crazy? Just when Duanmu Huai was considering whether to beat him up directly, he saw a scar appear on the chest of the green-haired handsome boy. Seeing the scar, Asia seemed to think of something and her expression changed slightly. That wound. Could it be that you are? Yes. Although I didn't let you see my appearance at that time. I was the devil at that time. Oh. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately understood that Asia was expelled from the church because she saved a demon with her own power. Now it seems that this green-haired handsome guy is the demon that was saved by Asia. Then I saw the handsome guy walking in front of the surprised Asian, half kneeling on the ground, staring at her. Love, I am here to welcome you. I think you can meet you. So, I hope you can be my wife. After hearing this, Duanmu Huai and others were no longer sleepy. Chapter 1061 Self-Inflicted Trouble. I never thought that the other party would propose to me. It's really romantic. When I got home, I remembered the previous scene, and Wanlia couldn't help but sigh. But I think it's a bit too hasty. Shido Irina poured tea while expressing her opinion. Although the two of them do have a bond, wouldn't it be a bad idea to propose right away? At least you should thank him for saving your life first. Then go on a date. And then seriously propose a relationship. After both parties get to know each other better. Then consider getting married. Right? As she spoke, Shido Irina looked towards Asia. Ms. Asia, what do you think? I haven't thought about getting married. In response to Shido Irina's question, Asia hurriedly waved her hands. This was also normal. If someone suddenly appeared and proposed to her, she would have a mental problem if she agreed. But I always felt that the timing of his appearance was a little strange. Mary took a sip of her tea and expressed her opinion. Miss Asia was expelled from the church a long time ago. If he really liked her, shouldn't he have come to take Miss Asia away who had no relatives at that time? But how much time has passed? He suddenly appeared and proposed to her. It always feels a little too fake. Women really like such boring topics. Looking at everyone who were discussing this matter with great enthusiasm, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes helplessly and went to watch TV. Master Duanmu, what do you think? Wanlia also came over at this time and asked with a smile. Me? What can I think? It has nothing to do with me. Duanmu Huai snorted softly. What about from the perspective of the Inquisition? Miss Asia was expelled because she saved the devil. Do you think this is right? This is, of course, not right. If it were the Inquisition, they would not just expel you. They would at least burn you to death. Why? It has to be said that everyone was shocked to hear Duanmu Huai's nonchalant answer. And Neruz Mio was even so frightened that she jumped up. Burn? Burn? Burn to death? Isn't this too much? Is it too much? Duanmu Huai glanced coldly at Neruz Mio, then looked at Asia. Asia saved a demon. Now we know his identity. But at that time Asia obviously knew nothing about it. She just saw that the demon was seriously injured, so she went to save him. Then what if the other party was a stray demon and was injured on the way to be expelled? If Asia saved it, doesn't it mean that it will kill more people in the future? In other words, all the people killed by the demon in the future will be blamed on Asia. Burning her to death is too easy for her. I just felt sorry for it. It's just that you feel sorry for it. At this moment, Fu Lilian also spoke lightly. When I was adventuring with Xian Meyer and the others, we once encountered a demon that attacked a village and killed the villagers. At that time, it begged us to spare its life. And the village chief whose child was killed by the demon also pitied it and begged us to let it go. Later, the demon child lived with everyone in the village and played with the children in the village. And the village chief also took care of it as if it were his own child. And then one day, it killed the parents of a human child who was its friend. When the village chief asked it why it did that, it replied that it had killed the village chief's child. So it gave the village chief a child as compensation. That was its idea. This is the demon clan. Fu Lilian silently turned a page of the book. They have no concept of family, no concept of parents, and no human emotions. Their thinking is completely different from that of humans. But, didn't you say before that it begged for mercy? Yes. At that time I once asked it why it said that. And the demon replied that as long as it said this, humans would not kill it. For the demons, the meaning of this sentence is that simple. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Unlimited kindness is the greatest evil. Duanmu Huai gave the final conclusion. To be honest, I think you are unlucky and pitiful. But you asked for it. Asia, your self-righteous kindness may bring unimaginable consequences. What will you do then? What if the demon you saved destroys the village and kills humans? Then you look at all this and say that you didn't know this would happen. You just wanted to save people? Then what's the point of saying this? They are already dead. Right? Asia lowered her head in frustration and said nothing. If it were the Inquisition, you would be judged for your actions and burned to death. Because what you did is meaningless except for satisfying your own boring hypocrisy. And it may even cause a city or a planet of human beings to fall into the crisis of destruction and death. Of course, since you are a demon of this world, the Inquisition will not care. Having said that, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and looked at Naruzmio. Also, just like Fu Lilian said, just because you feel sorry for the other person is not a reason to let her go. Every target eliminated by the Inquisition has its rationale. For example, if a 10-year-old girl is in front of you, trembling at you, would you kill her? Naruzmio shook her head desperately. You feel sorry for her, right? If I tell you that she is a ghoul who feeds on humans and can only survive by eating human flesh, what will be your choice? If you want her to live, it means that humans will be eaten by her. Not only will they be eaten by her, but they will also be eaten by her offspring. So do you want her to live? Or do you want humans to become her food? Hearing this question, Naruzmio was speechless. Remember, many of the enemies the Inquisition encounters are like this. They may have been discriminated against and abused since childhood for some reason. Then they become desperate about this world, and then try to gain unimaginable power to completely destroy it all. Are they pitiful? Perhaps they are pitiful. But should they destroy humanity because of this? This is absolutely impossible. No matter how pitiful they are, no matter how tragic their life experiences are, the Inquisition has only one duty, and that is to protect the survival of humanity at all costs and eliminate all existences that threaten humanity. Duanmu Huai said this and stood up. From this point of view, I have no objection to this. If she wants to get married, then go ahead. She was the one who caused the trouble anyway. If she hadn't saved that devil, there wouldn't have been so many problems. After saying this, Duanmu Huai turned around and left the living room and went back to his room. The court is really strict in this regard. Looking at Duanmu Huai's receding back, Leah sighed. She was now extremely glad that the era when demons used humans had passed. Although demons also needed human desires, they were not to the point of threatening the survival of humans. It could even be said that it was a win-win situation. Otherwise, Duanmu Huai would definitely kill them without saying a word. Duanmu Huai made the matter so serious that no one could joke about it. Apparently, Fu Lilian and Mary both supported Duanmu Huai in this regard. From the perspective of the devil, although Naruzmio and Rias couldn't say it directly, they had to admit that stray devils did exist. If Asia had saved a stray devil instead of Diodora, then who knows what would have happened. For Natsuo Fuji, it was a very ordinary day. It has been a while since his father remarried, and it has to be said that Fuji Natsuo's life has not been easy. The fact that his favorite teacher turned out to be the daughter of his father's remarried partner has really troubled him. If that were all, it would be a small surprise. But what troubled Fuji Natsuo was that one time when he saw his favorite teacher lying on the sofa and sleeping defenselessly. He actually lost his mind and wanted to go up and kiss her, but was seen by the teacher's sister on the spot. Ever since then, Fuji Natsuo felt that the other party looked at him as if he were some garbage, which made him really. Why? Sitting up from the bed, Natsuo Fuji stretched subconsciously and then yawned. However, weird. Why does the sound seem to be higher than usual? Natsuo Fuji touched his throat and scratched his head in confusion. Is it a cold? Thinking of this, Fuji Natsuo got out of bed and walked towards the bathroom. But for some reason, he always felt that his vision seemed to be much lower than usual. What on earth was going on? A dazed Natsuo Fuji came to the bathroom and looked at the mirror in front of him. Then, he saw a girl with long black hair and a petite body in the mirror. Who is this? Ha 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 ha. After listening to Ju Rui's retelling, Duanmu Huai almost laughed to death. Uncle, this is not funny. Isn't it funny? It's not that it's not funny. But, I never thought he would turn into a girl. But now you feel relieved. Right? Duanmu Huai spread his hands and looked at Ju Rui. Now that he's turned into a girl, you don't have to worry about your sister getting entangled with him anymore. Of course, if they're still entangled after all this, that's fate. Just accept it. Faced with Duanmu Huai's shameless remarks, Ju Rui was speechless. By the way, uncle, how did you do it? I've never heard of a drug that can turn a person into a girl. Now you have seen it. Haven't you? Of course. You have to keep it a secret, and don't tell anyone. Of course I know. But even if I tell others, no one will believe me. By the way, how is that guy now? It took a lot of effort to convince his parents that he was indeed Fuji Natsuo. But the next step is trouble. After all, he has no identity proof. And no one knows why he became like this. He also went to the hospital for a checkup. But there is no conclusion. At least for now. It seems that the only thing he can say is some kind of rare disease. This is actually not surprising. Similar diseases are not uncommon. Duanmu Huai whistled. This was often seen in the news. For example, a couple had been unable to conceive for a long time. And after examination they found out that the wife's chromosomes were actually male. Or a girl had never had her period. And after examination they found out that she was recessive or something like that. So, will he change back? Why? Are you still thinking that taking a hot shower will turn you into a man, and taking a cold shower will turn you into a woman? That's impossible. So let it be. It's not bad anyway. Right? Well, faced with Duanmu Huai's answer, Ju Rui thought for a moment, and finally nodded. Well, indeed. This seems to be a good idea. She had given up thinking. Chapter 1062 Thank You Gift. Duanmu Huai didn't care what the fate of the unfortunate man would be. After all, he had his own things to do. After finishing the ranking competition in the Demon Realm, the next one would be the Kyoto competition of the Wind Band Club. This competition would determine the schools that would attend the national competition. So the Wind Band Club was also training very hard. Fortunately, the results were pretty good. The third one, number 15, Juwon College. As the three schools that would advance to the national level were announced, Duanmu Huai, who was standing in the audience seats on the second floor, breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he glanced at the system and saw that there was no new unlocked list. It seemed that the system did not support him to brush his scores back and forth. Is this the wind instrument competition? It seems quite interesting. O equals intersection omega intersection smiley face M. At this moment, a charming voice came from behind Duanmu Huai, and then a black cat was seen quietly poking its head out from Duanmu Huai's shoulder like a ghost, looking curiously at the people from the Wind Band Club who were hugging each other and crying with joy below. Needless to say, she is naturally the bell girl. In fact, Duanmu Huai didn't even know when Lingnu came. He only knew that a few days after he sent out the invitation. Duanmu Huai wanted to drink some tea after dinner, and then Lingnu appeared with a teacup in her hand, smiling and almost scaring everyone else to death. When it comes to appearing and disappearing mysteriously, this little girl is really naughty. After that, Lingnu was almost always by Duanmu Huai's side. Or rather, she should have been by Duanmu Huai's side. After all, she was usually invisible. But as soon as Duanmu Huai called her, Lingnu would appear immediately. From this point of view, this genius female ninja was indeed amazing. Especially after Duanmu Huai used night on her. Lingnu's speed reached an extreme. Well, Duanmu Huai definitely can't compare to him. And he himself is not a speed person. Perhaps because she got used to living in the form of a cat when she was in Mary's world. Lingnu now appears beside Duanmu Huai in the form of a black cat most of the time. Of course, Duanmu Huai has nothing to complain about this. After all, petting cats is also fun. Do you want to go on stage too? Of course. Suzu-chan is a kunoichi, so she's naturally good at all kinds of musical instruments. Ninjas probably don't play trombones or anything like that. Duanmu Huai couldn't imagine how a ninja could play the trombone, euphonium or tuba. It was too much of a fusion of East and West. The bell girl plays the flute beautifully. Oh, that's right. There's also a flute. This was exactly what Duanmu Huai had imagined. Perhaps Mary's violin had left such a deep impression on him that he even forgot that there were flute players in the Wind Band Club. Okay, next is the national tour. I hope they won't let me down. Duanmu Huai glanced again at the girls, who were hugging each other and cheering below, reached out his hand to tease the black cat lying on his shoulder, then turned and left. The students of the Wind Band Club did not notice Duanmu Huai's presence. In fact, even when they got on the bus, they could not hide their excitement. To be honest, I thought Mr. Duanmu was going too far at first. But now it seems that what he did was not wrong. Yeah, to be honest, There was a moment when I almost gave up. Sitting in their seats, the girls also had lingering fears on their faces. In fact, ever since Duanmu Huai felt that the atmosphere of the Wind Band Club was too harmonious and changed the selection mechanism. These students have privately felt that Duanmu Huai was too much. After all, there had to be selections before every competition, which was too much mental pressure for them. No one wanted this to happen, but they had no choice. Of course, these students also secretly said that if they did not achieve good results in the Kansai competition, they would ask Duanmu Huai to cancel this selection. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. This is not to say that they were surprised by the strength of their own performances, but they were surprised by the strengths shown by other schools. In fact, in the Wind Band Club, many old members thought that they could enter the national competition last year, and they could also enter this year. However, after listening to the performances of other schools, they were surprised to find that in just 1 year, many schools had undergone almost complete changes. It is conceivable that if they still hold on to that kind of safe thinking and participate in the Kansai tournament, they might be eliminated. In fact, they were just a little bit away. According to the comments, the gap between them and their opponents was so small that it was almost undetectable. But just this small gap can determine the difference between heaven and hell. They advanced to the national competition happily, while those who were eliminated could only cry and feel sad. Many students shuddered at the thought of what it would be like if they were the ones crying and holding their heads in their hands. I think we should show more gratitude to teacher Duanmu. Huang Qian Kumiko also suggested that Taki has always been very popular in the Wind Band Club, and everyone respects him. As for Duanmu Huai, everyone is in awe and always stays away from him. Of course, Duanmu Huai himself doesn't care, but the facts have proved that every time he makes a decision, although the whole Wind Band Club is in chaos, it has to be admitted that his approach is still effective. Like this competition, if Duanmu Huai hadn't required a screening before each competition, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for everyone to stay on their toes until the end. As a conductor, Taki will also receive a conducting award on stage. But Duanmu Huai is just a consultant and does not understand music, so he basically will not appear on such occasions. Considering that he had also put a lot of effort into the Wind Band Club, everyone felt that they should do something. How about giving teacher Duanmu a bouquet of flowers? Soon, another girl raised her hand and suggested something, but it was quickly rejected. Sending flowers to teacher Duanmu? Doesn't that make a suitable impression? Well, imagining the scene of a burly, bald thug in sportswear holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands, the girls all broke out in cold sweats. It's really an eyesore. Well, how about a postcard? We can write a few words of thanks. We can write it even if we don't have to say it in person. Right? Duanmu Huai was too oppressive. Even though they knew he was not a bad person, just facing him was enough to make most of the students in the Wind Band Club speechless. Maybe their minds would be blank, and they would not even have any ideas. Who will deliver it then? President. This is not possible. The president this year is Yoshikawa Yuko, and she is very afraid of Duanmu Huai. The reason is very simple. Last year, when it came to the question of whether to let the first-year student Kosaka Reina or the third-year student Nakasego Kaori perform solo, she was the first to make trouble and wanted Nakasego Kaori to perform solo. As a result, she was ridiculed by Duanmu Huai. Although the problem was finally solved, Yoshikawa Yuko was like a mouse seeing a cat when she saw Duanmu Huai, and she avoided him as much as possible. Soon, everyone turned their attention to Kumiko Huangzin, who was stunned. What are you looking at me for? Just go ahead. Kumiko. Yes, this was your suggestion, and I remember that you and teacher Duanmu are quite familiar with each other. You must have chatted with each other several times. That's true. Faced with this sudden heavy burden, Kumiko Huangqian was also confused. Wait, in that case, why not ask Mary? She is more familiar with teacher Duanmu? It's because Mary is too familiar with teacher Duanmu. If we ask her for help, we won't be able to show our gratitude. So it's most appropriate for you to go as a representative of our ordinary students. Hey. In the end, Kumiko Huangqian had to take on this arduous task. She sighed helplessly and leaned back in her chair. And just at this moment, Senior. What? The voice coming from behind startled Kumiko Huangzin. She turned around and found that Rei Tachibana was staring at her intently. What? What happened? Senior. Are you on good terms with Mr. Duanmu? Ah? You mean Teacher Duanmu? He's not bad. Right? We've talked about him several times. Teacher Duanmu only looks fierce. But he's actually very kind most of the time. I see. After hearing Kumiko Huangqian's answer, Rui Tachibana just said something lightly, and then fell silent again. Looking at the silent Tachibana Rui, Huangqian Kumiko was stunned for a moment, then turned away. After all, I was the one who proposed this matter. And now, naturally I have to do it myself. After returning to school, Kumiko Huangqian started to take action. After all, it was her own proposal. So she had to find other people to explain. What made Kumiko Huangqian relieved was that basically all members of the Wind Band Club were willing to express their gratitude to Duanmu Huai in this way. After all, no one dared to talk to him on weekdays. But if it was just a postcard, then they could still do it. Of course, Kumiko Omi also explained the matter to Mary. To express your gratitude to Mr. Duanmu? Yes. We plan to send him a postcard. Teacher Duanmu won't hate this approach. Right? As she spoke, Huangqian Kumiko looked at Mary cautiously. Unlike others, Mary always called Duanmu Huai Mr. instead of teacher. But Huangqian Kumiko didn't know why. Just a simple postcard? Yeah. Postcards. I think with Mr. Duanmu's personality, he would ask you not to care about such trivial matters. But I don't think he would hate this method. Having said this, Mary put her fingers to her chin. Then she seemed to have thought of something and smiled slightly. But I think Mr. Duanmu might be happier if you could send him a few love letters. Hey! Love letter? When she heard Mary's suggestion, Kumiko Huangqian's face turned red, and she waved her hands hurriedly. Well, we are very grateful to Teacher Duanmu. But the love letter? Ha! We are still students. This is not good. I know. I was just joking. I think Mr. Duanmu will be very happy. As she spoke, Mary glanced out the window. Of course, the premise is that it must be kept secret. Hearing Mary's words, a black cat lying in the tree outside the window raised its head, glanced at Mary, then curled up again and closed its eyes. Chapter 1063 Asking for Trouble. Teacher, please accept this. Looking at Kumiko Huangzhen, whose face was flushed as she handed him an envelope. Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows in confusion. What's this? Duanmu Huai took the envelope handed over by Huangqian Kumiko and took a curious look at it. If it was a love letter, it was too thick. And this was an office. Although no one else was here. Handing a love letter here. Ha! I was thinking too much. Duanmu Huai opened the envelope curiously, and then saw postcards inside with words like thank you for the teacher's guidance. We will work harder. We will definitely win the national championship. And so on. What's this? Seeing this, Duanmu Huai was completely confused. This is everyone's way of thanking you. Teacher, Kumiko Huangqian explained embarrassedly. If it weren't for the teacher, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to pass the Kansai tournament. Everyone feels that we should thank the teacher. But it's hard to say it out loud. So we wrote it down this way. I don't think it's necessary to be so exaggerated. Duanmu Huai scratched his head. To be honest, he was just doing his job. He didn't expect these little girls to have such ideas. But thank you all the same. Of course, I won't show you mercy even if this is the case. Winning the national championship is not an easy task. Just grit your teeth and bear with it. So, Duanmu Huai was about to chat with Huangqian Kumiko for a few more words, when he suddenly heard a noise coming from outside the window. He stood up curiously and walked to the window to look out. Then he saw a green-haired man in a suit and leather shoes talking to a blonde girl in front of him at the school gate. The blonde girl is Asia. And the green-haired one is... it's him again. At this moment, Kumiko Huangzhen also came over, looked at the scene and spoke. Have you seen it? Yes. He's a foreign gentleman. He shows up every day after school and gives Asia a lot of gifts and flowers. We've seen him a few times. Maybe it's spring. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, and the look he gave the green-haired man became increasingly unfriendly. I never thought this guy would come here every day. He's not afraid of death. Is he? Boom, boom, boom. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. The two turned around and saw Tachin Kitty walking in. Teacher, the minister wants to see you. Having said that, Tachin Kitty glanced at Huang Qi and Kumiko. It's about club activities. I want to consult the teacher. Okay. I get it. Duanmu Huai certainly understood what Tachin Kitten meant. Now there was only one club activity for Rias. And that was the ranking competition. Of course. Because Huang Qi and Kumiko was not easy to say here. She used this statement. Well, teacher, I'm leaving first. Seeing Tachin Kitten appear, Huang Qi and Kumiko hurriedly said goodbye and left. And Duanmu Huai also greeted her. And then followed Tachin Kitten towards the direction of the Mysticism Research Society. So, who are we going to deal with next? The opponent for the next match has been determined. It's Diodora. Is it the green peacock that always spreads its feathers? Did you see that guy getting horny at the school gate? Tachin Kitten nodded silently, while Duanmu Huai touched his chin. How about this? I kill him here. Then we can win the next game without fighting. What do you think? I have no opinion. I just don't know if Rias has any objections. Soon, everyone gathered in the Occult Research Society. And after learning about their next opponent, everyone had a strange look on their face. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Diodora is our next opponent. And now he is pursuing Miss Asia? Mary was the first to ask a question. Just a coincidence. Right? Naruse Mio has a different opinion. After all, according to what Ria Senpai said, the elimination match is a match against the winner. We are in the first match. And we will only face the winner of the second match. Is Diodora so sure that he can be the winner of the second ranking match? That's hard to say. However, surprisingly, it was Rias herself who denied it this time. She looked serious and picked up a CD. I have a video of the second game here. You will know if you look at it. As she spoke, Rias played the recording of the second match. And everyone was quite surprised when they saw the recording in front of them. The second match was against Diodora, the heir of another high-ranking demon in the demon world, who was also a very powerful person. However, this match was not like the first match Rias had played before, which required strategy and confrontation. To put it bluntly, Diodora, as the king, was invincible against all opponents, and his followers were only responsible for covering behind. It feels a bit like Mr. Duanmu's fighting style. How can I be like him? I'm not as weak as this pretty boy. Hearing Mary's sigh, Duanmu Huai was immediately unhappy. How could he, who was so mighty and unyielding, get together with the green peacock that was always in spring? But there is one strange thing. According to reason, Diodora should not have such a strong power. At least, he has never revealed it before. Rias finished playing the video and then spoke, while Himejima Akino frowned. But even if that's the case, what does it mean for him to propose to Miss Asia? Miss Asia is a representative of the fallen angels, not a member of our gremmery. Even if Miss Asia is willing to marry him, it won't affect us at all. Could it be that they have taken a fancy to Miss Asia's artifact? After all, the ability to heal demons is very rare. If we can obtain it, then the strength of the camp itself will also be improved. The bell girl is back. Meow equals intersection omega intersection smiley face M. Just when everyone was puzzled, the bell girl suddenly fell from the sky and landed behind Duanmu Huai, scaring everyone. What's wrong? Bell girl? What happened? Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at Lingnu, who was kneeling in front of him. The latter smiled and stretched out her hand and made a cat's paw gesture. It's not a particularly important matter, but I just wanted to remind you that the demon named Diodora took Miss Asia away. Take away? Strictly speaking, kidnapping? They said they were taking her to see something very important. Then took her to a deserted place, knocked her out, and took her away. That's kidnapping. Right. Meow. Well, after hearing Lingdu's answer, everyone present was speechless. What on earth is Diodora thinking about? The game is about to start. Rias was also confused and had no idea what this operation was. It has nothing to do with us. However, Duanmu Huai didn't care at all. But is it really okay? Mr. Duanmu? She saved the person herself. She caused the problem herself. So she is responsible for it herself. Duanmu Huai sneered at this. Besides, isn't the competition about to start? What does the green peacock want to do? We can find out by asking him once we enter the competition. Duanmu Huai really didn't care about Ai Xia's situation. Just like he said, it was Ai Xia who saved the demon. So no matter what happened, it was her own responsibility. If she hadn't saved the demon at that time, there wouldn't be so many things. Of course, Duanmu Huai felt that it was impossible to talk to such a kind and saintly girl. So he had to let her experience the harsh reality. Okay. Let's prepare for the game. At the same time, the transmission formation also appeared in the center of the mysterious research institute. Seeing this, everyone had to converge into the inner question and stepped into the teleportation formation. Unlike before, the ranking match map this time is a temple. After arriving at the battle space through the teleportation array, Duanmu Huai and others are ready to start fighting. However, unlike before, this time everyone waited for a long time, but did not hear any notification to start the battle. What's going on? It's been almost 10 minutes. Right? Duanmu Huai looked at his watch. And the others also showed puzzled expressions. After all, not only did no host announce the start of the game, but also no rules were announced. Is this really a ranking competition? Just when everyone was puzzled, suddenly, countless teleportation arrays unfolded around them. And then demons appeared one after another and surrounded everyone. You are? Seeing these demons, Ria suddenly became nervous. What's wrong? They are all nobles loyal to the old Demon King faction. Why are they here? The old Demon King faction. Oh! It seems that there is such a thing. Duanmu Huai then remembered that Michael and the others had said that there were followers of the old factions that had died and disappeared within the three factions. Apparently, this old Demon King faction was the same? Sure enough, at this moment, one of the men who looked like the leader also roared. You hateful fake relative of the Demon King. Gremry, you will die here. And the Inquisition. We will avenge Zobelfigo and stop you from hunting down the disobedient gods. The return of the gods and the Demon King cannot be stopped. Foolish human. Pay the price for what you have done. Although the other parties shouted very loudly. But for Duanmu Huai. Belfigo? Duanmu Huai scratched his head in confusion, with a forehead full of question marks. While Wanlia coughed awkwardly at this time. Master Duanmu, you forgot that when Master Mio and I returned to the demon realm, we attacked Wilbur territory. Oh, it seems like there was such a thing. But I forgot about it because I was too careless. Shut up. You butcher. Hearing Duanmu Huai's completely indifferent look, the other demon became even angrier. You massacred the entire Belphegor territory. I want revenge for my family. Die. Before he could finish his words, the demons rushed forward and pounced directly towards the people in front of them. Then a whistling sound was heard. Boom! The hammer swept across, bringing with it a hurricane-like wind and lightning, ruthlessly tearing apart the demons that dared to rush forward, completely shredding them into pieces. For a moment, there was a bloody storm, and limbs were scattered everywhere. Duanmu Huai, who was wearing heavy armor, walked out of it. But at this moment, he raised his head, and a red light shone brightly in his helmet. So, this isn't just a game of playing house? To be honest, I'm a little tired of it. But it's okay this way. Duanmu Huai raised his war hammer with a grim smile and swung it forward. Scream. Wail. Confess your stupidity in front of the wrath and power of the Inquisition. And then die in pain. Chapter 1064 I understand. For the nobles of the old devil, this is a carefully planned attack. Originally, the resurrection of the god of disobedience was the best opportunity for these old Demon King nobles. They could regain their past glory by following their master again. However, they also knew that a new emperor has new ministers, and the current Demon King would never let them, the old Demon Kings, be complacent. As expected, the three camps announced the expulsion of the god of disobedience. And the one responsible for expelling the god of disobedience was the Inquisition from the human world. This is something they absolutely cannot tolerate. The resurrection of the Demon King is also the hope of the old Demon King faction. They will not allow anyone to destroy it. So they are desperate and take advantage of this ranking competition to launch an attack. The target of the old Demon King faction, who appeared here, is naturally Duanmu Huai, the representative of the tribunal, and Rias, the Demon King's sister. Of course, there were also members of the Belphegor clan. Although Duanmu Huai massacred the people of the entire Belphegor territory, some people were away for some reason and escaped. In addition, Surzex blocked the whole thing afterwards and only said that the Belphegor clan had problems activating the artifact, which led to the self-destruction of the territory. So they did not know much about Duanmu Huai's combat power. In their opinion, no matter how powerful the existence is, they have hundreds of demons on their side. No matter what, they are enough to kill it, and use Blood Belphegor's genocide to shame. They want to use this action to show the strength of their old Demon King faction to the demon world. Not to mention, the other party is just a human being. In fact, they thought so until a few seconds ago. Now, the dead can't think. Boom! Duanmu Huai fell heavily to the ground like a meteorite. With him as the center, the incomplete bodies of demons were everywhere around him. His black armor was already stained with the blood of demons. The murderous steel warrior was like the god of death from H.L., ruthlessly spreading the shadow of destruction and death. Strange. Strange. Monster. The nobles of the old devil widened their eyes in horror and looked at the figures in front of them. Essence. The situation is not good. Retreat immediately. At this moment, all thoughts of revenge and display of strength have disappeared from the minds of the old Demon King nobles. They now only want to leave here and escape from this terrifying figure. The farther the better. Soon, the French array quickly appeared under the feet of the old devil's aristocracy. However, Duanmu Huai just raised his feet and stomped hard. How can this be? Seeing this scene, the demons were horrified. They had never imagined that someone could do such a thing. At this time, some quick-reacting demons turned around. But it was too late. Boom! A violent shock wave erupted once again, directly knocking over the demons that had no time to dodge, blasting them into the sky. And then, their entire bodies were torn into pieces, like rag dolls that were hit hard. A demon who was lucky enough to barely escape the disaster hid in the ruins nearby, not daring to breathe. However, the next moment, Duanmu Huai suddenly stretched out his hand, and the steel arm penetrated the thick stone wall like a battering ram and grabbed it tightly. Help! 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 In Duanmu Huai's hands, the devil struggled desperately. But Duanmu Huai just stared at it, his eyes exuding bright red. Deeply inhaled. That was the feeling. The soft, rotting touch of the corpse under my feet. The smell of blood, death, and destruction mixed in the air. And the wailing of fear of the coming destruction was like a beautiful and melodious song. This was the destruction in the Inquisition. What a joy! What an excitement! What a beauty! Duanmu Huai held the devil's left hand and slowly exerted force, as if he was holding a kitten. Through the steel gauntlet, he could clearly feel that fragile life was twisting and breaking in front of his own strength. A life was about to die in despair at its most painful moment. The immoral pleasure that seemed to ravage blooming flowers and smash gorgeous works of art was like a burning flame flowing through the blood vessels and filling the whole body, making people unable to stop. Louder. More painful. You heretical scum who dared to stand before the Inquisition. Feel your despair and step into your miserable destruction. At the same time, his left hand was stubborn. At the same time, his left hand suddenly struggled. The thick steel fingers deeply inserted the devil's body. Under the huge pressure, the bones were internal organs. The muscles were instantly crushed into a pile of mud. Shocking. Miss Mary? Uncle. This is what happens when Mr. Duanmu gets angry. Don't pay attention to him. He will be fine in a while. While answering Naruzmio's questions, Mary raised her staff, drew a circle in front of herself, and then swung it forward. A torrent of furious souls roared out, sweeping across the entire battlefield and destroying all the demons that stood in her way. Hearing Mary's answer, Naruzmio silently wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and looked around. To be honest, when she was surrounded by hundreds of demons, she thought she and the others were dead. Especially since those demons looked so powerful and terrifying, and full of murderous intent, as if they were ready to tear her and the others into pieces. As a result, in a moment, the offensive was reversed. When it comes to killing demons, Duanmu Huai is naturally the first to bear the brunt, and the second is Fu Lilian. To be honest, it is the first time that Naruzmio has seen this elf, who is always lazy in bed, show her power. She still has that expressionless look on her face, but her moves are ruthless and precise, without any hesitation. In fact, after Duanmu Huai smashed the first wave of demons that rushed over, Fu Lilian immediately followed up and cast a large-scale attack magic, directly defeating the demon's originally intensive offensive. Besides Duanmu Huai and Fu Lilian, Mary was the best. Her fighting was not as exaggerated as the previous two, but she could easily destroy hundreds of demons with a soul torrent. As for Rias, Naruzmio and the others, to be honest, they were lucky enough to be able to protect themselves in this chaos. Even if they are the best of the new generation, It does not mean they can defeat 100 people alone. People like Duanmu Huai, Fu Lilian and Mary are exceptions. At the moment, the demons that were originally full of murderous intent were basically invisible. Looking around, all you could see were the corpses of demons everywhere on the ground. The demons killed by Fu Lilian and Mary were better. But the demons killed by Duanmu Huai were so miserable. Not only did they die without a complete body, but even their limbs were incomplete. There was muddy flesh and internal organs all over the ground, which was terrifying to look at. Naru's Mio didn't know how many demons she had killed. She was numb at the moment. She was a little hesitant at the beginning. But now Naru's Mio felt as if she had turned into an emotionless machine. Like a turret or a pistol. Just firing forward. As for what was hit in front, and whether they would die, Naru's Mio felt that she no longer cared about these issues. Boom! It was not until a dull crashing sound came from beside her that Naru's Mio came to her senses and looked to the side. And saw that Duanmu Huai had returned to their side without knowing when. And there was no sound around. Not. Is it over? Naru's Mio put down her hands, gasped and looked around. While Fu Lilian also slowly fell from the sky with a magic wand in her hand. It seems that all those who attacked us are dead. It's just this little. It's really boring. Duanmu Huai glanced around and spoke lightly. I feel. I can't hold on any longer. Naru's Mio supported her knees with her hands, not daring to sit on the ground. Because the ground in front of her was so densely covered with corpses that she couldn't sit down at all. I didn't expect the old Demon Lord faction to launch a massive attack. What on earth is going on? Rias was also thinking about this question with a serious expression. So what should we do next? Should we leave here? Let's go! There's nothing to do here. It's too boring. Duanmu Huai glanced around and started talking. But at this moment, in that case, I'll bring some fun to my master. Meow O equals intersection omega intersection smiley face M. Along with this sudden voice, Ling Nu once again appeared in front of Duanmu Huai out of nowhere. Hey, did you find anything fun? Everyone was used to the appearance of the Bell Girl. In fact, after entering the battlefield, the Bell Girl disappeared in a flash, claiming to be gathering intelligence. Duanmu Huai didn't care about this. Originally, this was the specialty of the Bell Girl. It would be too difficult for her, a female ninja, to use AoE on the front battlefield. Hey, I found Diodora. Miss Asia is here too. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai suddenly became energetic. They're here too? What are they doing? Interesting thing. Bell Lady. I also heard some interesting information. It seems that Diodora was saved by Miss Asia before. Yes. And then Asia was expelled from the church. Hee. Bell Girl. Listen. This was done intentionally by Diodora. Oh! Hearing this, not only Duanmu Huai became excited, but others also gathered around curiously. Diodora did this on purpose? Why? This is Diodora's interest. He likes women related to the church the most. That is, nuns. I heard that he likes to get famous nuns or saints from all over the world, seduce them to fall, and then take them as his followers. He originally thought that once they were expelled from the church, they would betray God and be seduced by him to fall. I didn't expect that she would be picked up by a fallen angel. And it took so much time. What? There's such a thing. Hearing this, the girls were also very angry. He's just a scumbag. Unforgivable. How can there be such a person? Listening to the criticisms from the girls around him, Duanmu Huai remained silent on the surface, but deep down in his heart. Bro, I understand you. Bro, the nun's fall from grace is just awesome. You have to watch the kind of solemn, simple, and pure nun who gradually degenerates under the temptation of desire, breaks the precepts, and finally becomes a slave to desire. This kind of book is the most interesting. Okay? Of course. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai was wearing a helmet, so other people couldn't see his expression at the moment. So now Asia has fallen. No. Has she fallen? Duanmu Huai coughed and asked. Not yet. Currently, Diodora has tied Asia to a strange artifact device. I heard that once this artifact device is activated, it can strengthen Asia's artifact ability and reverse it. The effect is activated on everyone. Strengthen the power of the artifact to reverse it? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. I remember that Asia's divine weapon ability is to heal everything. Right? What if it were to be reversed? No! We have to stop Diodora. Rias obviously understood what was going on and was horrified. Asia's divine weapon ability was to heal everything. So the other way around. It would obviously destroy everything. No wonder Diodora wanted to use this trick to kidnap Asia. He had been making such a fuss for this very reason. No choice. Take us to Diodora. Duanmu Huai also sighed helplessly. He still wanted to see the nuns fall. But now it seems there is no hope. Let's deal with the current trouble first. Chapter 1065 Repentance. When Duanmu Huai and others, led by Ling Nu, came to the depths of the temple, they saw the figure of Diodora as expected. At this moment, he was standing in the hall triumphantly like a useless little villain. In front of him stood a man in armor, and Asia was tied to the wall behind by a strange device. Diodora. Seeing the green-haired man, everyone was excited. Fortunately, Rhea still had some rationality. She stretched out her hand to stop everyone, and then looked at the man standing in front of Diodora. Who are you? Ha ha ha. This is His Majesty Sherpa Beelzebub, the legitimate heir with the blood of the true demon king. Hearing Rhea's question, Diodora also laughed. The legitimate successor of Beelzebub. After hearing Diodora's introduction, Rhea's face tensed. So that's how it is. You are the one behind all this? That's about right. I just didn't expect you to make it this far. It's really unexpected. But that's all. The armored man in front of him raised his head and looked at Rhea proudly. I will kill you, Rhea, and we will take back the position that originally belonged to us. And you who usurped the throne will be punished. All the blood relatives of the current demon king must be destroyed. Let me use your blood. However, before the armored man could finish his passionate speech, a flash of white light suddenly appeared and pierced directly through the armored man's chest. Why? Perhaps it was too sudden, so neither Rhea nor Diodora reacted to what happened. The latter stared blankly at the man in front of her, who claimed to be Beelzebub's direct blood relative, who fell to the ground with a blank smile, as if she couldn't believe her eyes at all. However, the next moment, Duanmu Huai's big hand fell from the sky, grabbed Diodora's head, and smashed it directly to the ground. With a puff sound, Diodora's head turned into pieces, like a watermelon in Duanmu Huai's hand. It was only then that Fu Lilian put down her staff and commented calmly. The demons in this world really have no defenses. Well, it was only then that everyone seemed to react. They stared at Fu Lilian in amazement. Perhaps they had never expected that the opponent would attack so fiercely and quickly. Without giving her any time, she attacked with a backhand move. Poor Beelzebub's blood relative named Sherpa had no time to react before he was killed instantly by Fu Lilian in one move. Boom! After killing Diodora, Duanmu Huai smashed the strange device that bound Asia with a hammer and let her go. But Asia seemed to have lost her soul at this moment. Her eyes were dull, and she looked at the ground like a puppet, without saying a word. According to Ling Nu, Diodora had explained his plan to her when he brought her here. Ling Nu also learned the information because of this, and Asia was obviously greatly shocked by this. Asia? Are you okay? At this moment, Rhea and the others hurriedly came to Asia and asked. But Asia just stared at the ground blankly without saying a word. Of course, for Duanmu Huai, this is purely his own fault. He had said long ago that if you save someone, you will be responsible for the trouble that comes afterward. Unconditional kindness is basically equivalent to doing evil. Although I don't know what Asia was thinking when she saved the green-haired guy. At least now it seems that the boomerang hit her. Duanmu Huai didn't care about this. It had nothing to do with him anyway. At this moment, another teleportation array appeared, and then Duanmu Huai saw Surzex appear in it. Rhea, are you okay? Brother. Rhea heaved a sigh of relief when Surzex appeared. I'm fine. What is the situation outside? The attack by the old Demon King faction has been repelled. As he spoke, Surzex looked towards Duanmu Huai. Thank you for your help. I didn't expect that the old Demon King faction would choose to launch a desperate attack at this time. Fortunately, we completely defeated their offensive. No big deal. I had a lot of fun killing people anyway. It's much more interesting than playing a ranking match. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and spoke. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Surzex also smiled bitterly. He naturally saw the large number of corpses outside. Frankly speaking, Duanmu Huai killed almost 1/5 of the high-level combat power in the demon world in this battle. But who told those idiots to be so stupid as to seek their own death? There's nothing Surzex can do about it. Right? If there's nothing else, I'd like to go back to bed. Duanmu Huai stretched his body. looked at Surzex and said, "The Inquisition only kills, and does not bury. No matter what world it is. The local agencies are responsible for handling the subsequent troubles. Now that everyone who should be killed has been killed, Duanmu Huai has nothing to do. So he wants to go home and sleep. As for the troubles in the demon world that will come next, what does that have to do with him? Okay. I'll open the portal and send you back to rest. I'll inform you of the follow-up situation through Rias." Surzex sighed helplessly, then stretched out his hand and opened a portal. "It doesn't matter if you don't notify us. It has nothing to do with us anyway. Right?" Duanmu Huai yawned and then walked into the portal. "The battle is over. I've killed enough people, and it was great. I'm going to go back and rest." After returning to the human world through the teleportation array, everyone was exhausted, and they didn't even have time to wash off the blood stains on their bodies. So they all went back to their rooms to rest. Duanmu Huai was no exception. But he didn't need to worry about this issue. After all, he was protected by a fully enclosed power armor, and he wouldn't be stained with blood. So Duanmu Huai also returned to his bedroom, and then lay on the bed and fell asleep. The attack by the old Demon King faction naturally had a devastating impact on the demon world, but it had no effect on the court of justice in the human world. The next morning, everyone got up and ate. Only, Ms. Asia isn't here yet. Looking at the empty seat, Naruzmio whispered, while Shido Irina shook her head. "I went to call her, but she just locked herself in the room and refused to come out. Leave her to die." Duanmu Huai snorted coldly and picked up the bowl nonchalantly. "I've said it before. If you save someone, you have to take responsibility for it. It's her own fault that she ended up like this. But Miss Asia is also a victim herself." Naruzmio also quickly spoke up to defend Asia. "She's not the only victim. You've also heard from Lingnu that the green-haired guy loves to seduce the women in the church. Maybe he's done a few more since then." So I said, "Not everything can be justified with kindness. To be honest, what I hate most is people who mean well but do bad things. And then when the time comes, they say in a pitiful way that they didn't know this would happen." Having said that, Duanmu Huai snorted. "From this point of view, the church was right to expel her. If she kept such a useless teammate, she might get into trouble at any time. If she was really a qualified saint, she should have found a way to get rid of that devil instead of being overly compassionate and doing something like universal love. That god is dead. If he were still alive, he would have been struck to death by lightning. From this point of view, Duanmu Huai does not appreciate Aisha. Relatively speaking, Mary is much better. Although Mary is also kind and full of justice. At least she knows what to do and what not to do. When facing those who threaten humanity, Mary can do it without hesitation. She is nothing like Asia, who acts like a saint and always needs to be saved by everyone." Well, hearing Duanmu Huai's words, everyone broke out in cold sweats and dared not say anything more. Although they were also worried about Aisha. They also knew that what Duanmu Huai said made sense. In the final analysis, this was Aisha's own choice, and she had to bear the consequences herself. They didn't know what to say. In the following days, Asia stayed in her room and did not go out. Shido Irina brought her 3 meals a day, but she did not seem to eat much. Although Rias and Naruzmio are very worried. But there is nothing they can do about this matter. Right? Although they mentioned it to Duanmu Huai. The latter said, "It doesn't matter. Lingnu is watching over it. If it dies, just throw it out and cremate it." They were so scared that they dared not mention it again. About a week passed like this. And late one night, just when Duanmu Huai had already laid down to sleep, there was a sudden knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. "Who?" Duanmu Huai sat up and asked. But there was silence outside the door. No one answered. This made Duanmu Huai frown. Then he stood up, walked to the door and opened it, and then saw Asia standing outside the door, lowering her head and not saying a word. At this moment, she was still wearing a monk's robe, but she looked haggard and tired. Pitiful. "What's wrong? After staying in hiding for a week, you finally come out?" However, no matter how pitiful Asia was, Duanmu Huai did not show her any sympathy. In fact, including Duanmu Huai, many players hated this kind of fool who could not figure things out. Frankly speaking, they would rather accept that the other villain is a sociopath who kills for fun, or hates the world for some reason and wants to destroy everything for revenge. At least he has a firm goal and is working hard for it. There was a joke on the player forum that no matter what the character or ideals of these villains are, at least they have really identified this goal, and have been working hard without looking back. They are much better than the protagonists, who have no opinions, no ideals, and have never worked hard, but rely on friendship, love, and other things to turn the tables at critical moments. At least I tried my best, but I failed in the end. On the contrary, the most disgusting thing for players is the villain who says, "I clearly don't want this. Why did it become like this?" The player feels that he is both right and wrong. He has no awareness at all, and always thinks of himself as the most holy and kind person in the world, thinking that my ideas are not wrong, but the world is wrong. To be honest, this kind of person is really the most disgusting. The reason why Duanmu had no feelings towards Asia was because he had also experienced a similar mission in the game. It was a fantasy world, and there was also a saint in it. Like Asia, she had boundless love and wanted to save everyone she saw. She thought everyone could understand each other, so she saved her own people and her enemies. Many times, when the player had clearly hammered the boss to the ground and was about to kill it, the saint would come out and heal the boss with a sad and pitiful expression, making it repent of its sins. Then the player was confused. "I spent so much effort to complete the dungeon, and you only saved me in the end?" Of course, what happens next is that some bosses repent, while some do not, and instead become stronger, so that the player has to fight them again. To be honest, this can really make players mad. What's even more disgusting is that after the player finally killed the boss again, the saint girl knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, feeling sad about its death. It really disgusted the player to death. So people who are killed by the boss are not considered human beings, right? Of course, the player can also try not to be rescued by the saint, and kill the boss directly when it is at low health. Then the saint will accuse the player of being cruel and cold-hearted, and the player's reputation on the entire planet will become cold, and he will no longer be able to accept tasks. And the final ending of this saint is very gratifying. The filth of corruption invaded the entire planet. In order to cure diseases and save lives, the saint was also infected with the plague. Then she realized the true meaning of life. As long as all things are assimilated into the same kind of life, then everyone will be able to understand each other, and will never hate and kill each other again. So the saint became a great unclean one, infecting the entire planet into a corrupt plague nest. In the end, of course, they were killed by the players, and the entire planet was completely destroyed. That day, the galaxy was like Chinese New Year, and every player passing by would throw an extermination order to celebrate, and fireworks were set off everywhere in the galaxy. Duanmu saw that Asia in front of him also had the potential to be a saint. She saved a demon today, an alien tomorrow, and a heretic the day after tomorrow. You should also believe in grandpa corruption and share the boundless love. I won't accompany you anymore. I will just give you a whirlwind torpedo as a gift. You can have two if you want. Hearing Duanmu's words, Asia clenched her hands, placed them in front of her chest, then raised her head and looked at Duanmu. "Master Duanmu, I have thought a lot, and also thought about what Master Duanmu once said to me. Maybe I am really wrong. Maybe I really shouldn't do this. But even so, I have not been punished at all." Asia showed a frustrated expression when she said this. "The God I believe in is dead. No matter how I pray, there is no response. But this is not enough for me." So, Asia looked at Duanmu and spoke. "Can the Inquisition punish me? I want to fully recognize my sins." "Oh!" Hearing this, Duanmu raised his eyebrows and immediately became alert. "Now that you say this, I'm not sleepy anymore." Chapter 1066 Punishment. The church was dead silent late at night, with only the sound of cold footsteps echoing in it. Duanmu walked in front, and Aisha followed behind, lowering her head and saying nothing. "What do you think the punishment is?" At this moment, Duanmu suddenly spoke, which made Aisha stunned. In many religions, people always like to punish themselves by means of punishment. So, what is the meaning of this? To prove the piety of one's faith through pain? Or to punish oneself for the wavering of one's faith? Duanmu couldn't help but sneer when he said this. But at the end of the day, it's all just cosmetic. To put it bluntly, punishment is nothing more than an equal exchange, using physical pain to ease the guilt in one's heart. So although believers often seem to like to use this method to punish their own weakness and hesitation, in the final analysis, It is nothing more than a transaction. They paid with their bodies and felt the pain in order to ease their guilt. Having said that, Duanmu Huai glanced at Aisha coldly. Isn't it? Asia lowered her head, not daring to speak. Seeing Asia's guilty look, Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze. The Court of Inquisition and the players have their own unique views on how to punish. Most people think that punishment is whipping people with a whip or a tiger bench, which is considered a punishment. This is what most people think. But for the Inquisitor, are you serious? Do you seriously think so? Are you kidding me? Why? The reason is very simple. Just as Duanmu Huai said, for those being punished, this is like an equal exchange. They pay with physical pain and gain peace of mind. However, is this an equal exchange? Players have complained that in many European and American serial killer movies, the killers would kill someone and then go to church to confess, looking as if they were deeply sinful, extremely evil, and unforgivable. Then, after they had confessed and felt refreshed, they would go looking for the next victim. Because in this kind of religious culture, only God can judge my sins. As long as I repent and God forgives me, the rest will be no problem. Law? What does the law have to do with me? I am a religious person. Duanmu Huai remembers reading a post about the relationship between the high crime rate in Europe and America and religious beliefs. This is why European and American criminals have no sense of guilt. From indulgences in the Middle Ages to charity actions today, the essence is the same. I did something bad, and then I confessed to God in various ways. And that's it. Even if I killed people, set fire to your whole family, God would forgive me. And I could live on with peace of mind. Just think about it. An indulgence can offset the guilt of murder and arson. How cheap it is. Of course, in the game, there are simpler and more direct reasons why the Inquisition does not focus on punishment. Because according to this logic, these criminals suffer physically, but their souls are liberated. Then, they become addicted and cannot extricate themselves. The more you beat them until their skin is torn and their flesh is bruised, and they cannot take care of themselves, the happier they feel in their souls. Then, they become obsessed with you. Welcome to join us, little brother. We like people like you who don't follow the ordinary path. Congratulations. You finally experienced the true meaning of happiness. That's right. If you keep smoking this, you might end up becoming a cultist. So the Inquisition usually executes directly. It's simple, convenient, quick, and there aren't so many things to deal with. Right? This is also the reason why the Inquisitor drew his gun when he disagreed with something. You want to repent, right? I will send you to see the Emperor, and you can repent to him directly. We in the court are very busy and don't have time to care about your mental problems. However, this time Duanmu Huai wanted to give it a try. The reason was very simple. Because he had the magical skill of quality judgment. Of course, the general quality judgment is mainly to observe the sensitive parts of the other party, and then make the other party feel comfortable. But this time Duanmu Huai intends to do the opposite. The so-called punishment is to make the other party feel pain from body to soul. So what about Asia? She initially insisted on her kindness. So she saved the devil. But later found out that the devil was plotting against her. So she was naturally in great pain. After all, Asia insisted on her kindness, and even violated the doctrine, and was expelled from the church. So the only thing that supported her was her insistence on her kindness. As a result, Dior also shattered this last persistence. Obviously, the kindness, she thought, was just a tool used by the other party. Essence. But in the final analysis, it was because she couldn't bear the inner torment and wanted to escape from the pain. Duanmu Huai certainly couldn't let her get what she wanted. Just like what I said before. What's the point of beating her to pieces? Beating Asia to the point where she can't take care of herself. This pain will become her spiritual food. Is this considered a punishment? This is clearly a reward. What if Asia gets addicted to smoking and starts causing trouble? Just like the joke goes. The hunter went to hunt bears for the first time, was defeated by the bear, and then had sex. Then he went again for the second time, was defeated again, and then the third and fourth times. In the end, the bear couldn't stand it anymore and asked, "Are you here to hunt or to sell sex?" If it happened to Asia, it wouldn't be a joke. So Duanmu Huai would never do as she wished. But fortunately, he also had his own way. Duanmu Huai stopped walking. They had come to the deepest part of the church. It was just like the style of the courtroom. It was dark, dim, and depressing. The light of the candles illuminated the surroundings. From time to time, servos' skulls flew around with candles on their heads. Seeing these skulls, Asia bit her lips and tensed up. I give you the last chance for you again. Duan Muhuai looked at Asia. I want to tell you that the punishment I'm going to give you is definitely not what you imagined. Don't expect to find peace of mind through physical pain. The crime you committed only deserves to be tormented from body to soul. There will be no peace or tranquility. Only despair and fear that you can't imagine. Even so, are you willing? Hearing Duan Muhuai's question, Aisha hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Seeing Asia's reaction, Duan Muhuai sneered. You're really not crying until you see the coffin. I've already warned you that foolish religious believers really don't repent. So don't blame me for being rude. Go ahead. As he spoke, Duan Muhuai raised his chin towards the platform in front of him. Aisha clenched her fists, placed them on her chest and prayed silently, as if she hoped to gain courage from her faith. Then, she took a deep breath, slowly walked onto the platform in front of her, and stood there motionless, looking at Asia in front of him. Duan Muhuai snapped his fingers. The next moment, the shadows around him began to stir. Under the dim candlelight, countless tentacles formed by shadows emerged from the darkness, and then suddenly stretched out and wrapped around Asia's wrist on her chest. Before she could react, she was suddenly pulled up and lifted into the air. At the same time, the same tentacle appeared from below, wrapped around the girl's legs, and spread her whole body out like a big shape. At this moment, Asia was extremely nervous, but she still closed her eyes, clenched her teeth and said nothing. However, the girl could feel that the tentacles wrapped around her hands and feet were as cold as ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. Their coldness penetrated the girl's body, and gradually spread throughout her body along with her bones and the surging blood. Gradually, Asia felt as if her soul was completely frozen, and only endless pain came from all directions. At this moment, she felt as if she was in an endless deep ocean, or in an endless sky. The darkness completely obscured her vision. Even if she opened her eyes now, she could only see endless darkness, as if everything had been swallowed up and destroyed, and there was nothing left except herself. Snapped. Suddenly, a sharp stinging pain came from her back, and the girl couldn't help but scream. The pain, like a whip, almost penetrated every nerve ending in her body. If it were normal, Asia would have fainted from the unbearable pain. But now, the icy coldness was like a shackle that locked the girl's spirit tightly, so that she couldn't even escape to the other side of unconsciousness through coma. Bang! Bang! The cold sound of whipping rang out. And finally, Asia could no longer bear it and screamed. Her screams became louder and louder. But even so, the girl's heart still insisted that this was the punishment she deserved. This was the punishment she should receive. This kind of pain. This kind of pain that cannot be escaped. Snapped. Ah! However, as if even screaming was a luxury, at the moment when the girl opened her mouth to scream, suddenly, a thick tentacle was stuffed directly into the girl's mouth and went straight into her stomach. The girl could even feel that the tentacle seemed to pass through her stomach and directly wrapped around her heart. Woo woo! However, this was not the end. The thick, slippery, cold tentacle gradually began to melt, and tiny tentacles emerged on its surface, spreading out in all directions along Asia's cheeks and mouth, as if to completely merge her whole body. Those tiny tentacles drilled into Asia's nostrils, ears, and eyes, and continued to extend forward, directly penetrating into her brain. Then, Asia suddenly opened her eyes, and the scenery in front of her suddenly changed. She saw that she was standing in a room, and in the crib in front of her, a white and tender cute baby was sleeping soundly. What a cute child. Seeing the child, Asia felt a little relieved. But the next moment, she found that her body walked to the crib completely out of her control and raised her hands high. In the name of the Inquisition. The sound that almost didn't sound like her own echoed in Asia's ears. The next moment, she tightly grasped the dagger in her hand and stabbed the baby in front of her with force. No! At this moment, Asia cried out in unimaginable pain from deep in her heart. She could tolerate any pain, but she never thought of hurting others. She didn't want to hurt others. Not to mention that the one in front of her was just a cute baby. If it were Asia on a normal day, she probably wouldn't even have time to pity her. But now, no matter how much her mind resisted, her body swung the dagger without hesitation. piercing the baby's body and nailing it to the bed. Looking at the gushing blood, Asia tried desperately to struggle, but she could do nothing. No. What are you doing? At this moment, a grief-stricken voice suddenly came from behind Asia. She turned around and saw a couple looking at her sadly. My child. What have you done to my child? No. Not me. I don't want to do this. However, her body was completely oblivious to Asia's wailing and screaming. She could only watch as she pulled out the dagger and slit the mother's throat, watching her fall helplessly with her eyes wide open and her mouth open. The next moment, the dagger in her hand pierced into the chest of her father next to her. No. This wasn't me. I don't want it. At this moment, Asia finally understood what Duanmu Huai had just said. Chapter 1067 Times have changed. When the girls came to the restaurant early the next morning, they found that Asia, who had never gone out, had appeared in front of them again. Asia! You finally came out. Seeing Asia walk out of the room, the girls breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly surrounded her. Are you okay? It's okay. Hearing everyone's concerned inquiries, Asia's face turned pale, but she still forced a smile and nodded to everyone. Are you really okay? Why do you seem to be in low spirits? I just received the punishment from Master Duanmu, and I haven't recovered yet. Punishment? Hearing this, everyone was even more shocked and looked at Duanmu Huai in surprise. At this moment, Wan Lia's eyes were shining, and he rushed out in a hurry. Master Duanmu, what did you do to Miss Asia? Did you tie her up with ropes? And then, there were candles, wooden horses, and whips. Why didn't you call me? I planned to keep Miss Asia's virginity. There is no such good thing. Duanmu Huai took a sip of tea and sneered. That's not a punishment for Asia. That's a reward. Do you think I'm stupid? As Duanmu Huai spoke, he looked at Asia. Feeling his gaze, Asia's body trembled suddenly. I think she has finally learned a profound lesson this time. I don't think she will make the same mistake again. Yes, Master Duanmu. I will never do it again. Facing Duanmu Huai's question, Asia was like a rabbit in front of a lion. She was sweating profusely. Her face was pale, and she lowered her head and trembled as she answered. Naruzmio looked at Asia, who looked so pitiful, and felt a little sorry for her. Uncle, what did you do to Miss Asia? You scared her like this. It's the only way to be effective. What do you know? Little brat? Duanmu Huai snorted softly. That's right. In his opinion, only this can be considered a truly effective punishment. It's like prison. Many people say that if they can't make money, they will go to prison for retirement. In this case, how can prison be a deterrent? If people think that prison is more comfortable than the outside world except that they lose their freedom and cannot communicate and access the internet at any time, then why do they still go to prison? Similarly, the purpose of punishment is to prevent others from committing the same mistake again. Duanmu Huai has a lot of experience in dealing with such people. To put it bluntly, Asia is a saintly person, and she is in the same vein as those obsessed animal protectionists, vegetarians, and feminists. It's useless to hit this kind of person. He will even think that he is sacrificing himself for justice. No matter how hard you hit him, he won't take it to heart. So how do we deal with such people? It's very simple. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Killing dogs in front of animal rights activists. Eating meat in front of vegetarians. And soliciting prostitutes in front of feminists. This is the fatal blow. Okay? At that time, they will scream 10 times more miserably than when they are beaten themselves. The same goes for Asia. She is such a saint that she won't even frown even if you whip her 100 times. But if you ask her to kill someone, she will scream even more miserably than the person being killed. So this is how Duanmu Huai tortured Aisha. If you don't think clearly again in the future, I will ask you to kill someone and cut him open with your own hands without anesthesia. I want you to see with your own eyes how he is killed alive by you, and see if you dare to make this kind of mistake again. Sure enough, under Duanmu Huai's fierce attack, Asia was completely defeated. After coming out of the illusion, she was trembling and could hardly speak. She looked even more pitiful than being naked in the square and being raped by 100 men and 100 dogs in turn. By the way, if you really use her as a sex toy, this effect may not be achieved. Therefore, punishment should be adapted to local conditions and tailored to the individual's needs. This method is only useful for people like Asia. If you were a madman who enjoyed killing people, then this would not be a punishment, but an enjoyment. As the saying goes, what is poison to others is honey to me. Anyway, Asia has finally cheered up a little bit. Although I am still worried about her mental state. It is much better than locking myself in the room. So after breakfast, everyone teleported to the church again, and then planned to go to school to start the day's classes. However, not long after the group walked out of the church, a voice suddenly came from the sky. Wah, Master Duanmu. Please don't go. Hearing this reckless scream, everyone looked up and saw Shido Irina flapping her wings like an angel, rushing towards them and almost crashing into the ground. Where have you been? Why did you come back at this time? Duanmu Huai looked at Ziteng Irina, who rushed in front of him, and asked curiously. Compared with Asia, Ziteng Irina was more likable. After all, she was cheerful and carefree, which made her very popular. By the way, Ziteng Irina was not an angel, but an angel reincarnated from a human. In fact, the heaven now also has a reincarnation system similar to that of devil chess pieces, which makes up for the lack of combat power in the heaven by reincarnating humans into angels. The only difference is that the devil pieces use the concept of chess, while the angels are reincarnated using playing cards. Shido Irina's reincarnation is the Ace of Hearts. She likes it very much and says that it is a symbol of her becoming Michael's trump card. Of course, it doesn't matter to Duanmu Huai. By the way, what did you do yesterday? Why did you come back just now? Lord Michael has given me something very important to do. Ah, now is not the time to talk about this. Lord Duanmu, please accept this. As she spoke, Ziteng Irina stretched out her hand and handed something over. Duanmu Huai took it curiously and found that it was a round stone plate that looked about the same size as an ordinary person's palm, with strange sculptures carved on it. Huh, finally it's delivered. Seeing Duanmu Huai take the stone plate, Ziteng Irina finally breathed a sigh of relief as if the task was accomplished. What's wrong? What is this? What do you want from me? This is a divine tool that was recently excavated from Rome. After Lord Michael learned about this, he sent me to retrieve and seal it in order to prevent it from falling into the hands of the god of disobedience. And then brought it to you, Lord Duanmu. Oh, a divine tool. Duanmu Huai nodded when he heard this. He had heard Michael say that the so-called divine tools were the condensation of the power and faith of the gods. If the gods who had lost their power wanted to regain their power, they had to recover these divine tools, because the divine tools were full of powerful power. Even the archangels or demons could not destroy them. They could only seal them up, and then naturally brought them to Duanmu Huai. By the way, what god is this time? Duanmu Huai looked at the round stone plate in his hand and asked curiously. When Ziteng Irina heard Duanmu Huai's question, her face suddenly tensed. This god is not ordinary. Please look carefully at this divine tool. The snake that keeps shedding its skin and regenerating is a symbol of immortality. The one who controls the grace and death of the earth and inherits the huge matriarchal genealogy. The goddess with dark eyes and silver hair has been deprived of her status and age. So the young and disobedient god is named Athena. Wow! Hearing the Wisteria Arena's instructions, Duanmu Huai could not help but whistle. And others were also surprised after all. After all, they were no stranger to them at all. It's Athena. Wow! Finally, a famous person has come. I thought she was just like the other two. A native from some unknown village corner. Duanmu Huai was very familiar with Athena. After all, he had killed Athena and her father in Olympus last time. By the way, I wonder if there is anything like the bronze 5 little strongmen to protect me. So, as long as I bring this thing, Athena will come to me? Duanmu Huai looked at the sacred tool in his hand, while Ziteng Irina nodded seriously. Yes, in order to regain her lost power, Athena must come here. Then wait and see what Athena looks like this time. Duanmu Huai casually put the stone plate into his pocket. With his ability as the god of destruction, it would be easy for him to destroy the stone. But when he heard that this bait could actually catch Athena, he was not in a hurry at all. After all, it's Athena, right? Of course, it would be more interesting if she had the 5 little strong men around her. Although it is unlikely. The girls were only surprised for a moment about the news that Athena was coming. And then, they quickly calmed down. After all, there were tall people to hold up the sky. And Duanmu Huai said that he was fine. So it was useless for them to worry. So they went to school and class as usual. As for when Athena would come, that was not something they could decide. Time passed by, and soon, it was night again. As the bell rang, students cheered and walked out of the school, embarking on their journey home. However, no one noticed that a girl was walking on a street not far from the city. From the outside, she seemed to be just a young foreign girl, with eyes like the night and short silver hair like moonlight. She was wearing a thin sweater, a miniskirt, knee-high socks, and a blue cat ear hat. At night, the moon and stars replace the sun and occupy the night sky of this world. And this is also Athena's favorite time. But it's really too bright. Walking on the street, looking at the city shining with neon lights, the young goddess' eyes showed a hint of dissatisfaction. The night does not need false light. All the night needs is darkness. The petite goddess' steps began to become more cheerful, like a primary school student walking home with brisk steps. She walked on the street. However, every time she took a step forward, every time she exhaled, a light disappeared from the city. First, the street lights, then the houses, office buildings, complex buildings, shops, izakayas, neon lights, car lights, and even flashlights were not spared. All artificial light disappeared. Then, all that descended upon the city was darkness. Even the vehicles speeding on the road gradually stopped, and people walked out of their houses and cars in confusion and fear, looking up at the sky with trepidation. Huff, huff, huff. Noticing this, the petite goddess smiled smugly. I order in the true name of Athena. Let the dark night appear here. Dispel the grace of the sun, and extinguish the fire of Prometheus. O starry sky and dark wind, recreate the ancient night here. My goodness, this is really a big fuss. Standing on the top of the dark teaching building, looking at the dark city in front of him, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but snort coldly. The power of gods is indeed beyond the reach of humans. It seems that Athena does have some ability this time. But it's a pity that times have changed. Athena, humanity is no longer bound by you. Feel the power of humanity. Duanmu Huai raised his right hand and clenched it tightly. At the same time, the bell rang. Clang. The heavy sound of bells emerged above the Inquisition Church and echoed throughout the city. When its first sound was heard, the lost light returned and the earth was once again covered with light. Clang. When the second bell rang, the engines of the cars that had been parked on the street started turning again, and the energy that had been blocked for a while began to flow again. Clang. When the third bell rang, the whole city returned to its original prosperity and bustle, as if the darkness just now was just an illusion and completely disappeared from people's memory. Duanmu Huai put down his right hand, then turned around and spoke. The age of the gods is over. Now is the age of men. And in front of him, the petite goddess slowly appeared in the moonlight. Chapter 1068, Revenge. What arrogance! The young goddess uttered mature words that were not in any way consistent with her appearance. Is it tolerable that the darkness covering the sky creates a light on the ground that far outshines the sun? Humans are a species that can destroy the sun and dry up the sea in order to survive. If you don't even understand this, it seems you are just an old guy. Duanmu Huai clenched his hands and stared at the young goddess in front of him. Have humans lost their fear of the gods? It seems that my resurrection is just in time to help them remember their fear and reverence for the gods. Two idiots said the same thing before. Duanmu Huai chuckled and flexed his fingers. But I'm sorry. Now there are no corpses left. I think the next one should be you. Athena. I hope you can let me experience more fun, instead of being easily turned into fertilizer in the soil like those two heretics who ran out from some wild land. After all, you are a world-renowned god. Let me see what you are capable of. The words didn't fall, and I saw Duanmu Huai bowed up and jumped suddenly, like a giant bear towards the petite goddess in front of him. It's stupid. Facing Duanmu Huai who pounced on her, the young goddess shook her head slightly. Humanity's arrogance and pride remain the same as always, and have never changed. In front of my power, the bravery you boast about is worthless. Soon, I will let you know the power of God. As Athena spoke, the darkness around her grew thicker again, and then she pounced towards Duanmu Huai with a biting cold breath, instantly swallowing him up. This was the power held by Athena, who controlled the earth and war. The power of death. Accept the death I grant you and turn into a cold corpse. No one in this world can resist the death of God, no matter how brave soldiers are. For mortals, death must be sure and confirmed. Even the tall soldier in front of him can't escape this young goddess. But this is not the case. Boom! The darkness that swallowed Duanmu Huai exploded instantly. And Duanmu Huai jumped out and punched the target in front of him. The howling wind mixed with the airflow swept across the roof of the teaching building, blowing away and tearing the fence in the distance. However, the goddess who was originally standing there disappeared without a trace. It's really surprising. I didn't expect you to be able to break through my word of death. The young goddess appeared behind Duanmu Huai, looked at the giant in front of her in surprise, and then frowned. Do you also have the blood of gods? If so, why do you hunt gods? This is none of your business. Duanmu Huai turned around and looked at the target in front of him again. He clenched his fists and hit it hard. The Inquisition is the protector of humanity. Our duty is to protect the survival of humanity at all costs, and to eliminate all threats to humanity. And you are undoubtedly a threat. Just like those guys who are finally resurrected and try to make a comeback again. Duanmu Huai doesn't completely hate gods. For example, he has a good relationship with the gods of Faerun, except for Haim and others, whom Duanmu Huai doesn't like. Most of the others are pretty good. The reason is very simple. That is, most of the gods in the world of Faerun have a symbiotic relationship with humans. Humans pray for the gods' gifts, and the gods give back to humans. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, this is a relatively healthy relationship. In order to avoid the extinction of humans, the gods in the world of Faerun will also take the initiative to protect those humans. At the same time, the human faith they diverted can also curb the speed of the resurrection of evil gods to a certain extent. But the gods of this world are not like that. If the belief in gods in the world of Faerun is like a private enterprise, which still has a spirit of serving customers, then the belief in gods in this world is like a state-owned enterprise before the opening up. I am the boss. You can buy or not. If you don't respect me, I will kill you. In fact, this can be seen from the myths and legends of these gods. For example, if people in some places forget to pay tribute, the gods will be furious, causing natural disasters to continue and people to suffer. In the end, they have to choose to sacrifice some princess or saint to appease the anger of the gods. How the I can the court tolerate this? Just kill your whole family. Therefore, Duanmu Huai doesn't care about the belief in many gods in Faerun. Because what matters there is competition. It won't happen that if you don't pay tribute to a certain god, that god will be unhappy and destroy the entire city. After all, if you dare to do so, people will turn around and believe in other gods. There are many gods in the good camp. So why bother hanging yourself on a crooked tree? Of course, it's not that the gods haven't brought down divine punishment. But that's usually because there's a reason for every wrong. For example, if you scribble on someone's shrine, or use someone's temple to hold a party, no god would tolerate that. So relatively speaking, Faerun's belief in the gods is within the range that the Inquisition can tolerate. But the gods of this world are not okay enough. It would be fine if they could learn from Faerun and have a spirit of serving customers and interacting with each other. But if you still act as if this is hundreds of years ago, and act like you are the boss, and everyone must listen to you or I will kill you, then don't blame the Inquisition for hitting you in the face with its iron fist. It's the 21st century. And you still think it's prehistoric times? Humph. Then let's see what you can do. The young goddess raised her hands again, and the dark power condensed again, rushing towards Duanmu Huai from all directions. However, Duanmu Huai just clenched his fists and swung them vigorously. The next moment, the dark power rushing towards him was completely dispelled. Can I offset my power? What is this power? Seeing that her offensive was easily broken by the opponent again, the young goddess was also greatly surprised. You know, although she has lost her power at this moment, and even has to appear in this shrunken form, but she is still a real god, and the godhood and power she possesses are genuine. And the power she possesses is not something that ordinary mortals and demigods can resist. However, the man in front of him just waved his hand lightly and broke his power? What kind of power is this? Humph. Your power means nothing to me. Do you understand now? Athena? Duanmu Huai clenched his fists and smiled grimly at the young goddess. He was the god of destruction. No matter what power he had, he could not compete with the power of destruction. After all, the god of destruction was a priest who destroyed and erased everything. For Duanmu Huai, when he limited this power to those who posed a threat to humans, its power would be raised to the limit. It was like no matter what kind of pencil you used to draw a pattern on paper, it would be erased directly by the eraser. No matter what power Athena had, she could never fight against the god of destruction. Perhaps it was a bit noticeable. At this moment, the young goddess looked serious, while Duan Muhui reached out his hand and took out the stone plate brought to herself from his pocket. By the way, this is why you came here. Gorgon stone, this is my sacred tool. Return it to me. I can't even say it. It seems that the goddess of ancient times lacks education. As soon as Duan Muhui grasped the magical art in his hand, staring at Athena in front of him. Although it would be easy for me to kill you. Seeing you like this, I think it's a bit meaningless to just kill you. By the way, I still remember some stories about Athena. How about this? I'll find a few people to play with you. After saying this, the muscles in Duan Muhui's right arm suddenly bulged, and then he tightly grasped the stone plate in his hand. Then the young goddess was surprised to see that the Gorgon stone gradually began to disintegrate in Duan Muhui's fingers, and cracks appeared. How can this be? Seeing this, the young goddess was even more shocked. The divine tool was almost immortal and indestructible, and it was impossible to be destroyed. However, the man in front of him didn't use any legendary weapons, but simply relied on his brute force to destroy the divine tool? But that's not all. Summon in the name of the command seal. Duan Muhui roared loudly, and along with his roar, the holy mark on the back of Duan Muhui's right hand suddenly emitted a dazzling bright red light. Gorgon sisters, come! The next moment, Duan Muhui clenched his right hand tightly, and the Gorgon stone was completely shattered in his hand, turning into fragments all over the ground. At the same time, a dazzling light burst out from Duan Muhui's hand, rushing straight into the sky, and then turned into 3 meteors falling from the sky and landing in front of Duan Muhui. Really? Master, I thought something was fun to summon our current world. I didn't expect that I would encounter such an interesting thing. With a voice that was almost as arrogant as Athena's, 3 figures walked out from the light. Leading the group were 2 beautiful girls, who looked about the same age as Athena. They were petite and cute, with long purple twin ponytails, and wore gorgeous white dresses. The woman standing behind them was a woman with tall, black tights, and eye masks. Seeing the scene in front of her, Athena's complexion suddenly twisted. How is it possible? You actually... Era. Did you see it? Me, you really? Looking at Athena in front of them, the 2 girls giggled. That fat, wild, camel like Athena would actually end up like this. Yes. I know. But even so, she is still no match for us sisters. Women who become ugly because of jealousy are the ugliest. How can we, with such perfect looks, learn to imitate others? The girl goddesses who looked almost identical interlocked their fingers, pressed tightly against each other, and looked at Athena mockingly with a scornful smile, while the latter turned pale. How is it possible? You actually separated my essence and even performed a divine presence? Who are you? This has nothing to do with you. Duan Muhui spread his hands. To beat a little girl, or to use a little girl. It just so happens that there is a grudge between the 2 of you, so I'll leave it to you to deal with it. Duan Muhui was right to say that. According to mythology, Medusa was born in a noble family and was very beautiful. And when she grew up, she became a priestess of Athena. But Athena could not tolerate that her priestess was prettier than herself. So she used her power to turn Medusa into the legendary snake woman and then exiled her to the island. Of course, the mythology of the Type Moon world seems to be a little different. But it is certain that Medusa and Athena must dislike each other. And if they meet, it will definitely be. Then I'll leave it to you. Medusa. The eldest sister Steno snorted and spoke. That's right. It's too barbaric to ask the 2 of us to fight and kill each other. We don't want to have anything to do with such a jealous and ugly woman. Medusa. Go and deal with her. The second sister, Uriel, also glanced at Athena nonchalantly, then looked away. Ah. Yes. Sister. The third sister Medusa, who was ordered around by them, nodded pitifully, just like Cinderella in the fairy tale, who was abused by her stepmother and stepsisters. Seeing this scene, Duan Muhui couldn't help but scratch his head. Did I summon the wrong person? This seems a little different from what he expected. Chapter 1069 Choice. There is nothing much to say next. The opponent is just Athena in an incomplete state, while we have the 3 Gorgon sisters in their prime. We can be killed even if we are 3 against 1. It is not a question of whether we can play well or not. Woo! With a muffled groan, Athena, who was bound by Medusa's chains, fell heavily to the ground. She raised her head and stared at Duan Muhui in front of her with an unclear expression. At this moment, Steno and Uriel, who had been watching the show on the side, also walked over with a smile. Oh, I never thought that one day I would see the noble, proud, stupid, fat and strong Athena fall to the ground in a miserable state like a toad in a muddy puddle. Right. Uriel? You're right. Steno. Just seeing her humiliated appearance makes me feel that this trip to the present world is not in vain. Hearing the two people's ridicule, Athena gritted her teeth. Then she suddenly turned her gaze and looked at Duan Muhui. Human. Let's make a deal. Trade? Yes. I am willing to submit to you and live as your servant. How about that? This is a good deal. Isn't it? Hearing this, Duan Muhui was stunned for a moment, while Steno and Uriel showed expressions of disgust. Wow. You're begging for mercy at a time like this. You're worthy of being the goddess of wisdom. You know exactly what to do and when to do it. Do you really want to be on the side of victory? Is your title as the goddess of victory such a shaky product? The two sisters mocked Athena and then looked at Duan Muhui. Master, you are not really going to agree to this woman's terms. She is Athena, the legendary goddess of wisdom. Even if she looks obedient now, she might stab you in the back at any time. That's right. This jealous and opportunistic woman is not a good person. Master, don't be fooled by her sweet words. After hearing the complaints from Steno and Uriel, Duan Muhui stared at Athena and fell into deep thought. Frankly speaking, Athena was indeed a famous deity, but her reputation was not very good. It was understandable that the three Gorgon sisters hated her. After all, it was Athena who ordered those heroes to hunt Medusa. The two sides were mortal enemies. And besides that, in the myths and legends about Athena, her reputation was not very good either. For example, the legend of Arachne is like this. At that time, Arachne was the best weaver in Athens, and she claimed that her skills even surpassed Athena, who invented weaving. After hearing this, the latter became very angry and transformed herself into an old woman to compete with her. However, the fact is that Arachne did weave better fabrics than Athena. Then she was turned into a spider by Athena because she challenged the authority of the gods. The same is true of the story of Medusa. Medusa was a priestess of Athena, and then the sea god Poseidon liked her and killed Medusa in front of Athena's altar. However, Athena, as the main god, not only did not help Medusa, but instead believed that Poseidon's behavior was out of male instinct and was understandable. Instead, Medusa was guilty of seducing the gods and bringing shame to the temple. So she was cursed and turned into a Gorgon. A typical victim-blaming theory. If you hadn't been dressed so sloppily, that man wouldn't have raped you. Right? Of course, the mythology of the Type Moon world is somewhat different from this world. At least from what Steno and Uriel said. The Athena they knew seemed to be more jealous. Similar to the queen in Snow White. Because she couldn't stand someone being more beautiful than herself. She instigated the hero to kill Medusa. But no matter what, based on the education Duan Muhui received, there is really nothing good about this kind of woman. Moreover, her style of being a fence-sitter is indeed very similar to what Athena would do. She would never fight if she couldn't win. And she would fight the winner to death, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. And the goddess of wisdom. To be honest, Duan Muhui kept a distance from those gods, who were too smart and always talked about wisdom. In his opinion, these guys were all treacherous and cunning. Those so-called smart ones were mostly self-righteous. Frankly speaking, he really didn't want to have such a guy who was neither friend nor enemy hanging around in front of him. What do you suggest? Thinking of this, Duan Muhui glanced at Athena again, then looked at the three Gorgon sisters. Hearing Duan Muhui's question, Steno and Uriel's eyes suddenly lit up. Master, I can feel that this Athena possesses the power that we have long lost. If we can regain the power, we can perfectly exert our power as goddesses. Yes. Unlike that useless and stout sister, we can help you a lot. Master, is it necessary for you to bully your sister like this? Duan Muhui was speechless when he saw Medusa standing obediently on the side. Just like Cinderella being bullied by her stepmother and sister. He remembered that she didn't seem to be like this when they were in the singularity. Could this be the so-called one thing conquers another? If he had summoned one of the sisters instead of Medea, would Medusa have knelt down and sang conquer? Then I'll leave it to you guys to handle. Duan Muhui thought about it, and finally made a decision. In any case, the three Gorgon sisters were the heroic spirits he summoned. At least in this respect, he was still very confident in them. As for Athena, to be honest, she was too smart and reacted too quickly. Seeing that he was no match for her, she chose to surrender almost instantly. This made Duanmu Huai alert. Perhaps for ordinary people, the more smart people there are, the better. But for Duanmu Huai, no matter how smart you are, can you outsmart the cunning and treacherous? If you are more cunning than that guy with the O on his face, then aren't you cunning and deceitful? If you can't beat that guy, aren't you just putting yourself in trouble? To be honest, facing an enemy as treacherous as Shigui, Duanmu Huai still believes in the principle of one force defeats 10, and doesn't care about your conspiracy or tricks. I will just punch you. If I can't kill you, it's not because I'm stupid. It's simply because I'm not strong enough. Not to mention that Greek mythology is full of stories about heroes pretending to surrender, but stabbing their opponents in the back when they are drunk or asleep. Besides, we are enemies, not friends. Do you think I am stupid enough to believe your nonsense? Huff, huff, huff. As expected, after hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Steno and Uriel immediately smiled excitedly. Then, they looked at each other, and turned to look at Athena, who was tied to the ground. I never thought that a thick, fat, rude woman like you would have such a day. Well, we will accept your power without hesitation. The moment the words fell, Steno and Uriel pounced on Athena, one on the left and one on the right. Then they opened their cherry mouths, revealing their sharp canine teeth, and then bit Athena's neck like vampires. Ugh, The moment Athena was bitten by Steno and Uriel, her body tensed up and she struggled desperately. However, the two petite goddesses were like two snakes, tightly wrapping around Athena's delicate body. The three girls were entangled with each other, twisting their bodies constantly, and a charming moan came out. Well, seeing this scene, Medusa next to her couldn't help but speak. Sister, I want it too. What are you talking about? Medusa? However, poor Medusa had just opened her mouth when she was ruthlessly interrupted by Uriel. What? You're already so fat and strong, and you want to get even fatter? Are you planning to turn into a vulgar person like Athena to pollute our eyes? Listen carefully. One disgusting thing like Athena is enough. As for you, go eat grass in the flower pot over there. But if you say that, wouldn't Wanisama become like Athena? What did you say? Alas! Seeing the sight from Uriel, Medusa was immediately frightened and hid behind Duanmu Huai, trembling and not daring to speak, looking at the Cinderella in front of him, who was bullied by her stepmother and sister. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes speechlessly. You've come to this point. Why don't you learn your lesson? Ah! However, at this moment, there was a scream. Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw that Steno and Uriel were sitting on the ground with their buttocks on the ground. In front of them, Athena, who was originally tied up with chains, was nowhere to be seen. What happened? We were careless. In response to Duanmu Huai's questioning, Steno clenched his teeth and showed a regretful expression. I didn't expect that she would have a backup plan when facing the incomplete Athena. As expected of the goddess of wisdom. She is such a difficult person. This is all your fault. Medusa. And Uriel got up angrily, stared at Medusa and began to accuse her. And Medusa trembled all over. Sister? What did I do wrong? I told you to tie up Athena. But you made a mistake like this. How are you going to compensate us? Can't your filthy, smelly chain do such a small thing? But, looking at Medusa, who lowered her head pitifully after being scolded by Uriel, Duanmu Huai just coughed to stop this boring quarrel. Okay, let's not worry about this for now. What about the power you said you were going to collect? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Steno and Uriel looked at each other. I have taken the power of death. I took the power of darkness. But the most important power of the earth goddess was taken away by that guy. Is that important to you? Seeing the two people looking so angry, Duanmu Huai asked curiously, and Steno nodded. Of course, Master. We, the three Gorgon sisters, have the blood of Gaia, the goddess of the earth, and Pontus, the god of the sea, flowing in our veins. Although we have not inherited their priesthoods, if we can obtain the power of the goddess of the earth from Athena, then we will be able to awaken a more powerful force. Unfortunately, having said that, Steno silently glanced at Medusa, who was now shaking all over as if she had the hiccups. And Uriel stared at her fiercely. Medusa, when we get back, I will punish you severely. Alas! At this moment, Medusa almost fainted. Chapter 1070 Useless Goddess. I didn't expect that this trick of mine would actually be useful. On the way home, Duanmu Huai was thinking about this battle. To be honest, the reason why he didn't kill Athena right away was to verify his guess. In fact, after coming to this world, Duanmu Huai discovered a loophole in this world. He cannot use soul cards to summon people. He can only summon people through the summoning list. But there is an exception that he is also the master of the Holy Grail War, and has some authority over the Hall of Heroes. In addition, this world also has similar myths. So a problem arises. That is whether Duanmu Huai can summon heroic spirits in this way. Of course, this is not an easy task. After all, summoning heroes must follow the basic laws. And the holy relics needed to summon heroes are indispensable. Unfortunately, Duanmu Huai certainly couldn't carry the holy relics of Medea or Eli with him. Medea was one size fits all. But did Eli have such a thing as a holy relic? The magical tool brought by Zitun Irina provided Duanmu Huai with a good experimental subject. It contained the power of Athena and perfectly confirmed the myth of the three Gorgon sisters. It was naturally qualified as a holy relic to summon heroic spirits. Duanmu Huai, as the master, also had the authority of the Hall of Heroes. More importantly, this thing was not displayed in the system. So it was not a part of the system that was sealed like the soul card. In this way, Duanmu Huai can bypass the system's restrictions and summon heroic spirits. Now it seems that his dream has come true. But to be honest, it was hard for Duanmu Huai to determine whether this was a bug or not. Because frankly speaking, he was unlikely to waste his chess pieces on heroic spirits. After all, heroic spirits were basically spirits, and they could be strengthened through command spells. As of now, the transformation of chess pieces requires a physical body as a basis. And no matter how much these heroic spirits look like humans, they are ultimately spiritual creatures that need to rely on the magic power of their masters to maintain their existence. So Duanmu Huai doubted whether the chess pieces were useful to them. If they were useless, well, maybe that was why the system did not block him from summoning heroic spirits. Of course, the other question is, I'm back. Welcome back, Uncle. Who are they? It was no wonder that Naruzmio, who came out to greet them, looked confused. After all, Stheno and Uriel were sitting on Duanmu Huai's shoulders, one on each side, while Medusa stood obediently behind Duanmu Huai. This scene looked extremely strange. Well, it's time for you two to come down. Duanmu Huai glared at the two of them helplessly, while the latter just chuckled and said nothing. Really, Master, it's a rare honor that we bestow upon you. Yet you don't know how to cherish it. That's right. It's a luxury for heroes all over the world to get our smiles. Master, you should cherish the time you can spend with the goddess. Is it over yet? Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and spoke, while Stheno and Uriel also jumped down from Duanmu Huai's shoulders with a giggle and walked in front of Naruzmio, looking at the two girls in front of him who looked almost identical. Gorgeous and dazzling. Naruzmio was also a little nervous. They are the three Gorgon sisters, the heroic spirits I summoned after I seized Athena's authority. However, Duanmu Huai then reached out, grabbed the two little girls' heads, and pulled them back. The three Gorgon sisters. The one behind is Medusa. You must recognize her. Hey! Medusa? As expected, after hearing Duanmu Huai's introduction, Naruzmio was also shocked and hurriedly looked at Medusa standing behind Duanmu Huai. I heard that Medusa would turn people into stone statues when she looked at them. Ah, she is wearing an eye patch. Huh? But her hair is not snakes. Hee hee. Watching this scene, Duanmu Huai chuckled, then reached out to hold down Stheno and Uriel's heads and spoke to them. It seems that you are not as famous as your sister in the human world. Duanmu Huai's words were not random. After all, the name Medusa, like Athena, was known throughout the world. Of course, unlike Athena, this was not meant in a good sense. As for the Gorgon sisters, perhaps those who like Greek mythology know that she has two older sisters. But other than that, these two sisters are almost unknown. Even in the most famous myth of Medusa, the story of Perseus killing Medusa and chopping off her head, the two sisters only appeared when Perseus was chased by her two sisters after killing Medusa. It is said that because the two sisters have pure divine cores and belonged to immortal goddesses. Perseus could not kill them no matter what. So he could only turn to kill Medusa, the only mortal among them. So from this perspective, Stheno and Uriel are really miserable. They are the kind of passers-by who just play supporting roles in their own stories. Humph. That's just the result of Athena's gossip. In our time, countless heroes traveled thousands of miles across the ocean to our temple just to see our beauty. But you don't have any other use except this skin. Duanmu Huai looked at the two of them speechlessly. This was why he regretted it so much. After summoning the three Gorgon sisters, Duanmu Huai looked at the attributes of the three and became depressed. Let's not talk about Medusa, who still has some fighting power. Her two sisters have no fighting power at all. It can be said that they are just beautiful girls who are immortal. They have no fighting power, cannot stand hunger, and cannot survive without someone to take care of them. That is the core of Stheno and Uriel. They came to the world as idols, and are the embodiment of all men's longings. Forever idle. The embodiment of a pure girl. The ideal girl who never ages. Completely different from other goddesses who are both arrogant and fat, such as Athena. These twin goddesses are very pitiful. This is their priesthood. Duanmu Huai was speechless. There's a hammer for this. The smart one can at least run. But these two are like Lin Dayu, who refuses to walk anymore, saying that if she walks too much her feet will get sore, and her legs will get numb. So she has to carry them back herself. What am I doing by summoning two masters? So to put it bluntly, these two are just the strengthening of the pitiful and coquettish girl gods. It's really useless. Although these two are really cute and beautiful, enough to make any mortal fall in love with them at first sight. But Duanmu Huai is a god after all, so he will not be attracted by them so easily. On the contrary, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, these two are really useless. And they also occupy two classes. Stheno is assassin and Uriel is archer. Add to that writer's Medusa. Well, it's not so bad. At least these three classes don't really care about combat. But for Duanmu Huai, without combat effectiveness, their usefulness would be reduced by half. If you can't even fight, what are you doing? How can you say that? Hearing this, Uriel immediately complained in dissatisfaction. Listen carefully. We were born to be loved. Athena or Ares exist for fighting. But we exist to be desired, loved, and plundered by men. How can we fight? Just like the princess, who was captured by the dragon in the hero's story. Our role is to wait for the hero to rescue us, and then offer the hero praise and thanks from the goddess. If the hero arrives at the dragon's lair and finds that the princess has already killed the dragon, wouldn't that be boring? As she spoke, Uriel glared at Duanmu Huai with dissatisfaction. In fact, I have to say that the master who summoned us is so vicious. He has no taste and can't even appreciate the beauty of the goddess. Uriel, you're going too far. However, at this moment, Stheno interrupted his sister's speech with a smile, and the latter curled her lips and turned away without saying anything. In short, you'd better play a role for me instead of just being a vase and eating and drinking for free. Duanmu Huai wouldn't fall for it. He had seen many beautiful girls, but the charm of these two goddesses was not enough to make him lose his mind. In fact, he also discovered that these two goddesses were quite willful. So Duanmu Huai had to give them a shot of prevention, letting them know that this was not a place where they could just run wild. Either you guys be obedient, or I will use the command spell to send you home. Of course, having said that, if we want to drive them away, we have to wait until tomorrow when the command spell is restored. So Duanmu Huai just introduced the three of others, and went back to sleep without saying much. For others, the appearance of the three sisters of Gorgon in the legend also surprised them. Of course, most people are mainly worried that Marusha will petrify them. This is the power of popularity. Compared to Medusa, no one cares about her two sisters at all. Okay. Next time, I have to ask those faction leaders if they have any magic tools. This world is so big. I'm worried that I won't find any useful magic tools. At least I can summon a few who can fight and resist. What's the point of summoning two masters who need to serve? Really? Lying on the bed, Duanmu Huai complained and yawned, and soon fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it took, but I felt a light feeling. Duanmu Huai opened his eyes, and saw two beautiful girls curled up beside him, sticking out their tongues and serving him like they were licking popsicles. What are you doing? Huff, huff, huff. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, one of them looked up. Stheno? Or Uriel? At least if you look at their faces after taking off their clothes, they seem to be no different. Master, you are such a fool. Didn't we say this before? Our duty is to play the role of the princess saved by the hero. When the hero destroys the dragon, we will offer him the praise and thanks of the goddess. This is the only meaning of our existence. You helped us deal with Athena and helped us regain our lost power. So, in return, we must also let you, the hero, enjoy the thanks from the goddess. So you guys just... Before Duanmu Huai finished speaking, the girl suddenly stretched her head out and blocked his lips. The soft, sweet touch penetrated into Duanmu Huai's mouth like a snake. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also felt the increasing tension and stimulation in his body. Like a flood that was about to burst the dam. The body temperature and breath of the two goddesses seemed to wrap him up like substance. And at this moment, Duanmu Huai finally. That's it. However, at this moment, the two goddesses suddenly stopped. They looked at Duanmu Huai with pride and smiled. As a master, it is a blessing for you to receive our service. Now I will leave it to you to handle the rest. Okay? Huh? You've got to be kidding me. Looking at the two goddesses giggling, Duanmu Huai's face darkened. You tease me, and now you want to back off. How can that be possible? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed the petite and slender bodies of the two goddesses, then turned over and pressed them directly on the bed. It's scary to tease a man. You too. Looking at the Gemini goddesses in front of him with their eyes wide open in surprise, Duanmu Huai grinned and smiled coldly. I'm going to let you know now that not every man will listen to you.